Wow! Nidorino used Horn Attack. But Gengar dodged beautifully. The TV screen illuminated the room with the iconic battle between Gengar and Nidorino, accompanied by the lively commentary of a classic Pokémon match. Yi Xian's eyes drifted from the screen to the mirror in his hand. What he saw made him freeze in shock. His reflection wasn't his own. Instead, it was the face of a boy he recognized instantly. "I've become Ash Ketchum," he murmured, disbelief washing over him. As the realization sank in, Yi Xian, or rather Ash, began piecing together his thoughts. The memories of his past life and this new world were merging rapidly. It was the night before the start of Ash's Pokémon journey, the night before he would visit Professor Oak's lab to receive his first Pokémon. "So, this is the Pokémon world," Ash whispered to himself, a smile spreading across his face. "No ties to my old world. Nothing to miss. This is a fresh start, a chance to rewrite everything." In his previous life, Yi Xian had been alone and struggling, but this new life was filled with endless possibilities. "From now on, Yi Xian is gone. I am Ash Ketchum, a new name, a new life." As the two sets of memories fully integrated, the strange sensation in his body disappeared. He clenched his fists, determination burning in his eyes. "This time, I'll live without regrets. I'll make the name Ash resound throughout the Pokémon world." To his amazement, he discovered that as a time traveler, he was gifted with a standard system, a tool that gave him immense confidence for the journey ahead. Hashtag system interface. Host *Ash. Special ability *None. Charm *45 out of 100. Pokémon *None. Points *0. The system provided tasks to earn points, which could then be spent in a system store offering unique items. Each month, 5 items would appear, with the option to pin 1 item for permanent availability. Ash eagerly checked the store's current offerings. Store items *1. Universal Mega Evolution Stone Set, 999,000 points. 2. Perfect Partner Ring, 50,000 points. 3. Greninja Bond Evolution Quick Method, 88,000 points. 4. 10 Ultra Balls, 10,000 points. 5. Light Ball, 5,000 points. Ash raised an eyebrow at the store's odd selection. A perfect partner ring? Really? What kind of system is this? Despite his grumbling, he immediately pinned the ring. It might come in handy someday. "It looks like I've got my work cut out for me," he muttered, staring at his empty points balance. Hashtag current task. Objective * arrive at Professor Oak's laboratory on time to receive your starter Pokémon. Reward * 6,000 points. The next morning, Ash sprang out of bed, his alarm clock blaring. He dressed quickly and rushed downstairs, where his mother, Dilia, greeted him with a warm smile. "Slow down, Ash. You don't want to choke," she said, handing him a glass of milk as he devoured a sandwich. "I can't slow down, Mom. Today's the day I pick my first Pokémon," he exclaimed, wiping his mouth and slinging his backpack over his shoulder. "Take care of yourself, Ash. This is the start of a big journey," Dilia said, her voice filled with pride. "I will, Mom. Bye," Ash said, darting out the door toward Professor Oak's lab. Hashtag Professor Oak's laboratory. The sprawling estate of Professor Oak's lab was abuzz with activity. Pokémon roamed the courtyard, each area tailored to their specific needs. Ash arrived to find that 2 other trainers had already chosen their Pokémon. Charmander and Bulbasaur were off the table, leaving one option. Outside the lab, his childhood rival Gary Oak was basking in attention, surrounded by admirers and flaunting his newly acquired Pokémon. Well, Gary smirked as Ash approached. "Look who decided to show up on time for once. Too bad all the good Pokémon are gone." Ash gave Gary a calm smile, a sharp contrast to his usual fiery temper. "You know, Gary, there's a saying, the early bird catches the worm." Gary's smirk faltered. "Are you calling me a bird?" "Just wait, Ash, I'll crush you at the Indigo Plateau." System notification *. New task * outrank Gary at the Indigo Plateau Conference. Reward * increase Pokémon carrying limit by 6 and earn 1 million points. Ash's grin widened. "We'll see who the real bird is," he said, walking past Gary and into the lab. Inside, Professor Oak greeted him with a slightly sheepish expression. "Ah, Ash, unfortunately the other Pokémon have already been taken." Ash remained calm, much to the professor's surprise. "I'm sure you've got something left. I didn't come all this way for nothing." Professor Oak chuckled, impressed by Ash's newfound composure. "Well, there is one left, but it has a bit of a personality." From the table, a Pokeball with a lightning bolt design emerged. Ash took it eagerly. I like Pokémon with personality, he said with confidence. When he released the Pokémon, a golden light flashed, revealing a small, mischievous Pikachu.
Pikachu.
System notification * task completed, 6,000 points earned. Without hesitation, Ash used the points to purchase the light ball, equipping it to Pikachu instantly. The electric mouse looked at Ash with newfound warmth, their bond strengthening already. This is just the beginning, Ash said, grinning at his new partner. Let's make history together. The adventure had begun.
Pikachu.
The small yellow Pokémon on the table winked at Ash playfully, its cheeks sparking faintly.
Hello, Pikachu.
Ash greeted warmly, stepping closer.
Wait, Ash. Professor Oak called out, alarmed.
He knew this Pikachu was shy, introverted, and had a habit of using Thunder Shock when approached too quickly. Before the professor could say more, Ash had already reached out. My name is Ash, and I'll be your trainer. I hope we'll get along. Ash said confidently as he gently picked Pikachu up.
Pikachu.
To Oak's astonishment, Pikachu didn't resist. Instead, the sparks on its cheeks dimmed, and its hostile demeanor softened. Pikachu hesitated for a moment before nuzzling Ash's arm. The bond forming between them was almost instantaneous.
He didn't shock you?
Professor Oak asked, blinking in disbelief. Pikachu leapt onto Ash's shoulder and let out a cheerful cry.
Pikachu.
The Pokémon seemed content, rubbing its cheek against Ash's. It was as if they'd been partners for years. Oak couldn't help but smile.
Remarkable.
Pikachu usually keeps its distance from people, but it seems to have taken to you right away. You have a natural affinity for Pokémon, Ash.
Ash grinned. Thanks, Professor.
Pikachu and I are going to do great things together. ###farewell to Pallet Town. After receiving 6 blank Pokeballs and a Pokédex from Professor Oak, Ash stood outside the lab, waving to the crowd of neighbors who had come to see him off. His mother, Dilia, was at the front, her eyes glistening with emotion. Mom, Professor Oak, everyone, thank you. I promise to make you proud and bring home the Indigo Plateau Conference Championship trophy. Ash declared boldly. Dilia stepped forward, pulling him into a tight hug. Ash, you don't need to bring back a trophy. Just promise me you'll stay safe and come home, she said softly, her voice trembling. I promise, Mom, Ash said, giving her one last squeeze before stepping back.
Take care.
As Ash and Pikachu walked away, Dilia watched them go, a mix of pride and worry in her eyes. My child, may your journey be a safe one. ### the first challenge.
Ding.
Mission triggered * embark on your journey and win the Indigo Plateau Conference. Reward * performance-based rewards via scoring mechanism. Ash's mind buzzed as he processed the notification.
A scoring system, huh?
Looks like it's going to be a long road. Curious, Ash opened Pikachu's profile in the system interface. ### Pikachu's stats. Attribute * electric. Ability * static. Level * 20. Species strength * 320. Qualification * gold. Skills * Thunder Shock, Double Team, Quick Attack, Thunderbolt. Held item * light ball.
Gold qualification.
You're something special, Pikachu, Ash said, gently patting Pikachu's head.
Pika.
Pikachu tilted its head, unsure of what Ash was talking about, but it responded to his affection with a happy squeak. Ash knew the significance of a gold qualification. Pokémon with higher qualifications not only learned moves faster but also grew stronger at an accelerated pace. Pikachu's potential was leagues ahead of ordinary Pokémon. ### into the wild. Ash and Pikachu made their way along a forest path leading to Viridian City. The area was filled with low-level Pokémon, perfect for training. After a short walk, they encountered 3 Pidgey foraging in the grass. White qualification. Ash muttered after scanning the Pidgey with his system. Not worth catching. Let's keep going, Pikachu. Ash's goal was clear. He wanted a powerful Pidgeotto to join his team, not the weaker Pidgey. He sighed, recalling the version of himself from the original timeline who had foolishly released Pidgeot. As Ash turned to leave the Pidgey undisturbed, a Rattata bolted past, startling the birds. The Pidgey flapped their wings frantically, kicking up dust as they fled. Suddenly, a sharp cry pierced the air. Lee! A Spearow, angered by the disturbance, emerged from the bushes, its eyes locking onto Ash and Pikachu. ### the Spearow Attack. Ash's face darkened. Oh no, a Spearow. And where there's one, there's a whole flock. Before he could think further, the Spearow lunged at them. Ding. Plot mission triggered * survived the Spearow ambush. Objective ** defeat the Spearow tribe. Reward * 10,000 points, advanced insulation ball, intermediate speed enhancement potion.
Pikachu Thunder Shock. Ash commanded. Pikachu.
Pikachu's cheeks sparked before releasing a burst of electricity. The Spearow fell to the ground, twitching. But Ash's relief was short-lived. From the bushes, an entire flock of Spearows emerged, their cries echoing ominously. Just as I feared, Ash muttered.
Pikachu use Thunderbolt.
A powerful jolt of electricity shot through the air, knocking several Spearows out of the sky. But the flock pressed on, their sheer numbers overwhelming. Okay, Pikachu, time to run. Ash scooped up Pikachu and bolted down the path, the flock in hot pursuit. #### a leap of faith. As they ran, Ash spotted a waterfall up ahead.
He gritted his teeth.
We can't outrun them like this. Holding Pikachu tightly, Ash pinched his nose and leapt into the churning river below.
Splash!
The current swept them downstream. Ash clung to Pikachu, narrowly avoiding jagged rocks and even a Gyarados lurking beneath the surface. Finally, they drifted into calmer waters, far away from the relentless Spearows. Soaked but safe, Ash pulled himself onto the riverbank, Pikachu still in his arms.
That was too close, Ash panted.
Pikachu shook itself dry, sparks flying from its cheeks as it let out a determined cry.
Pika Pika. Ash smiled.
Looks like we've got a lot to look forward to, partner. Let's get stronger together. With their bond strengthened and a clear goal ahead, Ash and Pikachu continued their journey toward Viridian City, ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead.
Hello everyone, and welcome to another video of Fanfic Canon. Before we dive in, I want to remind you to subscribe to the channel if you enjoy our content. It really helps a lot. Also, don't forget to share your thoughts in the comments section below. Let's get started.
Downstream of the river, on the shore, a girl wearing a yellow sleeveless t-shirt, denim shorts, and an orange short ponytail sat cross-legged on a rock fishing. Gurgle gurgle, bubbles were fluttering around the float. The orange-haired girl looked at the float, and a huge force came, pulling the float directly into the water. Such a strong reaction? It must be the legendary big prey. The orange-haired girl stood up and excitedly pulled up the fishing rod. The fishing rod was bent nearly 90 degrees. With a plop, one person and one pet were pulled out of the water. Ahem. Ash, who was pulled out of the water, gasped. Pikachu. Pikachu, who had been soaked in water for a long time, was in poor contest condition. There was no way. In order to avoid Gyarados in the water just now, he and Pikachu could only choose to take a long detour. What's going on? Is it a human? The orange-haired girl jumped in front of Ash. Misty, the heroine of the original series. By some strange coincidence, he and Pikachu were chased by Spearow and fell into the water, and the scene of being fished out by Misty was repeated. The encounter was basically the same as the original world line. Looking at the familiar dress and cute face approaching, Ash easily recognized her. Ding! Trigger the heroine's task. Please become a travel partner with Misty and establish a relationship. Task reward, 1 million points top quality water Pokémon eggs. Oh my god, the system is wrong. The corners of Ash's mouth slightly raised after accepting the task. I wonder if this counts as dating at public expense? Hey, trainer, are you okay? No, I'm okay. Hello, I'm Ash from Pallet Town. As soon as Ash finished speaking, soaring in the sky actually flew over a black mass of Spearow. Lie. The leader was the first to be electrocuted by Pikachu. When he saw Ash and Pikachu, he immediately let out a sharp cry. Lend me this. Running to the trail, Ash decisively jumped on the bicycle parked on the trail and pedaled hard. Hey, that's my bicycle. I'll definitely return it to you next time. Looking at Ash disappearing in the forest, Misty's cheeks puffed slightly and she said angrily, really? On the grass, Ash pedaled his bicycle while looking back to confirm the distance between the Spearow group and himself. Boom boom. The thunderous sound sounded, and lightning flashed across the sky. The dazzling blue spark shone on Ash's handsome face. Pikachu, I'll leave it to you next. Pikachu. The Pikachu sitting in the basket nodded firmly. Since just now, Ash has been protecting him in his arms. Especially when facing Gyarados in the river, he never left him. Now it's finally his turn to repay Ash. Ding! Pikachu's favor ability is increasing significantly. Fierce. Ash relaxed a little after hearing the system voice, and was immediately pecked by Spearow who caught up with him. Whoosh! Ash grabbed the front of the bike with both hands and swung back. The tires rubbed against the ground fiercely, and after a 180-degree rotation, Ash used the bike as a weapon to smash a Spearow that was rushing towards him. It's up to you next, Pikachu. Pikachu. Pikachu stepped on Ash's shoulder with force, splashed high, and his cheeks flashed with dazzling sparks. Boom. The lightning and soaring in the sky seemed to be attracted by Pikachu, and the fierce sparks caused a violent explosion. The golden sparks that reached the sky instantly engulfed the Spearow group, Ash, and Pikachu. The rain was pouring down, and the whole world was shrouded in a heavy rain curtain. Ding! Congratulations to the host. The task of commanding Pikachu to repel the attack of the Spearow tribe is completed. Task reward, 10,000 points, Advanced Insulation Ball, Intermediate Speed Enhancing Potion, Host. Pikachu level is increased to level 27. Learn a new move, Agility. The rainstorm ends, and a rainbow emerges. The handsome boy holds the slightly tired Pikachu in his arms. Walking towards the sun, he arrives at the top of a small hill. A bird Pokemon with a golden glow and barely visible outline flies by soaring in the sky. Click. Ash raises the Pokemon Pokédex and takes a lot of photos. Pokemon Pokédex, the role of the camera at this moment. Ash, who knows the manifestation of Ho-Oh in the original plot, will naturally not miss this opportunity. This is Ho-Oh's $1 million direct shot. The world's first auction, the only one of its kind? Relying on Ho-Oh's information, he will definitely get a lot of benefits from Professor Oak. Misty's bicycle was finally blown up in the battle. Assist's natural power of pseudo-thunder is extremely powerful, and it also puts a great burden on Pikachu's body. The sun sets, and the red clouds fall on the earth. Ash holds Pikachu and arrives at the first city on the journey, Viridian City. Before dusk, residents of Viridian City have worked hard, and it will soon be time for dinner. Also, there have been frequent cases of pickpockets and thieves kidnapping Pokemon recently, so please be careful. As soon as the broadcast ended, Officer Jenny, who was dressed in a police uniform, happened to catch a glimpse of Ash running over with the depressed Pikachu. Damn it, it happened just after I finished talking. Don't run, stop right there, no suspicious people are allowed to pass. Jenny grabbed Ash's collar and stopped him. Officer Jenny, I'm not a suspicious person, I'm a trainer from Pallet Town. Pallet Town? You're the fourth one today? Jenny looked at Ash suspiciously. The first three she mentioned were obviously Gary and the others. Ash didn't say much and directly took out the Pokemon Pokédex that could prove his trainer identity. Sorry, you are really a trainer in Pallet Town. After confirming the identity, Jenny rode a police motorcycle and took Ash and Pikachu to the Pokemon Center. Ahem, what are you doing? Unforgivable, stop. Misty looked at the speeding motorcycle angrily with the burnt bicycle on her back. Pokemon Center. A red and white Pokeball-style building? In most towns around the world, trainers can enjoy free food, accommodation and medical care at the Pokemon Center with Pokemon Pokédex. Please, Nurse Joy. Although he was not injured, the attack by the thunder was serious after all, so Pikachu still needs to be checked thoroughly. And relieve his fatigue of the day? Nurse Joy, a nurse with long pink hair and a pretty smile, took Pikachu from Ash with a smile. Leave it to me, don't worry. As she said that, she waved behind her, and a pink Chansey came over with a cart. Give this child a full body check. Use fatigue relief potion. Good luck. Chansey, blue qualification, level, leave 25. Chansey and its evolution Blissey are both auxiliary Pokemon proficient in medical treatment, and are the most common assistants in Pokemon Center. The outdoor travel environment is harsh, and the medicines that can be carried are limited. At this time, it is very important to have a Chansey or Blissey in the team, which can save lives at critical moments. In this real Pokemon world, casualties exist. Every year, there are many cases of Pokemon dying because of failure to send to the doctor in time. So it is very important to have a healing Pokemon in the team. Of course, although Chansey and Blissey are so common in the Pokemon Center, it is difficult not to see them in the wild. Officer Jenny, I'm sorry to bother you this time. It's okay, it's my duty. After sending Jenny away, Ash sat alone in the lobby of the Pokemon Center and enjoyed a moment of peace. This day, he also consumed a lot. Ding-ling-ling. Hello, Mom, it's me. I've arrived in Viridian City. Seeing that it was her son calling, Dilia was surprised to get to the phone and picked up the receiver. You've arrived in Viridian City so soon, that's great. Hearing his mother Delia's voice, Ash smiled knowingly. Ash briefly told his mother Dilia about what happened during the journey, and briefly mentioned the fierce chase in the Spearow battle. He told her not to worry too much, and that he would call her every time he arrived in a new city. After listening to Delia's earnest advice, Ash asked his mother to take care of herself and hung up the phone. Clang! Then, the door of the Pokemon Center was pushed open. Misty, panting, rushed to Ash with a burnt and deformed bicycle on her back, and said angrily, "You are really here. Sorry, I will compensate you with a brand new bicycle tomorrow when my Pikachu recovers," Ash said apologetically. The battle was so intense that Misty almost forgot about it. Although she was inexplicably angry, she forgave Ash after seeing his sincere apology and concern for Pikachu. Is Pikachu seriously injured? It's okay, but it was difficult to drive away the Spearows. It's hard to guarantee that it didn't have any hidden injuries. As he said that, Ash described the situation when he was chased by the Spearows. You beat away so many Spearows. Are you really a rookie trainer who just started traveling? After confirming that it was understandable for Ash to borrow her bicycle, Misty couldn't help but sigh at Ash's wit. In that emergency, he could still think of a plan to use the assist weather factor to increase the power of Pikachu's skills. Not long after, the lights in the ward went out. Joy brought the recovered Pikachu over. Thank you, Nurse Joy. You're welcome. This is what I should do. Pikachu. After a treatment, the exhausted Pikachu deftly broke free from Joy's arms and jumped onto Ash's shoulder. That's where he likes to be the most. You and Pikachu have a great relationship. You don't look like a new rookie trainer. Nurse Joy praised with a smile. Really? Someone asked me that just now. As he said that, Ash looked at Misty on the side. By the way, Misty, don't you need to restore your Pokemon? No, I've been fishing today, and the Pokémon are resting in their Pokeballs. Misty shook her head and said. After Joy left, the phone suddenly rang. After the call was connected, Professor Oak appeared on the phone screen. Ash, it's me, Professor Oak. Hearing this, Ash and Misty walked to the phone. Ash introduced Misty to Professor Oak, and Misty hurriedly greeted the professor politely, with a slightly nervous expression. After all, the other party is a professor famous throughout the Pokémon world. Professor, how do you know I'm already in Viridian City? Your mother just called me and said you were in Viridian City, so I thought of calling the Viridian Pokémon Center. Professor Oak said, I think you must be here. He knew that Ash's family was not rich, and his financial resources were basically from his mother Dilia. It's definitely impossible to stay in a hotel during the trip. Looking at Professor Oak, it seems that he remembered something. Ash stuffed the Pokémon Pokédex into Misty's hand. Misty, please help me check in together. Professor Oak and I have something to talk about. Misty, who was already a little nervous, nodded and took the Pokémon Pokédex to find Nurse Joy. Ash, you deliberately sent your friends away. It seems that you have gained a lot from this trip. Tell me, how many Pokémon have you caught with the Pokeball I gave you? None, I didn't meet any suitable ones to train. Ahem. After coughing awkwardly, Professor Oak smiled and said, although you didn't catch any Pokémon, you have finally arrived in Viridian City. This is also a big step in your travel life. Professor Oak comforted Ash. Fortunately, he didn't have high expectations for Ash at the beginning. There are many trainers who have left Pallet Town, and his grandson Gary has recently caught a lot of Pokémon. Professor Oak, the 3-bird Pokémon on the stone slab of the Pokémon Center are all legendary Pokémon. Ash changed the subject and pointed to the stone mural on the wall and said, yes, they are all the research topics I dream of. Professor Oak blurted out without thinking. Then these Pokémon research materials should be valuable. Ash asked with a smile. That's for sure. Wait, Ash, what do you mean? Professor Oak reacted with his eyes shining. He stared at Ash excitedly, wishing he could get out of the screen. Professor guessed right. I met Ho-Oh and even took a photo of her. How about it? Professor, name a price and buy it. Okay. Professor Oak agreed immediately and continued. 50,000 Pokémon coins. I want to buy Ho-Oh's photo. The opening price was the cost of Ash's several-month trip, but for Ho-Oh's photo, this amount of money is definitely not enough, and if he earns more travel expenses for himself, his mother Dilia will also bear less burden. 200,000, this is a legendary Pokémon. Many people may not see her once in their lifetime. Hearing this, Professor Oak nodded without thinking and said, okay, at your price, deal. Ash was right. Many researchers will never see the legendary Pokémon in their lifetime. This type of Pokémon is not only rare, but also mostly lives in places where there are few people or in extreme weather. Besides, the Alliance sponsors him a lot of research funds every year. It just happens to sponsor the trainers who go out of Pallet Town. Seeing Professor Oak agreed so decisively, Ash couldn't help but sigh at the strong attraction of legendary Pokémon to researchers. With this batch of Pokémon coins, he won't need to ask his mother Dilia for living expenses for a long time. Of course, if you want to buy Pokémon supplies, these Pokémon coins are definitely not enough. These things have to be exchanged by earning system points. The light ball exchanged for Pikachu alone can be sold for hundreds of thousands on the market. This is still under the limitation of light ball as a Pikachu exclusive prop. If it is replaced with other more practical Pokémon props, the price will be even higher. The profession of trainer has never lacked rich people. Professor, the photo you requested has been sent to your computer. Yes, the money will be transferred to your account soon. The transaction was completed, and the Pokémon Pokédex sounded a reminder that the money had been received. In addition to identifying Pokémon and proving identity, the Pokémon Pokédex also has multiple functions such as camera, video recording, and online banking account. This is the official alliance for the convenience of trainer travel. Only trainers who pick up Earl Dervish Pokémon from the designated location of the alliance can have it. It is a very convenient device. Ash, keep working hard on the next trip. Try to take pictures. No, I mean catch more Pokémon. After speaking, Professor Oak hung up the phone at the speed of light, obviously can't wait to study the Ho-Oh photos sent by Ash. Now there is controversy in the academic community about whether Ho-Oh exists, and the photo taken by Ash is of great significance. What? A photo can be sold for 200,000. Of course, that's a legendary Pokémon. That was taken while riding my bicycle. You have to treat me to a good meal. Ha ha ha, please, please, I'll definitely treat you. Although Misty said that she wanted Ash to spend a lot of money and order the most delicious dishes. In fact, she chose a restaurant with medium prices. Through this treat, Ash successfully got closer to Misty. As the heroine of the original series, she is perfect in all aspects except for her Tsundere personality. Of course, it is this Tsundere that makes the stupid guy in the original world line treat her as a buddy. Without waiting for Ash to organize his words to trick her into joining, Misty took the initiative to propose the idea of traveling together. Pikachu standing on Ash's shoulder welcomed him. The two returned to the Pokémon Center from the hotel. As soon as they entered the lobby, the urgent alarm sounded suddenly. There are foreign enemies invading the Pokémon Center. It must be the criminal gang that has been active in Viridian City recently. Team Rocket. Joy, who looked a little panicked, said to the two of them while holding a newspaper. Ash glanced at them. Aren't these the familiar Team Rocket trio? These three guys are the comedians of Team Rocket, and they are also quite unique. Team Rocket? They are really power trip guys, and they dare to attack the Pokémon Center directly. Misty, who was born as a gym leader, naturally hates evil organizations. What's the big deal? Team Rocket's influence spans the two major regions of Kanto and Johto region, and Kanto is his base camp. Even the Silver Building can be invaded, so what's a mere Pokémon Center? Of course, Ash was just thinking about these in his mind. Besides, he is just a rookie trainer. After all, Giovanni, the boss of Team Rocket, may still be wearing a kind smile and welcoming challengers at the Viridian Gym. If someone believes it, the situation may be even worse. Team Rocket, with 3 beastmen, 4 generals, and 3 executives, is an evil organization that has the power to challenge the authority of the Alliance. Before he has enough self-protection capabilities, he is only willing to play with the comedian trio in front of him. Ash, we can't just stand by and watch this. As if she had let the cat out of the bag, Misty quickly shut her mouth. As what? Don't just say half of it. Ash's mouth corners slightly raised, and he smiled and teased. Humph, as a trainer trained by the Pokémon Alliance, is it okay? Yes, of course. Avoiding Misty's hand that stretched out to twist his ear, Ash looked at Nurse Joy and said seriously, you go take care of the Pokémon first, and leave Team Rocket to us. Then, please leave it to you too. Joy was originally very worried about the Pokémon in the recovery period. Hearing what Ash said, he immediately turned around and ran towards the ward. Ding! System task released, defeat the 3 members of Team Rocket and protect the Pokémon Center from destruction. Mission rewards, qualification enhancement potion, Pokémon with qualification below gold will have their potential increased by 1 level after using it. Joy family intimacy increased by 10%. Bang! At the same time, the glass roof above their heads shattered. 2 Pokeballs fell, and Coughing and Ekans appeared. Then the Rocket Team trio descended from the sky. Coughing, use smoke. Vass released billowing smoke in the Pokémon Center lobby. What is this? Misty looked at the figures in the smoke. Ash thought to himself that it was not good. Let Misty trigger the other party's auto-reply function. Since you asked sincerely, then I will be merciful and tell you. That's it, meow. The familiar lines of the appearance, the Rocket Team trio officially appeared. Coughing and Ekans were in front of them. MSDY's face changed slightly. It was indeed the Rocket Team that attacked. They are really brave. At this moment, she was a little embarrassed looking at the Rocket trio. Her Pokémon are mainly water type, and they are all Pokémon like Goldeen and Staryu that can only play well in water. Can they deal with the notorious Rocket Team? 1 o'clock on the left. Pikachu, Thunderbolt. On the other side, facing the monitoring of the front desk computer, Ash decisively ordered Pikachu to attack. Pikachu. Pikachu jumped from Ash's shoulder, dazzling spark flashed, and Thunderbolt penetrated the smoke. Ekans, Washdeo, and the Rocket trio were hit by Thunder Shock one after another, screaming. The smoke originally used to block the Pokémon Center lobby was used by Ash instead. Ash. Seeing this scene, Misty was stunned. Staryu, tackle. After she reacted, she immediately threw the Pokeball. Starfish. Rapid spin Staryu hit sideways. Boom boom. The Rocket trio and their 2 Pokémon were knocked out of the Pokémon Center gate. Meow. After being hit by such a combination of punches, Meowth did react. But Jessie and James were knocked unconscious. Helplessly, Meowth could only jump up and command the injured Vastu and Ekans. The 2 Pokémon who lost their trainer were a little hesitant in the face of Meowth's command, so they couldn't avoid the subsequent thunder shock of Pikachu. And they were both knocked to the ground by the electric shock. Oh no, this little Pikachu is not easy to deal with Meow. As soon as the voice fell, Meowth was also knocked unconscious by the tackle performed by Staryu who chased out. Ding! Mission completed. Rewarded with qualification upgrade potion, Pokémon with qualification below gold will have their potential increased by 1 level after using. Joy family intimacy increased by 10%. Item rewards have been issued from the system space and can be taken out at any time. Okay, Misty. The message in his mind sounded, and Ash hurriedly stopped Misty who wanted to continue to command Staryu to attack. They have fainted. Hey, it seems to be true. I didn't expect you to determine the location of Team Rocket in the smoke through monitoring. That's amazing. Seeing the crisis resolved, Misty immediately gave Ash a thumbs up. Her Staryu can play a role in the battle. It basically all depends on Pikachu's Thunderbolt attack. You guys, stay in jail and reflect on your actions, and wait for the Alliance's plan to deal with you. There was quite a commotion at the Pokémon Center, and Officer Jenny, who arrived later, put silver bracelets on the 3 people. Signaling the subordinate police officers to take them to the car, Officer Jenny turned and walked to Ash and the others. Trainer Ash, thank you for your outstanding contribution to the fight against crime. These 3 Rocket Team members are on the wanted list. The police station will transfer the bonus to your account later. Is that so? Thank you, Officer Jenny. Ash's eyes lit up. He didn't expect to get money like this. Looking at the unconscious Rocket Team trio in the police car, Ash's smile became more and more outrageous. These 3 guys are protected by the halo of the villain protagonist. It shouldn't be difficult to escape from the police station. Besides, because of Jessie's mother, Giovanni couldn't completely ignore the trio's experience. Next time, can he still send them to other police stations to make money? This is a perfect candidate for a mobile ATM. Damn little brat, we will never forgive you. Wait, we're going to get that powerful Pikachu. Wait, meow, we will definitely come out to avenge you. We will take all your Pokemon away, meow. The awakened Team Rocket trio kept threatening Ash. Humph, you are totally lawless. I'm watching. I won't give you a chance to escape the police station. Officer Jenny, who was kind and gentle to Ash and the other two, sternly rebuked the Team Rocket trio. How unreasonable, they dared to threaten the good citizens who were brave enough to do what was right. Soon, the trio's miserable screams came from the police car. Officer Jenny, thank you. Ash smiled and waved to the police car. This Officer Jenny is really conscientious, but it is obviously impossible to keep the trio in prison. I'm afraid it won't be long before Team Rocket will bail them out. Team Rocket is known by most trainers as a black and evil force spanning 2 regions, and Giovanni must have someone in the Pokémon Alliance. Otherwise, the Pokémon Alliance would never have watched them grow to their current size. It is no exaggeration to say that if Kanto did not have the strongest Elite Four team headed by Yulongdu, if it were another alliance with weaker top combat power, it would probably be suppressed by Team Rocket. Ash, Misty, thanks to you this time, otherwise the Pokémon in the Pokémon Center would be in danger. You saved them. You will be good friends of our Joy family from now on. After Officer Jenny left, Nurse Joy came forward and sincerely thanked Ash and Misty. You are so polite. Misty replied. Nurse Joy is so polite. If we were not there, you could also send Pokémon to Pokémon centers in other cities through the teleportation machine, right? Ash and Nurse Joy exchanged some polite words. He still cares about the friendship of the Joy family. The 2 families of Jenny and Jenny span various regions. It is not an exaggeration to say that they are the oldest families in the Pokémon world. She must have a lot of valuable information in her hands. If you can max out the favorability of the Joy family, there will definitely be many unexpected benefits. Looking at Joy, Ash thought secretly in his heart. No, you are too modest, Ash. The Joy family will remember your help to me this time. Nurse Joy shook her head and did not explain much. Secretly remember Ash's kindness in her heart? It is indeed a way to send all the Pokeballs to other Pokémon centers through the teleporter before Team Rocket takes action. But teleporting also takes time. Team Rocket had already entered the Pokémon Center, and she didn't have that much time to complete these operations. At most, she could only teleport some Pokémon away. The remaining Pokémon, including her own life, would be threatened by the 3 members of Team Rocket. Ash, you are so smart. You can think of using surveillance to fight Pokémon. I really admire you. At this time, Misty also came up. After this incident, she was also considering whether to add a few water-type Pokémon that are good at land combat. That's right, I'm good in many ways. You will see it during the trip. Misty immediately rolled her eyes at Ash. I take back my previous evaluation. Obviously, your face is better than your combat level. How can you praise yourself like this? Here it comes. This is Misty's classic tsundere. No matter how convinced she is in her heart, she will definitely have to say a few words to Ash when she sees this face. Ha ha ha, I got another bonus this time. How about treating you to the most expensive ice cream in Viridian City? No need. The ice cream tastes similar. The expensive part is basically in the packaging. Just buy me 2 ice creams. Misty will subconsciously help Ash save money. There are many places where you need to spend money during travel. It is better to save where you can. Ash, Misty, and Pikachu, I will treat you to dinner next time you come to Viridian City. Well, next time, Nurse Joy. Pikachu. On the morning of the next day, Ash and his pet said goodbye to Nurse Joy and left the Pokémon Center in Viridian City. Hey, I suddenly remembered it. Ash. What? Ash looked at Misty curiously. Misty said, I remember there is a gym in Viridian City. Don't you want to try to challenge it? Ash looked at Misty suspiciously and refused decisively. Not to mention that he only has Pikachu. In recent years, since Giovanni took over, countless senior Pokémon trainers have failed in the Tokiwa gym. Misty, who is also a gym owner, cannot be unaware of this. If she were a fool in the original world line, she would have been fooled by him and beaten up by Giovanni. Hihi, do you think I don't know your little thoughts? Compared to the Tokiwa gym, the Cerulean gym is more suitable for a rookie trainer like me to challenge, isn't it? Misty, who was originally smiling, immediately stopped laughing. She didn't expect Ash to suddenly mention his own gym, although she didn't want to admit it in her heart. But the Cerulean gym is indeed the most popular gym for Kanto rookie trainers, no doubt about it. As the weakest gym in Kanto, trainers will not hesitate to take down the gym badge here first. There are more than 10 gyms in Kanto that meet the requirements of the Indigo Plateau Conference. Most normal trainers think of challenging the weak ones to collect badges. It's all her sister's fault for not focusing on Pokémon battles. Misty knows this very well, and she travels for her sisters and to become stronger, so that she can revitalize the Cerulean gym. Since Ash is not interested in challenging the Viridian gym, the two did not stay in Viridian City for long, but set off for the next city. Before leaving, the bonus promised by Officer Jenny also arrived, attacking 100,000 Pokémon coins. Then Ash proposed to buy Misty a bicycle, but Misty felt that it was unnecessary to ride when traveling with Ash, so she refused. Forget about the bicycle. Just give me a water-type Pokémon as compensation in the future. Just like that, the two set off. Leaving Viridian City, the nearest city to the two is Nibi City. Nibby's Rock-type gym is just right for Ash's first gym battle. Ding! Gym mission trigger. Challenge Nibby Gym, get badge. Basic challenge, defeat the Gym Master, win, and reward 3 W points. Advanced challenge, defeat all Pokémon of the Nibby Gym Master and all 3 Pokémon retain combat capabilities, reward 50,000 points. Perfect challenge, defeat the Nibby Gym leader by using reverse attributes throughout the whole process, and you will be rewarded with 50,000 points. 5 rare candies, 1 to 30 levels, and the intimacy of the Nibby Gym leader will be increased by 80% if the Pokémon you hold is not attribute restrained. You can use Pokémon with the same attribute. Improve Zyogong's intimacy, no dog wants it. After reading the task description, Ash decisively took the advanced challenge. Reverse attributes throughout the whole process. Does the system not want him to be a master of reverse attributes? 5 rare candies are somewhat tempting, but he was still discouraged by the intimacy of the gym leader. The system is in a groove. If intimacy is changed to friendship value, he can barely accept it. On the way from Viridian City to Nibby City, you will pass through the Viridian Forest, the largest area in the Kanto region, and the outer area. Although it is called the outer area, there are many types of wild Pokémon. The overall level is not too high, very friendly to rookie trainer. It is just right to train Pikachu to level up more, and catch a few Pokémon to enrich the lineup and challenge the Nibby Gym. Accompanied by a sharp soprano, Misty, who looks like a female man, is now in a little woman's posture, with her arms around Ash's neck and held in his arms. Ash, there are bugs under my feet. Not long after entering the evergreen forest, she was startled by a caterpie that suddenly appeared, and jumped on Ash like a conditioned reflex. Relax, Misty, don't be nervous, it's just a caterpie, it's pretty cute. Feeling the softness in his arms, Ash patted Misty's back. It can be seen that Misty's fear of bugs is really deep. A caterpie can make her jump up and down. Caterpie is a bug, I am most afraid of bugs, not cute at all. Misty still hugged Ash and didn't relax, with her white and slender legs on Ash's forearm. The whole person seemed to be hanging firmly on Ash like a koala. Pikachu, please drive this caterpie away. Pikachu. Jumping off Ash's shoulder, Pikachu knocked Caterpie to the ground with a quick attack and fainted. Okay, Misty, I'll send Caterpie away now. Touched Misty's white arm and loosened her neck that was a little sore from being strangled. Ash put Misty down from his arms. Then hurry up. Misty turned her back to Ash, her voice trembling. Ash smiled bitterly, stepped forward to confirm that Caterpie was fine, and put him in the hidden place of the grass next to him, making sure he would not be attacked by his natural enemy bird Pokémon, and then took Misty away. White qualification, level leave 5. This Caterpie has poor qualifications and is timid, unlike the stupid one in the original world line. The group continued to move forward, encountering many Weedles, Rattatas, Caterpies, and the like on the way. All of them became Pikachu's experience packs. After the embarrassment just now, Misty was still afraid when she saw the bugs, but her reaction was much smaller. She just hid behind Ash, holding on to the corner of his clothes, and occasionally poked her head out to check the situation. Thanks to the continuous battle leveling along the way, Pikachu's level was slightly improved. Pikachu level, leave 27 LV.29. At the same time, the proficiency of various skills has also improved a lot. Ash is also happy about this, and he is not frustrated when he doesn't encounter the Pokémon he wants to capture. Seeing Ash and Pikachu obsessed with fighting and becoming stronger, Misty was a little scared, but she didn't urge Misty to leave the evergreen forest. Although there are scary bugs everywhere. But considering that Ash is still a rookie trainer, there are a large number of low-level wild Pokémon living outside the evergreen forest, which can allow Pokémon to quickly upgrade and accumulate practical experience, reducing the difficulty of challenging the gym. Misty chose to follow Ash and move forward carefully. After walking for about half an hour, a Caterpie lying in the middle of the road attracted Ash's attention. At this time, Caterpie was lowering his head to eat the green leaves that fell on the ground. Seeing Ash and the other two coming, he was still indifferent and had no fear. Caterpie, blue qualification. Ash's eyes lit up immediately. This should be the one that he was supposed to capture. Although it has some dog-licking attributes, its fast evolution cycle really supported Ash's novice period. After evolving into Butterfree, its battle record is also very good, and Ash just had the idea of capturing a Pokémon in his mind. Ding! Triggering the capture task, the first capture battle of the novice trainer. Combat capture, 1000 points, reward rare candy, level 1 to 20, x5. 1 ball Superman, the Pokeball used to capture Caterpie will reduce the chance of capturing Pokémon in the future Kauri. After reading the task description, Ash decisively chose to capture it in battle. He didn't want to be called a dog. Authentic Pokémon capture still has to be captured in battle. Pikachu, please, Thundershock. Pikachu. Jumping off Ash's shoulder, Pikachu stretched out his short hands and patted his chest, indicating that it was no problem to leave it to him. Then a golden spark lit up on his body and attacked Caterpie. Caterpie, who was still grazing, was knocked unconscious by Pikachu's Thundershock without noticing anything. Caterpie was defeated with one blow, and Pikachu jumped back onto Ash's shoulder. Good job, Pikachu. Ash praised generously. Pikachu. Pikachu waved his short hands proudly, as if to say it's no big deal. Okay, now, Pokeball, go. Ash raised his Pokeball and shouted loudly after getting into position. He threw the empty red and white ball in his hand at Caterpie, who had fainted on the ground. The red and white ball hit Caterpie and automatically opened to suck him in. Then the red and white ball fell to the ground and shook a few times symbolically. Ding! Caterpie, captured successfully. Ding! The task is completed. Reward points 1000. Reward rare candy, level 1 to 20, x5. It is still stored in the system space and can be taken out when used. A voice appeared in his mind, reminding him that the task has been completed. Ash's mouth corners slightly raised. When Caterpie reaches level 16, you can use rare candy to let it directly enter level 21. This is the only way to maximize the value of rare candy. The higher the level, the more experience points are required to upgrade one level. Practical combat, special training, etc. can't be left behind. Good. I captured Caterpie. Pika. Picked up the Caterpie Pokeball, Ash made a gesture. Except for Earl Dervish's Pokémon Pikachu, Caterpie was his first Pokémon after all, so it was of great significance. But Ash couldn't do the same thing as in the original world line, where he repeatedly showed off in front of Misty after capturing Caterpie. Every time he recalled those scenes, he couldn't help but sigh at the stupid thing's nerves. Caterpie. Qualification, blue. Level, level 7. Ability, Scale Powder. Skills, Tackle, String Shot. Carried items, none. Caterpie's attribute normal, blue qualification, may take several times longer to reach the elite level than Pikachu. The ability Scale Powder is good, and it is protected by the Scale Powder and is not affected by the additional effects of moves. After evolving into Butterfree, the ability will also become a compound eye that increases the hit rate of the moves, which is very important for him who relies on various status condition powder moves. Ash, how did you capture a Caterpie? Misty came up and reminded, although Caterpie is easy to evolve, its potential is limited, and it is difficult for it to accompany the trainer to the end. She saw that Ash had never captured Pokemon along the way, and guessed that he should have the mentality of not having anything better than something bad. So he reminded her specially, even if Caterpie has good qualifications, the final evolution form of Butterfree is less than 400 species strength. It's okay, Misty, I'm very optimistic about him. Ash explained with a smile. Okay, as long as you know it in your mind. Seeing that Ash looked confident, Misty didn't persuade him much. She just gave Ash advice from the perspective of a gym trainer. Considering that he is a rookie trainer after all, she didn't want him to take a detour. Now it seems that he still has to hit a wall? If Caterpie is really strong, why can it be seen everywhere in the forests of Kanto? It has been captured by trainers, Pokemon hunters, and evil organizations such as Team Rocket? However, she didn't know. For Ash, who has the system, as long as he is willing to work hard, ordinary Pokemon can be cultivated to the strength of legendary Pokemon. Next, take advantage of the lunch break. After Misty fell asleep, Ash checked the system space and took out the qualification improvement potion from it. The potential of Pokemon with gold or lower qualifications will be increased by 1 level after use. This is the potion he obtained after completing the task of defeating Team Rocket. The potion is green and the bottle is oval. It is a very standard laboratory vessel. The liquid is crystal clear and rich in the breath of life. Just give it to Caterpie. Anyway, you can get it by completing tasks or points in the future. Thinking of this, Ash opened the Pokeball and released Caterpie. The little guy's eyes were attracted by the potion in Ash's hand. He showed an extremely covet look. It's for you, don't worry. Ash opened the bottle stopper and poured the sticky green liquid onto a green leaf. Caterpie climbed onto the green leaf and instantly absorbed all the liquid. A faint green light bloomed on her body. Caterpie. Qualification, purple. Level, level 7. Ability, Scale Powder. Skills, Tackle, String Shot. After using the qualification enhancement potion, Caterpie's original blue qualification was upgraded to purple. The intimacy with Ash also increased significantly. It's not much different from Pikachu. I guess after a while, his intimacy will be maxed out. Ash raised his eyebrows slightly, very satisfied with the effect of the qualification enhancement potion. With purple qualifications, promotion to elite level is no longer a dream. As for the difficult upgrade path after elite level, that will be a matter for the future. Since the system can give enhancement potions below gold qualifications, maybe it can also give gold qualification potions as rewards in the future. For now, he only needs to train Caterpie with confidence. Lunch break is over. After Caterpie joined the team, Ash and his team continued on their journey. All the wild Pokemon they encountered on the way were dealt with by Pikachu if they were of high level, and those of Caterpie of similar level became experience packs for his growth. After winning several battles in a row, Caterpie's level was raised from level 7 to level 8. It can only be said that the experience points obtained by the purple qualified Caterpie in a battle are obviously much higher than those of the blue qualified ones. Hey, Ash, is Caterpie going to evolve? It is worthy of being one of the fastest evolving Pokemon. Misty looked at the Caterpie on the ground in surprise, whose whole body was covered by the bright white evolution light. Along the way, she witnessed several battles of Caterpie. Although she was afraid of bug-type Pokemon, Misty was still shocked by the fighting power of Ash's Caterpie. Caterpie's string shot is extraordinary in both speed and toughness. Once entangled, it is difficult to break free. Compared with those weak Caterpies, it is much stronger. I think it will be able to improve greatly after evolving into Butterfree. It seems that Ash's vision of Pokemon is indeed better than hers, Misty thought with a slightly red face. She just advised Ash not to capture Caterpie. With such vision and calm and composed battle command, it is only a matter of time to collect all the gym badges. Maybe rookie trainer Ash can really perform brilliantly at the Indigo Plateau Conference? Even, as long as Ash keeps this momentum, he can compete for the top 8 or even the top 4. As a rookie trainer, it is already very impressive to be able to achieve a result above the top 8 at the Indigo Plateau Conference. After all, he basically has to face veteran trainers who have traveled for several years and have rich combat experience. Misty stared at Ash and thought silently. Ash's eyes were all focused on Caterpie, which was shrouded in the light of evolution. Unlike the boring game screen, when Caterpie's figure began to change under the shining light of evolution, Ash was still very excited. At this moment, he could understand the feelings of those Pokémon fans who loved Pokémon in their previous lives and traveled with Pokémon. As the light gradually faded, a completely new figure that was completely different from the Caterpie form appeared in front of Ash and others. A blue crescent-shaped pupa, with segments at the tail and front, and eyes that were often half open and half closed. This is the evolution of Caterpie, Metapod. In the Metapod stage, it is in the contest condition waiting for evolution, and it will harden the shell to protect itself. Try to consolidate the outer shell so that it can protect the soft and fragile body that is evolving. Just wait for the moment of breaking out of the cocoon and becoming a butterfly. So during the Metapod period, try to avoid fighting, so that it can absorb the power accumulated during the Caterpie period faster, and accumulate strength for a breakthrough. After the level is naturally increased, it can evolve into Butterfree. At night. Cool breeze, twinkling stars. Under the bright moonlight, a beautiful Butterfree flew by, scattering silver scales. Ash hugged Metapod with a face full of longing and smiled. Metapod, it won't be long before you can also usher in the moment of breaking out of the cocoon and becoming a butterfly. Pikachu. Pikachu nodded repeatedly in agreement. One person and two pets chatted and laughed under the moonlight. Ding! Metapod's intimacy has been greatly improved, approaching the upper limit. Metapod's level has been raised to level 9. By the next morning, Ash and Misty, who were sleeping soundly, were awakened by a loud bird song. What happened, Ash? SHH. It seems to be a Pidgeotto. Pokémon, Pidgeotto. Level, level 25. Qualification, Red. Ability, Sharp Eyes. Skills, Tackle, Gust, Quick Attack, Sand Swing, Hurricane, etc. Carrying props, none. It can only be said that it is worthy of being the Pokémon of the protagonist Ash. In the early stage, Pidgeot still achieved good results despite various stupid operations. Among the home birds, it is very good in both appearance and combat power. The ability of sharp vision is also a standard feature of bird Pokémon. After all, high-speed flying and dive attacks require good vision. Pokémon battles have to deal with various variables. No matter how powerful the skills are, they are no threat if they cannot hit. Pikachu, Thunderbolt. Pika. The dazzling spark flashed, and Pidgeotto, who got up early to forage, was electrocuted and dizzy, and then was captured by Ash with a ball. After capturing Pidgeotto, Ash was in a good mood. Pidgeotto is definitely to be cultivated as a main Pokémon. As for the release drama in the future, it will definitely not be repeated. Come, Pidgeotto, I'll treat your wounds first. Ash opened the Pokeball and released Pidgeotto from the Pokeball, healed it from the battle with Pikachu, and communicated with it to improve intimacy. Pikachu soon became friends with Pidgeotto. Pidgeotto did not resist Ash, who defeated him. In fact, except for a few Pokémon with eccentric personalities, most Pokémon have no resistance to being captured by powerful human trainers, as long as the trainer performs well enough to make them recognize from the bottom of their hearts. Not to mention that they can eat well without foraging after following human trainers. The growth rate of Pokémon cultivated by humans is very different from that of Pokémon that grow stronger alone in the wild. There are many cases where Pokémon that were originally very inconspicuous in the tribe directly become leaders after being released back to the tribe after traveling with human trainers for a period of time. Pidgeotto is so energetic, it seems that Ash has captured another powerful Pokémon. Misty couldn't help but admire Pidgeotto, who was full of energy immediately after applying the medicine. You know, it just took Pikachu's full-strength Thunderbolt attack, which is very uncomfortable for flying Pokémon that is already restrained by the electric type. Potion certainly works, but it is impossible to take effect immediately. Pidgeotto's excellent recovery ability accounts for a large factor. Compared with Caterpie, this Pidgeotto may be even better. It seems that I should also let Ash help me choose a water Pokémon to capture. Misty was even more impressed with Ash's eye for Pokémon. After capturing Pidgeotto, Ash and Misty continued to explore in the Evergreen Forest. Ash currently has 3 Pokémon. Electric-type Pikachu, negligible Metapod, plus the normal and flying-type Pidgeotto that he just captured. Facing the rock-type Nibi Gym, he can't take advantage. It's a bit difficult to complete the advanced challenge. Ash plans to stay in the Evergreen Forest for a while, and it would be best if he can capture the grass and water Pokémon he likes. If he happens to catch a grass Pokémon, let Pidgeotto level up. If he captures a water Pokémon, let Pikachu level up. Attribute Restraint is undoubtedly the best leveling strategy. Leveling holy places like the Evergreen Forest should be cherished. Misty has no objection to Ash's decision. She also wanted to capture water-type Pokémon, and even though she was very close to Nibi City, she still didn't dare to walk out of the Viridian Forest alone. After all, insect Pokémon can be found almost everywhere in the Viridian Forest. She would be scared to death if she ran into a few of them. She felt safe only when she was with Ash. Meanwhile, in the Viridian Gym, inside the office, Giovanni, wearing an orange suit and a slicked back hair, sat on the sofa and stroked the head of Persian, who was lying on his side. Mattery, what's the situation with those three guys now? Giovanni looked sideways at the secretary Mattery, who was wearing a black silk uniform and had short hair and glasses, and asked. Boss, Jesse, James, and Meowth have been imprisoned in the police station after their failed attack on the Viridian Pokémon Center. Jenny, who caught them, takes this very seriously. Mattery reported to Giovanni seriously. No matter what, get them out. Giovanni narrowed his eyes and said in a deep voice, warn the three of them after they are released on bail. Things like openly attacking the Pokémon Center must not happen again. Yes, boss. Makoto didn't seem surprised by Giovanni's attitude. She has been Giovanni's personal secretary for many years. The only low-level members of the organization that he can always think of are Jesse, James, and Meowth. Although Giovanni scolds them at every turn, he will come forward to protect them every time they get into trouble. After Makoto leaves the office, ding-ling-ling. Giovanni answered the phone and an old woman with silver hair appeared on the screen. How is little Jessie now? Mom, they openly attacked the Pokémon Center and made quite a commotion. I have asked Makoto to bail him out. Giovanni's face showed a rare soft expression. Ha ha ha, attacking the Pokémon Center, you don't want to make money from the Pokémon in the Pokémon Center. She is just like her mother Miyamoto. The old woman's wrinkled face showed a nostalgic look, as if she had no burden for attacking the Pokémon Center. Child, no matter how big Team Rocket grows, take good care of Jessie. If I hadn't insisted on sending Miyamoto to the South American mountains to perform the mission, she wouldn't have been buried in the snow by Mew's rage. Giovanni also had a complicated expression when he heard this. I will support her to the best of my ability. Jessie's mother Miyamoto used to be a senior executive of Team Rocket under his mother. Miyamoto led 3 people to the mountains of South America to find Mew's traces, but no one returned in the end. Miyamoto and his mother have a good relationship, and their friendship is even deeper than some sisters. This mission failed, all because of those 2 dim brats and the little girl who made us lose several months of bonuses, and that Mana, who was so arrogant. These days of imprisonment are really a nightmare experience. Meow. Yes, the brat's Pikachu looks very strong. How about we go and catch that Pikachu? Well, give Pikachu to Giovanni, so he will definitely use us. Promotion and salary increase. Promoted to executive, take office as branch manager. I will replace that dim Persian and become Giovanni's favorite cat. Meow. In a forest somewhere on the outskirts of Viridian City, the Rocket Trio, who had just been scolded by Mana on a video call, were immersed in the fantasy of promotion and salary increase, and they have already listed Pikachu as their new target. For the next 3 days, the two continued to wander in Viridian Forest. On the grass-type Pokémon such as Oddish and Bellsprout can be seen everywhere. But there is not a single grass-type Pokémon that Ash likes. These Pokémon have become Pidgeotto's experience packs. Under the attribute restraint, the effect of leveling is immediate. Pidgeotto level, leave 25 to leave 27. In the river. In comparison, there are slightly more types of water-type Pokémon. Goldeen, Poliwag, and the nightmare of fishing enthusiasts, Magikarp. Speaking of Magikarp, Misty also hates it. Magikarp, no matter how dirty the water is, it can live, and it has strong adaptability to the environment. It is rampant in various rivers and lakes. When I first started traveling, a slightly smaller lake. After fishing for a whole day, 80% of the fish caught were Magikarp. This time, not only did I not find the Pokémon I liked, but because there were too many Magikarp caught, the experience given was not much. After a day of fighting, Pikachu was not able to level up. Ash was thinking whether he should go deep into the Viridian Forest. After all, the outer forest is just a place for beginners to level up. Bug-type Pokémon can be seen everywhere in the forest, and Magikarp is everywhere in the river. Pokémon of other attributes are basically not seen. Not to mention the Pokémon that suits Ash's taste. The two of them were walking and discussing, and when they passed by a bush, a boy dressed as a samurai, carrying a bug net and holding a samurai sword suddenly jumped out of the bush. The boy drew his sword and slashed at Ash and Misty without saying a word. Pikachu, quick attack. Ash decisively stood in front of Misty and ordered coldly. Although he knew that the samurai boy had no ill intentions, Ash still did not intend to show mercy. Pika. Bang! Pikachu jumped up and turned into a white stream of light and hit the waist and abdomen of the bug catcher boy heavily. Accompanied by a scream, the warrior boy fell heavily to the ground. You guys, I have no ill intentions. The warrior boy's face turned red, and he rolled on the ground holding his stomach. Really? Then give us an explanation. Looking at the boy, Ash asked coldly. Whether it was malicious or not, this behavior has caused trouble for him and Misty. If it were someone less courageous, he might have fainted from fear. Misty was relieved to see that Ash was fine. She was very touched by Ash's action of protecting her behind him immediately. He was also full of hostility towards the samurai boy. This matter must be explained reasonably. Yes, sorry, I want to use this method to find the trainer from Pallet Town. I want to challenge them. The trainers from Pallet Town I met before are all very powerful. Facing the unfriendly eyes of the two, the samurai boy explained with an evasive look. That shouldn't be done this way. Your knife is a sharp weapon. What if you hurt someone? Misty was very angry. My knife is actually not sharpened, and I am also controlling the strength, so I am sure I can hold it back. The samurai boy waved his hand and explained. At the same time, he did not forget to glance at Ash and Pikachu standing on his shoulder. His eyes were somewhat resentful. Pikachu's quick attack was really painful. If the target had shifted a little further downward, he would have been extinct. He also caught this pincer by chance. How could an ordinary bug-catching boy have such incredible luck as him to be able to use the rare bug-type Pokémon Pinsir as an Earl Dervish Pokémon? But even so, he still lost to the Pallet Town trainers who had just received the 3 major Pokémon from the professor. This also proves that the warrior boy is just an ordinary civilian trainer who is very inconspicuous in the vast Pokémon world. Pinsir, Blue Qualification, Level Leave 15. Pinsir's qualification is mediocre and the level is not high. Obviously, it has not been well and systematically cultivated. I remember that in the original world line, its horns were slightly broken by the metapod of the stupid thing. This is also a sign of severe malnutrition. You know, Pinsir's horns are the hardest part of its body, with amazing power that can easily break even a big tree. Then, Pidgeotto, get ready to fight. Ash threw Pidgeotto's Pokeball without thinking. In the original plot, due to the stupid operation of the idiot, Pidgeotto lowered the flying height in the face of Pinsir, and the good flying skills were not used, and the sand was moved there. Pidgeotto actually lost to Pinsir, and Ash always felt resentful about this matter. Ding, trigger the plot task. Task content, help Pidgeotto to avenge his shame and complete the team. Task reward, 1.5 W points, Pidgeot Gene Breakthrough Potion. Using this potion can make Pidgeot's body size increase several times, and it does not affect the original body speed at all. After listening to the introduction of the system task, Ash's eyes lit up. Being attacked by the samurai boy, the unpleasant mood of being disturbed also completely disappeared. Genetic Breakthrough Potion. The body size increases several times, and the speed is not affected. This is simply a perverted enhancement that violates the common sense of physics. It can only be said that the system's products must be excellent. Oh, is it Pidgeotto? Hehe, my Pinsir is not afraid of bird Pokemon like those small insects such as Caterpie and Weedle. Looking at Pidgeotto in front of Ash, the warrior boy is still full of confidence. Pinsir is indeed not like insect Pokemon that regards bird Pokemon as its natural enemy, but Pidgeotto's flying type also restrains Pinsir's bug type. Ash seems to understand why the warrior boy lost to the 3 rookies from Pallet Town one after another. It's okay that he can't beat Charmander's rookie trainer, but losing to Bulbasaur is purely his own problem. Pinsir, go, Vice Grip Pidgeotto. The warrior boy gave the order, and Pinsir rushed straight to Pidgeotto. Fly up, Pidgeotto, use Hurricane. Not only are the Pokemon weak, but the trainer's level of commanding the battle is also not up to the passing line of a normal trainer. Ash shook his head, somewhat disappointed. Pinsir, with such a low level, basically has no means of long-range attack. Rival still has the advantage of flying, and Attribute restrains its Pidgeotto. The most reasonable way for Pinsir to deal with it at this moment should be to defend and counterattack and wait for Pidgeotto's attack to reveal a flaw to find an opportunity. Of course, if the opponent's trainer does not give any chance and relies on the air advantage to kite throughout the whole process, this group of duels can basically be declared defeated. In the real Pokemon world, the battle situation changes rapidly. It is not a turn-based system where you hit me and I hit you. Since Pinsir was sent to fight Pidgeotto, the warrior boy should think about how to drag Pidgeotto into Pinsir's advantage area to win under the overall disadvantage. Only in this way can we strive for a slight chance of winning, and in this group of duels, Ash's Pidgeotto not only has attribute restraint but also has strength crushing. It quickly took off to avoid Pinsir's horn attack, and then flapped its wings to blow a strong wind. Whoosh! Pinsir was whirlwinded out and hit a tree behind the warrior boy. Ash shook his head, it was too weak. A boring battle. Pidgeotto won the experience points that were not even more than the wild Pokemon. If it weren't for the task issued by the system, Ash would never accept such a meaningless challenge. It was just a waste of time? Damn, my Pinsir. The warrior boy took back Pinsir who had lost his combat ability. Gritting his teeth, he took out another Pokeball from his waist. Get ready for battle, Metapod. A flash of light appeared, and the blue crescent-shaped Metapod appeared. What are you doing? Metapod is very afraid of bird Pokemon, and you sent it out to fight Pidgeotto. Seeing Metapod, Misty, who was watching the battle, couldn't bear to watch. He has been catching insects in the forest for many years, but he doesn't even have this common sense of fighting. What do you know? My Metapod is very brave. The warrior boy's eyes were filled with clear stupidity. Pidgeotto, fierce hurricane. Ash was too lazy to waste words with him. Comparison. As the clear and loud bird call of Pidgeotto sounded, Metapod was so scared that he couldn't even use Harden. The fear of Pidgeotto overwhelmed the warrior boy's orders. A strong wind blew past. The Metapod that was thrown out by whirlwind fell heavily to the ground. The Metapod lost its ability to fight. How could it be, my Metapod? The warrior boy looked incredulous. Misty's forehead was also black. Isn't it normal for Metapod to lose to Pidgeotto? That's not all. After Metapod lost, the warrior boy sent out the third Pokémon, Caterpie. At this time, Misty didn't know what to say when she saw Caterpie trembling with fear after the appearance. The warrior boy also looked a little unnatural, but there was nothing he could do. He only had insect Pokémon in his hand, but he didn't want to admit defeat. Pidgeotto sent Caterpie away with another fierce hurricane. I sincerely apologize to you for my previous reckless behavior. I promise I won't do it again next time. The warrior boy took back Caterpie, apologized to Ash and Misty, and promised not to scare people again in the future. Seeing his sincere attitude of admitting his mistakes, Ash and Misty nodded slightly without saying much. Before leaving, Ash taught him the process of cultivating Metapod to evolve Butterfree. The warrior boy suddenly realized that Metapod must try to avoid fighting to evolve into Butterfree, and bowed to Ash to thank him. Ash was somewhat emotional about this. There are so many ordinary trainers like the warrior boy who embark on the journey without learning any Pokémon-related knowledge just because they love Pokémon. They often have to slowly gain valuable experience after being beaten up continuously, and gradually approach the level of ordinary Pokémon trainers. Ding! The mission of helping Pidgeotto to avenge his shame is completed. Get the mission reward. Mission reward, 15,000 points. Pidgeot Gene Breakthrough Potion. Using this potion can make Pidgeot's body size increase several times, and it does not affect the original body speed at all. Points, 27,000. The warrior boy left, and Ash got the reward. Genetic Breakthrough Potion is a special potion for Pidgeotto, and Pidgeotto cannot use it at this stage. As for these points, he plans to save them until the end of the month. Perfect Companion Ring has been pinned to the top of the system store by him, and it will be sold there before he buys it. Ash plans to buy the Ninja Bond Evolution Quick Method after saving 880,000 points for the remaining 4 items in the store. Although Bubble Frog is far away in the Kalos region, he can find a chance to capture it in advance. There is no way, the Bond Evolved Greninja is too handsome, and the degree of combat power increase is far beyond that of ordinary Mage Evolved Pokémon. Though Water Storage. Charizard that lost to Arashi in the original world line was a complete plot kill. Moreover, the items in the points store are refreshed once a month, and Ash is not sure that he can still get Ninja Bond Evolution Quick Method when he captures Bubble Frog in the future. Ash, keep going inside and you will reach the interior of the Viridian Forest. There will be powerful wild Pokémon. Misty hid behind Ash. Looking at the dark path ahead, she whispered. The interior of the Viridian Forest is a natural maze formed by the dense trees of various kinds. The lush trees make it difficult for light to penetrate, and the entire forest seems a little dim. Most rookie trainers only dare to wander around the outer areas. I know, just walk a little inside. There is a river not far ahead. Let's go there first to see if we can catch the water-type Pokémon that suits our taste. Next, we will challenge the rock-type Nibi Gym, hoping to capture a suitable water-type Pokémon, said Ash, holding the travel guide. Misty nodded. In addition to training Pokémon these 2 days, Ash has been looking for suitable Pokémon to capture in the forest, but he has never been able to pick a suitable Pokémon. There are many rare Pokémon in the Viridian Forest, and he will definitely gain something. After entering the forest, Ash released Pidgeotto to take charge of air surveillance. With Misty and Pikachu, they moved forward slowly. They came to the bank of a river about 8 meters wide. There should be fewer Magikarps here. Wow, what a clear river. Misty stared at the lake happily. Different water-type Pokémon have different requirements for water quality. With such clear water, I think there is a chance to catch some rare water-type Pokémon. Yet, if there is no suitable Pokémon yet, we will go directly to Nibi City, Ash said, taking out the high-level fishing rod he just bought in Viridian City from his backpack. Considering that he will challenge the Nibi Gym next, he naturally has to prepare a good rod for fishing, and he has Misty, a partner who is determined to become a water-type Pokémon master, and carries various special baits with him. He only needs to bring a fishing rod. Really? That's great. Misty smiled happily, then took out the fishing rod from her backpack and skillfully installed the exclusive bait for fishing water-type Pokémon. She didn't want to go deep into the evergreen forest, as there were enough insect Pokémon on the periphery. In comparison, fishing is her professional and authoritative field. An hour later, Ash had a slightly depressed look on his face. Misty's bait was very powerful, and often a water-type Pokémon would bite the hook after casting the rod for a while. There were indeed fewer Magikarps, but unfortunately they were only very ordinary fish Pokémon such as Goldeen and Shelder. I don't ask for a top-notch Pokémon that can evolve into Flash Magikarp, at least a water-type Pokémon with good qualifications. Ash sighed and handed the lively Magikarp that he had just pulled up to the Magikarp in the air. Let Pidgeotto take it to a farther place and release it, to prevent it from polluting the waters where the two were fishing. Another 2 hours passed, and more Magikarp were caught by Ash. They were all very ordinary red Magikarp, and there was not even an ordinary Magikarp with purple qualifications. Looking at the lake, Ash felt a little depressed. Compared with the game, the difficulty of fishing Pokémon in the real Pokémon world is obviously much higher. Ash, don't be discouraged. As long as you persist, you will definitely catch the Pokémon you are satisfied with. Misty also didn't get much, and seeing that Ash was a little depressed, she immediately comforted him. The fishing process is boring, and you must be able to endure loneliness. In the end, you may be able to reap joy. Thank you for your comfort, Misty. I know. Throwing the fishing rod into the water, Ash was about to continue fishing. Ding! The familiar system prompt sounded. The host was detected to be in a low mood, triggering the compensation task. Stubborn fisherman, equipment system dive equipment into the water to select the water Pokemon you like. Mission reward, points reset, fishing hook probability -20%. Note, a top quality water Pokemon and top quality carrying props will be randomly generated in this river. Ask if you want to accept the mission. Yes. After listening, Ash answered without hesitation. He didn't want to continue to be tortured by the Magikarp in this area. Besides, he didn't have many points, so exchanging for the top quality water type Pokemon prepared by the system would be a big profit. As for reducing the probability of fishing hooks, Ash didn't care. After all, he was not like Misty, a water specialized trainer. Deduction successful. Pokemon has been generated. Dive props, limited time, have been put into the system space. Ash stood up, took off his hat, and took off his coat. What's the point of fishing? My buddy went directly into the water to find the plugin arranged by the system. Compared to fishing, dive efficiency is higher no matter how you look at it. Ash, you can't hold on any longer? Why don't you take a break and I'll help you watch? In fact, the density and quality of water-type Pokemon here are already very good compared to the surrounding waters. Misty subconsciously thought that Ash was ready to give up, but Ash smiled and said, I'm not going to give up, but I've thought of a better way than fishing. Plop! As soon as the voice fell, Ash took Pikachu and jumped directly into the river. Pika! The unprepared Pikachu exclaimed. Misty was also stunned by Ash's behavior. If you can't catch it, just go into the water to catch it? It is indeed Ash's style, but how long can he stay in the water without professional props? Maybe he will have to surface in a few minutes. The actual efficiency is probably much lower than fishing? Thinking of this, Misty plans to persuade Ash and Pikachu when they can't hold their breath and float to the surface. It is a taboo to be impatient when fishing. However, underwater at this moment, a burst of blue light flashed. Pikachu. In Pikachu's surprised eyes, Ash and his body were covered with a layer of blue light film. Then, his vision, breathing and movement ability were restored to the same level as on land. In his sight, no less than 50 water-type Pokemon were swimming around him, and the brave Poliwag even swam over to check. Poliwag, blue qualification, level leave 15. Pikachu, quick attack. After wearing the system's dive suit, Pikachu's speed did not change at all from when on land. It turned into a white stream of light and knocked the approaching Poliwag unconscious. Good job, Pikachu. Ash gave a thumbs up. He was a little surprised. It was worthy of the system's dive suit. This set of equipment can save him a lot of trouble. Ash, can you hear me? Don't scare me, Ash. On the shore, Misty was getting anxious. Ash's dive lasted more than 10 minutes, which was difficult for even top dive enthusiasts to achieve. She was a little worried that something had happened to Ash. Just then, there was a movement in the middle of the lake. Sizzle. A dazzling golden spark lit up the lake. A moment later, Gyarados, with white smoke and arcs all over his body, floated weakly on the water. This is Gyarados. Ash and Pikachu, is that you? As soon as Misty finished speaking, Ash and Pikachu, holding a purple fish Pokemon in their arms, surfaced. Misty, this Gyarados, as a water-type Pokemon to compensate for your bicycle, what do you think? Ash, soaked all over, swam to the shore holding the purple Feebas and Pikachu. Pokemon, Feebas, odd color. Attribute, water. Level, leave 15. Qualification, gold. Ability, swimming. Odd color Pokemon hidden ability, water wall. Attribute restrains Pokemon's moves, reducing the power by January 2nd. Skills, splash, tackle. Carrying props, top quality prism scale. Carrying Pokemon's beauty directly maxes out, which can make Feebas evolve directly. It can only be said that it is worthy of being a top quality Pokemon produced by the system, and it can be called a top quality golden qualification. The ability to swim freely will turn into magical scales after evolving into melodic. Combined with its hidden ability as an odd-color Pokemon, the damage reduction is directly maxed out. As a main Pokemon, it is not impossible to have the terrifying physical strength and recovery ability of a legendary beast in the future if it is carefully cultivated. Ash is very lucky. I met this Feebas not long after entering the water. Even if it is Flash Feebas, it is still just Feebas. Its only offensive skill tackle poses no threat to Pikachu and its combat power can be basically ignored. However, with the ability of swimming freely, this little guy is very fast, and it has consumed a lot of energy. When Feebas was caught, the noise was too loud, which alarmed the Gyarados living in the nearby waters. And it was a purple Gyarados, but fortunately it was only leave 24, so it should have just evolved from Magikarp. Relying on Pikachu's electric skills to restrain it 4 times, Ash easily solved Gyarados and brought Feebas ashore. Gyarados, Feebas. Ash, your experience is too wonderful. After listening to Ash's description, Misty couldn't help but cast an envious look at Ash. All the different colored Pokemon are super rare species. It is one of the best in its own Pokemon group. In addition to its body color, individuality, and talent, it has a hidden second ability compared to its peers. It is the perfect Pokemon that many trainers dream of. She didn't expect that this inconspicuous river actually had a Pokemon of a different color, and it was the rare Feebas. Compared with it, Gyarados, which has always been known as the totem of water Pokemon, was somewhat eclipsed. Ash's experience for a while almost made Misty doubt her life. Is fishing really less efficient than diving? Of course, Misty's idea must be wrong. After all, the water is the home of water Pokémon, and Ash dared to do this only because of the dive set of the system. This dive device not only makes Ash and his Pokémon basically the same in underwater and on land, but also has insulation attributes. Pikachu's Thunderbolt that can electrocute Gyarados has no effect on him at all. It's just luck. This Gyarados is pretty good. You asked me to give you a water Pokémon as compensation for the bicycle. This is it, Ash said, pointing at the unconscious Gyarados still floating on the water. Gyarados with purple qualifications is already very good. If he hadn't caught the different colored Feebas, he might have trained it as the main water Pokémon. Now, he obviously doesn't need it. Gyarados? Okay, watch me. Misty was somewhat afraid of the ferocious Gyarados. When she remembered her dream of becoming the world's mightiest water trainer, she immediately mustered up her courage. If she wants to become an excellent water trainer, the powerful Gyarados will definitely be a great help to her. Although Gyarados looks ferocious, it is not the insect Pokémon she is most afraid of. Misty threw the Pokeball and collected Gyarados. At the same time, Ash also successfully captured Feebas. At the riverside, Ash and Misty released the Pokémon they had just captured from the Pokeball to heal their injuries. Except for the slightly lower level, Feebas' attributes in all aspects can be said to be fully maxed out. It can only be said that it is worthy of being a flash Pokémon, and its potential is much stronger than other Pokémon of the same family. The hidden attribute has reduced the attribute restrained effect to the lowest level. It can be cultivated as a main force of the water system. As for the level, it only takes a little effort to upgrade it to level 16. The rare candy originally reserved for Butterfree can be used directly for it. Considering that it is still quite difficult to upgrade Feebas before evolution, Butterfree can only be slightly wronged. After capturing Feebas, Ash spent a whole day fishing for a higher level Magikarp as its leveling experience pack. When he set the fishing target to Magikarp, his face was immediately filled with the joy of a good harvest. One day later, Feebas successfully upgraded to level 16. Then the group returned to the outskirts of Viridian Forest. After arriving at the outskirts, they headed straight to Nibi City. Although he always wanted to use rare candy to upgrade Feebas and then directly trigger Prism Scale to help Feebas evolve into Melodic. But Misty was right beside him. If she saw it, it would be difficult to explain. Since rare candy and Prism Scale were already in place, Feebas could evolve anytime and anywhere, so he didn't have to rush. As long as he could get to the gym in Nibi City to challenge it, it would be fine. In the forest, it was night, when everything was quiet. After Misty fell asleep, Ash quietly opened his sleeping bag and came to the river far away from the campsite. Taking the Pokeball from his waist, Ash released Feebas. He looked at Feebas, who was in the water with a dull look in his eyes. Now Feebas is Leave 16, and there are 5 rare candies of Leave 20 and below in the system space that can be used to upgrade Pokemon. Rare candies that can be used to upgrade Feebas first, and then let it evolve. With a thought, Ash took out 5 rare candies wrapped in candy paper from the system space. He squatted down and fed the rare candies into Feebas' mouth. Wow! The rare candies melted in his mouth, and the wonderful taste quickly spread throughout Feebas' body. Feebas' dull expression rarely fluctuated. In addition, it can also feel that it is getting stronger. Staring at Ash curiously, Feebas' level, from Leave 16 to Leave 21. After eating all 5 rare candies, Feebas' level increased and his intimacy with Ash also increased significantly. Feebas, don't be surprised, you are indeed getting stronger. Ash stroked Feebas and praised him. For Feebas, who is naturally inferior and sensitive, more praise can not only help it build confidence, but also increase intimacy. After being praised by Ash, Feebas' expression was still dull, but his eyes looking at Ash became much more friendly. Okay, next, it's time to evolve. It's up to you, Feebas. With a thought, Ash activated the top quality prism scale carried by Feebas. Promote its evolution rhythm. Under Ash's nervous gaze, the prism scale on Feebas shone with rainbow-colored light. Plop! Feebas in the water struggled painfully. Seeing this scene, Ash couldn't help but frown slightly. This was beyond his understanding of ordinary Pokémon evolution. Then, all the colorful rainbow lights sank into Feebas' body. Then the brilliant white evolution light rose up, completely covering its body. Finally, the official evolution process has begun. Pika. Ash finally breathed a sigh of relief when he saw this. Compared to Caterpie's evolution into Metapod, Feebas' evolution was very impressive and the process was also very difficult. With the increasingly shining evolution light, a beautiful figure that was no longer an ordinary Melodic appeared in front of Ash. Light purple hair like fins, cream-colored body, tail covered with yellow and pink scales, and gem-like purple eyes. It was the evolved heterochromatic Melodic. In addition to the different body color from ordinary Melodic, the heterochromatic Melodic was also a circle larger, with both strength and beauty. Melodic's standard length on the Pokémon Pokédex is 6.2 meters, but Ash's is 7.8 meters long, perhaps because he used the ultimate prism scale. Without sacrificing its appearance and speed, it has reached the peak of the Melodic species length. NA. After successfully evolving, Melodic emits an ethereal and melodious light growl. It's like a band playing classical music, elegant and noble. Melodic leaned down and kept rubbing against Ash's cheek to express his joy of evolution. Melodic is indeed one of the most beautiful water-type Pokémon. It has powerful strength and a very gentle personality. It is said that after seeing Melodic's graceful figure, one can resolve resentment and forget the fighting emotions in his heart. Ash used to think that this was a bit exaggerated, but after seeing Melodic, he had to admit that he was amazed. Sure enough, the Pokémon in the game are not as good as the real world. Congratulations on your evolution, Melodic. Hey. Melodic responded softly, and the hair-like fins on both sides gently stroked Ash's cheeks to show intimacy. Pokémon, Melodic, different color. Attribute, water. Level, Leave 21. Qualification, Gold. Ability, Magical Scale. Different color Pokémon hidden ability, Water Wall, attribute restrains Pokémon's moves and reduces the power by January 2nd. Skills, Splash, Tackle, Titan, Water Gun, Disarming Voice, Twister, Aqua Ring, Attract, Life Dew, Dragon Tail. Carrying Props, Top Grade Prism Scale, triggered, carrying can improve the beauty of Pokémon. After evolving into Melodic, it finally got rid of the embarrassing situation of only knowing Tackle and Splash skills. Because the level is relatively high, there are many skills that can be directly understood after evolution. Of course, proficiency must be improved through battles. Melodic has just evolved, and is still adapting to its new body. Ash is not in a hurry to put it back into the Pokeball. The bright moonlight casts a soft color on Melodic. The glittering tail scales are so beautiful, even Ash can't help but be slightly distracted and sigh. If Misty sees this, she will probably be too excited to sleep. After all, water-type Pokémon are her favorite. Half an hour later, Ash took Melodic back and tiptoed back to the campsite. Glancing at Misty, who was breathing evenly in her sleeping bag and frowning cutely from time to time, Ash smiled knowingly. Wait until we challenge the Nibby Gym. When Misty sees the appearance of the different-colored Melodic, she will definitely be surprised. At this stage, even the authoritative Pokémon professor cannot give a standard answer on how to evolve Feebas into Melodic. This is why Melodic is so rare? I'm afraid I'll have to explain it to Misty during the gym battle. After a busy day of leveling up and evolving, Ash was tired. He stepped over Pikachu curled up in a small sleeping bag, got into the sleeping bag and quickly closed his eyes and fell asleep. Early morning of the next day, after a night's rest, Ash and his companions, who were full of energy and spirit, set out to continue their journey. All the wild Pokémon with corresponding attributes encountered on the road were left to Pidgeotto and Pikachu to deal with. Melodic is not suitable for appearance yet. After all, Feebas was just captured yesterday, and it is a bit unreasonable to evolve into Melodic the next day. It would be more reasonable to let Misty know about Melodic's evolution after a few days. As for Metapod, it is still in the Pokeball. There is no change in its body shape. It is worth mentioning that its level has been upgraded from Leave 7 to Leave 9. It should be the power accumulated during the Caterpie period that is taking effect in the body. I think it should be close to evolving into Butterfree. At present, Pidgeotto is still a long way from evolving into Pidgeot. When it evolves into Pidgeot, the Gene Breakthrough Potion, Pidgeot only, can be used. A Pidgeot several times larger than the original. Ash fantasizes about riding a Pidgeot similar to the size of bird-like mythical beasts such as Ho-Oh and Lugia and traveling across the Pokémon world. That would be so cool. While getting the physique of the stupid guy Megatrue Rookie in the original world line, Ash also inherited his directionlessness attribute. Add to that Misty, who has a very poor sense of direction. The two people and one pet actually got lost in the evergreen forest with a map in hand. They wandered around in the forest for several days, until they met two senior trainers who walked out of the evergreen forest and came to the outskirts of Nibby City under their guidance. Looking into the distance, a city with a heavy feeling of pewter tones appeared in their sight. Pikachu, level, Leave 28 to Leave 29. Pidgeotto, level, Leave 25 to Leave 28. Lost, but not a single wild Pokémon encountered on the road these days was spared. The levels of Pikachu and Pidgeotto have been slightly improved. The speed is slightly slower than when they just left Pallet Town. But as the level increases, the difficulty of upgrading naturally increases. The further you go, the slower the level increase. Ash adheres to the leveling idea in the game. The Pokémon that Pikachu and Pidgeotto were chosen were all Pokémon that have attribute restraint and group action. Pidgeotto is a flying type, and the Evergreen Forest is a paradise for bug-type Pokémon. It is upgraded by 3 levels, which is more efficient than Pikachu. As for Melodic, as a trump card for challenging Nibby City, level 21 is definitely not a problem. We are finally in Nibby City. Ash, let's go to the Pokémon Center quickly. I want to take a nice bath. Misty was so excited that she almost jumped up when she saw the outline of Nibby City. During the days when he was lost, Ash had a great time leveling up Pokémon. Misty followed him and slept in the open air. There are differences between men and women, and the fatal weakness of being afraid of bugs. Ash can take a bath in the river, but Misty can only use the water that Ash fetches from the river to simply wash her body. There is no way, because she is too afraid of bug-type Pokémon. She dared not leave the campsite too far at night. This is undoubtedly a torture for Misty, who loves cleanliness. Well, let's wait until Nibby City to relax, and then go to challenge the gym. Normally, it takes at most 3 days to travel from Viridian City to Nibby City, but they have been walking for almost 10 days. This time getting lost also made Ash fully realize that real travel is indeed not as simple as it seems in anime. Outside, Ash and his partner chatted with a middle-aged man who was covered tightly and selling stones. Ash knew that the squinty-eyed uncle in front of him was Xiaogang's irresponsible father, Flint. He left Xiaogang and his mother and embarked on a journey alone, just to pursue the illusory title of world's mightiest trainer. As a result, Xiaogang's mother ran away in anger and has been missing ever since. Xiaogang himself had to take on the responsibility of taking care of 10 younger brothers and sisters. For Flint's irresponsible behavior, Ash was very disgusted. After all, his cheap father who has been missing so far also abandoned his mother Dilia and lacked the responsibility of a mature man. Let Dilia take care of herself alone. Then Ash paid Flint 50 Pokemon coins. He took the two of them to the Nibby City Pokemon Center. Although he had no feelings for Flint, he had to wait until he took over the responsibility of taking care of Xiaogang's brothers and sisters. Xiaogang could travel with them without worries. Nibby Pokemon Center, send Flint away. Ash and Misty went straight to the front desk. Nurse Joy, please arrange accommodation for us and restore the physical strength of the Pokemon smoothly. Thank you. No problem, please wait a moment. Nurse Joy took the Pokemon Pokédex handed by Ash, and caught a glimpse of Pikachu standing on Ash's shoulder from the corner of her eye. Hey, it's Pikachu, you are Ash, right? Do you know me? Nurse Joy, yes, I heard about you from my sister in Viridian City. You are an outstanding trainer who helped Viridian City Pokemon Center to avoid being destroyed by the members of the evil organization Team Rocket. Perhaps it was because of the Joy family intimacy. Nurse Joy in Nibby City was also very friendly to Ash. Outstanding trainer? Ha ha ha, I don't deserve it. Ash scratched his head a little embarrassed. The procedures have been completed, you can check in. In addition, just leave Pikachu and other Pokemon to me. After you have rested, come down and pick them up. They will be rejuvenated later. Nurse Joy saw that Ash and Misty were exhausted and her hands moved faster. She quickly checked Ash and Misty in and placed several Pokeballs including Pikachu. Thank you, Nurse Joy. After thanking Nurse Joy, the two immediately went to the room provided by the Pokemon Center, opened the bathroom door, and took a comfortable scald bath. Ash lay in the bathtub with a towel covering his key parts. After the comfort, a strong sense of sleepiness came over him. He took a nap in the bathtub. Pikachu. At the same time, Pikachu also made a comfortable growl under Nurse Joy's gentle cheek massage. Cute little guy, it seems that your master takes good care of you. Remember the first few trainers who came from Pallet Town. Except for Gary, their Pokemon were not only scarred but also exhausted. In fact, when rookie trainers first embarked on their journey, this phenomenon was very likely to occur. It can only be said that Ash's care for Pokemon is quite good compared to them. No wonder my sister admires Ash so much. It seems that he is indeed an excellent trainer. Nurse Joy smiled and whispered softly. A few hours later, after taking a bath in Scald and having a good sleep, Ash took Pikachu and 2 other Pokeballs back from Nurse Joy. As for Melodic, it did not participate in the battle in the Viridian Forest and naturally did not need to recover its strength. After Misty woke up, the two went to the cafeteria for dinner. Ash, when are you going to challenge the Nibby Gym? Tomorrow, it's a bit late today, and we are all tired after getting lost in the Viridian Forest. It's time to relax. Pikachu nodded immediately in agreement. Ash picked up the sandwich on the plate and stuffed it into his mouth, mumbling. Since we are challenging the gym, we have to adjust the contest condition. These days in the Viridian Forest, he was exhausted. Misty can rest from time to time. Whenever he encounters a wild Pokemon, Ash has to command the battle. It can be said to be a double test of physical and mental strength. Misty, why don't we stop here today? We've only just arrived, there's still a street to go shopping. At night, in the commercial street of Nibby City, Ash and Pikachu looked tired, their eyes were dull, and they were carrying so many things. Pika. Ash and Pikachu looked at each other and both wailed. If they had known earlier, they would have challenged the Nibby Gym directly. At night, Misty dragged him out to go shopping. At first, Ash didn't realize the seriousness of the matter. Since he was paying, Misty picked out some cheap travel casual clothes and toys such as dolls. All of these together are not worth much, and the main point is high-cost performance. But this made Ash and Pikachu very tired. It's okay to be physically tired, but it's mainly mentally tired. While shopping, Misty kept asking which clothes are beautiful and which toys are cute. Fortunately, Ash is patient enough now. If he were the stupid guy in the original world line, he would have clamored to go back to the Pokemon Center. This also made Misty's affection for Ash soar rapidly. Such a reliable and considerate boy is rare. Compared with the original plot where she would quarrel with Ash at every turn, Misty's temper has been restrained a lot now, at least when it comes to Ash. The next day, early in the morning, the two said goodbye to Nurse Joy and followed Flint's instructions to arrive in front of the Nibby Gym. This is a square stone building. Compared with the gyms in the regions behind the original world line, which have distinctive decoration styles and are extremely impressive, it is much worse. It is understandable that Gon has 10 younger brothers and sisters to take care of at home. After sending Ash and Misty to the gym, Flint stammered and found an excuse and left. Before leaving, he did not forget to flatter Gon severely, thinking that a rookie trainer like Ash would never be able to defeat him. Ash did not take it to heart. Is anyone there? Pushing open the heavy stone wall gym door, the two entered the gym. Is it you who wants to challenge the gym? Or is it the girl next to you? A familiar voice sounded. The lights in the gym turned on simultaneously, barely illuminating the originally dim venue. Sitting cross-legged on a boulder, the hedgehog-haired boy with squinting eyes swept his eyes over the two people. He was the gym leader of Nibi City, Xiaogang, one of the protagonists of the original series. Hello, gym leader, I am Ash from Pallet Town, who came to challenge Nibi Gym. Ash walked forward to the side of the battle site. Xiaogang shook his head and looked at the Pikachu on Ash's shoulder. This should be your first time to challenge a gym. The gym competition is very different from the small battle on the roadside. It is the official competition of the Pokémon Alliance. Bringing Pikachu to challenge him, it can be seen that he is a rookie who has not learned the attribute Restraint. Of course I know. The gym battle is set up by the Pokémon Alliance, and the gym leader cannot refuse the trainer's challenge without reason. Ash nodded and chuckled. You know a lot. In that case, let's do it. Brock turned and walked to the other side of the battlefield. Misty, who was standing next to Ash, also noticed the barely detectable contempt on Brock's face when he turned around. Is this gym trainer looking down on Ash? He will suffer a big loss later. Misty secretly complained about Brock's underestimation of the enemy. Although she had not traveled with Ash for a long time, she was already impressed by his amazing performance in the Pokémon battle. Although Ash currently has no means to restrain the rock-type Pokémon, if Brock underestimates the enemy and regards him as a rookie, he will definitely pay the price for it. The battle is 2v2. When both Pokémon of either side lose their combat capability, the game ends. The challenger can change Pokémon in the middle of the game. On the battlefield, the oldest of Brock's brothers and sisters acted as the referee. The others cheered for their brother in the audience. Then, my first Pokémon to go into battle is this one. Get ready for battle, Guidud. Slightly different from the original world line, this time Brock did not send Onyx directly, but let Guidud take the lead. Guidud with rock and ground type. Guidud, qualification, blue, level, leave 15. This Guidud is of a very low level and has normal qualification. I think it should be the gym battle Pokémon that Brock, as a gym trainer, specially prepared for the rookie trainer. Ash raised his eyebrows and smiled, and moved the brim of his hat slightly. In that case, I will not show mercy. After all, this was his first gym battle in the Pokémon world. Although rival was not strong, Ash was still ready. He reached out to touch the Pokeball hanging on his waist. From this point of view, it should be Pidgeotto. Misty, who was familiar with Ash, whispered. Among Ash's handheld Pokémon, Metapod and Feebas are not capable of fighting. Pikachu was standing on Ash's shoulder. He probably released Pidgeotto from the Pokeball. Ash reached out and pressed the center button of the Pokeball to enlarge it. The originally small red and white ball instantly became the size of a palm. Then he threw the Pokeball into the air. A red light jumped out, and a beautiful figure appeared in front of Ash. At this moment, Xiaogang and Misty were stunned. This is Melodic. Or a different color Melodic? This beautiful figure is an extremely rare Pokémon in Kanto. It also shocked Xiaogang, who has been in charge of the Nibi Gym for a long time and is knowledgeable. Even his squinting eyes opened, even though they still looked like a slit, but he really tried hard. Now something went wrong. He originally thought it was just a fledgling rookie trainer. Just now he was still thinking about how to defeat it without leaving a psychological shadow on the opponent. This Melodic, could it be Feebas? Although he could guess, Misty still found it unbelievable. This is Melodic, a rare Pokémon that many water-type trainers dream of. Compared to Magikarp, which is everywhere in rivers and floods, Feebas is rare, and the conditions for evolving into Melodic are also very harsh. There are many versions circulating in the Pokémon world. It's only been a few days, and Ash actually made it evolve successfully. Looking at the noble and elegant Melodic in the field, Misty made up her mind that after the gym battle is over, she must interrogate Ash. Find out the secret of Feebas evolution. So beautiful, so pretty. Can my brothers Guidud beat it? After Melodic appeared, Xiaogang's brothers and sisters were also attracted by its beautiful figure. Their confidence in their brother's victory began to waver. They wanted their brother to win the battle, but they didn't want to see the noble and beautiful Melodic fall. If Xiaogang could hear their voices, he would probably be in tears and laugh. On the rock battlefield, Guidud looked very bad when facing the different-colored Melodic that was several times larger than himself and had attribute restraint. Seeing that Guidud looked a little demoralized, Xiaogang secretly said that it was not good and quickly issued an attack order. Don't be afraid, Guidud, use Rollout plus Rock Polish. Rollout plus Rock Polish is Guidud's combination move. Rock Polish can greatly increase its own speed by polishing the body and reducing air resistance. It can greatly increase the speed of rollout when it starts, preventing the rollout attack from being easily interrupted by the opponent. Of course, the faster the startup speed, the more the hit rate of this set of combined skills is tested. Unfortunately, this Guidud is not the Pokémon that Xiaogang mainly cultivates. His idea is very good, but Guidud's execution is not very good. Guidud did not burst out with amazing speed after Rock Polish. Melodic, commanded by Ash, smacks down in the air with a water gun. In the face of the absolute gap in strength, these fancy tricks don't play a big role. After defeating Guidud, Melodic slightly raised his head and emitted an ethereal and melodious light growl. Yo-ho, it's quite a character. Misty was also happy to see this scene. Ash's Melodic looks really interesting. So strong, it deserves to be a rare Pokémon of different colors. The experienced Xiaogang thought to himself that it was not good. This Melodic was really difficult for him. Of course, the duty of the gym leader is to review the trainer, and he doesn't care much about winning or losing. It must be said that Ash is too strong to be a rookie trainer. He solemnly sent out the trump card Pokémon Onix. I'll leave it to you, Onix. Pokémon, Onix, qualification, blue, level, leave 28. Onix, which should be about 2 meters larger than Melodic, seems to have no advantage in front of Ash's Melodic. Onix stared at Melodic with great solemnity. Onix, use tackle. Disarming voice, Melodic. Xiaogang and Ash's attack commands were basically in no particular order. Onix leaned over and rushed towards Melodic. Hey! At this time, Melodic launched Disarming Voice to interrupt Onix's forward momentum. It was already clumsy and slowed down halfway, shaking its head with a painful expression, and its mental contest condition looked a little bad. Before Onix could react, Melodic took advantage of the victory and hit the opponent with a water gun. Rock plus ground, the effect is directly outstanding. Onix immediately screamed and lost his ability to fight. It seemed that he only lasted a few seconds longer than Gui did. Melodic level, leave 22. With golden qualifications and powerful fighting power after evolution, Melodic's upgrade path immediately became easy. In the audience, Misty was smiling, while Xiaogang's brothers and sisters were all frustrated. Boy, I apologize for underestimating you before. Your ability and level of Pokémon training are very high. As proof of defeating me, please accept the boulder badge representing the Nibi Gym. After putting the incapable Onix back into the Pokeball, Xiaogang walked to Ash and handed him the boulder badge. Thank you, if it weren't for the attribute restraint, I believe you wouldn't have such a hard time. Ash made a strategic flatter and put the boulder badge in the badge box. Great, Ash, this is your first badge. If you collect 8 badges, you can participate in the Indigo Plateau Conference. Misty, who came from the audience, smiled and congratulated. Ash won the first battle, and she was happy for him from the bottom of her heart. Ash nodded to express his gratitude. Ding! Challenge the Nibi Gym and get the badge. The advanced level challenge has been completed. Get reward, 50,000 points. After getting the boulder badge, the gym challenge mission is completed. The system store has finally added a huge amount of money, but there is still a long way to go before buying the Bond Evolution quick method of Greninja Frog. After all, there is a 1-month store refresh time limit. Now more than half a month has passed, and we have to work harder. After getting the Nibi Gym badge, Ash invited Xiaogang to travel. Xiaogang was very tempted when he heard it, but he decisively refused considering that his younger brother and sister had no one to take care of them. In response, Ash didn't say much. He knew that as long as he persuaded Flint to come, everything would be solved. The two walked out of the Nibi Gym. Ash took Misty and went straight to Flint's stone stall. Ash, we are going to help Xiaogang make up his mind and embark on the journey with us. Ash smiled and replied to Misty. After getting lost in the Viridian forest, he knew Xiaogang is indeed indispensable to the protagonists of the original series. In the original plot, only the positive side of the daily travel was shown, and the complicated and trivial things were basically glossed over. Only after experiencing the Pokémon travel, Ash understood the importance of Xiaogang with max life skills. Boy, you came so quickly, you must have fallen at the Nibi Gym. It doesn't matter, I helped your Pikachu become stronger. Before he finished speaking, Flint suddenly found that the Pikachu on Ash's shoulder was full of energy and had no injuries at all. Did he not send Pikachu when challenging Xiaogang? But can he, a rookie trainer who has just started traveling, distract himself to cultivate other Pokémon? Uncle, look what this is. Without saying anything, Ash opened the badge box and showed the boulder badge he had just received. Did you actually beat Xiaogang? Flint looked at Ash in disbelief. Ash showed up in front of the stall so early, and he thought Xiaogang had easily defeated him. After all, the strength of the gym trainer is much stronger than the ordinary trainer who fights on the roadside. But I didn't expect that the winner was Ash. He is still a rookie trainer. It's just attribute restraint, nothing to say. Ash didn't want to dwell too much on the gym battle. Knowing the other party's true identity, Ash got straight to the point. Uncle, you should be Xiaogang's relative. How did you know? Don't worry about it, I just want to say that if you want to atone for your sins, you'd better talk to Xiaogang with sincerity. Go and explain it to him, it's useless to escape. Xiaogang's experience is actually much more miserable than his. At a young age, his parents all ran away, leaving a large group of younger brothers and sisters for him to take care of, and he had to support the huge Nibi Gym. Flint owed him too much. These things must be explained to Xiaogang by him personally. After listening to Ash's words, Flint fell silent. Misty next to him was full of surprise and curiosity. I didn't expect that the passerby uncle I met on the street would have such a shameful past. And it is also related to the Nibi Gym leader that Ash just challenged. At this moment, the gossipy soul in her heart is burning. Flint was silent for a moment, but still chose to remove his disguise and reveal his true face. This look and temperament are exactly the middle-aged version of Xiaogang. Especially the squinting eyes. It's like they were carved from the same mold. I understand what you mean, young man, many things can only be faced by myself. Flint lowered his head and said in a deep voice. Misty snorted at this. As a gym leader in the Kanto region, she has some understanding of the situation of the Nibi Gym. An irresponsible father like Flint. If it weren't for his sincere attitude of admitting his mistakes at this moment, Misty would definitely have scolded him. Fortunately, he now knows to repent and wants to make up to Xiaogang. then leave it to him to solve it. Return to the Nibby Gym. Father and son reunited. Flint sincerely begged Xiaogang for forgiveness. Brock's brothers and sisters were both covetous and repulsive to this father who suddenly appeared. After all, they have been with Brock for so many years. It was a bit difficult to adapt to having a biological father suddenly. Fortunately, Flint listened to Ash's advice. Before meeting Brock, he bought a lot of stuffed dolls. The children who received the present were all smiling. The gap with Flint was also fading rapidly. As for Brock, who Flint thought was the most guilty and difficult to face, he was very calm throughout the whole process. He couldn't say how happy he was about this father who suddenly appeared, but he was sincerely happy for his brothers and sisters. Flint's return must be more beneficial than harmful to them. After explaining all the things about all the brothers and sisters, Brock officially embarked on a journey with Ash. At this point, the protagonists of the original series have been assembled. Ash and the others warmly welcomed Brock's joining the team. Brock embarked on a journey with the goal of becoming an excellent Pokémon breeder. Anyone who has experienced traveling will understand how important it is to have a companion who is a great cook and can help you take care of Pokémon. Brock's cooking skills are not even 1/10,000th of his when Ash and Misty are tied together. Before, when he was in the Viridian Forest, Ash had experienced Misty's cooking skills, and it was about the same as his own, who could only make fried rice in his past and present lives. Since then, the two of them have basically relied on portable fast food for meals in the wild. Breakfast is basically a standard sandwich with milk. In this case, it is great to have a companion who has taken care of 10 younger brothers and sisters since childhood and has all the life skills such as cooking and taking care of Pokémon. They both agreed with both hands and feet, and the things Misty bought yesterday, the big and small bags were also sent directly to Cerulean City by the freight company. Then the three people and the pet left Nibby City and embarked on a new journey, heading to the next target city, Misty's hometown Cerulean City. Next, prepare to challenge the Cerulean Gym. He thought so. The system also triggered the Cerulean Gym's mission synchronously. Ding! Gym mission trigger, challenge the Cerulean Gym, get a badge. Basic challenge, defeat the gym leader, win, and get 10,000 points. Advanced challenge, defeat all Pokémon of the Cerulean Gym leader and all 3 Pokémon retain their combat capabilities, and get 20,000 points. Perfect challenge, defeat the Cerulean Gym leader with reverse attributes throughout the whole process, and get 30,000 points. Rare candy, 1 to 30, level X1, Cerulean 4 Sisters intimacy increased by 80%. If the Pokémon in hand is not restrained by attribute, you can use Pokémon with the same attribute. It can only be said that the rewards of the Cerulean Gym are worthy of its challenge difficulty. From the comparison of system task rewards, not only the challenge points rewards of each stage have been reduced, even the rare candy reward unique to the perfect challenge has been reduced from 5 to 1. What is this? Even the system looks down on the Cerulean Gym? However, this time, Ash felt a little happy and decisively accepted the perfect challenge. The last reward of the perfect challenge. The intimacy of the 4 Cerulean sisters is directly increased by 80%. According to the system, when the intimacy of the opposite S*X reaches 80%, it is considered a lover level. Ahem, Ash is not coveting the 4 Cerulean sisters. It is mainly to complete the heroine mission triggered when he first met Misty. Well, he just wants to form a partner with Misty. As for her sisters, to go from Nibby City to Cerulean City, you need to cross Mt. Moon. But this road can save a lot of time. Just based on this point, crossing mountains and ridges is nothing, especially Misty. In her opinion, camping in the wild cannot be too long. The duration must be controlled. She doesn't want to arrive in a new city every time with a dusty and exhausted contest condition. After entering Mt. Moon, the number and level of Pokémon encountered on the way are far less than when in Viridian Forest. For Pikachu, whose level is not too low, Pidgeotto wants to continue to level up through wild Pokémon to improve his strength much less efficiently than when in Viridian Forest. Pikachu, who has fought the most times, barely reached level 30. Melodic relied on the experience gained from the Nibby Gym Battle. In addition to fighting all the way in Mt. Moon, he rose from Leave 22 to Leave 24. This is the biggest improvement among the Pokémon Ash has in his hand. Misty, Mt. Moon, this name sounds very classical. Gone, classic is classical, but legend has it that a meteorite once fell on this mountain, and that meteorite is also called Moonstone. Misty, wow, that sounds good. After Gon joined the team, the job of leading the way was given to him. Compared to Ash, Misty can handle anything as long as the map is not marked incorrectly or the terrain is too complicated. The others chatted on the way to Mt. Moon. Under Mt. Moon, Pika. Suddenly, Pikachu, who was resting in Ash's backpack, seemed to have noticed something and suddenly poked his head out. The screams of Zubat and people's cries for help came from the front. Pikachu, Thunderbolt. The others ran over quickly and found a man in a white coat being attacked by dozens of Zubats. Ash quickly commanded Pikachu to use Thunderbolt to drive away the Zubat of the beat-up man. Brock quickly threw a Pokeball to capture a Zubat that was Thunderbolt smackdown. The Zubats flew back to the cave in disgrace. These Zubats were of low level, not even qualified to be experience packs for Pikachu, so Ash just let Pikachu drive them away in a threatening way. Of course, if the level of this group of Zubats was a little higher, the man in the white coat in front of him might not be able to hold out until they came. Getting up from the ground, the embarrassed man in the white coat rushed towards Ash excitedly, imagining that he was happy to survive. Great, thank you so much. Ash dodged with a look of disgust, making him miss. If it was a beautiful girl, it would be fine. You are a grown man, but you are also doing this. You should know that Ash would rather give up the reward of the perfect challenge of the Nibi Gym than to improve his intimacy with Brock. After a brief conversation, Ash and his group learned that the man in the white coat and glasses was named Seymour, a researcher at the Nibi Science Museum. Because of the recent rumor that precious moonstones could be dug up at MT Moon, the ecological environment here was destroyed by unknown people. Seymour came here to find out the truth. As a result, as soon as he arrived, he was attacked by the Zubat living here as an intruder. Ash rolled his eyes and was a little speechless. Part of the Pokemon world, Professor, researchers don't seem to have any common sense except for the Pokemon Authority. You said you came all the way from Nibi City to find out the truth, but you didn't even bring a Pokemon. You are really lucky to be able to walk to the MT Moon Cave. And apart from your own safety issues, since you want to find out the culprit of the destruction of the MT Moon Pokemon ecological environment, then you must bring a few powerful Pokemon. Otherwise, even if you are allowed to find out the situation and find out the culprit behind the scenes, how are you going to deal with them? It can only be said that Seymour was lucky to meet Ash and his group. Seymour smiled awkwardly at Ash's contempt. Indeed, when he heard that the MT Moon Pokemon ecosystem was disturbed, he was in a hurry to come and find out the situation. The Pokemons happened to be in the museum to assist the professor in conducting research on other topics, so he had to come here first. Next time, I will definitely not be so reckless. Ash, please help us find out the truth about the destruction of the MT Moon Pokemon ecosystem. Seymour put his hands together and asked sincerely. He had just been attacked by Zubat. If Ash and his group had not arrived in time, he would probably have died here. At this moment, he still wanted to go deeper into the MT Moon cave, so he could only ask Ash and others to go with him. Ding! The MT Moon plot mission was triggered. Mission content: assist Seymour to drive away the enemies who destroyed the ecological environment of MT Moon Pokemon. Reward: Rare Candy X10, level 1 to 20. Ash decisively agreed to Seymour's request. Even if there was no mission reward, he would agree to the other party's request. Destroying the ecological environment of Pokemon is something that all Pokemon trainers hate. In Kanto, the evil organization Team Rocket is usually the one who can do such evil deeds. And Ash, who is familiar with the plot, also knows that although the regular army of Team Rocket destroyed the ecological environment of MT Moon this time, it was their old friend, Team Rocket Trio. In the original world line, they came here to dig Moonstone to earn activity funds after learning about MT Moon. When he heard the news that the ecological environment of MT Moon was destroyed from Seymour, he was sure that these three guys must have escaped from the Pokemon prison. As for whether to escape or bail, Ash prefers bail. Anyway, keep going, and you will probably run into them soon. Anyway, the way to Cerulean City is through MT Moon. This mission reward is like a welfare. Bang and Misty, who also love Pokemon, naturally cannot tolerate someone deliberately destroying the habitat of wild Pokemon. So, the trio decided to help Seymour. Seymour led the way, and the four of them entered the cave that spanned the entire MT Moon. After walking a few steps, they met Clefairy holding the Moonstone. Then the plot was triggered, and they ran into Meowth chasing Clefairy. The Rocket Trio also appeared again. After an awkward opening speech, the battle began. Bang sent out the newly captured Zubat with a supersonic, causing their Pokemon to fall into chaos and start fighting each other. Then Pikachu sent them away with a thunderbolt. After defeating Team Rocket, they were recognized by Clefairy. Under its leadership, they entered the place where the Clefairy tribe lived. Under the moonlight, everyone witnessed the Clefairy group dancing around a huge moonstone and holding a ceremony. In the process, Clefairy Assist Moonstone continued to evolve successfully. Wonderful, Mew's picture made people say that the trip was worthwhile. Ash also raised the Pokemon Pokédex to record this evolution dance. Clefairy has been found very rarely in various parts of the world. It is almost impossible to see Pokemon. It is believed to live in quiet mountains. This scene can only be seen in MT Moon, where a large number of Clefairy live. Such a precious picture, Professor Oak must like it too. After receiving the system reward, Ash and others are ready to say goodbye to Clefairy and Clefables. In order to thank Ash and his team for their help, the Clefable leader gave each of Ash and his team a Moonstone. Seymour also plans to stay in MT Moon for a while. Considering that they have established good relations with the Clefairy and Clefable tribes here, Ash and others did not persuade him to leave. Being attacked by the Pokemon tribes living here should not happen again. Saying goodbye to Seymour, Ash and his pet continued their journey. Passing MT Moon, they finally arrived at Cerulean City. Hey, Ash, have you seen Misty? She was following us just now, but she disappeared as soon as we arrived in Cerulean City. Maybe she went shopping. It's okay. Don't worry about her. As soon as Ash and his group arrived in Cerulean City, Misty quietly left the team. Ash also noticed that she looked worried when she approached Cerulean City. She must be worried about the promise she made to her three sisters at home before leaving Cerulean City. I will never go home unless I become a great trainer. Misty had just left home not long ago, and it was a bit embarrassing to go back and see her sisters. Ash and Xiaogang were walking on the streets of Cerulean City. A burst of urgent sirens suddenly sounded in front of them. What's wrong? Did something happen? Go and see. After that, Ash and Xiaogang ran straight to the building in front of them that was surrounded by people. After squeezing through the crowd, a cordon had been set up at the scene, and the police officer seriously reminded the crowd not to get too close. Ash learned from the crowd that he was robbed. However, as people who had just arrived here, the two were questioned by Officer Jenny, who was investigating the case, as suspicious persons. Officer Jenny was carefree and had a very erratic mindset. Facing the doubts, Ash decisively took out the Pokémon Pokédex to prove his identity, and Brock took out a few boulder badges from his pocket to show that he had been a gym trainer in Nibby City. The Pokémon Pokédex registered by the Alliance cannot be faked, and the information of gym trainers is also in the archives of the Pokémon Alliance. These things are completely true. Jenny quickly apologized to Ash and Brock. Then Brock started to chat up Officer Jenny, which was popular. Thank you, but you picked the wrong time. I'm a policewoman, and my mission now is to catch the thief. Gon, who was ruthlessly rejected by Officer Jenny, was dejected. Ash laughed at Gon's frustration, then turned around and asked, Officer Jenny, what was stolen? Hearing this, Jenny told the two about the situation. One of them was a registered trainer of Alliance, and the other was a former gym trainer. Maybe they could help her solve the case. According to Jenny's description, the thief was very strange. He didn't steal expensive equipment, but all he stole were huge pipes and large engines. Officer Jenny, I think I have some clues about this case. Really? Do you know who the real murderer is? Officer Jenny looked at Ash with a little excitement. Ash quickly comforted him and said that he could solve the case, but it would take some time. He still remembered this case. The Rocket Trio had the idea of using the water-type Pokémon of the Cerulean Gym. They built a pumping robot. I guess they stole the pipes and engines of this company? All the onlookers were quickly dispersed, and then Officer Jenny promised Ash that if he could catch the thief, he would be awarded the title of Cerulean City Honorary Trainer and a cash reward. Ding! System task released, capture the thief who stole the theft and hand him over to Cerulean City Officer Jenny. Task reward, qualification improvement potion, the potential of Pokémon with gold or lower qualifications will be increased by 1 level after use, Jenny family intimacy increased by 10%. Ash decisively agreed to Officer Jenny's request. With such a generous reward, he could only reluctantly send the Rocket Trio to the Pokémon prison for transformation again. Leave the scene of the crime. Xiaogang said he was going to replenish the daily necessities and food for the trip. Only Ash was left alone, and Ash, who was used to having a partner around him, was a little uncomfortable for a while. One person and one pet came to the department store in Cerulean City. Found a stall owner who specializes in recycling Pokémon evolution stones. Sold the moonstone obtained from MT Moon to the other party. The pixie leader gave him a top-quality moonstone, which can make Pokémon evolve and upgrade to a certain level. The price is about 500,000. Because it is in short supply, and it is a must-have evolution item for popular Pokémon such as Nidoking and Nidoqueen. It can be said to be very rare. In the end, Ash, the stall owner, successfully bought it back at a high price of 550,000. It added a lot to Ash's coffers. The bounty from selling Ho-Oh photos and capturing the Rocket Trio was basically invested in Pokémon. Ash feeds Pokémon with top-level energy cubes and the most expensive nutritional potions. Especially the potion that heals Pokémon's hidden injuries is extremely expensive. But in this regard, Ash is not stingy at all. For his own Pokémon, of course, he has to use the best of everything. Including Xiaogang, who purchases Pokémon food, Ash will also give him a lot of money, and the selection of materials must be the best. Other Pokémon were fine. With Melodic's size, his daily food intake was basically several times that of Pikachu. Since it joined the team, the balance in Ash's account began to drop at a visible speed. Fortunately, Clefable was generous this time, and the money from selling the top-quality Moonstone was enough for him to spend for a while. With the large sum of money he had just received, Ash went to the Pokémon Equipment Center to buy various Pokémon training equipment, including weight-bearing props. This was related to his subsequent customized training plan for Pokémon. Ash would naturally buy props that could make Pokémon stronger without blinking an eye. All the purchased Pokémon training equipment was put into the system space by Ash without the store owner noticing. Leaving the equipment center, Ash was about to go to the Cerulean Gym. Ding! Pokémon, Caterpie upgraded from level Leave 9 to level Leave 11. At the same time, the system prompt sounded. Ash noticed that the Pokeball hanging on his waist belonging to Metapod was shaking slightly. Huh? It's going to evolve. Ash reacted and went straight to the Pokémon Center. He registered for accommodation with Nurse Joy. As soon as he returned to the room, Ash couldn't wait to take off the Pokeball that was still shaking on his waist and let the Metapod out. The Metapod that came out of the Pokeball glowed with a faint white light, and it was ready to start evolving. Ash, who didn't want to miss the process of breaking the cocoon and becoming a butterfly, chose to watch from a distance that would not interfere with Caterpie. The faint white light flickered, and a hole gradually appeared on the surface of the hard shell of Metapod. The dazzling white light shone with the beautiful pair of wings that Butterfree revealed. Then the shell was completely broken, and the white light slowly dissipated. Butterfree flapped its wings and flew up to soaring in the sky. Its wings vibrated, and wisps of white scales fell down, adding a bit of haziness to it. Caterpie finally succeeded in breaking out of the cocoon and becoming a butterfly. Pokémon, Butterfree. Qualification, Purple. Level, Leave 11. Ability, Scale Powder. Skills, Tackle, String Shot, Supersonic, Confusion, Poison Powder, Stun Spore, Sleep Powder. Equipment, none. After evolution, all 3 scale powders with status conditions are learned. BA. After flying around the room for several times, Butterfree landed in front of Ash, waving its short hands to express its joy of flying up to soaring in the sky after evolution. Ash listened, even though he didn't understand Pokémon language. Combining the current situation, by observing Butterfree's body movements, you can also feel its joy, and chat with it for a few words. Afterwards, Ash released all the other Pokémon from the Pokeball, giving everyone time to communicate their feelings. Butterfree was captured by him during the Caterpie period, which was actually earlier than other Pokémon except Pikachu, but since it evolved into Metapod. So he stayed in the Pokeball and worked hard for evolution. He had never met the Pokémon that Ash captured later. This time he let everyone out to communicate with it. After all, they were all companions in the same team. When he reached the upper limit of Pokémon in his hands, he might have to live in Professor Oak's courtyard from time to time. It was always good to know each other better. When cultivating Pokémon, you can't just think of using them as tools for fighting. That would be too utilitarian, and it would be difficult to enjoy the joy of overcoming difficulties with Pokémon. In the evening, Xiaogang returned to the Pokémon Center with a lot of bags on his back. He wanted to ask Ash to have dinner together, but there was no response when he knocked on the door. He asked Nurse Joy, and she said that Ash had not gone out since he came back. So he took the spare room card from Nurse Joy. He gently opened the door. Ash curled up on the bed, holding Pikachu in his arms. Butterfree fell on the bedside and closed his eyes for a nap. In the corner, Melodic lay on the floor, breathing evenly. Pidgeotto was not far from it. Thinking carefully, it seems that she didn't come back yesterday afternoon. I don't know. Isn't Misty's home in Cerulean City? It's very likely that she went home. Well, it's possible. Then let's do this. After you challenge the Cerulean Gym, we will go to find Misty. In any case, Misty is our travel partner. At least we have to make sure that she doesn't have any accidents. Xiaogang suggested seriously. Cerulean Gym has a reputation beyond expectations in Cerulean City. But this reputation has nothing to do with their status as gym leaders. The 3 sisters have gained a lot of fans just because of their super high looks and wonderful underwater ballet performance. Compared to Trainer, they are more like idols and celebrities. They have a large number of young male fans in Cerulean City. And today, there happened to be an underwater ballet performance by the 3 sisters. Ash and Brock followed the lively flow of people and entered the Cerulean Gym. Halfway through, they were stopped by the security guards who were maintaining order on the scene to check their tickets. Ash decisively showed his Pokémon Pokédex and said that he came to challenge the 3 sisters as a gym challenger. Brock was released by the security guards as a partner. When the 2 entered the venue, the underwater ballet officially began. The stands were full of young men, and it was estimated that there were basically no trainers who came to challenge the gym. Because they didn't buy tickets, Ash and the others could only stand in the corner. Ash admired this elegant underwater ballet with a critical attitude. Yeah, although he doesn't understand ballet. But big white legs and big breasts are justice, nothing wrong with it. As for Brock, who was always lustful, he had no interest in Misty's sister who was not much older than her. The performance was over, and the audience began to leave one by one. Ash made up an excuse and asked Brock to stop the 3 sisters who were about to leave work. He went backstage to find the Rocket Trio dressed as gym security personnel. Pikachu used Thunderbolt to knock the Rocket team to the ground before they could send out Pokémon. He uncovered the pumping robot covered with black cloth in the corner not far behind the trio. Ash smiled with satisfaction, and the task of assisting Nurse Joy in catching Thief was completed. In order to prevent the Rocket Trio from waking up and running away, Ash found a hemp rope from the warehouse and tied them up tightly, so that they couldn't even move their fingers. Then Ash returned to the front desk and was stopped by Brock. The 3 sisters, who already looked a little impatient, challenged the gym. Ash, you are finally here, help me explain. I almost let others think I am a crazy fan who disturbed them. Gon said to Ash with some grievance. Ash was a little amused. The 3 sisters were all very beautiful, but unfortunately they were not the mature women that Gon liked the most. Hello, I am Ash from Pallet Town. I want to challenge the Cerulean Gym. Hey, another trainer from Pallet Town. After listening to Ash's self-introduction, the 3 sisters' faces turned slightly pale. Has the gym owner met a trainer from Pallet Town before? From the faces of the 3 sisters, Ash could roughly guess that the Pallet Town rookies who challenged the Cerulean Gym before him must have beaten them badly. In the original world line, their Pokémon were all sent to the Pokémon Center for treatment, and in the end, Misty replaced them. The 3rd sister Lily nodded. Yes, the trainer from your Pallet Town was too heavy-handed. The 2nd sister Violet smiled and looked at the eldest sister Sakura. Sister, your seal just happened to be picked up from the Pokémon Center. This time it must be you who can fight. This. Sakura's voice was a little discouraged. The 3 Pallet Town trainers who came to challenge before. The 3 sisters played separately and were beaten to a pulp. As a result, because her seal recovered faster, she has to be beaten again now. Sister, Ash is the last one to come from the Pallet Town trainer. Maybe his strength is not as abnormal as the first three. Alliance rules, our gym leaders cannot refuse the challenger's request for a battle. Violet leaned close to her sister Sakura's ear and whispered. None of the three sisters was willing to accept Ash's challenge, but they didn't want to be punished by the Alliance because of this. Prepare for battle, Seal. Pokémon, Seal, Qualification, Blue, Level, Leave 16. Sakura hesitated for a moment but still threw the Pokeball. Her Seal was of a very low level and was trained quite normal. Standing in the water field, his eyes were a little cowardly. Apparently, like its trainer Sakura, he was basically not interested in Pokémon battles and had a weak will. It can only be said that it is worthy of being the weakest gym in the Kanto region. Since the three sisters took over the Cerulean Gym from their parents, the difficulty of the gym challenge has dropped sharply. Sometimes you can even get a cascade badge without fighting, making the gym badges in Cerulean City almost everywhere. There is no difference between the trainer who comes to challenge and the one who directly gets the badge. It can only be said that fortunately the three sisters have found another way to maintain the popularity of the Cerulean Gym by performing water ballet. Of course, it is also related to the strictness of the Alliance's review. After all, there are many popular part-time gym trainers in other regions, such as Mashiu, the gym leader of Laver City in Kalos region. A popular model, now a fashion designer, she is also quite capable as a gym trainer. Ash shook his head and threw Melodic's Pokeball. Considering the mission requirements, he could only send Melodic to fight without attribute restraint. Wow, what kind of Pokemon is this? It's so beautiful. Lily and Violet, who were watching, were amazed at Melodic's beauty. This made Ash blush again. It's called Melodic, and it's the evolution of Pokemon Feebas. As a water-type gym leader, he didn't even know a water-type Pokemon. Ash was fooled by these two sisters. The battle started, and neither side took it seriously. Sakura was not strong enough, and Ash didn't fight too hard considering that they would be a family in the future. Command Melodic to approach Seal and tie him up to end the fight. Melodic, who was entangled with Seal, didn't exert much strength. Sakura, who noticed Ash's intention, looked at her with gratitude. She decisively raised her hand to admit defeat. It can only be said that the three sisters' minds were all used in performance, and their talent in commanding battles was not a little bit worse than Misty's. If it was Misty who fought him, although she would lose, at least she would not let Melodic approach Seal so easily. Ash, this is the proof of your victory in the gym battle. Please accept this cascade badge. Sakura walked in front of Ash, took out a blue teardrop-shaped badge, and handed it to Ash. Ash nodded, and was about to reach out to take it. Wait. A delicate shout came from behind him. Ash, who heard the voice, raised his mouth slightly. Since leaving yesterday, Misty might have been preparing for a gym battle with her own gym. She knew the fighting level of her three sisters very well. Misty, why are you here? We said we would come to you after the gym battle. In the spectator seats, Xiaogong's narrowed eyes slightly opened because of surprise. Facing the mixed reactions of the crowd. Because I am the youngest of the four Cerulean sisters. No, it should be the three beautiful sisters and the ugly duckling sister of the Cerulean Gym. Violet, the second sister with blue hair, said. Hearing this, Misty stared at her sister Violet unhappily. But because she did boast when she left home that she would never come back until she became a water-type Pokémon Master, she felt a little guilty at this moment. Except for the gentle eldest sister Sakura, Misty's other two sisters obviously like to deliberately make her angry. Misty has always been a person who never admits defeat. Fortunately, Ash reacted quickly and immediately said that Misty was only here to accompany him to challenge the Cerulean Gym. Before deciding to come to Cerulean City, she had advised herself to take a detour and go directly to Vermilion City. The bickering between the sisters was quickly suppressed by Ash. Turning the topic back to the gym battle. Ash, the battle just now doesn't count. My sisters are not good at fighting. You have to beat me to get the cascade badge. Misty stared at Ash with burning eyes. She saw the battle between Ash and the eldest sister Sakura just now. For such a gym battle, the eldest sister Sakura might as well give the cascade badge directly to Ash. What's more, she really wants to have a serious fight with Ash. And she hopes that this gym battle can play a certain role in Ash's future battle in the Indigo Plateau Conference. Okay, you set the rules. Well, then use the 2v2 battle rules. Misty nodded, took a deep breath, and reached for the Pokeball belonging to Gyarados on her waist. Plop! Accompanied by a deafening roar, Gyarados' huge body fell into the pool, stirring up waves. Misty actually subdued a Gyarados. The three Sakura sisters were startled by the Gyarados that appeared in front of Misty, and they all exclaimed. As Cerulean Gym leaders, they were not as unfamiliar with Gyarados as Melodic. Not to mention that Gyarados was already famous in the Kanto region, the four sisters had played with the Gyarados raised by their parents at close range when they were young. The reason for the surprise was mainly because Misty was able to subdue Gyarados. Gyarados has a ferocious personality and is difficult to deal with. The key is that Misty once crawled into its mouth when she was playing with Gyarados when she was young. That accident scared her terribly. Since then, she dared not approach Gyarados. Unexpectedly, now she has overcome the shadow of her childhood. However, even though Gyarados had his back to her, Misty's face was still a little pale, and her fists were clenched. Misty, you're fine, Gyarados is your partner. Not scary at all, just focus on the battle now. Misty comforted herself inwardly. Facing Misty's Gyarados, Ash's Milotic still held his head high, and was not intimidated by it. In terms of size alone, Misty's Gyarados is even shorter than Ash's Milotic. Gyarados' strong Hideki field mainly comes from its huge size and that ferocious face. When its size is even smaller than Milotic, the so-called deterrent power is also eliminated. This Gyarados is slightly higher in level than Milotic, but the huge gap in qualifications and talents cannot be made up by level Gyarados, a dual attribute of water and flying. If the system did not require him to send Pokémon with the same attribute or a Pokémon whose attribute is restrained, Pikachu could easily send Gyarados away. There was no other way. For this intimacy, he had to work hard. Gyarados, use Twister. Misty took the lead in commanding Gyarados to attack. Twister is not very powerful, but it has a very high hit rate. And considering the civil war of the same attribute, water-based moves obviously have no effect on Milotic. Misty chose to use Twister to try to suppress Milotic first. Pokémon battles change rapidly, but there is a big difference between controlling the rhythm of the battle and passive defense. As the leader of the Cerulean Gym, she knew that Ash was the kind of trainer who would not give up even if he was right. Once he got the upper hand, he would definitely launch a fierce attack like a tide. So she chose to strike first. Milotic, we're using Twister. Milotic's tail hit the water, sweeping up a huge waterspout and pressing back towards Gyarados. Bang! Gyarados was hit by the Twister that pushed back. The difference in qualifications and talents is there. Even though Milotic's level is lower than Gyarados, his moves are much more powerful. Gyarados, use Water Gun. Milotic, Disarming Voice. Gyarados, who was a little slow in reaction, was about to use Water Gun. He was disturbed by the disarming voice coming from his ears, and showed a painful expression. Milotic, dive into the water and use Dragon Tail. The next moment, Milotic dived into the water and swam quickly in the direction of Gyarados. Gyarados, watch the opportunity, prepare Ice Fang. Here, Ash suddenly changed his strategy and let Milotic dive into the water. Misty was a little anxious after all. The attacker's reaction is always faster than the defender's. Milotic emerged from the water behind Gyarados and hit Gyarados back with a Dragon Tail. Roar! Gyarados immediately let out a high roar of pain. But after taking a Dragon Tail from Milotic, Gyarados reluctantly used Ice Fang to hit Milotic. Unfortunately, Ice only does 1/2 damage to water Pokémon. Milotic, tie it up, throw it out. In the water, Milotic quickly wrapped around Gyarados with his size and flexible movements. Boom boom dash. With all his strength, he actually threw the huge Gyarados directly out of the water field, causing the gym to tremble violently. After suffering continuous heavy blows, Gyarados finally couldn't hold on. He tilted his head and lost his ability to fight. The 3 Cerulean sisters in the audience were all shocked. What kind of Macamp is this? Can a Gyarados of this size be thrown out? Sure enough, Ash had already shown mercy to them. If the eldest sister Sakura's seal was hit like this, she would definitely be sent to the Pokémon Center for rescue. It can only be said that it was the thick-skinned Gyarados. Ash, you are really amazing. But I won't give up. Take back Gyarados and throw out the Pokeball. In the flash of white light, Starmie took over, level leave 28. Before she captured Gyarados, this was her main Pokémon. Compared to Gyarados, Starmie is less threatening to Milotic, especially after it casts Aqua Ring. Starmie's swift, water gun hit Milotic basically like Tickle. During the battle, Misty ordered Starmie to dive, trying to imitate Milotic's previous offensive routine. Unfortunately, it was too small and was swept up into the sky by Milotic's water tornado. During the fall, it was blown away by Milotic's Dragon Tail. Bang! Starmie fell heavily on the field outside the pool. He immediately fell into a coma. Contest condition. At this point, both Misty's Pokémon lost their combat capabilities. After defeating Misty's 2 Pokémon in succession, Milotic also rose from leave 24 to leave 25. Ding! Cerulean Gym, perfect challenge mission completed. Mission rewards, 30,000 points, rare candy, 1 to 30, level X1, Cerulean 4 sisters intimacy increased by 80%. Suddenly, the 3 Cerulean sisters looked at Ash with brilliant eyes. Looking at it this way, Ash, he's pretty handsome. Sure enough, it's not realistic to expect Misty to take over the gym. If not, let Ash marry into our family. That's great. Let him take care of the gym, and we can perform with peace of mind in the future without worrying about being watched by the Alliance. After handing the Cascade badge to Ash, Misty blushed when she heard the 3 sisters' discussion. At the same time, she was a little disappointed. She tried her best to fight with Ash in the gym. In addition to giving Ash experience, she also wanted to motivate her 3 sisters, even if they were a little weak. She had to play like a Cerulean Gym leader. Every time she played badly, or even gave away the badge for free, it was a huge blow to the reputation of the Cerulean Gym. Over time, the only trainers who came to challenge the Cerulean Gym were those who liked to take shortcuts. The really powerful trainers would choose to avoid the Cerulean Gym and challenge stronger gyms. Of course, the water ballet is very popular, but this is a water gym for trainers to challenge. She didn't dare to hope that the Pokémon Alliance would always let her 3 sisters be so willful. Unfortunately, her 3 sisters' brains can't accommodate any knowledge related to battles. Such a wonderful battle, the 3 of them actually wanted to recruit Ash to be the Cerulean Gym leader, such a strange thing. Misty, who was bored, was not interested in continuing to bicker with her second and third sisters, and decisively asked Ash and Xiaogang to leave. Handsome boy, come to Cerulean Gym next time. We'll perform water ballet for you then. Ha ha ha. Hearing the teasing voices of the three sisters behind her, Misty took Ash's hand and fled, leaving Cerulean Gym. Ash, don't take it to heart. The sisters must have gone crazy today. Ash waved his hand calmly. It's okay, I don't care. In fact, at this moment, his heart was already blooming with joy. The rewards of the Perfect Gym Challenge have begun to show their power. Next, just wait for Misty's intimacy to be full, and a large number of points and top-quality water Pokémon eggs will be in your hands immediately. What should I do? I want to go on a trip with Ash. Second sister, don't say that. From the way Misty looks at Ash, she obviously likes Ash. Don't make things worse. Lily looked at her second sister Violet in surprise, her face slightly red. Somehow, she also had a good impression of Ash. It's just that the second sister Violet said it before her. Okay, let's not talk about these things for now. You should be able to see why Misty insisted on fighting today. Eldest sister Sakura interrupted the two younger sisters' frivolous topics and said seriously. She could see the disappointment in Misty's eyes. She also understood why Misty was disappointed. It's just that the three sisters really have no talent in fighting. It's helpless to rely on water ballet to maintain the qualification of the gym, and she also knows the possible negative impact. In order to keep the inheritance of the gym that her parents have worked hard to run. As the eldest sister in the family, all Sakura can do now is to continue to support it and try her best in performance and fighting. Like Misty said, lose in a glamorous way. When Misty grows up and attacks, I will give her the responsibility of revitalizing the gym. I hope Misty can grow quickly in the trip she is looking forward to and work hard towards the set goal. Traveling is the only way for Pokémon Trainer to grow. Misty was only away for a while. After returning, she showed a strength far beyond her usual level. Gyarados, who used to be too scared to handle, can now barely control and command the battle. When it comes to overcoming the shadow of Gyarados, Sakura can't help but give the credit to Ash, Misty's companion. Her intuition tells her that Misty's growth is inseparable from Ash. Thinking of this, the bold ideas that the sisters just mentioned jokingly lingered in Sakura's mind again. If Misty and Ash can really get together with them, the future Cerulean Gym will definitely become one of the most powerful gyms in the Kanto region. Police station, reception room. Thank you very much, Ash. Thanks to you for helping catch the thieves of Team Rocket. Officer Jenny bowed to Ash sincerely to express her gratitude. The company that was stolen is well known in Cerulean City, which puts her under a lot of pressure. The boss also pressured her to solve the case as soon as possible. Just when she was extremely anxious but couldn't find any clues, Ash and his team appeared. He handed the 3 members of Team Rocket to her directly. At first she was a little skeptical, but after seeing the pumping robot made of huge water pipes and large engines, she immediately confirmed that Ash did not lie to her. The robot was returned to the stolen company, and the 3 members of Team Rocket were sent to prison again. Officer Jenny, these 3 guys are cunning. You can't let them run away this time. Misty frowned and said. When leaving Cerulean Gym, when Ash dragged the Rocket Trio out of the Cerulean Gym storeroom, she just realized that these 3 guys had planned to attack Cerulean Gym, so they couldn't let them go easily. Don't worry, I promise they won't be released easily this time. Officer Jenny replied with a smile. Ding! The thief of the theft incident has been successfully arrested and handed over to Cerulean City. Officer Jenny. Reward, Qualification Enhancement Potion. The potential of Pokémon with qualification below Gold is increased by 1 level after use. Jenny's family intimacy is increased by 10%. The reward was stored in the system space as usual. Ding! Rare Candy, level 1 to 30, has been used on Pikachu. Pikachu level, from level 30 to level 31. Rare Candy, level 1 to 20, x10 has been used on Butterfree. Pikachu level, from level 11 to level 21. After leaving the police station, in the Pokémon Center, after restoring the handheld Pokémons, Ash used the excuse of going to the bathroom to take out all the rare candy in the system space and feed it to Butterfree and Pikachu. While the level was raised, Butterfree also learned new skills. Psybeam, Whirlwind, Airblade. Returned to the Pokémon Center lobby. Ash returned to Misty and Xiaogang, who were sitting in the corner. Because of the disappointment with her 3 sisters, Misty was depressed and silent. When she saw Ash coming, she did not express anything. Looking at Misty, who was in a tangled mood, Ash moved his lips, but he didn't say anything in the end. Every family has its own problems. He didn't want to brainwash Misty with those hot-blooded toxic chicken soup. Ash is really not good at comforting others. He stared at Misty quietly, giving her a gentle, comforting look. This is his unique way of comforting, focusing on companionship. As the heroine of the original series, Misty is tough enough. This difficulty is obviously not going to knock her down. All Ash can do now is not to make a fuss and wait for Misty to figure it out herself. Ash, I've thought it through. I will continue to travel and strive to become the best water trainer. I will support the entire Cerulean Gym. At the Pokémon Center, he took over the restored Starmie and Gyarados from Nurse Joy. Misty's mood also returned to normal. She is lively and cheerful, and she digests all kinds of negative emotions quickly. Well, as a travel partner, I will help you too. You are so nice, Ash. The atmosphere between the two of them suddenly became ambiguous. Then, Ash, our next city. Xiaogang suddenly interrupted, breaking the delicate atmosphere. That is naturally Vermilion City. As soon as Ash finished speaking, the system simultaneously released the Gym Challenge task. Ding! Gym Task Trigger, Challenge Vermilion Gym, Get Badge. Basic Challenge, defeat the gym leader, win, and reward 20 W points. Advanced Challenge, defeat all Pokémon of the Vermilion Gym leader and keep all 3 Pokémon in combat, reward 500,000 points. 10 Perfect Insulation Balls, the probability of capturing electric Pokémon increases by 200%. Perfect Challenge, defeat the Vermilion Gym leader with reverse attributes throughout the whole process, reward 800,000 points, 10 Rare Candy, 1 to 40, levels, and increase the intimacy of Mazishi by 80%. If the Pokémon in hand is not restrained by attribute, you can use Pokémon with the same attribute. After reading the description of the task reward, Ash did not hesitate. Decisively choose to take on the advanced challenge task of the Vermilion Gym leader. Mazishi of the Vermilion Gym is a sturdy man, and Ash is not interested in his intimacy at all, especially after seeing the effect of the intimacy improvement. Although Mazishi is not only the Vermilion Gym leader, but also the executive of Team Rocket, it is beneficial for him to improve intimacy. Ash still firmly chose the advanced challenge. What a joke, he didn't want to be stared at by a man's strange eyes. Pidgeotto, use Hurricane. Who? The whistling wind blew the Raticate on the opposite side away, and then it fell heavily to the ground. On the way to Vermilion City, Ash encountered many passers-by trainers who challenged him. The level of their Pokémon was similar to that of wild Pokémon, but the experience points they could provide to Pidgeotto were much higher. After 20 consecutive wins, Pidgeotto's level increased from Level 28 to Level 30. Learned new moves Agility and Feather Dance. Agility can relax the body and make it light, so that agility can greatly increase its speed. This move is very important for Pidgeotto who focuses on speed. The passerby took back the Raticate who lost its fighting ability. Your Pidgeotto is so powerful. If it were you, you might be able to defeat that A.J. Which A.J? Misty looked at the passerby trainer curiously. According to him, a trainer named Beastmaster AJ built a gym not far ahead and has been on a winning streak. Oh, really? Then I want to go and see it. Ash showed an interested look. Ding! Trigger the plot mission, defeat Beastmaster AJ, interrupt his winning streak and make him change his mind and set off on a journey. Mission reward, trump card flying skills, make flying Pokémon understand the true meaning of flying skills and control the wind field. Control the wind field, a high-level skill of flying Pokémon masters. When Tailwind, Pidgeotto's speed can be faster than usual. Such a good thing must not be missed. Ash decisively accepted the task. The group came to a simple tent beside the road. The signboard said 98 consecutive wins. A huge tent and a slightly simple battlefield is the so-called Beastmaster A.J's gym. You came just in time. It seems that today is the day to get 100 consecutive wins and start the journey. Really? Then I'm afraid you will never be able to set off. Ash looked at AJ, who had a dark green hedgehog head and a long whip in his hand, and laughed. It's not difficult to beat AJ. At this moment, Ash is still thinking about how to persuade him to leave after defeating him. Rather than starting to accumulate wins again? Huh? You are so arrogant, then give it a try. Get ready for battle, Sandshrew. Pokémon, Sandshrew, qualification, blue, level, Level 26. The size and skin color of this Sandshrew are very good. It seems that it should be the trump card Pokémon carefully cultivated by AJ. Although the trainers on this road are very weak, and some guys' Pokémon levels are not even as good as wild ones. But being able to win 98 consecutive victories can still prove the strength of A.J's Sandshrew. Melodic, play with it. In the original world, A.J often asked Sandshrew to dive. He wanted Sandshrew to overcome his fear of water with willpower. Ash planned to approach from this angle. Let him realize the harm of staying here and working in isolation, and change his mind. A white light flashed, and Melodic appeared. Wow, I've never seen a water-type Pokémon before. But he was not afraid, because his Sandshrew was no longer afraid of water-type moves after hard work. Snap! A.J swung the long whip in his hand and lashed it on the ground. Sandshrew moved upon hearing the news, and it rolled out at high speed after a high splash and rushed towards Melodic. Water gun. Melodic raised his head slightly, and a water gun accurately hit Sandshrew in the air and sent it flying. Bang! Through the mountain. Sandshrew fell to the ground and let out a painful growl. What? Sandshrew, cheer up. Haven't you overcome your fear of water-based moves long ago? A.J obviously couldn't accept this result. However, Ash didn't give him a chance to think. Sandshrew, who had just stood up, was hit by another water pulse from Melodic before he could take action. Sandshrew, wake up. Pa pa pa. This time, no matter how he swung the whip in his hand, Sandshrew, who was in the chaotic contest condition, couldn't hear it. Sandshrew began to attack himself in a daze. Then he was defeated by Melodic's water gun. From start to finish, the battle was over in less than a minute. A.J claimed that Sandshrew, who was uniquely not afraid of water, failed to pose any threat to Melodic throughout the battle. I lost. You are very powerful, Ash from Pallet Town. It seems that my winning streak will start again. A.J wanted to change the sign with his head down. At this time, Ash called him out. Wait, do you really think that your so-called training is effective? What do you want to say? A.J looked at Ash and frowned. As a trainer, you made a mistake. What is it? It is your responsibility to help Pokémon play to their strengths and avoid their weaknesses. Instead of thinking about letting Sandshrew overcome its fear of water, it is better to increase its speed and move power to avoid being hit by the opponent's water Pokémon skills, and then take the opportunity to launch a counterattack. Ash explained to him patiently. In the final analysis, A.J still fell into a misunderstanding. Even if ground Pokémon can overcome its fear of water, it does not mean that it can weaken the damage of water skills. The so-called playing to one's strengths and avoiding one's weaknesses is naturally to maximize the strengths of Pokémon while preventing the enemy Pokémon from attacking one's weaknesses. It is okay to do some corresponding special training appropriately, but taking waterproof training as the main course is putting the cart before the horse. Seeing A.J's expression somewhat confused, Ash took advantage of the victory and then changed the topic to no winning streak, no traveling. Ash briefly explained the interests to him. He also pointed out that the level of the passerby trainer was too low, and such a winning streak was basically meaningless. After a lot of persuasion, A.J was finally convinced by him. He decided to pack up his makeshift gym and set off on the journey to challenge the gym trainer. Ding! Successfully defeated the beast user A.J and persuaded him to embark on the journey. Leaving A.J's simple gym, Ash and his group continued to move towards Vermilion City. On the way, they were shrouded in fog and lost their sense of direction. Xiaogang, how long will it take us to get out of this damn fog? Misty walked forward with legs as heavy as lead, swaying from side to side. I don't know. Ash shook his head, feeling speechless. The fog covered a large area, even connecting to the clouds. There was a possibility that Pidgeotto and Butterfree would get lost if they were released. At this time, they had no way to identify the direction. There is no useful information available from the map. At present, we are lost. Now we can only wander around and try our luck to see if we can meet a local to ask for directions or ask someone to be a guide. Putting away the map, Xiaogang spread his hands helplessly. Ash nodded in agreement. At present, this is the best way except to stay where we are and wait for the fog to dissipate. If it were any other time, he would not care. But if I remember correctly, there seems to be a Pokémon Academy nearby. Just find it and ask the students for directions. However, Ash still underestimated the scope of the thick fog. After several hours, they were still wandering in the fog. Seeing Xiaogang and Misty were already out of breath, Ash immediately suggested to rest for a while. It was time for lunch. Xiaogang cooked, Misty was responsible for drinking water, and Ash went to find firewood. Pikachu, it seems that you really can't do without fire Pokémon when traveling. Pikachu. Walking in the foggy forest, Ash made marks and chatted with Pikachu. They have arrived at the Pokémon Academy, and it won't be long before he can capture Charmander. Ash has been coveting the talented old Spray in the original world line who is hard against Articuno. With the humorous training method of the silly thing in the early stage, the old pen can achieve such an impressive record, which shows that he has a strong talent. With the system in hand, Ash is confident that he can train Charizard to be several times stronger than in his previous life. Pika. Just then, Pikachu seemed to have discovered something. He called out twice to the front. Ash looked carefully and found that it was bursts of fire. Fire? Could it be a human or a fire Pokémon? Ash and Pikachu walked forward quickly. No matter which one it is always worth exploring. Take a closer look. A boy with short brown hair is being scolded by 5 young men holding candles and dressed in luxurious clothes. Such a bad guy, is he still a student in the Pokémon class? That's right, I don't want to study in the same class with you if you are so bad. You don't even know at what level Pidgey will evolve. I advise you to be more conscious and leave our class. The laughter of several people's power trip was particularly harsh to Ash. The brown-haired boy kneeling on the ground kept apologizing. This is just like school bullying? Wait a minute, what are you doing? Ash, who couldn't stand it, stopped them decisively and walked up to help the brown-haired boy up. Are you okay? No, thank you. The brown-haired boy looked at Ash and Pikachu who suddenly appeared with some surprise. Don't meddle in other people's business, this is our own special training. Such a bad guy can't stay in our class, this is our friendship. Looking at the smug expressions on the faces of several people, Ash frowned slightly. It can only be said that these guys perfectly fit his stereotype of those arrogant noble children. I can't stand your bullying of the weak. At this time, Misty walked out from the side. After a few words of bickering, the 5 students of the Pokémon Noble Academy turned around and left. Ash and the other 2 took the brown-haired boy to meet Xiaogang. When it comes to the Pokémon class, Xiaogang immediately explained. Pokémon Research Class, Pokémon Training School. After graduating from this school, you can get the qualification to participate in the Pokémon Alliance directly without taking the practical test. This also means that after participating in this research class, you don't need to go to the various cities in Kanto to challenge the gym, and you can get the qualification in a short time without collecting badges. For those who want to become a Pokémon trainer, it is definitely a dream cram school. A trainer who has not been tempered by various battles will not be able to win the Pokémon Alliance competition. Ash sneered at such an academy. And because it is a thorough education with full accommodation, the admission fee and teaching fee are astronomical. It is said that this is a prestigious school that only the second-generation rich people in the Kanto region can attend. Misty said, her tone seemed to be a little disappointed. She had just witnessed a school bullying, which made her have a bad first impression of this prestigious school. Ash and the other two turned their attention to the brown-haired boy. Can you take us to visit your school? You ask. On the way, through a simple conversation with the brown-haired boy, Ash learned that his family can only be considered middle class. His parents worked hard to send him here. The school's grades are assessed according to the qualification level. Primary qualification is equivalent to having 2 badges. Intermediate is equivalent to having 4 badges. Trainer strength. Advanced and graduated students can directly register for the Pokémon Alliance conference without traveling around to collect badges. Then, Ash asked about the Power Trip boys. The brown-haired boy said that it was the so-called Whip of Love. They are students with poor learning ability in Help School. When he heard that he attributed the training of Pidgeot to evolve into Pidgeotto and learn new skills to those Power Trip second-generation rich kids, Ash also shook his head. It was just a bunch of useless playboys who relied on their family background to bully weak students, and they actually brainwashed the brown-haired boy like this. Ash and his group's impression of this so-called aristocratic school became worse and worse. Pokémon Academy of Nobles. Simulated Battle Hall. The brown-haired boy saw Lation clicked on a machine. This is the Pokémon Simulated Battle Hall, where everyone usually fights. Here, how do we fight here? Misty asked curiously. The brown-haired boy quickly started a battle, and chose the Pokémon with restrained attributes to win in the game. For example, Misty, you are a Pokémon trainer of the Cerulean Gym. You will definitely not be able to beat my Weepinbell. If you don't believe me, just watch. As he said, the brown-haired boy started another game. This time it was a match between Weepinbell and Starmie. In a turn-based battle, he controlled Weepinbell to easily defeat Starmie with a razor leaf. Misty's forehead was filled with black lines. Pokémon battles are not games. You dare to underestimate the Cerulean Gym? Let's have a real battle. Okay, you definitely have no chance of winning. Hearing this, the brown-haired boy confidently sent out Weepinbell to fight. As a result, he was sent away by Misty's Starmie with a water gun. Looking at the brown-haired boy's face full of doubts about life, Ash also shook his head and sighed, this is really stupid. Hey, who told you to bring these annoying guys into the school and occupy our battlefield? At this time, a yellow-haired hedgehog-headed boy came over with a few unruly students. It was the few people who scolded the brown-haired boy in the mist at that time. Occupy? No one uses this place, okay. Misty was immediately unhappy and retorted directly. No one uses it, and you outsiders don't have the right to use it. So, you can represent this school. Ash raised his eyebrows and stared at the yellow-haired boy with interest. A bunch of rich second generations who have nothing to do and have nothing to do. After walking in the fog for so long, Ash was also very bored. It was rare for a clown to volunteer to contribute to the fun, so he would naturally not let it go. Of course I can. At this time, the yellow-haired hedgehog head was obviously a little lacking in confidence. Their family did have some background in the Kanto region, but it was not enough to influence the leadership of this academy. Don't stutter, show your confidence. Ash was too lazy to continue mocking him, turned around and asked the brown-haired boy to take them to other places. The brown-haired boy was also eager to leave here as soon as possible. Stop, who allowed you to take them around? The Pokémon Academy has many Pokeballs containing rare Pokémon. If these Pokémon are stolen, you can't take responsibility. The yellow-haired hedgehog head asked the brown-haired boy in a stern voice. The minions behind him lined up and blocked the way of Ash and others. Get out of here, or I'll be rude to you. Pikachu, Thunderbolt ready. Ash patted the pale brown-haired boy on the shoulder, stepped in front of him, and pierced the hedgehog-headed boy with a cold gaze. Pika. Golden arcs flashed on the electric bags on both sides of Pikachu's cheeks. What do you want to do? This is the noble Pokémon Academy. If you dare to let Pokémon attack me, the Pokémon Alliance will not let you go, the hedgehog-headed boy said in a trembling voice. After all, he is just a second-generation rich man who has never seen the world. After staying in the academy for a while and enjoying the privileges given by the Alliance, he had an illusion. Pokémon Trainer doesn't accept such random people? Pikachu, since he wants to try, then you. Please wait a moment. At this time, a female voice sounded from behind, interrupting Ash's instructions to Pikachu. Turning around, she was wearing a JK miniskirt, revealing her fair legs, long wine red hair, delicate and beautiful face. There was also a badge representing a junior student on her chest. Hey, Top Proud, the head of the junior students in the academy, Miss Top Proud. I didn't expect that even she was alarmed. Surrounding Top Proud, many male and female students cast respectful eyes at her. What do you want? Ash's attitude was a little cold. The top-notch boy seemed to not care about Ash's attitude, and looked at the brown-haired boy beside Misty. Your rival is a Cerulean Gym, and her Pokémon level is much higher than your Weepinbell. When the level difference is too obvious, attribute restraint will not work at all. Do you understand what I mean? The brown-haired boy was very excited to be taught by the top-notch boy, nodding repeatedly and replied, yes, I remember. Nodding with satisfaction, the top-notch boy looked at Ash again. Your normal, a Pikachu, is not too high in level. Don't you know? No rookie trainer will choose it as Earl Dervish's partner. And you stay outside all day, which makes me think you are an amateur. Let me remind you, don't let Pikachu evolve. Its cute appearance is most suitable for Stephanie's pet. The top-notch boy bombarded Ash with all the Pokémon knowledge he had learned over the years. Enough. Before Ash could speak, Misty couldn't stand it anymore. Pikachu is not as bad as you said. It is Ash's best friend and very powerful. Pikachu held his head high and nodded in agreement. Ding! The plot mission is triggered. Hit the top student and crush her self-esteem as a top student. Task reward, Top Master Ball, real 100% capture rate, including mythical beasts, top student intimacy increased by 50%. The system suddenly issued a mission, which made Ash confused. Crush the top student's self-esteem as a top student. The reward is a Top Master Ball, and 50% intimacy. The system is totally making trouble. I just had a conflict with the top student and had a bad impression of her. As a result, the system deliberately issued a task to increase her intimacy, and even offered a reward that he couldn't refuse at all. Master Ball, developed and produced by Silphco, has now been completely stopped. The existing Master Balls are basically in the hands of bigwigs from all sides. This is a Pokeball that claims to be able to capture Pokemon 100% of the time. However, according to Ash's guess, the Master Ball produced by Silphco is definitely not good enough, at least it will not have any effect on the legendary first-level god. After all, it is definitely not difficult for Giovanni and even the leaders of evil organizations in each region to get a Master Ball. If ordinary Master Balls can capture first-level gods 100%, they would probably have been looking for the traces of first-level gods all over the world. In this case, the top-quality Master Ball sent by the system. The gold content is simply unimaginable. I'll take this task. After a little hesitation, Ash still followed the will of the system. A top-quality Master Ball, he even thought about who to give it to. It can only be said that it is not Ash's fault that his will is not firm enough, mainly because the system gives too much. Beat her up and give her back the intimacy. This top-notch kid is not an M. Ash looked at the top-notch kid with a somewhat strange expression. Oh, really? The top-notch kid covered his mouth and chuckled, saying jokingly, in that case, let him fight me. It's just right for me to see the strength of the travel trainer. Excuse me, the ones I met before were all too weak. She has a beautiful appearance, elegant temperament, but a domineering personality. She looked down on people in her words. It's basically the same as the original plot. If it weren't for the system task triggering and the amazing rewards, Ash wouldn't waste time with her. Shaking his head, Ash took out a Pokeball from his waist. Is that so? Let's try it. I also want to see how much weight the academic Pokémon trainer who can let Pokémon Alliance open a backdoor has. Second-generation people like Top-Notch Kid have a strong self-esteem. Only one irrefutable victory is needed to crush her pride and complete the task issued by the system. A trace of disdain flashed across the delicate face of the Top-Notch Pride. The travel trainers who challenged her before were also full of big words. Their real strength was vulnerable. If rival is Pikachu, then I'll leave it to you, Cubone. The Top-Notch Pride first sent out the ground-type Cubone. The ground type is immune to electric skills, but after Pikachu appeared, he first avoided Cubone's Boomerang with speed, and then knocked it out with quick attack. Cubone lost its combat ability? After defeating Cubone with the reverse attribute, many students on the scene showed surprised and puzzled expressions. Damn, Pikachu actually defeated Cubone. He didn't use electric moves. This is level suppression. This Pikachu is so fast that it's hard to see its movements with the naked eye. The Pokémon Noble Academy is not completely like those unlearned hooligans with yellow-haired hedgehog heads. Many of the senior students could see that Ash had trained this Pikachu very well. The speed that burst out instantly was amazing. How could it be? The top student was also a little confused, but he reacted quickly and threw the second Pokeball. Then, Graveler, it's up to you. Graveler with blue qualification and level 25. Pikachu, come back. Ash called back Pikachu and sent Melodic to take over. Melodic made his debut on the first day of the first year. His graceful figure attracted the onlookers' amazement. The top student's beautiful eyes flashed with a strange light. This is a super rare flash Pokemon. How could Ash, a trainer who had just traveled for a short time, capture it? Just now, he was defeated miserably by attribute restraint. Now facing Melodic, there is no chance of winning. Melodic used Water Gun to defeat Graveler's Rock Throw attack, and then easily sent it away with a Water Pulse with a stockpile. Lost again? Two Pokemon were defeated in succession, and the top-ranking child looked slightly depressed. Retracted Graveler and sent out the third Pokemon. Electric-type Thunder Pokemon, blue qualification, level Leave 28. Attribute restraint plus level suppression. Just when she thought she had won, Melodic withstood the Thunder Shock attack of the Thunder Pokemon with his tyrannical strength, and Dragon Tail directly blew it away. The Thunder Pokemon rolled and fell out of the battlefield. This time it was a complete instant kill. You, the top student, are not very strong. You are not as good as those of us who go out to travel. After defeating her 3 Pokemon, Ash teased the top-ranking child and the group turned and left. She was left standing there as if struck by a bolt from the blue. Did I just lose like this? And these were matches that I shouldn't have lost at all. She was obviously doubting her life. Ding! Melodic's level was raised from Leave 25 to Leave 26. The levels of the Pokemon of the top students were not low, and they gave Melodic a lot of experience. Story mission, beat up the top students and crush her self-esteem as a top student. Mission completed. Reward, Top Master Ball, real 100% capture rate, including legendary beasts, top students' intimacy increased by 50%. Ash, who left the aristocratic school, received the mega prize for completing the system mission. Top Master Ball. A Pokeball that can capture any Pokémon with 100% accuracy. A strategy mission will be triggered after the capture is successful, used to increase the intimacy of the captured Pokémon. Ensure that the fatal drawback of Master Ball in capturing Pokémon is solved. That is, the problem of Pokémon intimacy and loyalty level is not enough due to brutal capture. It is not easy to gain intimacy with legendary Pokémon, especially the first level God. Most of them have lived for an unknown number of years and have arrogant personalities. There are very few trainers who can be recognized by them. If it were not for this top-quality Master Ball rewarded by the system, Ash would never pay attention to them. As for the capture targets that can be considered at this stage, Team Rocket's Mewtwo is undoubtedly a very good choice. Mewtwo was born from Mew's genes, but Team Rocket scientists paid too much attention to the strength when cloning and creating Mewtwo. As a result, the newly born Mewtwo surpassed Mew in terms of strength, but failed to inherit Mew's special ability to freely transform other Pokémon. The combat power level is close to the first level God, with 2 mage forms, plus a childlike mind. Mewtwo is simply the perfect target choice in his mind. In the playground of the aristocratic school, the top-ranked proud boy whose self-esteem was ruthlessly crushed by Ash sat alone on the grass, ignoring the voices pointing and talking around. The battle scene with Ash kept flashing in her mind. After a long time, she raised her head, and a forced smile flashed across her pale face. Is this the true strength of a traveling trainer? The so-called attribute restraint is like a joke in front of the opponent's Pokémon's rich combat experience. When the levels are equal, her Pokémon has no resistance. When the level is slightly higher, it is not a rival either. Does it mean that if she wants to defeat Ash's Pokémon, she must rely on the absolute level suppression of dozens of levels? And Ash is just a trainer who has been traveling for a short time. Ash from Pallet Town, I will remember you as a superior pride. This humiliation? I will get it back with interest at the Indigo Plateau Conference? Chief Pride, I think that Melodic is most likely a Pokémon cultivated by his parents and given to him when they went out on a trip. Don't worry about this win or loss. The yellow-haired hedgehog head, who had been waiting for a long time, came up to comfort the top pride with a flattering face, and at the same time did not forget to belittle Ash. The top pride is the top student in the lower grade, and his family background is even more unfathomable. If he can win her favor and gain her favor, in the future, not only will he be able to run rampant in school, but the elders at home who are very loyal to him will also look at him with new eyes. Humph, when you faced him just now, why were you so scared that you didn't even dare to take out the Pokeball? The yellow-haired hedgehog head was embarrassed and hesitated to speak. The top pride glanced at the yellow-haired hedgehog head coldly. A piece of trash like you is really not worthy of being a Pokémon trainer. After a furious retort, stepping out with her long and fair legs, the top student headed straight for the college office building. Jiaozi, have you really decided to go traveling after graduation? Have you thought it through? With your current grades, it's only a matter of time before you advance to the advanced level. By then, you can participate in the Indigo Plateau Conference with your college identity. Office. The head teacher looked at the beautiful girl in front of her and tried hard to persuade her. This is the top honors student in the lower grades, the object of the school's vigorous training. How can she just leave? Teacher, I have thought it through. Compared with the courses in the college, the various encounters on the journey and the encounters with trainers with distinctive fighting styles can really make me improve. I will participate in the Indigo Plateau Conference and win the championship with my own strength. The attitude of the top pride is quite firm. Ash used a battle to wake her up and let her know that Pokémon battles are full of uncertainties. Relying on theoretical knowledge alone is tantamount to talking on paper. Well, I'll ask. No need to ask, my grandfather has agreed. Hearing this, teacher didn't say anything more. The grandfather of the top pride is a member of the college board of directors. Dropping out of school was a thought for her. Even if the top-notch kid lied at this time, it had nothing to do with him. After completing the graduation procedures and healing the Pokémon, the top-notch kid couldn't wait to embark on a journey. Sister Jiaoze, I wish you a great performance at the Indigo Plateau Conference. Well, the champion must be my top-notch kid. Ambitiously left the academy. Walking on the forest path, the top-notch kid was in high spirits. Pokémon with a little potential could not escape her scrutiny. Butterfree, the level is a little lower than the training Pokémon of the academy, but as the first Pokémon I met on the journey, I want to capture it and train it well. Mankey? Forget it, it's too bad-tempered to get along with. By the way, Ash has a flash-colored Melodic. I have to capture a water-type Pokémon of the same weight as it. Gyarados is a good choice. The top-notch kid who set out on the journey regarded Ash as a strong rival. She swore in her heart. She must defeat the Pikachu trainer wearing a hat in the Indigo Plateau Conference, the largest event in the region. Let him cry in pain and regret the humiliation he had done to her today. Then he asked to stay by her side and travel together. She reluctantly accepted him as her little follower. Let him wash her clothes, cook for her, and eat her food every day. Of course, this is not because she has a crush on Ash. It's just that this guy is too hateful. That's right, there is no other reason. At the same time, following the direction pointed by the brown-haired boy, Ash and the other two have walked out of the foggy area. But it is worth mentioning that because it is close to the foggy area, it is very difficult to map this area. So the map leading to Vermilion City is not complete. Now, even Xiaogang is helpless. Ash and his group are lost in the forest again. It is basically the same as the original plot, because Misty wants to capture an Oddish, Bulbasaur misunderstands and fights. In the end, Bulbasaur ran away with Oddish. Ash, who knew the plot development of the original world line, followed Bulbasaur to a relatively hidden settlement. A large number of Pokémon abandoned by human trainers gathered here. A Stephanie named Melanie lived here, specializing in providing help and healing injuries for these Pokémon abandoned by humans. Ash wanted to subdue Bulbasaur, who was the force of this settlement and was responsible for protecting the Pokémon in the settlement. When they arrived in front of the wooden house, several people greeted Stephanie Melanie who was feeding the Pokémon. Xiaogang started to go crazy as usual, but in a blink of an eye, he was pulled away by Misty's ears. Then Ash told her his purpose. Hey, Ash, do you want to subdue Bulbasaur? It's very strong. Melanie looked at Ash in surprise and said. There were trainers who had mistakenly entered here before and wanted to subdue Bulbasaur. But they were all defeated by Bulbasaur without exception. I know, but I am confident that I can subdue it. Pikachu. Ash and Pikachu replied confidently. Melanie smiled, nodded, and said, Bulbasaur is very talented, it's a waste to leave him here. In fact, it's not just him. I hope that the children I help here can find a suitable trainer or return to the outside world to live. It's a pity that there are many Pokémon here who have been abandoned by incompetent human trainers and have lost confidence in the outside world. How about this? I will take you to find Bulbasaur. Of course, whether you can get its recognition depends on your ability, Ash. Thank you so much, Miss Melanie. Melanie is the most trusted human of Bulbasaur. With her guarantee, Bulbasaur will definitely let down his guard. Ash's chance of subduing it will also increase a lot. Seeds. Ash and his friends found Bulbasaur under Melanie's guidance. At this time, it was playing with several Rattata and Oddish. After seeing Ash and his friends, it immediately became alert. Bulbasaur, relax, they are all my friends. With Melanie's guarantee, Bulbasaur's attitude towards Ash and his friends was no longer as bad as it was towards other human trainers, but it was still cold. There is still a big gap from a harmonious conversation. I'm sorry to make you laugh, Bulbasaur is kind-hearted, but he has a deep prejudice against human trainers. It's understandable, after all, there are many Pokémon that have been abandoned by humans living here. Well, Ash is right, please move to the wooden house and wait for me, I will talk to Bulbasaur. Melanie said to Ash and his friends in a gentle voice. Ash and his friends obediently retreated. Bulbasaur is the guardian of all Pokémon in this settlement. The past of these abandoned Pokémon. It must know something. It must have a very bad impression of human trainers. If you want to persuade it to change its view of human trainers, you have to ask Melanie, whom it trusts the most, to help. Ash is not in a hurry. If it really doesn't work, when the Rocket Trio in the original plot comes out to make trouble, he can think of other ways to get Bulbasaur's approval. Seed. When Bulbasaur came back with Melanie, the hostility in his eyes towards Ash and the other two had basically disappeared. His attitude was more inclined to scrutiny and curiosity. From Melanie, it learned that Melanie didn't want it to stay here and waste its years and excellent talents. She hoped that Bulbasaur could go out into the world and shine on his own stage. At the same time, she told Bulbasaur about her original intention of coming here to build a settlement to help weak wild Pokémon. She just hoped that these injured Pokémon could cheer up and shine again. After learning about Melanie's ambition, Bulbasaur's view of the settlement changed quietly, and he also understood Melanie's good intentions. After all, she couldn't take care of them for a lifetime. Sooner or later, the Pokémon in the settlement would have to go out, face the outside world and live their own lives. From this point of view, the human boy in front of him is indeed a good choice for him. In fact, when it first met Ash, it did not feel disgusted with this human boy, and he was very close to the Pikachu on his shoulder, and it can be seen that he is a responsible trainer who loves Pokémon. Of course, these alone can only make it recognize Ash's quality. As for the idea of conquering it, it must defeat itself head-on. It does not want to follow a trainer who is weaker than itself. Ash, Bulbasaur is very interested in traveling with you, but the premise is that you have to defeat it and prove your strength to it. Melanie walked in front of Ash and said, Thank you for your trouble, Miss Melanie. Ash nodded quickly to express his gratitude. This is undoubtedly the best way for him to conquer. It is worthy of being one of his favorite Pokémon in the original world line. In this way, Bulbasaur really looks down on trainers like Gogo who do not fight, do not establish emotional connections with Pokémon, and just throw balls to violently conquer them. Seed. The battle with Bulbasaur ended quickly. After seeing Pidgeotto's dazzling speed and swift attack, Bulbasaur recognized Ash. Bulbasaur, please teach me more in the future. Seed. After healing Bulbasaur's injuries with potion, Ash put it back into the Pokeball. Ash, congratulations on your successful capture of Bulbasaur. Judging from the look in the child's eyes just now, he must have recognized you. I hope you can take good care of it in the future, and you can come back to the settlement when you have time. Seeing Ash patiently treating Bulbasaur, Melanie nodded with a little relief and gave instructions. Don't worry, Miss Melanie, I will definitely let Bulbasaur's talents bloom at the Indigo Plateau Conference Lucas. Well, I will look forward to that day. Melanie looked at Ash and smiled warmly. At this time, Misty also walked up to congratulate Ash. Ash, congratulations on catching Bulbasaur. It can be designated by the Kanto Alliance as a starter Pokémon for rookie trainers. Bulbasaur is stronger and rarer than most Pokémon that trainers can catch in the wild. Starter Pokémon are actually rare in the wild. After all, the demand for starter Pokémon by rookie trainers in an entire region is still very high every year. Ash can catch this Bulbasaur, and he still has the aura of the protagonist. Now the absolute main force Pokémon of the grass type is also available. Pokémon, Bulbasaur, odd color. Attribute, grass, poison. Level, leave 25. Qualification, gold. Ability, chlorophyll. Skills, tackle, growl, vine whip, razor leaf, leech seed, poison powder, sleep powder, seed bomb, take down, sweet scent. Items, none. Chlorophyll ability, Bulbasaur's speed will increase on sunny days. An ability that is very friendly to Bulbasaur, but not very suitable for its final form Venusaur. With Venusaur's huge size, the acceleration effect of chlorophyll can be basically ignored. But in the original plot, Bulbasaur didn't want to evolve. The evolution of Bulbasaur in the Wonderful Garden was stopped by itself for some reason. Ash always respects the wishes of Pokémon. Besides, compared to Venusaur, who can only act as a grass-type turret, he really likes the flexible and changeable Bulbasaur. It seems that I have to find a chance to talk to Bulbasaur in the future. It would be best if I could get a piece of Everstone for it to carry, so that it wouldn't accidentally evolve in battle one day. With the system, even if it doesn't evolve, there will definitely be other ways to make up for the damage of the lack of cotton socks seeds. Before leaving, Ash released Bulbasaur again. It's unknown how long it will take to come back this time. This will be a good opportunity for Bulbasaur to say goodbye to the abandoned Pokémon it used to protect. Before leaving, Xiaogang also expressed his love to Melanie and said that he was willing to stay and help. Unfortunately, Melanie declined. After saying goodbye to Melanie, Ash and his group continued their journey. With Bulbasaur, a local Pokémon who is very familiar with the surrounding forest, Ash and his group finally got rid of the trouble of getting lost. The next gym will be against Team Rocket's Mashy. The average level of Ash's Pokémon is only around leave 25. The overall level is still too low. The highest level Pikachu is leave 31, and Melodic, who has great potential, is only level 26. The first Butterfree he captured is even only leave 21, the lowest level among Ash's Pokémon. If it were in the game world, he would definitely bet on Pikachu and Melodic without any care and raise their levels to the maximum. It is not impossible to kill the entire Indigo Alliance with them. But this is the real world after all. Since they are Pokémon he captured, he must be responsible for training them well. Grow with everyone and strive for the highest honor in Pokémon battles. At present, the frequency of outdoor battles and challenging high-level trainers must be increased a little. Level up the Pokémon with top-quality qualifications as soon as possible. After leaving the settlement, Ash leveled up with wild Pokémon all the way. When he meets a stranger, he will challenge him. At the same time, he will send Pidgeotto to fly around to find out the whereabouts of the Squirtle core in the original world line. The 3 Pokémon of the Kanto family are already very rare in the wild. Among the 3 Pokémon of the Kanto family that Ash encountered in the early stage, only Squirtle brought a group of minions. He plans to help Misty get a Squirtle. Since the Cerulean Gym mission raised Misty's intimacy, she has become more gentle to him. The two will also flirt like ordinary couples, but they have not yet confirmed their relationship. Butterfree uses Sleep Powder. Pidgeotto uses Hurricane to blow the powder over. Now, Melodic uses Water Pulse. Bulbasaur Razor Leaf suppresses the dodging Spearow, and then Pikachu will finish it off, Thunderbolt. In a jungle, Ash commanded the Pokémon in the team to fight a Spearow group that attacked them. A smooth combination of tricks came down. The entire Spearow group became the experience pack of Ash's Pokémon. They fell to the ground one after another and lost their ability to fight. Occasionally, a few Spearows who were lucky enough to avoid this combination punch were knocked down by Bulbasaur Razor Leaf just as they were about to fly high into the sky. If you want to run to report to the group, that's definitely not possible. These days, Ash has been leveling up almost day and night, and he has visited almost all the Pokémon groups of a certain size in the forest. For other tribes, after using them to gain experience, Xiaogang and Misty will also help apply medicine to Pokémon. When there are not enough potions, Ash will let Pidgeotto lead the way to pick various tree fruits to replace potions for Pokémon. If it is just potions, Ash can afford it. The key is that the negative contest condition caused by the powder attack of Butterfree and Bulbasaur requires corresponding antidotes. Using tree fruits with corresponding effects can save a lot of money. Of course, for guys like the Spearow tribe that launch sneak attacks while they are eating, Ash will not waste supplies on them. Ash, let's go quickly. It will be bad if more Spearow tribes come to us. Looking at the Spearows twitching on the ground, Misty said. Xiaogang, with a tired face, immediately raised his hands to agree. These days, he and Misty have fully cooperated with Ash to level up Pokémon, and the surrounding Pokémon have basically been treated by them. In order to treat the Pokémon defeated by Ash, he was sometimes too busy to even cook, and the team's food quality plummeted. The two looked haggard. Ash felt a little embarrassed looking at the two who worked so hard for him. Well, the Pokémon's level is too slow, so I want to give the Pokémon more combat experience before the Vermilion Gym Battle. Thank you for helping me. It happens that the nearest road is Route 24, where there is a Pokémon Center. We can go there to rest and relax, Ash suggested. He also knew that the special training he arranged for the Pokémon recently put a lot of pressure on his teammates. For the two hard-working teammates, Ash also planned to repay them in the future. Okay, let's go now. The target is the Pokémon Center. She had long wanted to stay in this forest, but because Ash wanted to level up the Pokémon, Misty, who had held back her excitement, almost jumped up. Brock next to her also breathed a sigh of relief. After several days of intensively applying medicine to various Pokémon groups, even though he was determined to become an excellent breeder, he was a little overwhelmed. Pikachu leveled up from Level 31 to Level 39, learned new skills such as Electro Ball and Iron Tail. Butterfree leveled up from Level 21 to Level 25, learned Safeguard. Pidgeotto leveled up from Level 30 to Level 35, learned Wing Attack, and is only a step away from evolution. Melodic leveled up from Level 26 to Level 31, learned Aqua Tail and Safeguard. Bulbasaur leveled up from Level 25 to Level 30, learned Synthesis and Sunny Day. Leveling up day and night has a significant effect. There is a threshold for every 10 levels of Pokémon, and after crossing it, the strength will be significantly improved. This time, Ash has a lot of gains with the Pokémon he holds. First is Pikachu, who has the biggest improvement. The best qualifications, plus when Ash fights with the Pokémon tribe, Pikachu always performs Thunderbolt to end the combo. It naturally gets the most combat experience. It also learns skills that were learned much later in the original world line. Butterfree also gets a lot of experience because of its various control skills, but unfortunately its qualifications are still a bit low. Pidgeotto's level is increased by 5 levels, and it almost evolved in the battle with the Mankey tribe. To be honest, Ash can't wait to see the handsome look of the evolved Pidgeot after using the Gene Breakthrough Potion. Melodic and Bulbasaur also crossed the threshold and their strength was significantly improved. This time, except for Pikachu, the level of Ash's Pokémon lineup increased by basically the same amount. The main reason is that Ash gave up wasting time on the weak trainer he met on the roadside and chose to challenge the wild Pokémon in the tribe. When it comes to team battles, the leveling speed of the Pokémon can basically keep up. And Butterfree, whose strength has increased the least, is also related to its purple qualifications. In the future, Ash will also find a way to improve its qualifications through the system. On the way to the Pokémon Center near the highway, Ash and his party finally arrived at the boulder where they met Charmander in the original world line. This Charmander looks very tired. It looks like it's waiting for someone. Pikachu climbed up the boulder and negotiated with Charmander. Then he came back to report to Ash and the others. Ash, who knew the original plot, naturally knew what Charmander was doing. Okay, Pikachu, I understand what you mean. Charmander was indeed waiting for his master to come back and pick it up. Here, Ash did not directly throw the ball to try to subdue Charmander like in the original plot. After all, Charmander decided to follow Ash after being heartbroken by his master. Charmander, I know you want to wait for your master here, but your injuries are too severe. I'm afraid you won't be able to hold on until your trainer comes to find you. Let me take a look at you. As he said this, Ash took out a bottle of super potion and planned to treat the tired Charmander. Under Pikachu's words of comfort, Charmander temporarily relaxed his vigilance against Ash. After healing Charmander's injuries, its eyes softened when it looked at Ash. After a conversation, Charmander insisted on staying here and waiting for his trainer to pick him up. Ash didn't say anything more and took Xiaogang and Misty to the Pokémon Center. Next, just wait for a timely rain that can make Charmander change his mind. Pokémon Center Restaurant. Ash and the other two, who were already full of food and drink, talked about Vermilion City, the irritable gym owner Mazishi, the blue sky, the sea, and the Saint Anu. Misty changed her previous melancholy when she went to Cerulean City, and her fair and pretty face was full of joy and expectation. At this time, a burst of Power Trip's laughter came from the table next to her. Ha 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 ha. You don't know how stupid that Charmander is. I lied to it and told it to wait for me on the boulder and I would go get it back after a while. I didn't release it with the Pokeball. It probably still fantasizes that I will go back to get it. Several younger brothers who are obviously followers are full of compliments. Brother Damien, you are too awesome. You just say you don't want such a rare Charmander. We are still trying to catch Pokemon like Caterpie and Meryl. Tisk, that Charmander is a waste. It can't even beat Poliwag. It makes me lose face in front of the beauty. What's the point of being rare? Why don't you just catch the powerful Charizard in the future? As soon as he said this, the followers clapped their hands and flattered him in various ways. That annoying guy is actually Charmander's trainer. Misty glared at Damien who was talking. Poor Charmander didn't even know about this, and he was still waiting there. Boom boom. As they were talking, thunder roared outside the window, and the weather became darker. Seeing this, Xiaogang stood up and wanted to argue with them. But Ash stopped him with his hand. Ash, why are you stopping me? A guy like this doesn't know how to cherish his Pokemon partner, abandons Charmander, and deceives it. As a former gym leader, I can't just sit back and watch. Misty immediately supported Xiaogang's words. She also wanted to rush up and argue with them. Don't worry, I will make him regret it. It's going to rain heavily now. If Charmander continues to wait stupidly on the boulder, his life may be in danger. The most important thing at this time is Charmander's safety. Ding! System task trigger, conquer the abandoned Charmander and use it to defeat the trainer who abandoned it. Task rewards, high-speed potion, after use, Pokemon's speed increases by 20%, top-grade charcoal, holding Pokemon's fire-type moves increases the power by 50%. Ash glanced coldly at Damien who was still bragging about himself, and decisively accepted the task. Well, Charmander's safety is indeed more important. Ash's words made sense. After listening to it, Misty and Xiaogang didn't want to fight with the gang of scoundrels in front of them. Ash and the other two put on raincoats and boots, and ran straight to the place where the boulder was in the wind and rain. It was raining heavily now, and the whole world was trapped in a heavy rain curtain. Ash, with this level of heavy rain, Charmander is probably in danger. Well, let's speed up. Ash, who was running in the front, shook off Xiaogang and Misty. After taking the medicine, Ash took out the intermediate speed-enhancing potion, Host, from the system space and drank it all. After taking the potion, Ash started running at full speed at a speed comparable to some high-speed Pokemon. After running for less than 2 minutes, he saw a protruding boulder. It must be said that Mega Rookie's physical strength is so terrifying. After running so far, Ash didn't even feel tired at all. On the boulder, a Charmander was lying with a lotus leaf covering the weak flame of its tail. Charmander looked fixedly in the direction where Damien left, and his tired eyes were full of expectations. From the flame on its tail that was almost extinguished, Ash knew that Charmander was already at the end of his strength. If he continued to persist, it would obviously be its death in a few hours. Yes, it was real death. This is not a virtual game world, and Pokemon are only several times stronger than humans, not immortal. Charmander, you are already very weak. If you continue like this, you won't be able to wait for your trainer to pick you up. Ash approached and patiently persuaded. Charmander looked at him with some emotion, and then turned his gaze back to the intersection where Damien came from, expecting him to pick it up. After all, the other party told it to wait here obediently. Xiao, Ash, what's the situation now? Xiao, Charmander, is it still unwilling to leave? Xiaogang asked breathlessly to Misty who came later. Charmander, actually just now at the Pokemon Center, I saw your trainer, his name is Damien, right? Woo wow. Looking at Ash, Charmander's expression became a little excited. Charmander, that scumbag lied to you, he has abandoned you and will not come back to pick you up. Misty really couldn't stand it anymore. Charmander's behavior at this time deepened her hatred for the scumbag trainer Damien. However, Charmander was not moved at all, just staring at Ash in front of him. I'll take you to find him. After you meet him, you can decide whether to continue to follow him, how about it? Woo wow. Charmander nodded weakly. It still trusted Ash, who had treated its injuries. With Charmander's permission, Ash took off his coat and put it on the trembling Charmander, picked it up and carefully protected the flame on its tail. The three of them went straight to the Pokemon Center. It's raining so hard, maybe that idiot is still tail whip in the mountains. Maybe the tail is shaking too hard, and it's not impossible to shake the fire out. Ha ha ha, this is fun. Outside the door of the Pokemon Center, listening to the playful laughter inside, the hope in Charmander's eyes was completely dim, replaced by deep despair and pain. The trainer that he had been thinking about for so long, ended up giving it a fatal blow at this moment. Tick-tock. Tears ran down his cheeks, and Charmander finally broke down. Charmander, is it worth it to be sad for such a scum? He doesn't know how good you are, and even puts your efforts for him in front of his friends to laugh at. Such a scum is not worthy of you. Charmander, I value your talent and your personality, so become my partner. I will work hard to make you the strongest fire Pokemon, and make those who look down on you regret it for the rest of their lives. Ash looked at the lost Charmander sincerely, and stretched out his right hand to invite him. Looking at Ash's eager and sincere eyes, compare with Damien who abandoned it and used it as a topic of conversation among friends. Those harsh and unpleasant voices kept echoing in its mind. After a moment of hesitation, Charmander's eyes were firm. Put his right paw on Ash's palm. At this time, the mark of trainer Damien quickly faded in its mind, and it was replaced by Ash who came to see it in the heavy rain. Ash looked at Charmander's actions and was happy. Although Charmander has not been formally subdued and its intimacy cannot be seen, it is obvious that Charmander has recognized him. It can only be said that a stupid trainer like Damien is really not worthy of having a top-quality Pokemon. In the original plot, most of the Pokemon subdued by Ash were the best of their kind, or they had great personalities. Under Ash's last-minute training, which was to train only when he couldn't beat the gym, he could still fight hard against the main Pokemon trained by trainers from all sides. Among the many Pokemon he has captured, Charizard's talent and combat power can definitely be ranked in the first tier. Moreover, Charizard is the answer to the version, and Kanto Region can allow it to Mage Evolve. Both Mega Charizards and Mega Charizardy are powerful and handsome. In the Galar region, which is farther away, the Super Gigantamax Charizard not only makes it bigger, but also gives it flaming wings. Ash, congratulations on capturing Charmander. Misty came up to congratulate Ash, looking at Charmander with a bit of relief in her eyes. Finally, their efforts were worthwhile. If Charmander with such a good personality continues to follow that scumbag, it will be a waste of it. Fortunately, that scumbag's brain is not very good and abandoned such a good Charmander. This is just a bargain for Ash. After all, when Ash left Pallet Town, he received Pikachu instead of the 3 major Pokemon. Pikachu is also a relatively common Pokemon among electric-type Pokemon. As a result, Ash not only trained Pikachu to be extremely strong, but now, after less than a month of traveling, he is about to collect all the 3 starter Pokémon that most Kanto trainers dream of in the wild. However, Bulbasaur and Charmander are also extremely lucky to meet Ash. Compared with their original rubbish trainer, it is undoubtedly better to follow Ash, who is capable and extremely passionate about Pokémon. Thinking of this, Misty can't wait to see these Pokémon shine at the Indigo Plateau Conference under Ash's training. It's too early to congratulate me now. I have to find a way to get that scumbag and Charmander to remove the Pokeball restrictions. Ash shook his head, his face thoughtful. Charmander's trainer Damien was born a scumbag, abandoned Charmander, but didn't let it go, made up lies and gave it false expectations. Charmander almost died in the heavy rain. If it weren't for Ash and the other 2, the protagonists of the Destiny group, passing by, it would have probably died of hypothermia. After Charmander defeated the Rocket Trio, Damien, who found Charmander very strong, wanted to take it back. This kind of character and person with terrible personality must be taught a lesson? Whoa. This time, the order of Smile and Determined Eyes seems to be topsy-turvy. Misty, Xiaogang, let's go, it's time to meet that scumbag. Picked up Charmander, Ash called the 2 to walk into the Pokémon Center. The scumbag was still sitting on the sofa in the lobby bragging about himself. Pika. Whoa. Pikachu standing on Ash's right shoulder greeted Charmander. Perhaps because it had just met not long ago, Charmander seemed a little shy, but when they first met, Pikachu did have a brief communication with it. Speaking of it should thank Pikachu. Being held in Ash's arms and Pikachu's concern for it was compared to being scolded and hungry when following Damien. The attitudes of the 2 trainers towards it were very different. Following Ash made it feel inexplicably at ease. As the 3 walked into the Pokémon Center, Charmander tried his best to suppress the instinctive behavior of shaking his tail to prevent the flame at the end of the tail from igniting Ash's clothes. Ash caught all of Charmander's little movements with his peripheral vision, and the corners of his mouth slightly raised. As a Pokémon that was once abandoned, Charmander is definitely one of his favorite Pokémon in the original plot. He was so well behaved around Ash during the Charmander period. It was just because of various reasons that the evolution speed was too fast. The level increase was far beyond Ash's trainer command level at the time, so he began to be a little disobedient. This point is completely understandable to Ash now. An amateur commanding an expert, just thinking about it makes your blood pressure soar. It would be strange if the powerful Charizard could listen to the command. Usually when this happens, Pokémon directly defected. After all, Pokémon depend on human trainers in addition to emotions. Human trainers can also help them become stronger, which is an important factor, not to mention Charizard, who has already become a little arrogant after evolution. It's just that Rest is playing badly, and when he is annoyed by the harassment of the stupid thing, he will give him a flamethrower, which is already very good. And now that it's his turn, Ash is confident that he won't let this happen again. He doesn't want to be sprayed by Charizard's flames. In the Pokémon Center, Damien was still bragging to his friends. It was nothing more than how rich his family was, what rare Pokémon his parents gave him. At this time, several figures approaching the door attracted his attention. The boy in the hat was holding Charmander, who had been abandoned by him several times and came back to find him. Why did you come back? Didn't I tell you to wait there? Damien subconsciously thought that Charmander was looking for him. His tone was full of disgust and impatience. What does it have to do with you? You know, if we hadn't brought it back, it would still be waiting for you there, and it might even be in danger of death. Damien's expression finally ignited Xiaogang's anger. He rushed forward and grabbed his collar, almost lifting him up. As the owner of the rock gym, Xiaogang still insisted on exercising every day. Although not as good as Ash, he had no problem dealing with a hooligans like Damien who was exhausted by alcohol and S**X. The atmosphere in the hall suddenly became tense. The hooligans around Damien were ready to help. Fortunately, Nurse Joy showed up in time to warn Damien and told him that if he continued to make trouble, he would be expelled from the Alliance as a Pokémon trainer. Damien and his gang of friends calmed down immediately. Humph. Just give Nurse Joy a face this time. Charmander, who can't even beat Poliwag, always finds it like a pug every time he loses it. This kind of useless Pokémon is really suitable for trainers like you. Ha ha ha, what? I got it right? You don't really like this loser, do you? Ash naturally wouldn't tolerate the barking of this scumbag, and walked forward with cold eyes. Then do you dare to have a Pokémon battle with this Charmander? I will let you know that it is you, the trainer, who is trash, not Charmander. After hearing Damien's words, not only Ash and his friends, but also Nurse Joy, who loves Pokémon, hated him very much. She hoped that Ash could teach him a lesson and vent Charmander's anger. Ding! Trigger system task, kick Damien out of the Pokémon Center. Task reward, increase Joy family intimacy by 10%. The task introduction was unexpectedly concise, but it came at the right time. Ash whispered a few words to Nurse Joy. There is something that he needs Nurse Joy's cooperation? Just you and this loser Charmander. Since it's a Pokémon battle, let's add some prizes. At this time, Damien showed 2 fingers, smiling confidently. Power trip, 200,000. Whoever loses, transfer the money immediately. Okay, I'm going to command Charmander in the battle. To be fair, you should remove the Pokeball restriction first. Ash didn't say any more nonsense and got straight to the point. Charmander beside him showed an expectant expression. Remove it if you want. I've been wanting to get rid of this jerk for a long time. Damien took out Charmander's Pokeball. The red light shone on Charmander, and then it broke and shattered. Wow. Charmander, who had the restriction removed, felt relieved and cast a grateful look at Ash. The backyard of the Pokemon Center. Damien threw a Pokeball on the battlefield. Get ready for battle, Frog. Ever since Charmander was defeated by Poliwag with a water gun, he pestered his parents at home and spent money to get a Pokemon called Frog, its evolution. This is one of the reasons why he chose to abandon Charmander. Since there is Frog that can easily defeat Charmander, there is no need to keep a weak Charmander. But this Charmander is obviously a bit difficult to deal with. It can always find him by following the smell. Deceiving it is the solution he came up with once and for all. Let Charmander stay on the stone and wait for it, so that it will not come to him on its own initiative. As a result, it was unexpectedly rescued by the group of trainers in front of it, and brought it to find him again. And the ball fell on him in front of so many of his friends. This time he will definitely teach Ash a lesson. In the field, Charmander and Frog are in a confrontation. Damien's cold words just now completely shattered Charmander's beautiful fantasy in his heart. To it, Damien is no longer its trainer, and even has a bit of spite. At this moment Charmander's eyes were filled with a strong fighting spirit. This time, it must not lose, it must defeat the Frog. Prove itself and live up to Ash's confidence in it. Frog, use the water gun trick. Damien waved his hand confidently and gave the order. Not long ago, he lost to Poliwag when using Charmander. The opponent's trainer commanded like this. This time he replaced the stronger Frog, and he will definitely be able to defeat Charmander easily. The level of Charmander and Frog is around level 15. When the levels are similar, because of the attribute restraint relationship, Charmander will definitely not have an advantage when facing Frog. It is normal that it couldn't beat Poliwag before. This kind of reverse attribute game tests the level of the trainer. As long as the command is proper, it is not impossible to win. In the final analysis, Damien is too rubbish. He can't reach the passing line of a Lion's trainer at all. The difference between him and the bug catcher is that his family background is not bad. After all, even if the trainer with a Pokemon lineup developing towards full attributes, there will definitely be scenes of reverse attribute battles. You can't just give up when you have reverse attributes. Charmander, move sideways to avoid. Charmander moved sideways to avoid the water gun attack of the Frog. Use Smokescreen next. The thick smoke instantly covered Charmander's figure. Because of his low level, Charmander didn't learn many skills. Ash could only try the simplest tactics first. However, Damien's command level was worse than he thought. Seeing Charmander's figure hidden in the smoke, he actually let the Frog start to use the water gun, frantically aiming at the direction of the smoke. The black smoke covered a wide area. The Frog, whose vision was blocked, fired a water gun to the left and a water gun to the right. Neither of them could hit Charmander hiding in the smoke. Instead, he was exhausted. At its level, using the water gun continuously in a short period of time would put a huge burden on its physical strength. Charmander, take action now. Use a grab attack. Charmander, who had been accumulating strength for a long time, rushed out of the smoke with great momentum and grabbed the mosquito-scented frog with his claws. Charmander seized the opportunity when the mosquito-scented frog lost a lot of physical strength and took it down with close combat. The mosquito-scented frog lost its fighting ability? How could it be? The mosquito-scented frog can't beat Charmander. The smoke dissipated, and Charmander stood proudly in the middle. The mosquito-scented frog was already spinning its eyes and fell to the ground. Wow! Charmander threw himself into Ash's arms with joy, his face full of the joy of victory and the pleasure of slapping Damien. Looking at the mosquito frog lying on the ground with scratches all over his body, Damien was shocked, as if he realized something, and showed a gentle hypocritical smile on his face. He took out the Pokeball that Charmander had just released from his waist. It turned out that Charmander was so strong, he really misjudged him before. Charmander, you performed really well. I changed my mind and allow you to be my partner again. As he said, he threw the Pokeball directly at Charmander. Wow! However, Charmander, who had long seen through his true face, opened his mouth and spit up a flame. The sparks burned Damien's body black and cracked his skin. Not everyone has the superhuman physique of Ash, nor the indestructible cockroach attribute of the Rocket Trio. Although Charmander's level is not high, the Ember's skills when it is furious are not much less powerful than the flamethrower of ordinary Pokemon. This is when Ash did not train Charmander much. As expected, Charizard's excellence is beyond doubt. No wonder the original world line can still fight Articuno and defeat powerful enemies repeatedly even after the happy education of the fool. Thanks to Damien, this waste, who has no eyes, he directly abandoned Charmander, a top-quality Pokemon. Looking at this Ember with power comparable to Flamethrower, Ash's eyes lit up slightly. Suppressing the surprise in his heart, Ash took out a new Pokeball and captured Charmander. Pokemon, Charmander. Attribute, Fire. Level, level 15. Qualification, Gold. Ability, Fierce Fire. Skills, Grab, Ember, Growl, Smokescreen. Carrying props, none. Ding! At this point, both tasks are completed, and rewards are obtained. High Speed Potion. After use, Pokemon's speed increases by 20%. Premium Charcoal. Holding Pokemon's Fire-type moves increases the power by 50%. Joy Family Intimacy increases by 10%. You ordered Pokémon to attack trainer. This is a violation of Alliance law. I will report you to Officer Jenny. Humph. You don't have to look for me. At this time, a cold voice came from outside the Pokémon Center. Officer Jenny, wearing a police uniform, walked into the Pokémon Center with a cold face, and took out a silver bracelet for Damien to wear in his confused eyes. Pokémon Trainer Damien, after multiple reports, there is sufficient evidence that you are suspected of intentionally causing a Pokémon to almost die. Please follow me back to the police station for investigation. As for those of you who followed Damien to disrupt the order of the Pokémon Center, go back and accept the punishment. In the astonished eyes of Damien and his group of friends, Officer Jenny announced their punishment. Not surprisingly, they all have to stay in jail for a while, and the Alliance will strip the trainer of his registered trainer status after being in jail. From now on, places such as Pokémon Center and Pokémon Store, which are open to Alliance registered trainers and can enjoy various preferential treatments, will blacklist them. Once the trainer status is stripped, even his family with a little background will be powerless to change it. Being blacklisted by the Pokémon Center, unable to challenge gyms, and unable to participate in any Pokémon events held by the Alliance, is tantamount to a death sentence for a trainer. Such a punishment is definitely very heavy for Damien. Of course, Damien's friends were only suspected of disturbing the order of the Pokémon Center, and the punishment was relatively light. At most, they were arrested and sent to the police station for compulsory labor for a few days. This was the maximum punishment that Officer Jenny could give. Wow! Seeing Damien being handcuffed and taken away, Charmander smiled happily. All the grievances before were finally vented. Ash, you are so awesome, this power trip scumbag finally got the punishment he deserved. Misty's beautiful eyes were shining, and she looked at Ash with admiration. The reason why he was severely punished is thanks to the help of Nurse Joy. Ash was very happy with the admiring eyes of the beautiful girl, but this matter was not his own effort. The surveillance of the Pokémon Center recorded all the excessive things that Damien and his friends did to Charmander when they were bragging. He asked Nurse Joy to help him retrieve this surveillance. Coupled with the intimacy with Office Jenny 10%. It is not qualitative to abandon Damien, Eamon's partner. This is the law of the president of the Kanto Alliance, Damien. This time, there are many. After obtaining the top quality charcoal, the flame on Charmander's tail became more and more blazing, and his favorability towards Ash also increased rapidly. The 50% increase in fire type power is an extremely huge improvement for Charmander. Then, Ash called out the system interface. Host, Ash. Special ability, none. Charm value, 60, full score 100. Pokémon, Pikachu, Butterfree, Pidgeotto, Bulbasaur, Melodic, Charmander. Points, 3W. System Store, Product 1, Universal Mage Evolution Stone Set, value, 999W points. Product 2, Perfect Partner Ring, value, 50W points. Product 3, Ninja Frog Bond Evolution Quick Method, value, 88W points. Product 4, 10 Ultimate Balls, value, 10W points. Product 5, Light Ball, value, 5000 points. Alas, there are still 3 days left before the system store refreshes, and he has only accumulated a mere 3W points. Forget about the quick evolution method for Greninja Bond, even buying the Ultra Ball is hard. Is it that we can only wait for the refresh to see if we can get some good stuff next month? At present, the only hope is Misty's mission. It seems that we can only work hard in these 3 days. Lying on the bed, Ash whispered to himself that the day after tomorrow, the heavy rain that lasted all night finally ended. The air in the morning was extremely fresh and the weather was fine. Ash and his group said goodbye to Nurse Joy and left. Because they wanted to find out about the Squirtle Core and to subdue the stunted Krabby living on the beach near Bill Lighthouse. Ash did not go straight to Vermilion City, but slowly moved towards the slightly offset Bill Lighthouse. On the way, Pidgeotto was released to find out the traces of the Squirtle Core. Just outside a small town on the way to Bill Lighthouse, Pidgeotto found traces of the Squirtle Core's activities. Pidgeotto, are you sure it's the Squirtle Core? Bye. Pidgeotto nodded and looked at Misty, who looked a little excited. Ash, you are really kidding me. I can subdue Squirtle. After several days of traveling, Misty, who was already exhausted and staggering when walking, immediately recovered with full blood and high morale. For her who aspires to become the world's mightiest water-type Pokémon Master, Squirtle, as the water master of the 3 starters, is very attractive to her. Although she has trained Starmie, Gyarados and other Pokémon now, these are relatively common Pokémon after all. Water-type starters like Squirtle are very rare in the wild, and she doesn't want to miss this rare opportunity. For this reason, it doesn't matter if she has to continue to live in the open air. In this case, let's speed up. Ash and the other 2 came to the outskirts of the town under the guidance of Pidgeotto, walking on a straight path. Bye. Wait a minute, there seems to be something wrong with this road. Looking at Pidgeotto in front of him, who was making a warning sound, Ash pointed to the slightly uneven road ahead. Pidgeotto, do you mean there is a trap here? Bye. Pidgeotto nodded affirmatively. Just now when it was flying in the air, it happened to see the Squirtle army setting traps. Ash looked at Misty and Brock, and the 3 nodded to each other. Help. How could there be a trap here? Jenny. As soon as the voice fell, 5 uniquely shaped Squirtles wearing sunglasses jumped out from behind a boulder. When they saw Ash standing in the middle of the road, they smiled and waved at them. The smug smile on the face of the Squirtle boss wearing unique square sunglasses quickly solidified. Okay, it's really Squirtle. Then Ash, let's start the Squirtle capture operation. After saying that, Misty saw at a glance that this was the most sturdy Squirtle except the Squirtle boss. I think the qualifications must be very good. Release Starmie, who has the ability to fight on land. As for Gyarados, Misty is a little worried that it will scare away the Squirtle army. So Starmie is still the most suitable. Ding! Trigger system task, conquer the Squirtle core boss. Task reward, Pokemon Speed Potion. After use, Pokemon Speed increases by 20%. Cannot be used in combination. Rare Candy. Leave 30 LV. 40. 1 piece. Points 10,000. The task requirements for this time are very simple, just need to conquer the Squirtle boss. Unlike when conquering Charmander, there are additional requirements. The rewards given are not that generous. 2 bottles of Pokemon Speed Potion, just right for distribution. Give priority to Pikachu and Bulbasaur who don't want to evolve. Pikachu, who has learned skills such as agility and quick attack, performs very well in high-speed close combat with speed. There is also a powerful skill like Iron Tail. Speed is particularly important for it at this stage. And Bulbasaur has the Chlorophyll attribute. With Pokemon Speed Potion, its flexibility and agility can be maximized. In the future, I will give it an attribute amplification item and turn it into a super agility turret. That would be so cool. When Ash was thinking about the direction of Pokemon training, Misty's Squirtle Capture battle had already ended. Compared with her 3 sisters, Misty has the command awareness of the gym leader, and Starmie is a Pokemon she carefully breeds. It is not difficult to defeat a Squirtle brother. At this time, Misty successfully captured the Squirtle that seemed to have the best qualifications except for the boss Squirtle. Johnny. At this time, the boss Squirtle shot a water gun at Ash's feet. It took off its sunglasses and looked at Ash with a taunt look, and kept saying something. Pika. Johnny. After Pikachu's hard translation, Ash learned that the boss Squirtle wanted to fight with it. If it wins, let Misty release the Squirtle brother she just captured. If it loses, it will volunteer to become Ash's Pokemon. The Squirtle boss is very loyal. He dares to bet his freedom for his brother. Ash nodded and said softly, Squirtle, I know you were abandoned by human trainers, so you formed a group to play pranks everywhere. What I want to tell you is that there are good and bad humans, there are scum who abandoned you, and there are people who love Pokemon. Misty and I both love Pokemon. Your brother will definitely have a better development if he follows her. I can bet with you, but I have to add a bet. If you lose to me, all your brothers have to follow me. I will arrange them to a place suitable for them, where you are no longer abandoned Pokemon, but respected existence. What do you think? Since these Squirtles will eventually become firefighters, fat water should not be left in the fields of outsiders, and it will be cheap for other villages and towns. It is better to take them all back to Pallet Town. I believe Professor Oak will definitely be willing to keep them. Ash, don't worry about betting with it. Misty will definitely support Ash unconditionally. Johnny. Squirtle needs to think carefully. After all, even the younger brothers are involved this time. As the boss of this group of Squirtles, the experience of being abandoned once made it understand the sympathy of the younger brothers. At such a critical moment, it never dictates. The 4 Squirtles came together, and seemed to be ready to decide whether to agree to bet with Ash through voting. Johnny. After a heated discussion, the Squirtles agreed unanimously. The boss Squirtle will fight Ash. He is the strongest in the entire Squirtle Corps. If he loses to Ash, there is nothing to say. Ash can completely subdue the remaining 3 Squirtles by force, without asking them at all. However, for this battle with Ash, Squirtle is still full of confidence. He can form a Squirtle Corps and become the most troublesome group in this area. As the boss, his strength is unquestionable. There were trainers who wanted to subdue him before, but they were either scared away by his tricks or easily defeated. This time will definitely be no exception. The first of the 3 major illusions in life, I am strong, I will not lose. Pokemon, Squirtle, qualification, gold, level, leave 28. Before the battle, Ash checked Squirtle's situation. It can only be said that it is worthy of being Ash's main Pokemon. It is very high level, basically the same as Bulbasaur. They are both at the level of evolution but have not evolved. In the original plot, Squirtle did not show a tendency to resist evolution. It joined Ash's team, but it has never evolved. It is also very likely that it was deeply influenced by Pikachu and Bulbasaur. Considering that Squirtle does not hate evolution, Ash decided to try to let it see the benefits of evolution in the future. Bulbasaur does not evolve because it has the chlorophyll attribute. Once it evolves, the fast tactics relying on speed will completely lose their meaning. Squirtle is different. After evolution, it has strong defense and water-type offensive capabilities. Especially after the Mage evolution, it can directly transform into a Mega Turret with the Mega Launcher ability and suppress rival with firepower. I can only say that the stupid thing in the early stage of the original world line basically relied on recklessness in battle and was only suitable for fast attack. Although Squirtle often performed well in close combat, its pitiful speed value was really not suitable for fast attack. The reason why Squirtle never evolved in the original plot may be because Ash was not good at commanding defensive counterattack Pokemon. Think about it carefully, isn't Turtwig in Sinnoh region a very obvious example? Before evolution, Turtwig was inclined to fast attack under Ash's command, but after evolving into Gtotl, he was just beaten. Even though he later learned the fighting method of defensive counterattack Pokémon from Paul's Forest Turtle, its record was still bleak. This also proves that many times, Ash used the way of commanding Pikachu to fight to command other Pokémon. This is also the main reason why he has captured so many high-quality Pokémon over the years and was taught a lesson in the league. In this way, the first-generation Squirtle is still quite smart and did not evolve rashly like Turtwig. After all, the tacit compatibility between the fighting style of Pokémon and the command of the trainer is still very important. Pokémon with insufficient tacit compatibility will be easily marginalized. But now Ash is completely different. Aiming to become a Pokémon Master, he is good at quick attack, defensive counterattack, and field weather flow. In this case, it would be best if Squirtle could evolve. It should be said that he is looking forward to Blastoise, which can directly transform into a high-fire turret in the mage form. Putting away his fantasy, looking at the eager Squirtle in front of him, Ash took out the Bulbasaur Pokeball from his waist and threw it. As the 3-starter Pokémon, grass is stronger than water, and the level difference is not big. Bulbasaur has Ash to command from the side. After a few rounds, Squirtle was beaten to the ground by Bulbasaur's Vine Whip and was in a mess. Finally, he was defeated by Bulbasaur's Razor Leaf attack. Squirtle hung his head, cast a guilty look at his younger brothers, and then took the initiative to enter the Pokeball. Keep the promise and become Ash's Pokémon? At this point, the number of Pokémon Ash carries has exceeded the upper limit. Through the Pokémon Pokédex bound to Professor Oak's laboratory teleportation device, he chose to temporarily teleport Butterfree back. As a rookie trainer, Ash has 6 carrying slots. And according to his understanding, trainers who win the Regional Alliance Championship can expand their carrying slots to 12. Trainers who have made great contributions to the Alliance can also expand. At present, these 2 rules are still far away from him. It is better to hope that the system will issue corresponding reward tasks. Congratulations on catching Squirtle, Ash. Seeing Ash beat Squirtle, Misty showed joy. This time, thanks to Ash, she has the opportunity to catch the Squirtle of the Big 3. This is her second Pokémon that she has successfully captured because of Ash, the other one is Gyarados. Speaking of which, when she first saw Ash breaking her bicycle, she jokingly asked Ash to compensate her with a Water-type Pokémon. Now Ash has given her 2 Water-type Pokémon. Hehe, Ash is so nice. Misty looked at Ash with a silly smile. She looked a little cute in Ash's eyes. Thank you, and congratulations on capturing Squirtle. Ash smiled warmly. Johnny. The remaining 3 Squirtles saw that the boss and another companion had been captured by the human trainer, and they immediately huddled together nervously. The eyes of the others looking at Ash were somewhat nervous. It was completely subverted from the power trip appearance when they followed the Squirtle boss to make trouble everywhere. Ash showed a warm smile and walked in front of them. Don't be afraid, your boss has a bright future with me. You are no exception. Since I promised to give you a comfortable living environment, I will definitely not lie to you. After conquering you, an old man in a white coat will take care of you and arrange jobs suitable for you. After that, Ash took out 3 empty Pokeballs, and the 3 Squirtles looked at each other and took the initiative to walk into the Pokeballs. Then the 3 Pokeballs were teleported away one after another and disappeared in front of Ash and the other 2. The trip lasted nearly a month. This time, Ash rarely teleported 4 Pokémon to Professor Oak's laboratory at once. Pallet Town, Professor Oak's laboratory. Professor Oak was eating instant noodles while checking the 4 trainers who had set out from Pallet Town this year on his computer. Gary, this kid, has already captured more than 50 Pokémon. Very good, it seems that this year's Alliance Conference is worth looking forward to. 4 rookie trainers are already a lot for a small town like Pallet Town. His grandson Gary has captured more than 50 Pokémon and obtained 5 gym badges, which is far ahead. Moreover, the Pokémon he captured are of various types, not just Pokémon of a certain species. The remaining 2 trainers also performed very well, each of them obtained 4 gym badges. With full Pokémon in hand, the 2 also sent back more than 20 Pokémon to the laboratory. The quality is slightly lower than the Pokémon captured by Gary, but it is already a very good result among rookie trainers. The addition of these Pokémon has also made the laboratory backyard much more lively than before. The only person who didn't make any movement was Ash, who was the last to leave. I haven't called him since Cerulean City. He's the only one who still hasn't teleported back Pokémon. It's been almost a month, and Ash should have gathered all the 6 Pokémon he has. What on earth is this guy doing? This year's Quartz tournament schedule is quite tight, and considering the various players, Pokémon with different attributes are rotated. At least more than 10 strong Pokémon must be trained. As a result, Ash doesn't even seem to have caught all 6 Pokémon. Should I call him to remind him? Professor Oak frowned and thought. Suddenly, the computer forced a Pokémon teleportation page to pop up. Then the teleportation device behind him flashed. Hey, is there a trainer teleporting Pokémon back? Is it Gary again? I hope the Pokémon I catch this time are rare Pokémon. It would be best if they are the types I want to study more. Putting down the instant noodles, Professor Oak stood up and walked quickly towards the teleportation machine behind him. Isn't it Gary? It seems to be Ash's Pokémon. He saw Ash's name clearly displayed on the teleportation device. Professor Oak nodded with relief. Not bad, he was just worried that Ash wouldn't be able to catch all 6 Pokémon, so he teleported 4 Pokeballs at once. So what Pokémon could it be? Caterpie? Passing through Cerulean City, could it be Marill? Professor Oak also tried to lower his expectations at this moment. After all, since the performance of the 4 trainers on their journey, his expectations for Ash were the lowest. It would be great if he could capture a few more Pokémon and qualify for the Indigo Plateau Conference. Based on the experience he gained from sending off batches of trainers in Pallet Town for so many years, the number of Pokémon captured at the beginning of the journey and the speed of obtaining gym badges can largely reflect the potential of this rookie trainer. Ash has not made any movement for so long that Professor Oak naturally ranks him last among the 4 rookie trainers. Taking out the 4 Pokeballs on the teleporter, Professor Oak released all the Pokémon that Ash teleported in one go. White light flashes, Jenny, BA, 3 Squirtles and 1 Butterfree are in sight. This is actually a Squirtle. And there are 3 of them. Professor Oak widened his eyes and exclaimed, "Did this kid Ash rob a breeding house that is responsible for feeding the 3 major Pokémon to the Alliance breeder?" Squirtles are hard to come by in the wild. Even his grandson Gary has not been able to capture a rare Pokémon of the 3 major level. Professor Oak had a complicated expression on his face, with a bit of surprise in his weirdness. He was amazed at Ash's incredible luck. He was also happy that he could capture a Squirtle. Jenny. The 3 Squirtles tilted their heads and made a puzzled growl. Why is this old man in a white coat silent? Didn't he say he would assign them work? Butterfree quietly landed on the table, waiting for Professor Oak's arrangement. "You 3 should go to the pond in the backyard to live first. Butterfree, you will live in the woods behind. The Pokémon food will be delivered by the staff every day." Professor Oak, who reacted, began to arrange accommodation for the Pokémon that Ash teleported. These 3 Squirtles are rarer than the Pokémon captured by his grandson Gary. The quantity is not enough, but the quality is over the standard. In his opinion, Ash's harvest is obviously greater than Gary's. Unexpectedly, Ash, who he least expected, is so powerful. This year looks like the most promising year for Pallet Town. Jenny. The 3 Squirtles left the laboratory and settled in the pond. Butterfree flew to the woods behind the mountain. Ding! The task of conquering the Squirtle Core Leader is completed. Reward, Pokémon Speed Potion. After use, Pokémon speed increases by 20%. Cannot be used in a stacking way. Rare Candy, leave 30 LV.40, 1 piece, points, 10,000. Pokémon, Squirtle. Attribute, Water. Level, leave 28. Qualification, Gold. Ability, Rain Plate. Skills, Tackle, Tail Whip, Shell Shrinking, Water Gun, Rapid Spin, Bite, Water Pulse, Protect, Rain Dance, Aqua Tail. Carrying props, none. Squirtle's qualifications are also quite outstanding, with gold potential. Ability is the relatively rare Rain Plate. When it rains, it will slowly restore physical strength. Considering that it will evolve into Blastoise in the future, the hidden ability of Rain Pan is quite good. The powerful defensive attribute, plus the terrifying endurance, adds a lot of protection to this mega turret. Because of the bet he lost to Ash, Squirtle's intimacy with him is not as high as Charmander and Bulbasaur. It can only be regarded as above the passing level. Regarding intimacy, Ash is not too worried. After becoming a traveling partner, he has time to improve Squirtle's intimacy. After conquering the Squirtle army, Ash and his friends did not hang around the surrounding towns, but went straight to Bill Lighthouse. He is undoubtedly very interested in the super ancient Dragonite living there. Although it is difficult for him to conquer that heavyweight guy now, he can take more photos and even record a video. He will definitely make a lot of money from Professor Oak again. Night. Ash popped his head out of his sleeping bag. After seeing Misty and Xiaogang were both asleep, he carefully got up and picked up Pikachu, who was also sleeping beside him. Walked to an open space far away from the camp. Pikachu. Perhaps he was really tired from the journey these days. Pikachu was still woken up by Ash. SHH. Pikachu, next is our secret time. Pika. Pikachu nodded. When he fed it delicious candy, Ash told it to keep the secret. He always trusted Ash's request unconditionally. Ash then took out 2 Pokeballs, released Bulbasaur and Pidgeotto as well. Seed. Bye. The 2 little guys also looked around with a confused look on their faces. Such a quiet place doesn't look like they are going to fight. The 2 pets cast a puzzled look at Ash. Relax, I have something for you next. Ash touched the heads of the 2 Pokémon and said with a smile. Then he took out 2 bottles of Pokémon Speed Potion. He gave them to Pikachu and Bulbasaur respectively. Pikachu, Bulbasaur, this is for you. Just drink it. Pikachu and Bulbasaur took the potion excitedly. Their trainers can always come up with some rare treasures that ordinary trainers don't have. On this point, they have reached a consensus among several Pokémon. The time when Feebas was captured, it was able to evolve into Melodic so smoothly, thanks to the rare candy that Ash fed it. As for the top quality Prism scale, it played a crucial role. It can only be said that whenever Ash needs to give them individually, it is basically good stuff. Okay, take it quickly. Ash looked at Pikachu and Bulbasaur with a smile. He had already thought about who would own these 2 bottles of Speed Potion. In the expectant eyes of the 2 pets, he fed the potion to them. Pikachu. Seed. After taking the potion, Pikachu and Bulbasaur felt frillish all over, as if they would fly with a little effort. Sure enough, Ash gave them good things. The two little guys looked at him with gratitude. First, get used to the skyrocketing speed. After saying that, Ash looked at Pidgeotto, who was full of envy. It's your turn next. Pidgeotto, eat this candy first and then take the Gene Breakthrough Potion. Rare candy, leave 30 LV.40, a reward for completing the Squirtle Legion mission. Swallow rare candy. Pidgeotto increased from leave 35 to leave 36. The physical strength surged. Then a white evolutionary light rose on the body. After the evolution, Pidgeot, with a wider wingspan and a beautiful crest, appeared in front of Ash. The successfully evolved Pidgeot flapped its wings excitedly, and the strong wind field it generated almost made Ash unstable. Okay, don't get too excited, Pidgeot. The real surprise is still to come. Ash looked at Pidgeot's surprised eyes with some amusement. Then he fed it the Gene Breakthrough Potion. The potion flowed through his limbs and bones, and Pidgeot felt warm all over. Then came the extremely intense pain. Pidgeot. Pidgeot rolled on the ground in pain, raising clouds of dust. Hold on, Pidgeot. Just hold on and you'll transform. Looking at the painful Pidgeot, and noticing its growing body, Ash quickly encouraged it. Ding! Congratulations to Pidgeot for successfully breaking through the genetic limit. The body size has changed from 1.5 m to 3.5 m. Pi. Thank you for your hard work, Pidgeot. Looking at the nearly 2-story high Pidgeot standing in front of him, Ash said excitedly. Now, Pidgeot has really become a different species of Megaraptor in the tribe. Early in the morning of the next day, after a night's rest, Ash and his group, who had regained their spirits, continued their journey. In the morning, they arrived at the beach next to Bill Lighthouse. Wow, it's a beach. I can finally put on my swimsuit and go swimming. Misty, who had been looking forward to it for several days, cheered and jumped for joy at the saffron-colored beach in front of her. Gon, who was not very adaptable to the sea, decided to take the Pokémon to go around the surrounding area. After Gon left, Misty immediately set up a simple tent on the beach and began to change her swimsuit in the tent. Ash glanced at the tent inadvertently and never looked away again. What a beautiful scenery, but it was too short. It seems that I really need to come to the beach more often in the future. Ash touched his chin and thought so. Ash, how about it? My swimsuit is nice, isn't it? After changing into a swimsuit, Misty walked in front of Ash and posed in several energetic girl poses. The light yellow one-piece swimsuit with Spearow pattern printed on the chest looked very cute. It was a bit of a pity that Misty was still young, and she was not the kind of gifted child like Big R. In terms of swimsuit captivation, she was inferior to mature big sisters. However, this kind of immature and cute style. It also had a different flavor in Ash's eyes. Misty saw that although Ash did not answer him, his eyes were honestly sweeping back and forth on her body. She raised her mouth corners proudly and ran into the sea. She released Squirtle, Spearow, and Goldeen, and dived into the water like a mermaid, swinging her arms gracefully and playing with Pokémon. Looking at this scene, Ash's mouth corners slightly raised. There is no training task today, everyone relax. He also released all 5 Pokémon except Pikachu. Work and rest are the best way. He is not like Paul, who trains Pokémons like a devil. The whole Pokémon team is depressed and full of morbid competition. Come to think of it, Chimchar was bullied and excluded by Electabuzz when he followed him. Occasionally building a team helps to promote the friendship of Pokémons. In his opinion, even if there is competition, it must be positive. By Pika. Seed. A group of Pokémons cheered and Pidgeot flapped its wings and flew, flying at a high speed parallel to the sea surface. Its amazing size also scared Misty in the water. Ash, your Pidgeotto evolved. Yay, good luck. But this size is also, compared to ordinary Pidgeot, Ash's size is indeed amazing. Maybe I eat too well. Ash made up an excuse to get away with it. Krabby, a crab that lives on the coast, with an average height of 40 cm. Beachside. Ash squatted down and looked at the pocket-sized Krabby in front of him. He searched along the coast for a whole circle. Finally, he found this underdeveloped Krabby. Being stared at by Ash, Krabby was obviously a little nervous. He crawled faster and wanted to escape. Bulbasaur, Razor Leaf. Ash gave an order to Bulbasaur, who was closer. A Razor Leaf knocked Krabby unconscious directly. Go, Pokeball. Ash took out an empty Pokeball and captured it. Then, through the Pokémon Pokédex setting, the Pokeball disappeared and was teleported to Professor Oak. Ash has teleported back to Pokémon so quickly. Great. Why is it a stunted Krabby? It may be difficult for this size to evolve in the future. Professor Oak touched his chin, feeling a little worried. Krabby, who came out of the Pokeball, was also looking at him. What's going on? Where am I? Pokémon, Krabby. Attribute, Water. Ability, Macamp. Level, Leave 25. Species Strength, 325. Qualification, Purple. Skills, Water Gun, Harden, Metal Claw, Mud Shot, etc. Items carried, none. Krabby's purple qualification may not be very noticeable among the Pokémon he has captured, but it is already very strong among the Krabby race. Pokémon with purple qualification are expected to be promoted to elite level. As long as they are not elite or even champion trainers, they usually have thoughts about them. No wonder the original World line was able to shine at the Indigo Plateau Conference, if Ash hadn't already had Squirtle in his team. Krabby would definitely have gotten more opportunities to play. After taming Krabby, Ash also took off all his clothes except his underpants and went to play in the sea. Let Misty see his amazing diving again. After watching Ash sink into the water, there was no news for a long time. Misty once wondered if Ash was the reincarnation of a water-type Pokémon. I can only say that Mega Rookie's physique is really not to be underestimated. After diving into the water, Ash did a lot of mischief. Ash, come out quickly. Ha ha ha. Okay, don't let me catch you. The beach was filled with the joyful play rough sounds of boys and girls. On the shore, Xiaogang under the tree looked at the two and smiled with relief. In the evening, the sun sets. After playing at the beach for a whole day, Ash stopped Brock from setting up a tent and pointed to the Bill lighthouse standing not far away. Look over there, we can stay at the lighthouse. Ash, but that's not the Pokémon Center after all, will they let us stay there? Misty asked with some concern. It's okay, it's always worth a try. Brock also agreed with Ash. The three of them came to the door of Bill Lighthouse and still used Brock's food Captivate to get researcher Bill to open the door. Walking into the lighthouse hall, Bill was reluctant to show up at first. It was only when Ash showed the Pokémon Pokédex, indicating that he was a Pokémon trainer from Professor Oak. He appeared in front of them wearing Kabuto's suit. According to him, wearing Kabuto's suit is to better study Kabuto's psychology. Although Ash knew that excellent researchers had eccentric personalities and it was normal for them to do some seemingly absurd things. But this method, is it too foolish to try to figure out Kabuto's psychology? However, on second thought, the fossil resurrection technology has not been developed yet, and the fossil Pokémon living in the Dasha Valley have not been excavated yet. Bill is eager to study fossil Pokémon, so he can only take this seemingly absurd way. After getting out of Kabuto's leather case, there was a philosophical discussion about the profound meaning of Pokémon's existence in this world. Ash and the other two were confused. Fortunately, Bill did not keep them in suspense. He told Ash and the other two that he was waiting for a unique Pokémon. Tomorrow he will use the sound of the mysterious Pokémon he has collected for so long to communicate with it. Attract the unique Pokémon to the lighthouse. Ding! Trigger task, persist in the battle with the super ancient Dragonite for 5 minutes and record it in a short video. Mission reward, 1 top quality super heavy ball. The heavier the Pokémon, the greater the chance of capturing it. 100,000 points. 5 rare candies, leave 50 LV.60. Ash decisively accepted the mission issued by the system. Rare candies can increase the level of elite Pokémon, and 1 candy is enough for his months of hard training. Ash immediately expressed his desire to stay and witness the appearance of the mysterious Pokémon. Bill, who was already very lonely after being alone for a long time, also wanted to share his research results with Ash and others. In addition, with Professor Oak's endorsement, Bill was also very confident about the origins of the 3 people, and immediately agreed to let them stay. The dull night passed in a flash. The next morning, Bill saw Xiaogang's exquisite cooking skills and said that it was the most delicious breakfast he had eaten in recent years. After breakfast, Misty came to the beach again. This time she didn't go swimming, but she wanted to try to find rare water Pokémon. However, although there are many water-type Pokémon on the beach near Bill Lighthouse, they are basically Krabby, Magikarp, Marill and other relatively common water-type Pokémon. After searching for most of the day, she didn't find a water-type Pokémon that is not usually common. She can only say that her luck is very bad. Ash, who already has enough water-type Pokémon in the team, organized Pokémon to start temporary special training on the beach. After all, they will face the super ancient Dragonite at night. The content of the training is based on Pokémon ability. For example, Pikachu, the static electricity ability, plus the speed potion just used on it. It is arranged to use agility against the water flow. As long as the speed is fast enough, there is no need to worry about static electricity not working. And no matter how powerful the opponent's Pokémon's moves are, if they can't hit Pikachu, they can be regarded as no threat. For example, Squirtle, its trainer is much simpler. Use water gun to shoot the flying disc thrown by Ash in the air. The difficulty will also increase depending on the situation. After Squirtle evolves into Blastoise in the future, it will become a Mega Turret because it becomes bulky. In this case, the hit rate of skills is particularly important. Pidgeot and Charmander are grouped in the same group. Pidgeot dives at high speed to attack Charmander, integrating the flying skills of controlling the wind field, while helping Charmander to exercise its reaction ability. Night falls. Following Bill's operation, the lighthouse emits a sad and lonely growl. Soon after, a huge dragon shadow slowly walks out of the sea. Pokémon, Super Ancient Dragonite. Level, leave 72. This is a Dragonite that has crossed the threshold of the champion level, and its strength is comparable to that of a 3rd-level mythical beast. Although it is only common in the field of 3rd-level gods, it is also the strongest Pokémon Ash has seen so far except Ho-Oh. Elite-level Pokémon requires a lot of experience for each level up, not to mention the champion level, and even the 3rd-level gods above it. No wonder the task issued by the system is to let him try to hold out for 5 minutes under the attack of Dragonite. This giant level guy in front of him should be the first-tier wild Pokémon in Kanto except for the mythical beast. Then, I have to think of a way to make it agree to my challenge. Ash stared at the super ancient Dragonite, with a thoughtful look on his face. Dragonite has a docile personality, and it should be no problem to challenge it without angering it. At this time, Misty and Xiaogang were staring at the mysterious figure slowly approaching the lighthouse. Could a Pokémon of this size actually exist? It seems that researcher Bill really didn't lie to them. This is indeed very likely a unique Pokémon. As for Bill, he was surprised by the huge size of the mysterious Pokémon while patiently operating the sound wave instrument. He wanted to attract this mysterious Pokémon to come closer and reveal its true face. Everyone, I have something to deal with. At this moment, Ash threw the Pokeball and released the Pidgeot. He turned over and jumped onto the back of the Pidgeot and flew away from the lighthouse. Ash, be careful. This Pidgeot is also abnormally large. Looking at the Pidgeot carrying Ash into the sky, a light flashed in researcher Bill's eyes. On the rock wall on the other side of the lighthouse, the 3 members of Team Rocket looked at the ancient Dragonite from the side. This time, we must catch this mysterious Pokémon and repay the boss for saving us from the police station again. But I feel a little guilty about using a cannon to attack a Pokémon that sounds so good. James, who was carrying a rocket launcher on his shoulder, said hesitantly. What's there to feel guilty about? We won't stop treating its injuries when it becomes our Pokémon. Hurry up and don't hesitate. Seeing that the ancient Dragonite was about to pass by, Jessie slapped James on the head. Ouch, it hurts. It hurts. Okay, I know, Jessie. After grinning, James raised the rocket launcher and aimed at the ancient Dragonite. However, just as he was about to pull the trigger, a gust of wind came and directly swept the trio into the sky. Ah, it's the little devil. What a disgusting feeling. It turned out that Ash, who was riding on Pidgeot, came over in time. He wanted to ask Dragonite for advice, so he couldn't let the rocket trio PS him off. He ordered Pidgeot to launch a fierce hurricane and directly swept the 3 into the sky, just to prevent these 3 guys from disrupting the situation. Although the attack was a bit heavy, given the rocket trio's physique like an immortal cockroach, it shouldn't be a big problem. Meanwhile, on the other side, the ancient Dragonite who came here following the sound originally thought he could find his companions. Unexpectedly, the sound was only made by a lonely lighthouse. Realizing that it was deceived, it did not get angry, but turned around disappointedly and planned to leave, continuing to wander aimlessly alone. Dragonite, the companion you are looking for, I can give you the answer. Why not stop and talk to me? At this time, a voice called it. Riding on the huge Pidgeot, it flew to the same height as the ancient Dragonite. Ash initiated a communication request with the ancient Dragonite. Ash, what are you doing? It's too dangerous there. Misty looked at Ash who was just a few feet away from the ancient Dragonite and shouted anxiously. They knew nothing about the ancient Dragonite. In this case, it is very dangerous to approach it easily. Although most Pokémon will not actively attack humans, there are also very aggressive Pokémon. The excitement on researcher Bill's face because of seeing the true appearance of the ancient Dragonite became extremely solemn at this moment. Ash's behavior really exceeded his expectations. Damn, this is the rookie trainer recommended by Professor Oak. If something happens here, I really can't explain to him. This little guy is too reckless. However, this seemingly reckless action is exactly what Ash came up with after careful consideration. If he attacks directly, it will definitely anger it. With the strength of a 3rd-level god, it is obviously impossible for Ash to hold on to the super ancient Dragonite for 5 minutes and complete the video shooting. Maybe even he will be in danger. It is the right way to greet the super ancient Dragonite in advance. Familiar with the original plot, he knows why this Dragonite came. He only needs to cater to its needs to gain its trust. Hearing Ash's words, the super ancient Dragonite stopped and looked at Ash standing on the Pidgeot. It was very curious about what kind of answer this human boy could give to the news of its companions that it had been searching for many years. However, we have to make it clear in advance. I only know a little about your companions. If the final verification is wrong, you can't blame me. The super ancient Dragonite heard what Ash said and felt that it made sense. After all, it has been searching for so many years. Know the difficulty of this matter? The ancient Dragonite nodded to Ash, indicating his agreement. This time, Ash exchanged the information he knew with it. The first thing he mentioned was the Dragonite race that had the same appearance as it, but not as exaggerated as it. Then, there were other super large Pokémon in the world that had the same size as it, except for the legendary Pokémon. For example, the information about super large Pokémon such as the ancient Gengar, Alakazam, Jigglypuff, etc. Ash's explanation easily aroused the interest of the ancient Dragonite, which relieved its loneliness for many years. And the ancient Dragonite also planned to go to the places he mentioned one by one to check and verify. Ash, is he actually communicating with it? It's worthy of being a rookie trainer from Professor Oak. Seeing this scene, Misty and Xiaogang were stunned, while researcher Bill was ecstatic. He raised the Pokémon Pokédex in his hand, turned on the camera function and took a lot of photos of the ancient Dragonite. Just now, the ancient Dragonite turned too fast, and he was still immersed in the shock of its amazing size. Thanks to Ash, he finally took many photos from good angles. He told the ancient Dragonite a story for a long time. Ash could clearly feel the intimacy in its eyes. It was very satisfied with the information Ash gave. Seeing that the atmosphere was set, Ash decisively challenged it. It was a similar exchange of asking for advice. The ancient Dragonite agreed without thinking. Ash helped it a lot, so this was a reward? Ash signaled Pidgeot to land on the beach. All Pokémon except Pikachu were summoned. This battle of all 6 Pokémon versus the ancient Dragonite. Ash's Pokémon all adopted high-speed combat methods. The ancient Dragonite's skills were amazing, and it was possible to lose the ability to fight just by being hit by the aftermath. The strength of the third-level god was so terrifying. Pidgeot relied on the amazing flying speed to attract the attention of Dragonite. The other Pokémon attacked from all directions, staring at the rapidly passing numbers on the system timer. After seeing that Dragonite was teasing his Pokémon in a playful mood, Ash simply gave up commanding and held up the Pokémon Pokédex. Concentrate on filming the battle video. His Pokémon are generally of low level, and it is difficult for their skills to cause effective damage to the super ancient Dragonite. It is basically the same as Tickle. Dragonite will occasionally attack Ash's Pokémon with medium range skills. Test the reaction ability of all Pokémon. 5 minutes passed quickly. Ding! In the battle with the super ancient Dragonite, persist for 5 minutes and record it in a short video, and the mission is completed. Reward: 1 top quality super heavy ball. The heavier the Pokémon, the greater the chance of capturing, 10 W points, and 5 rare candy, leave 50 LV points 60. The mission is completed and the rewards are distributed in time. Ash's points have accumulated to 14 W. There are still many points to buy system products. Ash decisively called a halt to the battle with the ancient Dragonite. His Pokémon were already exhausted. The range of ordinary skills would become very exaggerated when used by the ancient Dragonite. The Pokémons had to go all out every time they tried to dodge. Fortunately, this was in the sea, and Melodic's speed was not slow. After getting a lot of information about the same species from Ash, including information about other super giant Pokémon, the ancient Dragonite left with satisfaction. Thanks for your hard work, let's go back first. The Pokémons were collected back into the Pokeball. Picked up Pikachu, who was lying on the beach tiredly, and Ash jumped onto Pidgeot's back. Flying back to Bill Lighthouse. 3 extremely complicated looks greeted Ash. Misty and Brock were shocked by the thrilling battle between Ash's Pokémon and the ancient Dragonite. Bill was curious about how he could communicate with the ancient Dragonite smoothly, because the ancient Dragonite turned around and left when he saw them just now. At that time, he called for a long time but there was no response. How come it stopped as soon as Ash opened his mouth? Are all the trainers trained by Professor Oak so powerful? Everyone, wake up, is there something wrong with my face? Ash stretched out his hand and waved it in front of Misty, Xiaogang and researcher Bill who were looking dull. Well, you are worthy of being the rookie trainer recommended by Professor Oak. Young man, I admire your courage. Bill quickly gave a thumbs up and praised Ash. Although Ash's behavior just now scared him enough, but the final result was good. At this moment, he even felt that Ash's behavior just now was in line with the fearless spirit of Pokémon researchers to explore the truth. No, it was just luck. Ash was very humble. The benefits have been obtained, there is no need to be too high profile. Regarding the super ancient Dragonite, Bill still wants to dig out more information from Ash. But Ash was not fooled at all. He insisted that he was just talking nonsense with Dragonite just now. Dragonite might be very interested in his performance. He does have a lot of valuable information, but you can't get it for free. And the matter of the super ancient Dragonite is not over yet, and the follow-up is even related to a very important plan of his. Bill, researcher, you see, Ash just experienced a fierce battle and needs to rest. If you have anything to say, let's talk about it tomorrow. Misty interrupted Bill in time when he wanted to continue asking questions. Decisively hold Ash's hand and pull him away directly. Ash, do you know how dangerous the situation was just now? I called you at that time, but you didn't come back. Do you know how worried I am? You. Pulling Ash back to her room, Misty began to criticize Ash with a grievance. As she spoke, she couldn't hold back her tears. Crystal tears slid down her cheeks. Ash's close contact with the super ancient Dragonite, and even the subsequent challenge to it. Thinking back now, she was extremely scared. Misty couldn't imagine how she would deal with it if Ash got into trouble in front of her. Seeing Misty, who is strong-willed and never gives in, is acting like a little woman because of him. Ash was also very touched and felt warm in his heart. For him who was alone in his previous life, this feeling was wonderful. However, he really had no experience in dealing with such a situation. Ash reached out to wipe the tears from Misty's cheeks and smiled bitterly. Okay, I'm not a fool. I will never approach Dragonite without being 100% sure. You are a fool. You are a big fool who dares to do anything for Pokémon? Weeviewoo. Ash's seemingly comforting words made Misty cry even louder. Just when Ash was full of sorrow and didn't know what to do, Misty threw herself into his arms, reaching out and pounding his chest. You just know how to make me worry. Weeviewoo. Ash hugged Misty and patted her back to comfort her. Ding! MUJI Heroine, Misty's intimacy increased from 80% to 90%. Heroine's mission, successfully become a travel partner with Misty and establish a relationship. Reward 100 W points, a top quality water Pokémon egg. Oh my god, the heroine's mission reward that I haven't seen for a long time has been issued. The sudden huge reward shocked Ash. He called up the system interface with a thought. Points, 114 W. Looking at this amazing number, he was very happy. After a long time, Misty came out of Ash's arms. She let Ash wipe away the tears on her fair face. Misty, I want to tell you something. What is it? I like you, be my girlfriend. After saying this, Ash looked at Misty nervously. He and Misty liked each other, but it was just because of their personalities. Neither of them had ever taken the initiative to confess. It was obviously a bit difficult for Misty, who was always arrogant, to take the initiative to confess. Ash took advantage of this increase in intimacy to express his feelings to Misty directly. Unlike the stupid guy in the original world line, the main reason why Ash and Misty had been dragging for so long was that he lacked experience in love. If it weren't for the incident of the super ancient Dragonite, which pushed him to see clearly how important he was in Misty's heart, he might have to drag for a while. It's okay to be your girlfriend, but you have to promise me that you can't go unless I let you take risks. Misty raised her head proudly with a blushing face, but she was already very happy in her heart. Ash really likes her too. Finally, she didn't let her wait for so long in vain. Although she wanted to agree to Ash immediately, Misty still put on a proud attitude and pulled with Ash. Okay, let's discuss things in life. Take her hand, and Ash smiled like Li Yunlong to evade the question. At the critical moment, you have to listen to him as the head of the family. In this way, Ash and Misty officially confirmed their relationship. Late at night, when there were only 10 minutes left before the system store's product refresh time, Ash paid 60 W points. Get the pinned product perfect partner ring. After wearing it, your partner will have a sisterly relationship and will not feel jealous. At the same time, buy product 4 and 10 ultimate balls. If the target is an ultimate beast, the capture rate is x5. The reason why Ash didn't buy Greninja's Bond Evolution quick method as expected, but set it as a new top product, is mainly because of his future happy life. Since he has confirmed his relationship with Misty, he must get this perfect partner ring. Although the mainstream of the Pokemon world is still monogamy, those men with a little ability, most of them are polygamous. Although the alliance law does not encourage it, it does not prohibit it. Even some well-known trainers who are more philanthropic, their wives will help their husbands find other women. But Misty is not an ordinary Stephanie after all, so this perfect partner ring is very necessary. As for the ultimate ball, it is not too expensive anyway, so I bought it and put it in the system space. When I have time in the future, I will go to Alola region in advance, and it will come in handy. Taking out the perfect partner ring from the system space, Ash put it on the ring finger of his right hand. Ding! 5 seconds left before the system store is updated. 5, 3, 1. The system store products have been replaced. Hearing this, Ash decisively called up the store page. Product 1, Pidgeot Perfect Mage Evolution Stone Set. Carry it to achieve Perfect Mage Evolution. After evolution, the strength increase is 150% of the normal Mage Pidgeot. Price, 700,000 points. Product 2, Qualification Breakthrough Potion. Can make the qualifications of Pokemon below Gold level break through 1 level. Price, 300,000 points. Product 3, Perfect Miracle Seed. The power of Grass-type moves of Pokemon carrying this item is increased by 50%. Price, 150,000 points. Product 4, 10 pieces of top-quality heat-resistant balls. Greatly increase the probability of capturing Fire-type Pokemon. Price, 150,000. Product 5, Pokemon Intimacy Spray. Increase the intimacy of any Pokemon by 50%. Price, 800,000. The top product of the previous issue, Greninja Bond Evolution Quick Method. Let the host and Greninja instantly synchronize their emotional fluctuations. Teach you to perform perfect bond evolution with Greninja in 1 second. Value, 880,000 points. As expected of a product list that is updated only once a month. This time, the price of all products is less than 1 million points. At a glance, Ash wanted to buy all the 5 products that were just updated. So much so that the bond evolution of Greninja Frog was not so attractive in his eyes. But he was short of money. Points balance, 54W. It seems that he has to continue to work hard on the tasks. Get more points? The next morning, Ash and the other two said goodbye to Bill and set off for Vermilion City. Didn't we say that we would talk about it the next day? Bill repeatedly tried to keep Ash, but Ash was determined to leave. It is definitely impossible to tell you about the ancient Dragonite. He will have to cooperate with it later. Before leaving, Ash used the video phone of Bill's lighthouse to communicate with Professor Oak. First, he asked Professor to arrange for the 3 Squirtles to patrol Pallet Town and take charge of firefighting. This matter will definitely be more effective if it is handed over to Professor Oak, who is highly respected in Pallet Town. It will make the residents of Pallet Town accept the 3 little guys faster. At the same time, he did not forget to take out the Clefairy evolution dance that was previously filmed at MT Moon and the super ancient Dragonite battle recorded last night, and got another fund from Professor Oak. The 2 videos together only cost 300,000 Pokemon coins. It is still a little lower than the high price of 200,000 that Ho-Oh can sell for just photos. This time, Ash asked Professor Oak to transfer 200,000 to him, and the remaining 100,000 to his mother Dilia to subsidize the family. Ash, he has really grown up. After hanging up the phone, Professor Oak couldn't help but sigh softly. Traveling is indeed the most suitable way to be a laser-focused trainer. The naughty child and mischievous Ash who made Dilia worry about him before has also grown up now. Ash, who makes money to subsidize the family, reminds Professor Oak of his grandson Gary who has a sports car and a girlfriend. The gap is really too obvious. I'm too gentle to Gary. Take back his sports car, reduce his pocket money, and make him travel down to earth. If Ash knew that his filial piety to his mother Dilia would make Professor Oak want to punish Gary, he would definitely say enjoy it. After all, Gary was just like a lazy rich second-generation boy in the early days of the trip. Later, he realized his own problems and became a Pokémon researcher. After the relationship was confirmed, Misty did not hide it. She directly called herself Ash's girlfriend. They used to walk side by side, but now they hold hands. 80% favorability is higher than many couples who have been together for many years, not to mention 90%. Xiaogang congratulated the two and still sighed that Ash, who usually spent all his time on Pokémon, had a girlfriend. When would he be able to get rid of being single? On the way to Vermilion City, Ash did not forget to level up the lower-level Pokémon in the team. Charmander, the lowest level at present. There were many levels of wild Pokémon encountered on the road, and they all became experience packs for leveling it. The potions and berries in Ash's backpack were also decreasing rapidly. This also made him more eager to have a Chansey. However, this leveling method of tilting resources on Charmander in the short term also allowed its level to quickly rise from Level 15 to Level 23 and successfully evolve into Charmeleon. The new moves learned are Dragon Tail, Fire Fang, and Slash. The evolution level is much later than that of ordinary Charmander. This is also what Ash requested. When he followed Damien, that scumbag. For various reasons, Charmander has a lot of hidden injuries on his body, which need time to adjust. Ash considered Charmander and postponed its evolution time. The fact also proved that his training method was not wrong. The evolved Charmeleon is far superior to ordinary Charmeleon in color and temperature of tail flame. And in the evening of the day when he arrived in Vermilion City, after some efforts, Charmeleon's level was raised from Level 23 to Level 26. It is surprising that Pikachu, who only played a few games with the passerby trainer, also successfully crossed the threshold and rose from Level 39 to Level 40. Its current level is already very high. If it continues to cross the next level threshold, it can be promoted to the quasi-elite level. It is almost the same as many gym leaders' main Pokémon. But since Pikachu reached level 40, Ash obviously found that the experience that passersby trainers and low-level Pokémon in the wild can give it is already very few. It is definitely unrealistic to want to raise Pikachu's strength to the quasi-elite level by leveling up like in the past. Vermilion City Pokémon Center. Ash and the other two came to Nursejoy, preparing to restore the contest condition for the tired Pokémon. Nursejoy apologized and said that there were too many Pokémon injured in recent times due to challenging the Vermilion Gym, and the Pokémon Center was already too busy. According to the current queue situation, their Pokémon will have to wait a whole day before the Pokémon can be restored. After all, their Pokémon are just tired, not injured. Many Pokémon sent for treatment are seriously injured, and they obviously need treatment more. Kate. Bye. Listening to the miserable Pokémon one after another growl. Without saying anything, Ash called Misty and Xiaogang to head straight to the Vermilion Gym. This guy Mazishi really didn't hold back. He used his power to bully the rookie trainer. This left a psychological shadow on many rookie trainers, causing them to lose confidence in continuing their journey, and even to become devastated. Watching the three people leaving, Nursejoy's pretty face was full of worry. Would these three trainers want to challenge the Vermilion Gym? Mazishi, the hot-tempered gym leader, never showed mercy to the rookie trainers and especially liked to bully the weak. The key point was that she saw Ash had a Pikachu. Mazishi had a Raichu. Chansey, go and get me the Thunderstone that Alliance landed a while ago. Good luck. Chansey nodded and turned to walk towards the storage room. Alas, I hope this Thunderstone won't come in handy. Due to the intimacy bonus of the Joy family, the kind-hearted Nursejoy decided to give Ash the Evolution Stone when he returned from the battle. Help him defeat the Horse Warrior in Vermilion City? Ash, you must teach that ignorant Horse Warrior a lesson later. On the way to Vermilion City, Misty said with an indignant look. In her opinion, a qualified gym trainer needs to send out Pokémon of different levels according to the strength of the challenger. Assess the command level of the trainer and cultivate the ability of Pokémon. At the same time, help the opponent grow in battle. Especially when the opponent is just a rookie trainer, you must act as a guide and mentor. And this Vermilion City gym leader is completely bullying the weak by using the identity of the gym leader. It's really hard to imagine how such a guy passed the gym leader identity assessment. Xiaogang also looked solemn. As a gym leader, he thought of more and more complicated things than Misty. Just now at the Pokémon Center, he saw all the trainers holding their Pokémon partners who were covered in bruises. It can only be said that the Alliance's review of Kanto gym trainers in recent years is too lenient. Well, don't worry, I will. Such gym leaders are not worthy of challengers' respect. Ash nodded, without Misty's words, even if the system does not issue tasks. He will also teach Mazishi a lesson. In the gyms in the Kanto region, he is not the only Team Rocket executive who hides his identity. But this guy's unscrupulous behavior is what Ash hates the most. Okay, retaliate for those Pokémon who were seriously injured by him. Misty clenched her fists and waved them excitedly. It was as if she had seen Mazishi's stinky face after his Raichu lost to Ash. No one would say anything about normal Pokémon challenges. It is understandable that gym trainers occasionally lose control of the situation and hurt the challenger's Pokémon in fierce battles. But for gym leaders like Mazishi, who deliberately injures the opponent's Pokémon and enjoys it, the only choice is to fight violence with violence. Soon, the three of them arrived at the door of the Vermilion Gym. As soon as they arrived here, Ash saw a short-haired girl holding a Vulpix that was burned black by electricity and crying while running out of the gym. That pitiful look is really heartbreaking? Ha ha ha. You crying waste, a weakling like you is worthy of challenging our Vermilion Gym. A power trip came from behind Stephanie, a gloating laugh. Hearing this, Stephanie cried even more sadly. Holding Vulpix, she staggered away from the Vermilion Gym. The door of Vermilion Gym opened. Ash and his friends were greeted by a man and a woman, staff members of Vermilion Gym. The two wore earrings and looked unruly. Followed them into Vermilion Gym. Oh, who of you three is the challenger? In front of the battlefield, Mazishi, who was sitting on a bench, stood up and looked at Ash and his friends. He had a golden hedgehog head and a burly figure. His shirt was open, revealing his well-developed chest and abdominal muscles. His powerful lines looked like he was not easy to mess with. Mazishi stretched out his hand to push aside two of his men and walked in front of Ash and his friends. His eyes first fell on Misty, and his eyes lit up. This challenger is so cute. As he said that, Mazishi leaned over and tried to hug Misty. Ash's eyes turned cold and he acted quickly. Before Mazishi approached Misty, he kicked him in the leg joint, causing him to lose balance directly. Although he was prepared, he was still angered by Mazishi's rude behavior. In the original plot, this guy was set as a major in the US Air Force. Mazishi's behavior at this moment completely deepened his stereotype of the Western image. Gym leader, please pay attention to your identity, and please be respectful to my girlfriend. Your behavior just now angered me. I heard that you advocate the jungle theory of the survival of the fittest, so let's have a gym battle with me. If you lose, apologize to my daughter Josh, and you have to compensate the medical expenses of those Pokémons who were seriously injured by your malicious intent. Ash aimed at Mazishi's leg joints and kicked him to lose balance, grimacing in pain. He retreated several meters and stood up with the help of two men. Misty, who was frightened by Mazishi's sudden action just now, saw Ash defending herself like this. She felt warm and relieved in her heart. She couldn't help but cast an admiring look at Ash. If you want to find a boyfriend, you have to find one who can stand up for you and protect you from the wind and rain at this critical moment. Partner, Misty's intimacy increased from 90% to 95%. The system prompt sounded. Ash glanced at Misty in surprise. He happened to meet her loving and fiery eyes. He was also very happy with his girlfriend's admiring eyes. You are a challenger with a strong personality. I admire you very much. But after all, it's just a baby, and so is your Pokémon. Mazishi pushed away the two men who supported him and limped to the battle site. When he heard that Ash wanted to decide the outcome in a gym battle, his face once again showed a power trip smile. He admitted that he underestimated Ash. Just now, his on-the-spot reaction and offensiveness were very strong. He was kicked in the joint of his foot before he could react. But Ash's reaction and offensiveness cannot represent his Pokémon battle level. Look at the Pikachu standing on his shoulder. It should be his main Pokémon. That is, the level of being a pet for a delicate little girl. It can't be his Raichu's rival. Baby, I hope your Pokémon battle skills can make me a little more happy. Get ready for battle, Raichu. Mazishi glanced at Ash and Pikachu with a little pity. He threw the Pokeball and released Raichu. Raichu, LV40, qualification, purple. The battle adopts the rules of 3v3. The battle ends when all Pokémon lose their combat ability. Baby, if you can't gather 3 Pokémon with combat ability, you can also fight alone. Humph. Be prepared to apologize and repent. After glancing at Mazishi coldly, Ash reached out and patted Pikachu on the shoulder. I'll leave it to you, Pikachu. Pikachu. Pikachu nodded confidently, jumped off Ash's shoulder, and ran into the battlefield. He faced off against Raichu, who was much larger than him, without any fear in his eyes. Very good, very spirited, but you can't beat me. Even a little baby can't beat my Raichu. Mazishi smiled playfully, not taking Ash seriously at all. He was confident that he would not lose a gym battle. In fact, it was true for ordinary challengers. Because he had a criminal record in Unova, he would not use his main Pokémon as the Vermilion Gym leader. But this Raichu, although not his main Pokémon, is also the main force of the second team that he has carefully cultivated in recent years. The level and strength are not much worse than the main Pokémon of other gym leaders in Kanto. How can a rookie trainer like Ash, who has just started, handle it? Pikachu, Thunderbolt. Compared to Thunder Shock's power, overestimating yourself, Raichu, we will also use Thunderbolt. Mazishi's mouth corners slightly raised, and his tone was extremely disdainful, but in a flash, his raised mouth corners froze. Pikachu and Raichu released Thunder Shock at the same time, and 2 saffron sparks intersected in the air. What surprised Mazishi and his men was that, the moment the 2 Thunderbolts collided, Pikachu's Thunderbolt quickly defeated Raichu's Thunderbolt. The powerful spark hit Raichu, who was shocked. Thunder, thunder. Raichu was dizzy and swayed. Pikachu, Quick Attack, and Iron Tail. Ash obviously didn't intend to give Mazishi time to react. Pikachu turned into a white stream of light and rushed straight to Raichu, hitting it hard in the abdomen. When Raichu staggered backwards, it followed with an Iron Tail and killed Raichu instantly. Thunder, Raichu loses his ability to fight. Pikachu wins. Mazishi's female subordinate announced the result in a trembling voice. Looking at the Pikachu who defeated Raichu in the field in a blink of an eye, she felt a little in awe of Ash. Unlike the original plot, which relied on high-speed combat to win the game with difficulty, Pikachu defeated Mazashi's Raichu with a powerful electric move and a strong melee, which brought great visual shock to the onlookers. This Pikachu can actually defeat Mazashi's Raichu. I'm not dreaming? The two minions obviously doubted their lives. Well done, teach him a lesson. Misty, who was watching the game, waved her fists excitedly and shouted loudly. Ignoring Mazashi, whose face was as black as the bottom of a pot. It seems that I underestimated you. But you still can't get the gym badge from me. Mazashi took back Raichu with a gloomy face and took out other Pokeballs. Electrode, show him some color. A white light flashed, and Electrode, which looked like an upside-down Pokeball, appeared in front of Mazashi. Pokemon, Electrode, leave 40, qualification, purple. Mazashi is worthy of being the executive of Team Rocket. The level of the second team Pokemon trained for gym battles is also very high. Electrode, rollout. Pikachu, head-on, use Iron Tail. In a certain round of rollout, the power of the move will continue to increase over time. So Ash chose to let Pikachu interrupt it directly. Pikachu, running at high speed, hit Electrode in the rollout contest condition with an Iron Tail. Boom. In the sound of a loud bang, Pikachu retreated a distance, and Electrode's rollout was interrupted while retreating farther than Pikachu. Electrode, Charge Beam. Pikachu, Thunderbolt. The two issued attack orders almost at the same time. The dazzling electric currents collided fiercely in the field, and Pikachu's Thunderbolt crushed Charge Beam again and hit Electrode. Naughty. Electrode cried out in pain, and his consciousness was blurred. With the addition of Light Ball, the power of Pikachu's electric moves basically doubled. Even though it also has electric type, it was a bit overwhelmed. Electrode, who was severely injured, was knocked away by Pikachu again before he could react to the damage from Thunderbolt. Quick Attack easily defeated Electrode again. Cool, so cool, Pikachu. Misty gave a thumbs up to Pikachu. Looking at Mazashi's ugly face, Xiao Gang narrowed his eyes and smiled. This can be regarded as a retaliate for the Pokemon that he has hurt. Electrode, lost the ability to fight. The winner is Pikachu. The female subordinate was completely confused at this moment. Pikachu once again defeated his boss Electrode. This rookie trainer is a bit ridiculous. With a gloomy face, he took back Electrode. At this moment, Mazashi no longer had the heart to say harsh words. He was hesitating whether to send out the main Pokemon. Glancing at the monitor in the corner above the gym, he immediately gave up the idea of sending the main Pokemon to fight. It is the Alliance's regulation to install cameras on the battlefield to facilitate the prosecutor's assessment of the gym, although in recent years, the Alliance has rarely sent people to ask about the gym. He still didn't dare to gamble, because it was not worth it. Coming from the Unova region, the leader Giovanni paid a lot of money to bribe the Alliance's top leaders to let him sit in this position. After enjoying the conveniences brought by the status of gym leader, Mazashi still has some scruples in his actions. Even if he loses to Ash, he can still deny the bet. If he sends out the main Pokemon in the gym battle, his identity will be foresighted by Alliance in the future. Then he will really lose a lot. You know, the images captured by these surveillance cameras will be backed up and uploaded to the Alliance database. It's useless for him to tamper with the surveillance images. Prepare for battle, Magneton. After a fierce ideological struggle, reason prevailed, and Mazashi threw the third Pokeball. Magneton, a collection of 3 Magnemites, appears. Pokemon, Magneton, level leave 38, qualification, purple. Compared with the first 2 Pokemon, Magneton is lower in level, but it is the most difficult for Pikachu. Steel type gives Magneton a strong defensive ability while blocking Pikachu's very impressive Iron Tail skill in the first 2 battles. However, after Pikachu fought 2 opponents alone, Ash had many choices in the third battle. Come back first, Pikachu. After calling back Pikachu, Ash threw Bulbasaur's Pokeball. Seed. Bulbasaur, who appeared, stared at the opposite Magneton vigilantly. Bulbasaur and Magneton are 8 levels apart, but they can weaken the power of electric-type moves. With the difference in qualifications, they may have the ability to defeat the strong. Bulbasaur came up and used Razor Leaf to continuously compress Magneton's evasion space. Then he avoided Magneton's tri-attack with speed, and Vine Whip caught it and smashed it to the ground. Boom. Bulbasaur then used Sunny Day to make the sunlight stronger. It turned into a high-speed turret after triggering the chlorophyll ability. It kept changing its position to attack Magneton. After several consecutive hits of Razor Leaf, Magneton fell to the ground powerlessly and lost its ability to fight. Damn, this Bulbasaur is so fast. Magneton was defeated, and Mazashi's mentality was also broken by Bulbasaur's speed. Skills that can't hit are no threat. What's more, even if Magneton's electric skills hit Bulbasaur, they can only cause 1/2 of the usual damage. What are you standing there for? Announce the result of the battle. Magneton loses the ability to fight, Bulbasaur wins, and the winner is the challenger Ash. Ding! Vermilion City Gym Battle Advanced Mode has been completed. Reward 500,000 points, 10 top quality insulation balls. The probability of capturing electric Pokemon increases by 200%. 500,000 points have been received. Pidgeot can be perfectly Mage evolved. Ash was overjoyed when he received the task completion reward prompt. Take it, this is Vermilion City's Thunder Badge. You can leave. The female subordinate came over and handed the badge to Ash, and issued an order to expel him with a cold face. Masashi turned around and was about to leave, without mentioning the bet with Ash. Master Masashi, are you leaving just like that? Where's the apology I want? Ash would not let him go just like that. After hearing Ash's words, Masashi's burly body trembled slightly, suppressing his anger. Ms. Misty, I apologize to you for my behavior just now. My subordinates will pay for the medical expenses of the injured Pokémon. Little brat from Pallet Town, I will remember you. He almost gritted his teeth and shouted out the last sentence. It is obvious that he has a deep affection for Ash spite. Boss, do we really have to pay? What do you think? Masashi glanced at the male subordinates around him coldly. Keep an eye on those 3 brats, and when they leave Vermilion City. After he finished speaking, he made a gesture of wiping his neck. Yes. The male and female subordinates nodded excitedly in response. This time, they were stepped on by Ash, and they were also very angry. After leaving the Vermilion Gym, Ash and the other 2 went straight to the police station. Ash, where are we going? Let Masashi pay the price. Hey, didn't he admit his mistake and agree to compensate the Pokémon that he seriously injured? Ash shook his head and looked at Misty with a puzzled face. For a guy like him who is so power-tripped to bow his head and apologize so easily, there must be something fishy. Masashi is the executive of Team Rocket after all. He must have other intentions to bow his head to him so neatly. Enter the police station. In the office, Ash reported to Officer Jenny the Pokémon that severely injured Rookie Challenger in Vermilion Gym and the identity of the suspected member of the evil organization Team Rocket. Ash, can you take responsibility for what you said? Officer Jenny looked at Ash with great solemnity. Of course, I think Officer Jenny can also see that there are not many gym trainers like him who like to bully the weak. But this cannot be used as evidence to identify Mr. Masashi. To convict someone, let alone the Vermilion Gym Master. Officer Jenny's tone was extremely cautious. Hearing this, Ash pointed to the computer in front of her. As a regular gym recognized by the Alliance, the battle site is equipped with monitoring equipment so that the Alliance can monitor the normal progress of the gym battle. Officer Jenny, who was awakened by Ash, immediately operated it. Of course, she knew that the gym had monitoring equipment, but the gym and the police station worked for the Pokémon Alliance, and they would not check the images of the gym battle at ordinary times. And the Alliance rarely sent people to check. Officer Jenny retrieved all the recent surveillance videos of the Vermilion Gym, and her eyes swept across several screens. Her face quickly turned ugly. In the video, Masashi played tricks on the trainers who came to challenge him, and even though he was sure to win the battle, he would still seriously injure the opponent's trainer's Pokémon. He often spoke wildly and complained about the Alliance's policies. If that alone was not enough to punish him. However, Officer Jenny found through the video that the girl trainers who challenged the Vermilion Gym in the past month had been harassed by Masashi. If Ash had not reacted in time today, Misty would probably have been taken advantage of by that guy. Although there is no evidence of his collusion with Team Rocket, the above evidence is enough to charge him with harassing female trainers. After watching the video, Officer Jenny believed Ash's words. Judging from the pictures taken by the surveillance cameras at the battle site, he had no respect for the Pokémon Alliance. It seems that there is a quirk for specific female groups. That's all, I don't think it's enough. Ash shook his head, borrowed the phone from Officer Jenny, called Professor Oak who was far away in Pallet Town, and told him about this matter. Professor Oak, as a consultant for the Indigo Plateau Pokémon League, would naturally not let it go of the fact that the Vermilion City gym leader might be a member of Team Rocket. He assured Ash that the Alliance would definitely get to the bottom of this matter. Soon, Officer Jenny received a call. After unanimous discussion among the top leaders of the Alliance, it was decided that Officer Jenny would lead the in-depth investigation and research on the Vermilion Gym leader Masashi. Once any clues were found, he would be controlled immediately. With permission from the higher UPS, Jenny quickly took action. Although she failed to find out the relationship between Masashi and Team Rocket, she unexpectedly uncovered many crimes he had committed in the Unova region. She compiled a timeline with sufficient evidence. Masashi, who committed serious crimes including molesting a girl and premeditated murder in the Unova region, escaped with his military status. After retiring, he came to the Kanto region to serve as the Vermilion Gym leader. The process of becoming the gym leader was unclear. Jenny wanted to investigate further, but soon encountered resistance from within the Alliance. After several setbacks, she turned her attention back to Masashi. All the bad things he had done in the Unova region, including when he came to Kanto to serve as the gym leader, were revealed. If you don't want others to know, don't do it yourself. What's more, Masashi acted so high profile. In the end, he was stripped of his status as the Vermilion Gym leader and sentenced to decades in prison. However, during the roundup against him, he easily escaped with several elite-level main Pokémon in his hands. Jenny felt that there must be a traitor who tipped off Masashi before the operation began. Otherwise, he would not have been able to foresee the future and escape easily. Ash was quite emotional about this matter. Professor Oak is indeed a world-renowned Pokémon professor. Even the Pokémon Alliance has to give him face. If he had not put pressure on the Alliance, Officer Jenny would have had a hard time punishing Masashi. Although Masashi escaped, the Vermilion Gym, which harbored filth, was temporarily banned. After all, he is the Rocket Team executive and has extraordinary strength. Ash did not expect Officer Jenny to catch him. Even if he was caught, with the Rocket Team's infiltration and corruption of the Pokémon Alliance, he probably wouldn't be able to be locked up for too long. This is the best result now. Professor Oak's name is still useful. It seems that I have to take some research-worthy photos of the old man for free in the future. Just consider it as a way to bring them closer. Ash thought to himself. Because the Vermilion Gym was banned, Masashi fled back to the headquarters. The Vermilion City Rocket Division, without an executive, had to lie dormant temporarily to avoid being implicated. Ash's name was also reported to Giovanni. Masashi wanted to start a revenge against Ash immediately, but Giovanni shook his head and rejected it. He was just a rookie trainer who had just started traveling. The main reason why he could foresight the Rocket Team's deployment in Vermilion City was that Masashi was incompetent. As an executive, he couldn't even handle a little kid. Considering that the other party came from Pallet Town, he seemed to be highly regarded by Professor Oak. Giovanni didn't want to cause trouble for this young man. After all, Niajima's god-making plan was about to succeed. As long as they can successfully control the powerful Pokémon, Team Rocket will overthrow the Pokémon Alliance and rule the world in no time. In comparison, these small fights are meaningless. Although Masashi had some complaints, he did not dare to question Giovanni's decision. He could only find another way and ask whether the operation of the Saint Anu should be cancelled directly. This is an operation to snatch passers-by trainer Pokémon to improve the combat power of the organization members. If it is not cancelled, then he will personally board the Saint Anu and trick Ash and others onto the ship. At that time, however, it seems that he saw Masashi's intention and Giovanni decisively terminated the operation. He was even more disappointed with Masashi, who was full of violence. At this time, he was still thinking about personal grudges, and even did not hesitate to hurt the interests of the organization. If he did not have the strength of the elite level, he still needed him to contain the Kanto elite, and he would have thrown him into the river to feed the fish. Ding! World line changes detected. Thanks to your contribution, the crisis of the Saint Anu is resolved. Reward, top grade Mystic Water. After carrying it, the power of water type moves increases by 50%. Vermilion City, Vermilion Gym is embargoed. Ash, who was chatting with Xiaogang and Misty about the next stop in the Pokémon Center, suddenly received a prompt that the mission was completed. World line changes, the crisis of the Saint Anu is eliminated. Hearing the system's explanation, he quickly reacted. As the Rocket Team executive, Masashi is the absolute power class of the Rocket Team except Giovanni. He is in charge of the Vermilion City Rocket Team branch. In the original plot, the action of the Saint Anu might have been planned by him. Now Masashi is missing to avoid Alliance's pursuit. He definitely dare not come back to Vermilion City. Alliance has been keeping a close eye on Vermilion City recently. There was no leader here, and the hidden Rocket Team members could only hide obediently. No one wanted to offend the Alliance at this time. Ash naturally liked the free mission reward. Ash gave this mystic water directly to Melodic. Melodic was extremely good in defense and endurance, and had a second ability that was not afraid of attribute restraint. The reinforcement of attack ability was beneficial to overall development. That night, Ash and the other two stayed at the Vermilion City Pokémon Center for another night. Unable to withstand Ash's soft and hard persuasion, Misty finally agreed to start living with him. The peaceful night passed in a flash. The next morning, Misty, wearing Stereo cartoon pajamas, sat on Ash. It's time to get up. Xiaogang has called us several times. Okay, get up right away. Ash rarely enjoyed the wake-up service of a beautiful girl. Misty seemed particularly shy for the first time living together. At this time, Ash did not deliberately tease her. Sometimes, even its Sundara personality needs to be smoothed over. After breakfast, the three of them sat together to discuss the next destination city for the trip. The next gym will be in Saffron City. Ash's next gym is the Saffron Gym. Saffron City is the largest and most prosperous city in the entire Kanto region and is even very famous in other regions. There is the famous Silphco, the leader of Pokémon World Manufacturing Technology. Ding! Trigger the gym challenge task. Defeat Saffron City gym leader Sabrina and get a badge. Basic challenge, defeat the gym leader, win, and get 200,000 points. Advanced challenge, defeat all of Sabrina's Pokémon and all 3 Pokémon retain their combat capabilities, and get 500,000 points. Perfect challenge, defeat Sabrina and help her recover, and get 800,000 points. Rare candy, leave 40-50, level X5, Sabrina's intimacy increased by 80%. Just after proposing the next challenge to the gym, the mission came, help Sabrina return to normal. This perfect challenge is a little different from the previous ones, but he likes the mission reward very much. 80 W points are enough for him to buy a lot of goods, and rare candy can also continue to raise Pikachu's level, allowing it to reach the threshold of the elite level at a faster speed. As for the other reward, Sabrina's favorability improvement. Ash can only say that the more missions like this from the beautiful gym leader, the better. After thinking about it, he decisively accepted the perfect challenge. Ash, before going to Saffron City, can we go to Resort Blue Polchi City to relax? Misty raised her hand and suggested. Ash seemed to know that Misty would say this, and smiled mysteriously. He took out 3 S.S tickets for the Saint Anu from his pocket. Have you booked this? The SS ticket for the Saint Anne is very expensive. Surprised, Misty began to feel sorry for Ash's wallet. She didn't have much money for the trip, and Ash's family wasn't that well off either. She had sent some money home a while ago, and Xiaogong's money was all used to improve the team's food. Is it too extravagant to buy a SS ticket for a luxury cruise ship? Ash shook his head. Since it's a trip, how can we miss a famous tourist destination like Ramperchi? We've been camping for so long, it's okay to enjoy it once. The ticket for the St. Anne is very expensive, but Ash can still afford it if it's just to Ramperchi. It's been less than a month since we traveled, and my ability to make money is still worthy of recognition. Misty, as my girlfriend, I will cover all your living expenses in the future. Ash's sudden love words. Misty blushed, but because of Xiaogang who was watching the fun, she couldn't get angry. Then I'm lucky enough to be with you this time. Ash, thank you. Xiaogang looked at Ash and Misty with a teasing look. After buying the daily necessities for the trip, Ash and the other two boarded the St. Anne's and set off. The next stop is the city of Lanpulchi. Since Ash and the other two had eaten a lot at the dock, they were not hungry at this time, so they did not eat in the restaurant. They came to the bow and stood on the deck to look out at the endless blue sea. Fish Pokemon jumped out of the water from time to time. It's worthy of being a luxury cruise ship. This feels great. With a long sigh of relief, Misty took out the fishing rod from her backpack. Ash, Xiaogang, let's compete to see who is better at fishing. Okay, I just have nothing to do. Come on. Unlike Misty who carried a fishing rod with her, Ash and Xiaogang borrowed 2 fishing rods from the staff and started fishing. At this moment, his minus 20% bite rate debuff began to take effect. Misty and Brock both started continuous fishing mode. They caught one water Pokemon after another. Although they were all common Pokemon such as Tentacool and Magikarp, they were much better than Ash who caught only one Magikarp after half a day. It can only be said that he paid a lot of price to capture Feebas. Brock was not very willing to capture water Pokemon, and Misty looked down on Pokemon with ordinary potential and appearance. Most of the Pokemon caught were released by the two of them. It can only be said that after being with Ash, she was also influenced by him in a subtle way, and she was very cautious in choosing Pokemon to capture. And her and Brock's spendthrift behavior of releasing dozens of Pokemon in a row also attracted the attention of interested people. Hey, kids, if you don't want the Pokemon you caught, you can sell them to me. I can definitely give you a good price. A fishmonger in plain clothes came over to chat with him. Ash looked him up and down for a moment. Could this uncle be the one who sold James a Magikarp for 30,000 yuan? Sorry, uncle, we are not going to sell Pokemon. Misty and Xiaogang rejected the uncle one after another. As gym trainers, they would not do anything against their conscience even if they were short of money. Selling wild Pokemon or something. That's what the notorious Pokemon hunters do. Ha ha ha, why don't you think about it again? The price I offer is definitely the highest among my peers. Besides, you don't want these Pokemon, so isn't it a waste to put them back into the sea? The middle-aged uncle seemed to be unwilling to give up. Ash glanced at him coldly. Uncle, don't you understand? I have to remind you that it is illegal to buy and sell wild Pokemon privately. If Officer Jenny knows about this. Hey, no, kid, I'm just joking. Don't take it to heart, I'm leaving now. The middle-aged uncle's face froze, he laughed and turned away. He cursed Ash and the others in his heart for not knowing how to appreciate him. They don't make money, but pretend to be self-righteous? Ash shook his head. This kind of person completely treats Pokemon as a tool to make money. It's really hateful. After fishing for an afternoon, Ash had the worst luck. The number of Pokemon biting the hook did not exceed 10 times. Misty and Xiaogang both admired Ash's bad luck. You know, there are many more water Pokemon in the sea than in rivers and lakes. Ash didn't care much about this. Although Misty and Xiaogang caught a lot of Pokemon, none of them had potential. In comparison, Flash Feebas is definitely a rare sight. As the sky gradually darkened, Ash and his group came to the restaurant for dinner. At this time, the restaurants on both sides were full of people, and in the middle was a battle area separated by staff. From time to time, a trainer would go to the ring to fight Pokemon. There are many wealthy people on this luxury cruise ship. A white-haired old man who likes to watch the fun issued a bounty. Whoever can win 100 games in a row in the ring can break through his bounty pool and get a bonus of 2 million Pokemon coins. If no one wins 100 games in a row before arriving at the next target city, the prize will be awarded according to the level of 50 wins, 20 wins, and 10 wins. As soon as this was said, many Pokemon trainers at the scene showed interested expressions. 2 million bonus is a huge sum of money. You can buy a purple Charizard on the black market. That's the final form of the 3-starter Pokemon. Ding! Trigger system task, get the bonus from the rich man's bounty and achieve 100 consecutive wins. Task reward, Pokemon Charm Enhancement Potion. After use, it can make Pokemon's attraction to the same race and opposite S*X full. Points, 200,000. Ash, who was not very interested in the passerby trainer on the St. Anne, suddenly became excited. It's shameful and boring to bully noobs, but the rewards are too much. And this time it's not just a system reward. If he can get the 2 million bonus from the rich man, he won't have to get gold coins from Professor Oak for a long time. The old man gave him a big surprise last time. Ash thought he had to sell him a little favor. Let him remember his kindness, which can be useful at a critical moment. Thinking of this, Ash stood up directly. Misty, Xiaogang, take your time eating. I'm going to have a fight. Let's go together. I'm full too. Misty finished her food in a few bites, wiped her lips with a napkin, got up and followed. Xiaogang sat where he was, slowly savoring the food. Obviously, he didn't want to disturb Ash and Misty's world of two. Come to the ring. By asking the staff on the ship, Ash learned that the initiator of the bounty ring was an executive of Silphco. Hideki is rich and loves to watch Pokémon battles. This ring is non-profit. The prize money is also paid entirely by the initiator. In the field, a Mankey and a Poliwag finally had a stalemate. Poliwag won with a slight level advantage. Its trainer successfully won 3 consecutive victories. Mankey trainer walked off the ring sadly. Ash took over and challenged Poliwag trainer. The opponent nodded confidently in agreement. Then Ash patted Pikachu to signal it to fight. Pokemon, Poliwag, level leave 21, qualification, blue. Under the condition of attribute restraint, Pikachu's level is almost 20 levels higher than Poliwag. The referee asked the opponent if he needed to change Pokemon, and he insisted on Poliwag. Ash was not polite to him. Command Pikachu to send it away easily with a Thunder Shock. It was easy to win the first victory. In battles with a large level gap, Ash usually holds back. The opponent's Poliwag was not seriously injured. Poliwag's trainer obviously saw this. After taking back Poliwag, he nodded slightly and expressed his gratitude to Ash. Your Pikachu is very strong, thank you for your mercy. Ash nodded in response. After Poliwag's trainer stepped down, a male trainer with outstanding appearance and slightly older than Ash walked up to the stage. The Pokemon he sent out was none other than Charmeleon from the 3 Pokemons. Judging from his attire, he should be from a wealthy family. He was able to get Charmander as the Earl Dervish Pokemon in Alliance, so he was quite capable. After all, in terms of popularity in the Kanto region, the handsome Charizard, whose final evolution can fly into the sky, is far more popular than the other 2 Pokemons from the 3 Pokemons. When asked if he needed to change Pokemon, Ash decisively called back Pikachu and sent Charmeleon to fight. When the 2 Charmeleons competed on the same stage, the difference was extremely obvious. Regardless of size, color, or the size of the flame on the tail, or the fighting spirit in his eyes, Ash's Charmeleon was far superior to the other one. And this civil war was also a one-sided crushing trend. The power of the fire-type moves was not as strong as the other one, and the close combat was even suppressed. Charmeleon is so strong, if anyone can get a 2 million yuan bonus, that person may only be you. The rich man looked at Ash deeply, took back Charmeleon and walked off the stage. He thought highly of Ash. The trainer who could train such a powerful Charmeleon must be very good. Whoa, it's my turn. A plain-looking but youthful girl walked onto the stage to challenge. The Pokemon she used was a Psychic-type Sun Pokemon from the Eevee family. A rare Psychic-type Pokemon, plus the opponent's command level was pretty good. Ash was interested in playing with her for a while longer. During the battle, he also pointed out the mistakes in the girl's command. The flames, the psychic fluctuations were raging. The audience was very satisfied and waved and cheered. Seeing that Charmeleon had fully adapted to the opponent's psychic strength, Ash commanded it to end the battle. Thank you for your advice. During the battle, the girl could clearly feel the gap between herself and Ash. With Ash's enthusiastic guidance, she felt like she was challenging a gym, and the whole battle was relatively easy. This battle also made her gain a lot. Although she lost, she also learned a lot. Ash quickly won 10 consecutive victories, and Charmeleon's outstanding performance also attracted the attention of many trainers on the ship. More and more trainers challenged him. There are still 90 games to complete the winning streak. Ash wanted to let Charmeleon rest for a while and rotate with other Pokemon, but found that it was still full of energy. There was no intention of resting at all. The rivals who won 10 consecutive games were too weak, and there were not many who could cause it a little trouble. Charmeleon, who basically didn't play at full strength, was still very energetic at the moment. Seeing this, Ash also planned to let Charmeleon give it a try. It can still rely on these trainers to level up at a lower level. Charmeleon was very powerful and won several reverse attribute battles in a row, and showed fatigue only after the 30th victory. Ash then replaced other Pokemon to fight. The trainers on this ship were too weak, and there were only 2 or 3 trainers who could pose a slight threat to him later. His winning streak began to rise rapidly. 50 consecutive wins, 70 consecutive wins, 85 consecutive wins. By the time the 99th win was won, the audience was completely numb. The Silphco executive who issued the bounty had even told his assistant secretary to prepare to transfer money to Ash. Little brother, I want to use my Raticate to have a Pokemon battle with you. Please give me some advice. At this time, the challenger for the 100th game appeared. A tall and thin man with a charming female companion, a gentleman's suit, and a black hat walked onto the stage. There was also a Raticate beside him. Looking at the man, Ash frowned slightly. But considering that the other party was a challenger, he didn't say much. In the original plot, this guy used Raticate to fight against the stupid Butterfree. When he saw that he was about to lose, he deliberately stopped the game, looking like he couldn't afford to lose. In addition, he coaxed Ash to exchange his Butterfree with his own Raticate. At that time, Ash also asked for the opinion of Topsy-Turvy, who was fascinated by his partner. In the end, the two exchanged Pokemon. But after the exchange, the silly thing remembered Butterfree's kindness and exchanged it back. Ash couldn't understand the silly thing's brain hemorrhage operation at all. This kind of exchange can easily cause Pokémon to lose trust in their owners, and the intimacy of Pokémon with a bad temper will plummet. This also made Ash feel that under the Silly Things operation, even if Butterfree did not leave the team for courtship, he would leave for other reasons. Shaking his head and suppressing the chaotic thoughts, he would definitely not do such a bad thing as exchanging Pokémon now. Pokémon, Raticate, Level, Leave 27, Qualification, Blue. A blue qualification Pokémon of a standard passerby trainer, but this Raticate is well cultivated. The body color, fur, and body shape can be regarded as a strong one among the same species. No wonder he was favored by the tall and thin gentleman. After all, with the money of the tall and thin gentleman, it is definitely not a problem to buy a few rare Pokémon. In the case of the overall reputation of the race, the fact that this Raticate was selected can also prove its strength. This also makes Ash look forward to this last battle, as the final battle of the 100-game winning streak. He naturally hopes to show a wonderful battle to the rich man who offered the bounty and all the spectators on the ship. But the opponent still disappointed Ash. Pokémon is strong, but it does not mean that the trainer is strong. What's more, a third-rate trainer like the tall and thin gentleman who only spends money to train Pokémon? His stupid command made Raticate unable to play its due strength. Ash estimated that it was slightly inferior to the other rookie trainers who just set out from Pallet Town. However, he should have thought that with the pampered appearance of the tall and thin gentleman, it is impossible for him to spend a lot of energy on studying Pokémon battles. Just when he was about to lose, the tall and thin gentleman still wanted to use the same trick to forcibly interrupt the game and force the game that was about to be lost to be a draw. This time, Ash didn't tolerate him at all. Charmeleon used a dragon tail to directly whip its Raticate to the bottom of the ring and lost its ability to fight. The smile on the tall and thin gentleman's face froze, and he stood on the ring with a wandering look, wanting to say something but stopping. The 100 consecutive wins required by the task were achieved. Ding! System task completed. Get the bonus from the rich man's bounty and achieve 100 consecutive wins. Reward, Pokémon Charm Enhancement Potion. After use, Pokémon can be fully attracted to the opposite S*X of the same race. Points, 20W. Points balance, 124W. Double happiness, excluding the Charm Potion and points rewarded by the task. The Pokémon that have fought have also accumulated a lot of combat experience. Especially Charmeleon, it has the most appearances. Charmeleon from Leave 26 to Leave 30. Squirtle from Leave 28 to Leave 29. Milotic from Leave 31 to Leave 32. Butterfree from Leave 25 to Leave 27. Among them, Milotic, who had the highest level, had accumulated nearly half of the experience points before this battle, and barely upgraded to a higher level. Except Charmeleon, the overall level of the other Pokémon did not increase much. It can only be said that bullying is still a little lacking. Only by challenging Pokémon of similar or higher levels can you quickly increase your level. The 2 million Pokémon coins from the rich man were directly deposited into the Alliance account registered by Ash Pokémon Pokédex. After receiving this huge sum of money, Ash also lost the fun of continuing to fight with the noobs. He rejected several trainers who challenged him one after another. Several of the Pokémon levels were not even Leave 20. Still in the rookie stage, the experience gained from fighting them is minimal, and it is not as fast as finding a wild Pokémon group to level up. Ash squeezed out of the crowd and joined Misty, who was watching the battle. Ash and Misty were about to leave. The tall and thin gentleman came over with his female companion in a sexy low-cut backless dress. Young man, your Charmeleon is very well cultivated. Are you interested in exchanging it with my Raticate? The tall and thin gentleman suggested with a smile. At the same time, the female companion beside him also flirted with Ash. This time, Ash was disgusted. No wonder these two guys can get together. Shamelessness is really amazing. The man wants to use the common Raticate to exchange his Charmeleon with golden qualifications and unlimited future potential, and it was just after he lost to himself. Doesn't this just treat Ash as a fool who knows nothing? His female companion is also the same kind of stuff, teasing Ash with her eyes in front of the tall and thin gentleman. These two obviously want to get some benefits from Ash. Ash was about to open his mouth to ridicule them. Misty beside him reacted faster than him. As if the little mouth was smeared with honey, he pointed at the two and started to attack crazily. A burst of birdsong and flowers directly broke the thin and tall gentleman's defense. Panting, his face was livid. You. What are you, you shameless guy? Get out of our sight while we are still in a good mood. Misty suppressed the thin and tall gentleman with firepower again. The thin and tall gentleman with a red face and thick neck pointed at Misty's hand and trembled constantly. He couldn't hold back a fart for a long time, and finally could only leave with his female companion in embarrassment. Very helpless, he couldn't beat Ash in a fight, and he couldn't talk to Misty beside him, so he could only flee in panic. The passengers watching the excitement around him cast surprised eyes at Misty. Misty's pretty face quickly turned red after reacting. Oh no, this time I'm going to be misunderstood as. She subconsciously turned around and looked at Ash, but Ash was looking at her with a smile. Ash, do you think I'm a bit of a tomboy? No, those guys deserve to be scolded. Besides, Misty, you are usually very gentle. Thank you, Ash. Misty happened to see the thin and tall gentleman's female companion flirting with Ash, and she couldn't help it. She vented all her anger on the thin and tall gentleman. After this episode, the two returned to the restaurant. Meet up with Xiaogang. Because the noise just now was quite loud, even after returning to the restaurant, many people still looked at them. Ash, what's going on? I always feel like everyone is staring at us. Xiaogang looked around and asked in confusion. Misty, who was sitting next to Ash, immediately lowered her head. Ash told Xiaogang what had just happened. It wasn't a big deal, so he just took it as a topic of conversation. After hearing this, Xiaogang also said that the thin and tall gentleman was not a good person. Perhaps unable to withstand the strange looks from passers-by, Misty went back to her room after saying something to Ash. Then Ash went to the lobby to find a phone. He called his mother Dilia at home directly. A smiling mother Dilia appeared on the screen. Ash, why did you think of calling me? How was your trip? I heard from Professor Oak that you are already in Vermilion City. As soon as the call was connected, his mother Delia's series of questions confused him a little, but after he reacted, he felt warm in his heart. Sure enough, no matter where he went, it was always his mother Dilia who always cared about him. Call me if you miss you. I'm on the ship to Lanpolkai City now. After a brief chat, Ash transferred 500,000 yuan from the winning streak bonus to his mother Delia's account. 500,000 yuan, where did you get so much money? Dilia asked in surprise when she saw the message prompt. It was learned that Ash won 100 consecutive victories on the Saint Anne and won the bonus offered by the rich man. After praising Ash, Dilia told Ash not to put too much pressure on himself when traveling. After all, high-intensity battles are not all there is to traveling. Sometimes you should relax a little. Don't worry, Mom, these are all battles within your acceptable range. 100 games may seem like a lot, but in fact, they are just that. They are all very weak rivals. He could understand Mom Delia's worries. But the reality is that none of the rivals on the Saint Anne's could make him feel stressed. After thinking about it, Ash told Dilia about his relationship with Misty in an attempt to divert her attention. After learning about this, Mom Dilia immediately said that she would go to Ramperchi to meet Misty. She hung up the phone without giving Ash time to react. After sailing for a day, the Saint Anne's finally arrived at Ramperchi. Leaving the Saint Anne's and arriving at Ramperchi, looking at the saffron-colored beach in front of her, Misty subconsciously wanted to put on a swimsuit and have a good swim. But because there were too many people on the beach, she gave up the idea. Seeing Misty was a little disappointed. Ash then found the person in charge of this beach and booked a private beach further away. No one except Ash and the other two was allowed to enter here. Then Ash tricked Xiaogang into going to the crowded beach outside to find a beautiful big sister. Let this beach become their own world. There was no way. Ash liked to see other people's girlfriends wearing swimsuits but didn't want his girlfriend to be stared at by others when wearing a swimsuit. This kind of thing has to be double standard. After the two put on swimsuits, Ash helped Misty apply sunscreen. Misty went swimming and played with the Pokémon. Ash sat on the beach with his back against a big tree and thought about the giant Tentacruel. Ding! The location where the plot mission is about to occur is detected. Triggering the plot mission, resolve the giant Tentacruel attack in Lanpolkai City and protect the city from the destruction of the giant Tentacruel and the Tentacle group. Mission reward, 1 million points reward title Son of the Sea. After wearing it, the intimacy of Pokémon in the ocean increases by 50%. Seeing the system reward, Ash showed a surprised expression. 1 million points. The system is too generous this time. And this title of Son of the Sea is also very powerful. All Pokémon inhabiting the ocean increase their intimacy by 50%. Just offset his minus 20% Pokémon bite probability. The mission requires protecting the city from the destruction of the giant Tentacruel. Fortunately, I greeted Dragonite at Bill Lighthouse. Ash couldn't help but sigh. Since the mission requires him to protect the city from destruction, it is obviously impossible to rely on Misty's true feelings to influence the giant Tentacruel and make it leave on its own initiative as in the original plot. At that time, the city had been destroyed by the giant Tentacruel with a large group of Tentacle. After thinking for a long time, Ash finally got a little clue. He planned to try to start with both sides of the conflict first. If it doesn't work, there is still the ancient Dragonite to support him. At Bill Lighthouse, he and the ancient Dragonite had an agreement that both sides would rush to Lanpolkai City at the same time. When the giant Tentacruel appeared, it would appear immediately. Presumably, the ancient Dragonite has come to the sea near Lanpolkai City and waited for the giant Tentacruel to appear. Reasoning is useless, so it can only be solved by force. It just so happens that the super heavy ball rewarded by his system space can also come in handy, right? Meanwhile, Pallet Town, Dilia, who was eager to see her son and her future daughter-in-law whom she had never met, put down everything she was doing, bought a ticket to Ramperchi and rushed over. Mom, you didn't tell us before you came, so we could pick you up at the airport. At noon, Ash and Misty, who were having dinner at a seafood restaurant next to Nastina restaurant, ran into Dilia who had just got off the plane. Ramperchi, I've been here before when I traveled before, maybe I'm more familiar with it than you are. This is Misty, she's so beautiful. Ash has been traveling outside for more than a month thanks to your care. After Dilia answered Ash's words, her eyes immediately fell on Misty, who was a little nervous beside him. The more she looked at this future daughter-in-law, the more satisfied she was. She was also very relieved in her heart that her son, who was as stupid as a brick, finally got it. When in Pallet Town, Gary had found so many girlfriends that he couldn't count them with both hands, but Ash didn't make any moves at all. And compared to Gary's mature and charming girlfriends, Girls like Misty are obviously more reliable. There is no generation gap between people of the same age, and the relationship will not be bad if they grow up together. Besides, except for her not-so-mature figure, Misty's appearance is still top-notch, and she will definitely be a top beauty in the future. Misty's expression was very unnatural when she was stared at by Dilia, and her usual carefree temperament was restrained in front of Dilia. She replied with a slightly nervous tone. Auntie. Hello, I'm Ash's girlfriend. A gym trainer in Cerulean City, currently traveling with the goal of becoming a water-type Pokémon Master. Actually, Ash has been taking care of me all the way, and I should be the one to say thank you. After all, she is not an introverted person, and Ash also mentioned this to her yesterday. After a brief shyness, Misty immediately cheered up. She introduced herself to Dilia openly. Dilia smiled throughout the whole process, and was obviously very satisfied with Misty, especially when she mentioned that it was Ash who was helping her. Misty is such a kind and good kid who knows how to maintain her boyfriend's image. I know what Ash is like, isn't it a fantasy to expect him to take care of others? Dilia thought to herself, and she recognized Misty more and more. After lunch, Dilia and Misty were already talking about everything. Standing together, they were like a pair of good sisters. Ash invited his mother Dilia to go to the private beach he contracted, and let Misty accompany Dilia. He found a car rental company and rented a powerful motorcycle. In this Pokémon world, adults can drive, and the proof of renting a car without a driver's license is the Pokémon Pokédex. This is also part of the benefits that Alliance gives to Pokémon trainers. It allows trainers to devote themselves to Pokémon cultivation without wasting their energy on various daily trivialities. Otherwise, Gary would not have been able to drive a luxury sports car and take his girlfriends around when he first set out on his trip. After a brief familiarization with the motorcycle, Ash got started right away. He stepped on the accelerator and headed straight for Umaki Pier outside the city of Lampolchi. Standing at the pier, you can see a large hotel with luxurious decorations being built rapidly on the sea in the distance. It is the business of Nastina's cousin at the beach stall. In addition to the Sea Hotel, she also owns a large amusement park near the Umaki Pier. The luxury sea hotel under construction has been named Paradise Hotel. It will be completed soon, and Nastina's cousin hopes that this hotel will bring a large number of tourists. In this way, she will have the confidence to continue investing in her amusement park to make it a large tourist attraction that is not inferior to Lampolchi City. She wants to snatch all the tourists from Lampolchi City. She also wants to build a Pokémon Battle theme park and continue to expand her business blueprint. However, because her Paradise Hotel is located on the coral reef where the Tentacle tribe lives, the Tentacle's homes were destroyed, causing them to repeatedly attack the Paradise Hotel and the construction team to prevent Nastina's cousin from building the hotel. In the original plot, Nastina's cousin was forced to offer a reward of 1 million Pokémon coins and summoned a large number of trainers in the city of Lampolchi to drive away the Tentacle tribe. Then the Rocket Trio showed up to accept her reward. They planned to use homemade domestic 3 cups of vinegar to make the Tentacle group all limp after drinking it. Then they would be able to get Nastina's cousin's reward, and at the same time give the captured large group of Tentacle to Giovanni. Not only can they make money, but they can also get promoted. It's simply a plan that has the best of both worlds. Unfortunately, a Tentacle mutated during the process. It evolved into a huge Tentacruel that is as big as several floors and has amazing destructive power. The giant Tentacruel led the other Tentacles in the tribe to launch a revenge against humans. The anger of revenge quickly swept the entire Lampolchi city, almost turning the entire city into ruins. In the end, it was Misty's persuasion that convinced the giant Tentacruel to let humans go. Ash has 2 plans to perfectly complete the giant Tentacruel incident. One is to resolve the dispute between Nastina's cousin and the Tentacle. The other is to rely on the powerful power of the super ancient Dragonite to defeat the giant Tentacruel, leaving the Tentacles leaderless. If you want to resolve the conflict between Nastina's cousin and Tentacle, you can't let the Paradise Hotel on Umaki Pier be built. Ash has tried it many times before. It's not feasible to use official power to solve this problem. In the eyes of the officials, Nastina's cousin is an entrepreneur who can make outstanding contributions to the city's economy. The officials also hope that after the hotel is completed, it will attract a large number of tourists to develop the city's economy. The destruction of Tentacle's habitat is not a big deal. Can Pokémon be bigger than human development? It's basically the same as the original plot. Before the giant Tentacruel destroyed the city, no one would reflect on the harm caused to the Tentacle tribe by their actions. The destruction of Pokémon ecology is not as important as making money. Shaking his head, Ash summoned the heterochromatic Melodic. Jumping on its back, he went to the sea near the Paradise Hotel under construction. The Tentacle group hated the building that occupied their home so much that they would often wander around and try to revenge. After swimming for more than 10 minutes, Ash did not find the Tentacle group, but he encountered a wounded Horsa. The little guy was deeply attracted by Melodic's elegant figure, and Ash did not react until he got close to him. Moo. The wounded little guy tried to explain something to Ash. This should be the Horsa in the original plot who thought he still had Misty. Xiaogang asked for help and was finally conquered by Misty. Ash guessed so. If it was it, then it was indeed asking for help from him. Horsa, I roughly understand what you mean. Please take me to find the Tentacle group. Horsa nodded and swam in front of Melodic to lead the way. Soon, under the leadership of Horsa, Ash rode the heterochromatic melodic to find the tentacle group that was driven into the coral reef home. These tentacles all hated humans because their homes were taken away. When Ash appeared, many tentacles could not suppress their hatred and attacked him. In desperation, Ash could only let Melodic and Pikachu have a good talk with them, and when they calmed down, Ash came out to play the good guy, healed the tentacles and explained his intentions. Although the tentacles now hate the humans who took away their homes, they also know that Ash came with good intentions. It has to be said that force is sometimes quite useful to deal with the tentacle group, which is already known as the bully of the sea. At least it can make them come down and listen to your explanation. After communicating with this group of tentacles who are full of ideas about how to deal with humans, Ash promised to help the tentacle group solve this matter, return their homes to them as soon as possible, and guarantee that no humans will come to disturb them in the future. But they also need their cooperation, so Ash also revealed some details of the plan to them, including the part that requires their cooperation. The tentacle group that was defeated by Ash agreed to cooperate with his plan out of trust in him. After convincing the tentacle group, the next thing to do is to deal with cousin Nastina. Horsa, thank you for accompanying me on this trip. Ash applied potion to the injured Horsa and invited it to go with him. Although this Horsa did not meet his standards for taming, its actual qualifications were not low, and it and Misty had a predestined relationship. It would be no problem to take it back and give it to her. In this way, Ash took Horsa back to the private beach he contracted in Lanpolkai City. Hey, it's Horsa? Thank you, Ash. After taming the Horsa sent by Ash, Misty threw herself into Ash's arms in a cute swimsuit. She was wrapped around him like an octopus. The atmosphere quickly heated up, and in the ambiguous eye contact, Misty closed her eyes and gave him a sweet kiss. The qualifications of the Horsa brought back by Ash were already very good, and it was also at a medium level in its group. In addition, Horsa itself is a relatively rare existence among water-type Pokémon. Misty has been longing for it for a long time. Dilia, who was standing under a tree in the distance, smiled knowingly after seeing this. She turned around subconsciously to avoid disturbing the two young people. Ash was not willing to be passive, so he immediately took the initiative and started to get naughty with his hands. He didn't let Misty go until her face was flushed and she was out of breath. Misty was arrogant and rarely took the initiative to get intimate with Ash. This time it was because the Horsa that Ash gave her was too much of a surprise for her. Ash said it was a pity in his heart. If it wasn't daytime, if there was a more suitable scene, he might have done something beyond the bottom line. Once this threshold is crossed, Ash is confident that he can immediately unlock a lot of new knowledge with Misty. Ding! The world line has changed. Thanks to your actions, Misty has conquered Horsa at the dock of Lanpolkai City earlier. Reward, clue of the best dragon-type Pokémon, 5 pieces of rare candy, leave 40 LV.50. Clue type reward, the target will appear randomly within 100 miles of the place of use, and can be continuously tracked. Ash was delighted to receive the system reward. Fortunately, Horsa was just released. Otherwise, Misty's kiss and the generous reward would not be available. Within 100 miles, the types of Pokémon produced will also change depending on the environment in which the clue is used. Ash is more curious about whether the Dragon-type Pokémon in other regions will also be included in the random range. After all, the Dragon-type has always been a symbol of rarity and power. Most Pokémon with Dragon in their names have high species strength. If the Dragon-type Pokémon in other regions are also taken into account, he will have to think carefully about where to use this clue. Hey, Grandma, don't you remember me? I'm Ash. We just met at Umaki Pier during the day. Looking at the grandma walking over, Ash pretended to be surprised and shouted. When this was said, Misty, Xiaogang and Dilia were all stunned. I don't know what Ash is doing. However, after a brief moment of confusion, Nastina reacted and snorted, and her wrinkled old face turned ashen. That's not me, but my cousin. Ah, did I make a mistake? Ash scratched his head innocently, and then continued, thinking about it carefully. It's true that Grandma is a big entrepreneur. She claims to build her own resort and attract all the tourists from Lanpolkai City. Nastina and her cousin have always had an incompatible relationship. After hearing this, her face was visibly getting worse. Build your own resort and attract all the tourists away. Isn't this digging up her roots? If tourists go to her resort, won't her beach house here face the risk of bankruptcy? When the resort is built, I must go and experience it. Seeing Nastina's face getting more and more gloomy, Ash quickly added the last knife. Bang! Sorry, we are closed today. Please come back tomorrow. Didn't you just say there was food? It's my mother-in-law who has a bad memory. Today's ingredients have been used up. Just like that, Ash and his friends were invited out of her beach house by the angry Nastina. Ash smiled slightly and led the three of them to the seafood restaurant of an old man next door. Everything is going according to his plan. After Nastina hung up the temporary business sign and closed the door, Ash's words just echoed in her mind. Building a resort and a supporting playground to snatch tourists from the city of Lampolchi, and her Nastina beach house relies on the tourists on this beach in the city of Lampolchi. This vicious cousin was completely stealing money from her. She opened the cash register and looked at the thick stack of banknotes inside. Reason told her to be patient, but the more she thought about it, the angrier she got. After a brief thought, Nastina opened the back door. She found the miserable rocket trio who were forced to work for her because the Gyarados dive boat ran aground on her back beach, causing considerable losses to her store. Just the three of you can help me do something. If you succeed, the previous debt will be written off, and mother-in-law will pay you a considerable reward. When they heard that there was a reward, the rocket trio, who had been crazy about poverty recently, immediately became excited. Don't worry, Meow, no matter what the task is, our rocket team can complete it for you smoothly. Without waiting for Jessie and James to speak, Meowth took it without even asking about the content of the commission. No need to work to pay off debts, and you can make a bigger sum of money. No matter how you think about it, it's a sure win business. Okay, I'll pay you to fix the dive boat now, and you go blow up Umaki Pier, my cousin's amusement park, and that luxury water hotel. Leave it to us, no problem, Nastina. With Nastina's financial support, the rocket's handicraft technology quickly came into play. The Gyarados dive boat that ran aground was repaired overnight, and some offensive weapons were even installed. Then the three of them pedaled hard in the dive boat and headed straight for Umaki Pier. The next day, in the restaurant of the Pokémon Center, Misty held a newspaper in her hand and said with a beaming face, Ash, have you heard? Last night, the amusement park and luxury water hotel at Umaki Pier were blown up by missiles. It seems that the three guys from Team Rocket did it. Now Nastina's cousin at Umaki Pier has gone bankrupt, and when she learned that it was her cousin who hired the rocket trio to sabotage, she actually took out all her remaining savings to hire the rocket trio to blow up Nastina's beach house. Currently, the two sisters have been taken away by Officer Jenny because of personal grudges. Take the newspaper from Misty and glance at it. No wonder she reacted so strongly when I mentioned Nastina's cousin yesterday. How big a hatred is it that can make relatives turn against each other? As the initiator, Ash has now become a bystander. Although it is a bit sentimental, no one should have thought that he planned all this. After all, he just went along with it. The main reason is that the two sisters have a deep hatred. Looking at it this way, my useless sisters are much cuter. Misty nodded repeatedly in agreement. Ash silently praised the rocket trio in his heart. Sure enough, the rocket trio are all talented. Except for not being able to catch Pikachu, they can do everything else. The rocket trio is indeed his good teammates. They gave him several gold coins in succession, and now they have helped him complete most of the huge Tentacruel mission. Not bad, not bad. It seems that I have to treat them better in the future, so that they can work harder for themselves. But things are not yet perfectly resolved. Umaki Pier, the coral reef has never lacked developers, and without cousin Nastina, there will be many wealthy businessmen coming one after another. These people must be made aware that the benefits of setting their sights on the coral reefs are not proportional to the risks, and expelling the Tentacle tribe will take huge risks. No businessmen will continue to set their sights on the coral reefs. After all, businessmen pursue profits, but they also know how to assess risks. Before investing, it is clear that there will be huge risks in the project. The profit is not equal to the huge risk. It will only be regarded as a bad investment plan. It seems that the businessmen who covet the Umaki Pier and the Coral Reef Transformation Project have to see the giant Tentacruel. Let this giant Tentacruel become a sword hanging over their heads, so that they dare not act rashly, in a hidden house in the city of Lanpulchi. Ha ha ha, I'm rich now. I didn't expect these two sisters to be so generous. Especially cousin Nastina from Umaki Pier. She can still take out so much money after bankruptcy. She must have owed a lot of money to the bank. Maybe, but it has nothing to do with us. Meow. With a large amount of funds added this time, we must build a robot with amazing performance to deal with the little devil, snatch his Pikachu and give it to Boss Giovanni. The three members of Team Rocket sat in front of the Gyarados dive boat, happily counting the money. At this time, Jessie looked at James. By the way, I met a strange man in black when I was shopping with Meowth today. Wearing a mask, I couldn't see his face clearly. He came to me and said he wanted to buy a potion that could make Tentacle unconscious and paralyzed. He also specifically said that only you can do it. Meowth also looked at James. Yes, you can make it Tentacle paralysis potion? That guy offers a very generous reward dash. Hearing this, James thought for a moment and nodded. I really have some ideas in my mind. Leave it to me, wait until I make the potion, and make a lot of money from the man in black. James, who was afraid of poverty, decisively agreed. If it is true that if you don't take advantage of a bargain, you are ABD, it is amazing that when Jessie just mentioned the effect of the potion, the formula materials appeared in his mind. It seems that even God wants to help him make this money. Another day passed in Lanpulchi City. Ash and the other two sent their mother Dilia on the plane back to Pallet Town. When leaving, Dilia asked Ash to treat Misty well and not to let Stephanie down. After leaving the airport, Ash asked Xiaogang and Misty to go back to the Pokémon Center first. Ash went to meet Jessie and bought the domestic 3-cup vinegar that James had just prepared from her. Summon Melodic and take the domestic 3-cup vinegar to the Tentacle tribe and let them taste the potion one by one. Most of the agate water was exhausted after trying it and needed to rest for a while to recover. Only one tentacle not only evolved into a giant Tentacruel after soaking in the domestic 3-cup vinegar, but also expanded countless times. Its height is not much less than that of the super ancient Dragonite. Pokémon, Tentacruel, Giant, level leave 61. Feeling the surging power in its body, the giant Tentacruel cast a grateful look at Ash. Tentacruel, it's your turn to perform next. After saying that, Ash summoned Pidgeot and jumped on its back, flying straight towards the open sea. The giant Tentacruel nodded, and its huge body swam towards the direction of Umaki Pier and the human city on the shore. People playing on the beach saw the giant-level Tentacruel leading a large number of tentacles, raising huge waves. They all screamed in fear. The lifeguards on the beach also hurriedly began to evacuate the crowd. Boom boom. After all the tourists left, the giant Tentacruel fired a dark golden hyper beam on the beach, stirring up clouds of smoke and dust. The entire coast was shaking violently under the attack of this beam of light. Screams rose and fell, and in countless terrified eyes, a figure that was no less in size than the giant Tentacruel and even more oppressive came riding the waves. It was the super ancient Dragonite that Ash found from the outer sea. Wherever the super ancient Dragonite went, the originally turbulent sea water immediately calmed down. The ancient Dragonite walked towards the giant Tentacruel step by step, and above it was Ash standing on the back of Pidgeot in the sky. The ancient Dragonite walked over with the aura of the third-level god emanating from it. The giant Tentacruel was strong and powerful, and its tentacles that were strong enough to penetrate the building softened immediately. Although they were similar in size, the giant Tentacruel was only born and evolved and became giant because of its special physique and good luck. Please give flowers. 014110017 Fula 0845022170. Compared to the Dragonite, which has a long lifespan and has survived from the ancient times to the present, there is still a big gap. The threshold of the champion level to the third level god is not something that can be broken through by living long enough, but also requires enough amazing talent and some luck. The giant Tentacruel's eyes fell on the sky above Dragonite's head and Ash on the back of Pidgeot. At this moment, in addition to the previous friendliness, there is also a sense of awe. Under the command of Ash, the director, the ancient Dragonite and the giant Tentacruel started a fierce battle. Boom. For a moment, the mountains roared and the sea shook the world. In the terrified eyes of the people far away from the coast, the ancient Dragonite and the giant Tentacruel fought fiercely. 0. Ash rode on Pidgeot to command Dragonite to fight. After a hard battle, the giant Tentacruel was defeated. Tentacruel, can you calm down now? I can help you solve your request. Ash deliberately raised his voice and shouted to the giant Tentacruel. The giant Tentacruel looked at the ancient Dragonite in fear, then nodded at Ash. Seeing this, Ash smiled slightly. He invited Dragonite to play this scene, which was also meant to shock the giant Tentacruel. Suddenly gaining incomparably powerful power, the giant Tentacruel will inevitably become inflated and arrogant. The appearance of the super ancient Dragonite just made it realize that there are many more powerful forces in the world than itself. Dragonite, wait for me here for a while, I'll go take care of something first. Pidgeot, take me to the shore. Ash patted Pidgeot's head. Then Pidgeot flapped its wings and landed on the beach. What greeted him was the reverent eyes of the people on the beach of Lanpolkai City looking at the hero's return. It was the first time for Ash to enjoy such a celebrity-level treatment. It was a little difficult for him to adapt, but he knew what he was going to do next and did not hesitate. He glanced at the crowd. He asked loudly, who is the mayor of Lanpolkai City? It's me. In the crowd, a middle-aged man in a suit came forward with the support of several security guards. His clothes were very messy, and he did not have the rigor and meticulousness of an elite. Looking at the calm sea surface, he remembered the huge waves that were more than 10 stories high. He wiped the sweat from his forehead, then smiled warmly and wanted to shake hands with Ash. Young man, thanks to you and that Dragonite, if you hadn't acted in time, the people of Lanpolkai would have suffered. Not only will they suffer heavy property losses, but even their lives may be threatened. Ash glanced at the other's hands full of unknown water stains, and put his hands behind his back without leaving a trace. Mayor, do you know that the reason why the giant Tentacruel went crazy is that the Paradise Hotel was built on the coral reef, the home of the giant Tentacruel. Dragonite is just here to help this time. If you want to solve this matter once and for all, it depends on the attitude of the mayor. From what Ash said, it is obvious that he is not going to drive Dragonite to solve the big problem of the giant Tentacruel. It is also true that although Dragonite can suppress the giant Tentacruel, it may be difficult to defeat it completely. And if the giant Tentacruel of such a large size counterattacks when it is defeated, Dragonite may not be able to bear it. Ash really had no reason to risk his life for them. After thinking for a moment, the mayor asked, young man, how about this? In the future, that coral reef and the surrounding waters will be included in the Pokemon protection area of Lanpolga. No commercial development or utilization is allowed. After I draw up a plan, I will apply to the Alliance for Forest Rangers to come and protect this group of Tentacruel. What do you think? The mayor is a shrewd official and immediately saw what Ash wanted. Okay, then I'll go talk to the giant Tentacruel. Mr. Mayor, I'm guaranteeing you to the giant Tentacruel in my own name. If there is any accident in the future, I don't mind coming here again with Dragonite. At the end, Ash's tone was a little warning. Yes, don't worry, young man. No one will break into this coral reef in the future. Ash nodded and released Pidgeot to fly to the ancient Dragonite and the giant Tentacruel waiting at the beach. Dragonite seemed a little excited to see a giant Tentacruel of the same size as himself, which proved that he was not alone in this world. It was a pity that Tentacruel was not of the same species as him, but after this incident, he completely recognized Ash. After giving Ash a yellow dragon crystal that could call him, he walked away on the waves. Ash gave a few simple instructions to the giant Tentacruel. He also informed him of the policy that the mayor was about to implement. In the future, he only needed to control the Tentacle tribe and not affect the normal navigation of the cruise ship at sea. They would all be under the protection of the Pokémon Alliance. The giant Tentacruel then sank into the water and disappeared. Ash. The people of Blooper City, who learned his real name from Misty and Xiaogang who came later, cheered and splashed over. They cast respectful eyes on him. The enthusiastic people surrounded the beach. Ash had never experienced such a scene before. He squeezed out of the crowd violently, dragged Misty who was also making noise in the crowd, and left the scene quickly. Seeing Ash and Misty leave, Xiaogang immediately chased after them. Misty, Xiaogang, you guys are not messy enough, you are still making noise in the crowd. Ash panted and looked at the two smiling faces. You stole the limelight again this time, you are now the hero who saved Blooper City, Ash. Xiaogang said with a smile. I didn't expect that you actually invited Dragonite. Misty exclaimed in a surprised tone. When Ash was at Bill Lighthouse, she was scared when she came into close contact with the ancient Dragonite. Who would have thought Ash has such a good relationship with it? Now he can be called at any time in Lanpolkai City? Well, coincidence, Dragonite happened to travel here. Ash mumbled casually. I can't tell Misty that I knew there would be a huge Tentacruel in Lanpolkai City and asked Dragonite to come here in advance. Ding! Perfectly solve the Lanpolkai City incident and protect the city from being destroyed by the huge Tentacruel and Tentacle group. Reward, 100 W points. Reward title Son of the Sea. After wearing it, the intimacy of Pokémon in the ocean will increase by 50%. After working for a long time, the crisis in Lanpolkai City was finally resolved. Ash also won the title of City Honorary Trainer. After the mayor reported everything that happened in Lanpolkai City to the Pokémon Alliance, the Alliance also attached great importance to this matter. Immediately sent a quasi-elite ranger captain with a ranger Pokémon team to Lanpolkai City. The Pokémon Ranger team will take on the task of maintaining the Coral Reef Forest Protection Area to prevent the evil organization Team Rocket and even Pokémon hunters active around the world from targeting the giant Tentacruel. As the protagonist who calmed down this incident, Ash also received a reward of 1 million Pokémon coins from the Alliance. Ash was very satisfied with the reward from the Alliance, adding the 2 million he got on the Saint Anu before, even if he spent lavishly on the Kanto Region trip for a whole year and stayed in luxury hotels at every stop, he would not be short of money. Before leaving the city of Rampolch, Ash called Professor Oak and sent him a video of the battle between the giant Tentacruel and the super ancient Dragonite. When Professor Oak asked about his relationship with the ancient Dragonite, Ash said that the ancient Dragonite came to Blue Pulley to find a Pokémon companion of the same size, and he just happened to meet the ancient Dragonite. Although Professor Oak felt that the matter was not that simple, he did not continue to ask since Ash did not want to talk about it. After all, everyone has their own secrets. Set off from Lanpolchi City, Ash and the other two continue their journey, heading for Saffron City, defeating Sabrina to get the badge of the Saffron Gym. Considering that Sabrina's psychic is too dangerous, she can even attack the trainer directly if she disagrees with him. For the sake of the three's personal safety, Ash plans to capture a ghost Pokémon before challenging the gym. Calculating the time, the annual summer festival in Maiden Gorge is coming soon. There is a Ghastly that has lived for 1,000 years. His personality is a bit eccentric, but his combat power is also very strong. He can even transform into a human form. His level must be high. In terms of ability alone, he is already the most special Ghastly in the original plot. If there is a chance, he must capture it. With it, Ash will have more confidence when challenging the Saffron Gym. Sabrina's psychic is still too strong after all. The key is that you can't defend yourself against her, and you have to be vigilant at all times. Just in case she gets upset, she'll give him a blow, and Ash doesn't dare to pin his hopes on her irresponsible but psychic father. If he accidentally becomes Sabrina's doll, I don't know how long it will take for him to see the light of day again. After all, Sabrina is a ruthless person who can turn her mother into a doll without hesitation, and she has a close relationship with Team Rocket, so Ash will never challenge the gym without bringing ghost Pokémon. If there is really no other way, he can also go to Lavender Town to capture ghost Pokémon. Ding! Trigger plot mission, go to Maiden Gorge to find Millennium Ghastly. Mission reward, news about the girl ghost's lover. A glimmer of joy flashed in Ash's eyes when he accepted the mission. He was originally worried that Ghastly's level was too high, and the highest level Pikachu in the team was not rival. Maybe he would have to use the wheel tactic, but this might reduce Ghastly's intimacy with him. And now the system has helped him think of a better solution. The reason why Ghastly comes to Maiden Gorge every year is to help the girl who lived 1,000 years ago fulfill her wish. And as long as he meets Ghastly in Maiden Gorge, he can get the news that it cares about very much, the whereabouts of the girl's lover. With this information, Ash's confidence in conquering the 1,000-year-old Ghastly has increased a lot. In this way, the three of them boarded a luxury cruise ship from Lanpolkai City to Maiden Gorge. In less than a day, the three of them arrived at Maiden Gorge. Maiden Gorge, because of the approaching summer festival, has become extremely lively. Many tourists from surrounding cities come here to travel. However, the fact that Maiden Gorge is so famous in Kanto is also related to Ghastly's tireless efforts over the years. After getting off the boat, Ash looked around and searched for Ghastly's traces. Ash, this guy, just looked at the beauties as soon as he got off the boat. How unreasonable. Misty pouted, dissatisfaction written on her face. Ash retracted his gaze after noticing Misty's strangeness, and held her hand with some amusement. Although Misty is arrogant, her emotions are written on her face. Unlike those hypocritical monsters he had been with in his previous life, they were deep-minded and made trouble in various ways. After a simple explanation, Xuan smiled. The three of them split into two groups. Xiaogang went to hook up with the beautiful big sisters at the festival under the guise of replenishing supplies. Misty took Ash to happily visit the festival. During the festival, Ash paid close attention to the tourists walking around, but failed to meet the beautiful girl and old woman disguised as Ghastly from 1,000 years ago. But he saw three familiar figures from a distance at a stall on the corner of the street. They were the main group of Team Rocket. Considering that Ghastly had taken the initiative to find them in the original plot, Ash pointed out the three people to Misty. Hey, aren't these the three bad guys? SHH. Let's follow them and see what conspiracy they may be planning again. There were many tourists coming and going, and the three members of Team Rocket did not notice Ash and Misty following them far behind. The two followed Team Rocket into a wooden house, and after Ash marked it, they turned around and left. Aren't we going to drive them away? No hurry, we can wait a little longer. Ash took Misty away from the temporary base of the three members of Team Rocket in Maiden Gorge. After leaving, Ash went to the Pokémon Center. He returned to the room and released Butterfree. Butterfree, who hadn't fought for a while, was also very happy to see Ash and flew around him 3 times. Then he stopped in front of Ash. Butterfree has indeed neglected you for a while, but I will find you a wife soon, just as an apology. Ash took out the Pokémon Charm Potion from the system space and gave it to Butterfree to drink. After drinking the potion, Butterfree was full of confusion and became a little anxious. In the past, the things Ash gave them would have various strange changes after eating, and their strength would be significantly improved. Why didn't 987 change at all? As one of the Pokémon with the worst qualifications in Ash's team, it can only make up for its lack of talent through hard work, and it knows that Ash can often come up with some magical potions. So I expect that with Ash's help, I can be reborn one day, but now, this potion seems to have no effect. Butterfree is also very anxious. Butterfree, I guess you may have misunderstood. I said that this potion is for you to marry a wife. The potion that can make you stronger will be available in the future. Looking at the anxious Butterfree, Ash said with a smile. He still supports Butterfree's idea of not wanting to fall behind, but he has not seen the potion of gold qualification yet. There is no potion in the task reward, so I can only wait patiently. As if he understood what Ash meant, Butterfree immediately relaxed. But he was still very confused about what Ash said about finding a wife for himself. Ash also perfunctorily said a few words to Salation. He laughed secretly in his heart. Butterfree, I remember that in the original plot, you were so fascinated that you couldn't walk after meeting the pink Butterfree. At night, call Misty and Xiaogang, and take the Pokémon. Ash follows the mark left behind to track Team Rocket. On the way, Misty answers Xiaogang's questions for Ash. This trip is to go to the Rocket Trio who happened to meet during the daytime shopping. Although it is not clear why Ash wants to find them late at night, it is definitely right to follow him. The group arrived in front of the wooden house where they tracked Team Rocket during the day. Ding! Successfully met the Millennium Ghastly. Task reward, news about the girl Ghost's lover. James was targeted by the Millennium Ghastly as expected, when Ash and others arrived at the scene. The Rocket Trio has been deeply trapped in hypnosis and is being played around by Ghastly. There is nothing in the open space in front of the wooden house. The Rocket Trio showed terrified expressions, and Ikans and coughing were also facing a formidable enemy, using all kinds of skills randomly. Obviously, they have all fallen into the illusion created by the Millennium Ghastly using hypnosis. Compared to ordinary Ghastly, this Ghastly can be said to have made the most of hypnosis. Looking at the strange scene in front of them, Misty and Xiaogang both showed surprised expressions. Good, so amazing. If Ash hadn't told her in advance, she would never have believed that the illusory girl ghost in front of her was actually Ghastly in disguise. Ash decisively accepted the task reward, and suddenly saw a message in his mind. Glancing at the Rocket Trio who were trapped in hypnosis like a headless fly, Ash shook his head slightly. Since Lan Polkai City helped me solve a big problem, I'll save you this time? Ash stepped forward and said to Ghastly. Ghastly, I know you want to help the girl find her lover, and I just know it, so let her go. The girl ghost showed a surprised expression when he heard it. Obviously, he didn't expect Ash to reveal its identity in one sentence. As Ghastly shifted his attention to Ash, the hypnosis that trapped the Rocket Trio stopped working. We are saved, meow. James, what are you doing? Let the little ghost hold you up. Let's get out of here. The Rocket Trio came back to their senses from the hypnosis and found that the girl ghost was Ghastly, and all of her attention was attracted by Ash, so they ran away in a hurry. These guys, they don't even know how to say thank you. Misty, they are the bad guys of the Rocket team after all. You are kidding to expect them to be polite, right? Xiaogang smiled and shook his head. At the same time, Ash had a conversation with Ghastly, who had revealed his true identity. Ash did not make any requests and directly informed Ghastly of the news about the girl ghost's lover. It turns out that the girl's lover was ambushed by the enemy after he set out for the battlefield, and all the warriors who accompanied him were killed in the battle, so there was no news from the 10 capitals. Ghastly was a little emotional, so the truth was like this. In this way, the ghost girl can rest in peace. Ghastly thanked Ash and was about to leave, but was stopped by Ash, who proposed the idea of subduing it. The wish was fulfilled, and Ghastly, who felt that he had no goals, agreed to Ash decisively. In its eyes, Ash is a very interesting human. After all, ordinary people who see it in ghost form are all scared to death at first. But Ash was not only not scared, but also easily foresighted its disguise and revealed its true identity in one sentence. Okay, it will be fun to travel with you, but every month and every year at this time, you have to let me come back here, Ghastly said after hesitating for a moment. Obviously, it doesn't want the people here to forget Stephanie, and hopes to continue the legend of the Girl's Gorge. Of course, no problem. Welcome to join us, Ghastly. Ash smiled and took out an empty Pokeball from his waist. Hehe. After two strange laughs, Ghastly in the gas contest condition took the initiative to get into the Pokeball. Pokemon, Ghastly. Attribute, Ghost, Poison. Level, 4.55. Qualification, Gold. Ability, Float. Special ability, Hypnosis. You can control rivals' Pokemon while hypnotizing them. The success rate of control depends on the level of the other Pokemon. Skills, Confuse Ray, Hypnosis, Mean Look, Payback, Nightshade, Sucker Punch, Dark Pulse, Shadow Ball, Destiny Bond, Dream Eater, Horrible Face, Icy Wind, etc. Carrying props, top quality Everstone. After carrying it, the power of your own attribute skills will increase by 50%. Looking at Ghastly's luxurious panel, Ash was delighted. Just captured, the level is 4.55. This is the real deal elite level Pokemon, the strongest Pokemon in his team, and the intimacy with it is much higher than that of ordinary newly captured Pokemon, reaching 210. With Ghastly's comedian personality, as long as you spend some time with it, the intimacy will definitely be maxed out easily. What surprised Ash was that this Ghastly was the first Pokemon he captured that carried an item, and it was a top quality Everstone. After all, it is a Pokemon that has lived for thousands of years, so it is not difficult to understand that it carries such a top quality item. This also explains why Ghastly has not evolved for thousands of years and is so strong. Relying on the top quality Everstone, its combat power is even better than the final form of Gengar, and with the special ability of Hypnosis, it is definitely the best among ghost Pokemon. Fortunately, the system is thoughtful and gave him the information that Ghastly wanted in advance, which won the trust of the other party. Good job. Otherwise, Ash would not be able to capture a Pokemon that has grown to the limit of most wild Pokemon just by talking. When it comes to fighting, it is too difficult for his current Pokemon team to win. Ash is much happier at this moment than when he captures a high-quality Pokemon. High-quality Pokemon need time to grow, unlike Ghastly, which is at its peak after being captured. It is also the top combat power in the entire Kanto region. The key is that with the protection of the elite-level Ghastly, Ash is more confident in challenging the Saffron Gym. Through the editing of the Pokemon Pokédex, Ash temporarily teleported Bulbasaur, 4.30, back. Bulbasaur? That's great. Ash has also captured the Grass-type Pokemon. Professor Oak's laboratory, who released Bulbasaur from the Pokeball, nodded with satisfaction. The three of them continued to set off for Saffron City. On the way, in addition to the routine leveling battles, Ash did not forget to take out the top-quality water Pokemon eggs sent by the system from time to bask in the sun. It is not good for its hatching to always keep it in the backpack. Ash, what is this Pokemon egg of yours? Misty looked at Ash holding the Pokemon egg and asked curiously. They spent most of the trip together. She didn't remember when Ash got the Pokemon egg. Ash made up an excuse. He said that he found the Pokemon egg in a cave on the sea when he met Horsa. Misty and Brock had no doubts and discussed the possible Pokemon that could hatch from this Pokemon egg. Since it's in the cave, I think it's very likely to be a rock-type Pokemon. No, just from the light blue shell, you can tell it's my favorite water-type Pokemon. After refuting Brock, Misty took the Pokemon egg from Ash. This cool touch must be right. After handing the Pokemon egg to Misty, Ash turned his attention to the battles and leveling up on the way. Butterfree, which is only level 4.27, is still a little weak after all. Ash hopes to help it level up before encountering the pink Butterfree. Although the effect of the Charm 307 potion is unquestionable, it never hurts to be safe. Strong people are always admired, and the Pokemon world is no exception. As a member of the team with a lower level, Butterfree is surprisingly efficient in gaining combat experience when fighting with those generally lower-level creatures in the wild. When the group arrived at the place where they met the pink Butterfree and the Butterfree tribe in the original plot, Ash's Butterfree had already risen 3 levels in a row, reaching level 4.30. Of course, this is also due to the fact that Ash spent most of his energy on it during this period. Even Misty, who spent most of the original plot playing soy sauce and did not train Pokemon much, also got involved. With his own insights and Ash's guidance, he was very busy training Pokemon. All the Pokemon with slightly higher levels on the way were handed over to Butterfree, and the others were handled by Misty's Squirtle brother. After fighting all the way, this Squirtle also successfully evolved into Wartortle, evolving earlier than its boss. The Squirtle on Ash's side has not evolved yet due to the suppression of power. Come out, Butterfree. Arriving at the location where Butterfree was released in the original plot, Ash and the other two first set up the tent and prepared to guard here for a few days. Then they released Butterfree from the Pokeball. When the Butterfree tribe migrates and reproduces, they will release a special pheromone that can be sensed by their own tribe. Butterfree, if you catch the pheromone, tell me. Ash ordered Butterfree. Butterfree nodded in response, then rose into the sky and wandered around nearby. On the first day, there was basically no movement. At present, the Butterfree tribe has not migrated here. From Professor Oak, we learned that the starting point of the Butterfree tribe's migration every year is basically the Evergreen Forest. The entire migration process takes about a week. It seems that the Butterfree tribe in Evergreen Forest has not yet had time to fly here. It may take some time. Ash, hurry up, get up. I see Butterfree flying over from the forest over there. On the morning of the 5th day of guarding here, Misty, who was on duty, woke up Ash, who was still asleep, and said to him excitedly. This morning, when she was about to go to the nearby stream to wash her face, she saw a large cloud flying towards this side from a distance. Through the telescope, she found that this large cloud was actually made up of Butterfree. Thinking that Ash was looking for the migrating Butterfree tribe, without washing her face, she hurried back to the tent to wake Ash up. Okay, finally here. Ash got out of the sleeping bag, put on his clothes in a few seconds, and rushed out without even bothering to tidy up his messy hair. Xiaogang was left alone in another tent, still mumbling in his sleep while hugging the life-size pillow of the beautiful big sister. After leaving the camp, Ash looked up and saw the Butterfree tribe that covered the sky and the sun flying towards this side, flying from the inland to the distant and warm south to reproduce. On the way, from time to time, male Butterfree surrounded the female Butterfree that kept emitting special pheromones and tried to mate. Ash quickly picked up the telescope to check. He was afraid that he would not be able to see it all and let Butterfree's wife go, so he asked Misty to help him find it together. One Butterfree after another flew past his sight, and soon, Ash's eyes were fixed on a pink Butterfree. This pink Butterfree was now flying towards the south of the seaside under the embrace of many male Butterfrees. Finally, I found you, Butterfree. Do you see that pink Butterfree? If you like it, go and bring it back to be your wife. Ash decisively released his Butterfree, pointing to the pink Butterfree in the distance, which was being courted by dozens of male Butterfrees in various ways. B.A. It was love at first sight as expected in the original plot. The Butterfree flew over excitedly and drove away all the courting male Butterfrees. With its level and combat level trained by Ash, it was too easy to deal with these Butterfrees. Because of the charm potion, B.A. Dottie attracted the attention of the pink Butterfree as soon as he appeared, and he liked it. Even many other female Butterfrees around gave up the males who were pursuing them and surrounded Ash's Butterfree. Butterfree simply did not give them a chance, but directly danced a courtship dance with the pink Butterfree. After Ash's repeated transformations, Butterfree is no longer the dog licker in the original plot. The charm potion makes it a deadly poison to female Butterfrees, plus its high level and strong strength. In the entire Butterfree group, the handsome, rich and beautiful man and the pink Butterfree are a perfect match. The pink Butterfree did not express her dislike for Ash Butterfree as in the original plot. Instead, she happily accepted Ash Butterfree's courtship and wanted Ash's Butterfree to live with her in the warm south. Ash's Butterfree would definitely not agree. After a relaxed exchange, the pink Butterfree was knocked unconscious by Butterfree and flew back to Ash. It is not a guy who doesn't care about anything after having a wife. Ash treated it like a new life, and it never thought of leaving him. Borrowing a luxury ball from Misty, Ash put the fainted pink Butterfree into the ball. Ash, look at how you teach Butterfree. How can you be so rude to Stephanie? Misty stretched out her finger and poked Ash gently. No, people and Pokemon cannot be generalized. You also know how good I am to you. Ash replied with a smile. Pokemon, Butterfree, different color. Attribute, bug, flying. Level, 4.20. Qualification, gold. Ability, compound eyes. Hidden ability of different color Pokemon. Charm, reduces the skill hit rate of Pokemon with the same attribute by 5 to 0%. Skills, tackle, gust, illusion light, stun spore, sleep powder, etc. Carrying props, none. As expected, it is a gold qualification. The different color shiny Pokemon is worthy of being the best among the same family. This hidden ability belonging to shiny Pokemon is also amazing when facing Pokemon with bug and flying attributes. It was agreed that it was only to find a wife for Butterfree, but now it seems that its wife is obviously better than it. But Ash is not a person who loves new things and gets bored with old things after all. I still plan to cultivate Butterfree as the main Pokemon. But because Ash already has 6 Pokemon, the pink Butterfree was sent to Professor Oak's laboratory by Ash through the Pokemon Pokédex editor as soon as he captured it. Okay, Butterfree, you come back too. I will send you back to the laboratory when we get to Golden City. When the time comes, accompany your wife well and have more babies. Looking at Butterfree who was looking at him eagerly, Ash smiled and joked. Then he took Butterfree back into the Pokeball. Although the Butterfree in the Evergreen Forest are used to breeding in the south, but it is also acceptable in the Kanto region. Besides, Professor Oak's laboratory is fully equipped, and Professor Oak is an authoritative expert in cultivating Pokemon. It can be said that there is no place more suitable for breeding and living than there. Conquer the pink Butterfree and refuse to release it. Ding! Congratulations on changing Butterfree's original fate of releasing it. Reward, 20 W points for a subtype Pokémon Master. Bug-type Pokémon intimacy increased by 50%. Total points reached 144 W. Ash smiled happily when he heard the system task reminder. He directly wore the title of Bug-type Pokémon Master. Currently, he has gained intimacy bonuses for Pokémon with water and bug attributes, making it easier to gain their favor. Pallet Town, Professor Oak's laboratory. After eating lunch, the three Squirtle brothers began to patrol the town. Under Professor Oak's arrangement, they became members of the Pallet Town Fire Department. Although they were busy, their lives were extremely fulfilling and they were also loved by the townspeople. They were very happy. The Squirtles who were once abandoned by Trainer are now recognized and loved by humans again. They no longer want to go back to being a Squirtle core and playing pranks everywhere. Hey, Ash seems to have teleported another Pokemon back. Let me see. After sending 3 Squirtles to work, Professor Oak returned to the laboratory and saw the luxury ball on the teleportation platform. Oh, was it captured with the luxury ball again? It seems this Pokemon is quite delicate. Professor Oak opened the Pokeball and released the pink Butterfree. Bah! After coming out, the pink Butterfree looked around and didn't see Ash, so she cried out sadly. Shiny Pokemon! Professor Oak exclaimed while staring at the pink Butterfree. Ash's luck is too exaggerated. Shiny Pokemon, the best among the same species, is as rare as legendary Pokemon. Unexpectedly, Ash also captured one. It seems that I have to re-evaluate the value comparison between Ash and Gary's captured Pokemon. When the two of them just started their journey, Gary kept capturing Pokemon of various races and teleported them back to Professor Oak's laboratory. He was very satisfied with the results of his grandson's journey. Ash didn't make any movement at that time. Now it seems that Ash is indeed taking the elite route. The 3 Squirtles, the pink Butterfree, and the Bulbasaur are much rarer than the Pokemon Gary sent home. Even the underdeveloped Krabby has a high level of accomplishment in combat. According to the training plan arranged by Ash, he has made significant improvements here. Asterisk. Baba. Seeing that the human in front of him was staring at him but not speaking, the pink Butterfree cried out anxiously. Professor Oak, who reacted, quickly spoke to comfort it. Place it in the forest behind the mountain. After resolving Butterfree's life event, Ash and his group continued to head to Golden City. Gym Master Sabrina has a hidden identity as Team Rocket executive, and is also a psychic who poses a great threat. Ding! Gym Quest Trigger, Challenge Saffron Gym, get badge. Basic Challenge, defeat the gym leader, win, and get 300,000 points. Advanced Challenge, defeat all Pokemon of Saffron Gym Leader and keep the fighting ability of the cubed Pokemon, get 700,000 points, and a premium curved spoon, a spoon infused with confusion, which can increase the power of psychic-type skills of Pokemon with 50%. Perfect Challenge, defeat Saffron Gym Leader, help Sabrina recover smelling salts, and control the psychic that sometimes gets out of control. Reward, 1 million points rare candy, 50 to 60, level X5, Sabrina intimacy increased by 80%, psychic entry potion, allows the user to learn psychic. After seeing the gym rewards of Saffron City Sabrina, Ash was stunned. This perfect challenge is a little different from the requirements of the previous gyms. The reverse attribute battle was changed to help Sabrina get rid of the emotional out-of-control contest condition caused by the overly powerful psychic. With Ghastly of level 4.55, it is not a problem to defeat Sabrina who cannot use the main Pokemon head-on. But how to make her return to normal after defeating her is a bit difficult. After thinking about it, Ash can only use the method that has been tested in the original plot. He plans to go to Lavender Town to find the funny Ghastly brothers first. He has no way to treat patients with out-of-control psychic. Not to mention Sabrina, who has a bit of a Yandere personality. It can only be said that professional funny things have to be left to these three, on the way to Lavender Town. At night, after Misty and Xiaogang fell asleep, Ash stepped over the sleeping Pikachu beside him and walked into the forest. He decisively called up the system store page. Product 1, Pidgeot Perfect Mage Evolution Stone Set. Carry it to achieve Perfect Mage Evolution, and after evolution, the strength increase is 150% of the normal Mage Pidgeot. Price, 700,000 points. Product 2, Qualification Breakthrough Potion, can make the qualifications of Pokemon below Gold Breakthrough 1 level. Price, 300,000 points. Product 3, Perfect Miracle Seed. The power of Grass-type moves of Pokemon carrying this item is increased by 50%. Price, 150,000 points. Product 4, 10 pieces of top-quality heat-resistant balls, greatly increase the capture probability of fire Pokemon. Price, 150,000. Product 5, Pokemon Intimacy Spray, increase the intimacy of any 793 Pokemon by 50%. Price, 800,000. Ash spent a total of 1.3 million points to buy all the products except Product 5. Seeing that the 1 million points were reduced to only 140,000 in an instant, he felt a little painful. After all, he had saved them for so long. Okay, next is the time to upgrade. Ash released Bulbasaur first. The chlorophyll ability, plus the speed-enhancing potion he had given it before, proved that Ash was determined to let it take the fast attack route. Compared with Squirtle, Bulbasaur decided not to evolve after considering the ability factor. At this moment, Ash gave the perfect Miracle Seed to Bulbasaur to make up for its loss of offensive ability due to not evolving. After carrying the perfect Miracle Seed, Bulbasaur's strength is not much worse than Venusaur at the same level. The only disadvantage of not evolving can also be compensated. After obtaining the perfect miracle seed, Bulbasaur's intimacy with Ash increased significantly and was close to the maximum value. Then Ash released Butterfree. This little guy knows that his talent is inferior to Ash's other Pokémon, so he works extra hard during training. Facing its expectant eyes, Ash handed it the talent-enhancing potion. After the severe pain, Butterfree's talent was upgraded from purple to red, and the level-up speed was significantly improved, and its attributes in various aspects were also improved. BA. After noticing the changes in his body, Butterfree excitedly called out to Ash twice, circling around him to express his gratitude. Ash smiled and put it back into the Pokeball. Pidgeot. The next one to be called out was Pidgeot. Ash put on the black gloves inlaid with the Mage Key Stone and gave the Mage Evolution Stone to Pidgeot to carry. Slightly different from ordinary Mage Evolution Stones, the system rewarded Pidgeot Mage Evolution Stone directly merged into its body the moment it touched Pidgeot's body. Afterwards, Ash and Pidgeot had a strange connection with each other, as if they could directly evolve into Mage with a thought. Let's try the magic of this Evolution Stone. Switch on the Evolution Light, Pidgeot. Ash gently stroked the shining keystone on his glove. In response, Pidgeot's whole body lit up with brilliant rainbow light. Accompanied by a sharp whistle, Mega Pidgeot, with beautiful and handsome head feathers and a wingspan of nearly 10 meters, appeared in front of Ash. Sharp claws, hard beak, strong and sturdy dual wing beat, a perfect aerial totem, Pidgeot. Its wings can create a huge wind with a slight flap. Mage Evolution plus Wind Field Control allows Mega Pidgeot to fly at a speed of Mach 5. This speed and size are basically unique among flying Pokémon. And because it evolved into Mega Pidgeot, its muscle strength has been greatly improved, and it can fly continuously for 2 weeks without sleep. This amazing endurance is definitely the best among flying Pokémon. In battle, the aerial advantage alone is enough to wear down many enemies. Pidgeot that has drunk the Gene Breakthrough Potion is different. This size gives a strong visual impact after evolving into Mega Pidgeot. Even Ash, a trainer who is used to big scenes, was amazed. This shows how perfect the appearance of Mega Pidgeot is. Mega Pidgeot is extremely excited after completing the evolution. The powerful wings flap slightly, and there are gusts of wind. The surrounding trees rustle, and leaves fall all over the ground. Congratulations, Pidgeot. Ash is very satisfied with the appearance of Pidgeot. The system's products must be high quality, perfect Mage Evolution. It was early in the morning of the next day. Ash and his group packed up their things, carried their backpacks, and continued to move towards Lavender Town. Lavender Town is located not far from Saffron City and has been abandoned for a long time. Since the 3 brothers of the Ghastly family have lived there for a long time, many amazing ghost stories have spread, and few people usually approach Lavender Town, a ghost town. Ash, who has been accompanied by Ghastly for thousands of years, is skilled and brave, and thanks the roadside trainer for his kind reminder. The 3 of them set foot in Lavender Town. Misty, if you are afraid, let's send you to Saffron City first, and I can come over later. Looking at Misty, whose white and slender legs couldn't stop trembling, Ash smiled softly. Who is afraid? I'm just a little cold. Misty grabbed the corner of Ash's clothes tightly, took soft steps, but didn't admit defeat at all. Ash's answer was not surprising. Strong appearance and soft heart are the most true portrayal of Misty. Okay, I also think you are definitely not as scared as 2.8. Then please help protect the village entrance, Xiaogang, and I will catch the so-called ghost. Ash winked at Xiaogang beside him. Xiaogang nodded happily in agreement. No, why are you guarding the village entrance? If we act together, the success rate will be higher. This scared Misty, but after noticing Xiaogang's gloating expression, Misty also reached out to grab the soft flesh on Ash's waist with a gloomy face. Damn Ash, I let you bully me. Oh, it hurts, I didn't, I swear to God. The originally heavy and weird atmosphere became relaxed and happy under Ash's jokes. A few people were playing and walking in the somewhat gloomy Lavender Town. Lavender Town is very big. It is not easy to quickly find the 3 Ghastly brothers who are hiding in such a big town. Ash did not release his elite Ghastly to avoid alerting the enemy. He was afraid that the 3 brothers would be scared and dare not show up. It is not difficult to find them, you just need to treat the symptoms. With their funny and playful personalities, the 3 of them came to Lavender Town, which has not been entered by outsiders for a long time, which is the best bait. They will definitely not be able to resist. The facts are basically consistent with Ash's guess. Ding! It is detected that you are being watched by the 3 Ghastly brothers. Trigger the task, get the recognition of the 3 Ghastly brothers. Complete the task reward, 60,000 points, 10 rare candy, 4.3040. I am being watched by the 3 Ghastly brothers? Ash felt cold all over when he heard the system prompt, and turned back to look behind him, but he found nothing. Ash, what's wrong with you? Xiaoshu asked curiously. Ash shook his head to show that he was fine. He took the task decisively. Ash motioned for the 2 to come closer to him. What's wrong? Yes, Ash, what happened? Misty, Xiaogang, and even Pikachu didn't react. SHH, there should be a Pokemon approaching us. As soon as Ash finished speaking, 3 scary faces suddenly appeared in front of them. Skin, use. Since Ash had already reminded them, Misty, Xiaogang and Pikachu were also shocked by the sudden situation. Pikachu's cheeks sparked, and he almost asked the 3 Ghastly brothers to take a thunderbolt. 7/7/7+7+. The three brothers were very satisfied with their initial reaction. Only Ash, who was calm and composed, surprised them. He. The three brothers discussed with each other with doubts on their faces, and Ash was not afraid of them. But they soon reacted. It's better not to be afraid of them, so that they can show their funny art to Ash. Then Ghastly, Haunter, and Gengar began to perform. They made all kinds of faces, winked, and showed exaggerated expressions. Ha ha ha. Pika, Misty, Xiaogang, and Pikachu were amused by them. The tense atmosphere of meeting the three brothers for the first time disappeared immediately. The Ghastly brothers performed hard, and at the same time, they did not forget to cast expectant eyes at Ash. However, Ash's face was still expressionless. This made them very embarrassed. They performed so hard, originally to conquer Ash. Hehe. The eldest brother Gengar floated towards Ash, intending to teach him a lesson. It was not that Ash was not showing his support on purpose. It was just that he had been baptized by various short videos and abstract culture in his previous life, so he didn't think there was anything funny about the performance of the Ghastly brothers. It was like being forced by elders to watch the Spring Festival Gala. The only funny thing was that the three of them tried hard to make themselves laugh but were unable to do so. Faced with Gengar, who was going to use force to ask for an explanation, Ash decisively threw out the Pokeball and sent Ghastly out. As soon as Ghastly came out, a strong aura quickly spread. The three Ghastly brothers were pressed to the point where they could not move, and Gengar, who was close to them, trembled all over. I didn't expect this human trainer's Pokemon to be so powerful. He's obviously just a teenager, but he brought a Pokemon of the same species that was far superior to them. If you ask me, your comedy art is still not up to par. Hehehe. Hearing Ash's comments on their comedy performance, the three Ghastly brothers immediately forgot their fear and looked at him curiously. Ash slightly modified the jokes in the short video of his previous life and told them to the three Ghastly brothers. Ha ha ha. Hehehe. This time, not only the Ghastly brothers, but also Misty and Xiaogang beside them were all laughing. This also made Ash sigh. If the experiences from childhood to adulthood made Sabrina wary of the people around her, he didn't have to come to the Ghastly brothers, he could achieve the goal by himself. After telling the joke, Ash picked up another branch. He drew funny cartoons for the Ghastly brothers on the sand. Traditional funny cartoons such as Cat and Mouse, and cartoons such as 2.5 Wu Laoshi, who turned himself into a joke. Just a few moments, the Ghastly brothers laughed non-stop, successfully gained their recognition and got the reward. After a conversation, he confirmed the intentions of the Ghastly brothers. Ash allowed them to learn the art of comedy with him. At the same time, he could help them form a performing arts troupe in Pallet Town in the future and perform in various places in Kanto. As long as he came up with some funny jokes from time to time, it would definitely be enough for the Ghastly brothers to cope with the performance. Originally, Ash only wanted to ask the three of them to follow him temporarily to solve Sabrina's abnormal mood. Unexpectedly, the three Ghastly brothers first proposed to learn the art of comedy from him, and also said that they did not want to participate in the battle. On Professor Oak's side, Ash also raised three little turtles, Jenny 547, who did not fight but had their own jobs. It would not be bad to arrange an art troupe for the three Ghastly brothers. With some effort, maybe this Pokemon comedy art troupe can be carried forward. After the discussion, Ash threw the ball to subdue the three Ghastly brothers. Among them, Haunter, who had the highest talent for comedy, was left by Ash after replacing Butterfree, which would also allow Butterfree to reunite with his wife faster. Before teleporting, Ash also told Butterfree to make sure that the pink Butterfree must give birth to more Pokemon babies. With a red qualified father and a flash-colored mother, most of the Pokemon babies born are also top-quality Pokemon cubs. Ghastly and Gengar were directly teleported back to Professor Oak's side. Haunter was obviously a little uncomfortable with being separated from his brothers, but Ash immediately consoled him and said that he would send it to reunite with its two brothers in a while. Is there another way to capture Ghastly? Watching Ash capture the three Ghastly brothers, Misty and Xiaogang were stunned. They all marveled at Ash's charm as a Pokemon trainer. While praising him, Misty also asked Ash about the follow-up of those jokes, especially the 2.5-point teacher that impressed her. The whole plot was full of a nonsensical and funny style. She liked it very much. After several days of traveling, Ash and his group finally arrived at Saffron City. As the central business district of the entire Kanto region, the city is full of tall buildings and beautiful young women. Wow, it's Saffron City, so beautiful. I'm going to go shopping later. By the way, Ash. Before Misty finished her words, she looked back and found that Ash was gone. Shopping again? Please spare me? Ash decisively ran to the Pokemon Center. After living in the open air for a while, he finally had a good rest. Back in the room, Ash took out the Pokeball. He released Ghastly, Pidgeot, and Melodic, and Pikachu stood aside and watched. Give 5 rare candy, 4.3040, to Pidgeot, let it upgrade to V.41, learn Roost. Give 5 rare candy, 4.3040, to Melodic, let it upgrade to V.37, learn Safeguard, Surf, Rain Dance. 6 rare candy, 4.50-60, let Ghastly upgrade to V.61, let Ghastly's strength rise to the semi-champion level. Ghastly, who tried rare candy for the first time, exclaimed that it was magical, and his intimacy with Ash improved a lot. In this battle with Sabrina, we must ensure absolute safety. Ash decisively took out the rare candy in stock and used it. The next day, morning. Are you here to challenge the trainer of Saffron Gym? If you ask me, you will definitely not win. When Ash and his group arrived at the entrance of Saffron Gym, they were suddenly stopped by a middle-aged man wearing a hat and hiding his face. Pikachu was upset when he saw the uncle looking down on Ash and himself. Hey, there's a high-level Pikachu. No wonder you are so confident, but I still have to say that you are not qualified to defeat Sabrina. Her psychic blessing can also increase the combat power of Pokemon. Young man, give up quickly. Pikachu was emotional, and the exposed momentum made the hat uncle in front of him realize. This Pikachu is of a high level and well-trained. Looking at all the gym trainers in Kanto, it is not much worse than their main Pokemon. It is hard to imagine that a boy who looks young and looks like a rookie trainer who just started this year can train such a high-level Pikachu. And based on the intimacy between Pikachu and the boy, it doesn't look like it was given to him by his elders at home. The Rookie of Alliance has become stronger and stronger over the years, which is a good thing. But it is precisely because of this that he doesn't want Ash to die in vain. How abnormal is his daughter's strength? Sabrina has shown amazing psychic talents since she was a child. After so many years of laser focus, her psychic strength is no less than many Pokemon with superpower attributes. And psychic performed by humans is hard to defend against. His wife died because Sabrina couldn't control her emotions and her psychic suddenly went berserk. Now he doesn't want to see the tragedy happen again? Uncle, you don't have to bow your head. I have heard a little about what happened in the Golden City Gym before. You should be the father of Miss Sabrina, the leader of Saffron Gym, who has been missing for many years. Don't worry, I will defeat her and make her return to normal. Ash smiled slightly and said to the uncle in the hat. After Ash revealed the secret in his heart, the uncle's expression immediately became sad after being surprised. Alas, I didn't expect that someone still remembered the tragedy many years ago. Young man, I am very touched by your kindness. I don't want you to face my daughter. After the uncle's touching speech, he looked up and found that Ash and his group had already stepped into the gate of Saffron Gym. Looking at the figures of Ash and others, the uncle was a little silent. I have been living in a daze these years. No matter what, I must not let the tragedy happen again this time. After thinking about it, the uncle followed. Ash, the atmosphere in this Saffron Gym looks so heavy. Walking into the Saffron Gym, the dull atmosphere made Misty somewhat uncomfortable. Compared to the gym, I think it is more like a temple. Xiao Gang interrupted. Ash smiled and said that both of them were right. The style of Saffron Gym is indeed slightly different from other gyms. Hey, are you guys here to challenge the gym? Ash wanted to say something, but was interrupted by the man in a white coat and mask who blocked their way. Yeah, isn't it? Misty asked back. I advise you to leave quickly. It is impossible for people without psychic to defeat our gym leader, and you may not be able to bear the consequences of failure. The man in the white coat and mask seemed to be disdainful, but he was actually patiently persuading Ash and the other two to leave. He himself was once a psychic enthusiast in Saffron City, but the psychic that could be refined through spiritual power was too weak. So he wanted to study here with Sabrina and try to control a more powerful psychic. Then he was chosen by Sabrina as a subordinate to assist her in managing the gym and help her manage the gym. During this period, he was ordered not to leave the gym and witnessed countless trainers who failed to challenge Sabrina and were turned into dolls and trapped in Sabrina's toy house. From then on, whenever a trainer came to challenge, he would remind the other party intentionally or unintentionally to reduce casualties. Then the man in the white coat and mask showed his psychic to Ash and the other three, but his face turned red, which was just to force the spoon in his hand to bend slightly. Is this the psychic? It doesn't look that good. Misty saw the masked man's face flushed red and then slightly bent the spoon, and suddenly she didn't care. I'm not the gym owner. The gym owner's psychic is amazing. Let me tell you, the trainers who failed in the past were all turned into toy dolls by the gym owner using psychic. The white coat reminded with an exaggerated expression, but the next second the whole person was lifted into the air by a blue psychic force. The face flushed, the veins bulged, and the hands kept shaking. It was like a drowning person about to suffocate. Gym owner, I was wrong. The white coat and masked man was full of panic, knowing that he had just revealed too much information to Ash and the other two, which had caused the dissatisfaction of the talent hall. #Sabrina immediately stepped aside to make way for Ash and the others. No more persuasion. Hehe. Have you thought about it? If you lose, the price is to turn into a doll and stay to play with me. In front of the battlefield, Sabrina sat on a cold stone chair. The sound came from the lowly doll in her hand. Dark green long hair, bangs, delicate and pretty features. But her eyes were cold and looked emotionless. The lowly doll in her hand was very strange, and the movement of her mouth was extremely stiff. It looked like the resentful baby in horror movies responsible for scaring people. The mission required defeating and changing Sabrina, so Ash would naturally not back down. He motioned Xiaogang and Misty to step back and reached for the pokeball on his waist. Since I dare to come, I will definitely not be afraid. After saying that, he released Ghastly, who had just been promoted to the semi-champion level. The moment Ghastly appeared, the air on the scene suddenly solidified, and a gloomy wind blew across the battlefield. It makes one's hair stand on end? What? That's a ghost Pokemon that's beyond the elite level? At this moment, the uncle who quietly followed Ash and the other two, using psychic to cover his breath, had his eyes narrowed sharply. Ash is just a rookie trainer. He already has a semi-champion level Pokémon. 710. When did rookie trainers become so perverted? He felt that his worldview had completely collapsed. You know, most elite level trainers, they often need a long period of years to train Pokémon from the initial champion level to the semi-champion level. After being promoted to the champion level, it is even more difficult. The experience required for Pokémon increases exponentially, and ordinary battles cannot provide enough experience for elite level Pokémon. In the field, the empty eyes of the lowly doll in Sabrina's hand also lit up with bright psychic blue light. The cold and emotionless voice sounded again. Ghost Pokémon. You are indeed different from those idiots in front, but it's useless. Psychic Pokémon are invincible. After the words fell, a Pokeball nearly half the size of its body appeared out of thin air in front of the lowly doll's hands. The Pokeball was controlled by Psychic and flew into the air. In the white light, a squinting Abra appeared. Abra, level 4.20, qualification, Gold. This Abra should be the lowest level Pokémon among the gym leaders that Ash has challenged. The Gold qualification can prove its excellence? Ash looked at Sabrina vigilantly. He knew that things, back, must not be that simple. Sure enough, the next moment, the Yuli doll in the child's hand began to infuse Psychic into Abra. It evolved directly into a Brawl. Brawl, level 4.55, qualification, Gold. Unlike the underestimation in the original plot, Sabrina at this moment has already used all her Psychic to increase Abra's power. Not only did Abra evolve into a Brawl as in the original plot, but it also briefly entered the elite level. Of course, this is already the limit that Casey can bear. If the power is a little stronger, even though it is a Psychic Pokémon with a strong ability to accept Psychic, it will be counterattacked. Brawl vs Ghastly? Ash's face is as calm as water. The semi-champion fights the elite class. Ghastly has a big advantage. What he has to guard against now is Sabrina personally attacking their trainer. With Ghastly here, he doesn't need to worry too much about the frontal battlefield. Confusion. Use Shadow Ball, Ghastly. Ash doesn't want to waste time, and he goes all out. A quick fight will put more energy on him. After all, compared to the Braveheart in front of him, she is much more threatening. If Sabrina during the Rocket Team executive period was cold-blooded and ruthless, she is now in self-isolation, and her Psychic may go berserk at any time. She is more like a powder keg that may explode at any time. If Sabrina goes crazy because she can't beat him, then he has to pay attention to protecting Misty and Xiaogang around him. Of course, although her Psychic is strong, it is not so easy to attack Ghastly, who is at the semi-champion level. Ghastly is the confidence of Ash to challenge the Golden Lotus Pavilion. The battle situation is basically the same as Ash expected. In the field, Ujira tried to test Ghastly with confusion, but Ghastly went all out and threw several shadow balls at him. It was blown away before it could react. Ujira lost its ability to fight. Elite vs Semi-Champion? Psychic vs Ghost? Ghastly started with shadow balls and attacked with all his strength. It was reasonable that Ujira would be killed instantly. With the support of so many buffs, if Ghastly couldn't kill Ujira instantly, then it would have lived in vain for the past 1,000 years. I thought it would be an extremely fierce and bitter fight. Misty, Xiaogang, and even the uncle hiding in the dark were all stunned when they saw Ujira being killed instantly in the field. Fight, is the battle over? I haven't seen anything yet. The firepower of the continuous shadow balls is so strong. Ujira was killed instantly, and his expression suddenly became intriguing. Dissipate the blessing on Ujira Psychic? After receiving the evolution experience card, Yanjira quickly degenerated into the form of Abra. Hee hee, ha 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 ha. The mouth of the lowly doll in Sabrina's hand opened and closed stiffly. The sick, cold laughter resounded throughout the gym. The dark green hair moved without wind, and the beautiful eyes bloomed with dazzling deep blue light. Suddenly, the powerful Psychic, which was as strong as a substance, flooded like a tide towards the position where Ash and others were standing. It seemed to drown and swallow all of them. Haunter, it's time for you to show your talents. Seeing that Sabrina's Yanjira was defeated head-on and the situation gradually became out of control, Ash decisively took out the Pokeball and released Haunter. Want to reproduce the scene in the original plot? At the same time, he did not forget to command Ghastly to move towards the audience, protecting Misty and Xiaogang behind him. Always be alert to Sabrina's reaction. Also, as the executive of Team Rocket, Sabrina's situation is slightly different from Ma's Higong. She locked herself in the Saffron Gym. Combined with the Pokemon of another famous psychic, Catlia, in the original plot, Ash has a deeper understanding of psychics. Catlia would also be furious at first because she lost the battle, causing her psychic to go out of control and cause serious damage. But then she left her hometown and went to the Unova region alone. With her own efforts, she successfully and perfectly controlled her psychic, so that it was no longer dominated by negative emotions and even became the Unova 4 days. On the other hand, Sabrina chose to join the Rocket Team and was promoted to the executive level, proving that she has made many contributions. But an evil organization like the Rocket Team is a gathering place for malice. After so many years, it is probably difficult for Sabrina to come down and try to control the psychic. It may be that Giovanni also found that Sabrina was increasingly unable to control the psychic, so he ordered her to stay in Saffron City and not participate in the Rocket Team's actions. He. Haunter appeared and immediately started to show his funny attributes. Floated in front of Sabrina, who couldn't control her emotions and was about to go berserk with psychic, and started to perform with winks. make all kinds of faces and do weird movements. Ha ha ha. Sabrina, who had no playmates since childhood because of psychic, was undoubtedly amused by Haunter's performance. The doll disappeared, and the tall and beautiful Sabrina suddenly laughed, and the closed emotions since childhood burst out completely at this moment. The originally cold and gloomy Saffron Gym, as Sabrina untied the knot in her heart, the gloomy and depressed feeling was swept away. That, the gym badge of Saffron Gym. It seemed that she wanted to vent the emotions that had been suppressed for decades in one breath. Sabrina laughed almost non-stop for several minutes, and there was no sign of stopping yet. Ash was also afraid that she would laugh to death, so he quickly asked about the gym badge. This time, he walked closer to Sabrina with confidence. Sabrina came back to her senses and covered her belly, which was aching from laughing, with her hand. She wrapped the saffron badge with psychic and handed it to Ash. Her tone was a little cheerful. I didn't expect you to help me suppress negative emotions. This Haunter has great acting skills. Sabrina's attention was no longer on the gym battle. This is just the beginning. Haunter still has a lot to learn. Thank you for the saffron badge. Ash took the badge and smiled. Ding! Saffron Gym Challenge mission completed. Defeat the Saffron Gym Master, and help Sabrina restore smelling salts, and control the psychic that sometimes gets out of control. Rewards, 1 million points rare candy, 50 to 60, level X5, Sabrina intimacy increased by 80%, psychic entry potion, allows the user to learn psychic. Sabrina, you're finally back to normal. The uncle who had been watching in the dark for a long time burst into tears when he saw Sabrina back to normal, and walked up to her father and daughter. Great, the family is finally reunited. Yes, this time it's really thanks to Ash. Misty and Xiaogang who were watching were also moved. Afterwards, Sabrina restored all the challengers and her mother who she had turned into dolls to normal. During the period, she also followed Ash's advice and apologized to the challenger trainers who she had turned into dolls. What caught everyone off guard was that many female trainers expressed their gratitude to Sabrina after learning about the situation. The reason is that although they were turned into dolls, their appearances still remained the same as before they were turned into dolls. Looking at the old man with the vicissitudes of life and Sabrina's mother who was in her prime standing together. If you didn't know, you would have thought that it was a father and daughter standing side by side. Ash immediately understood the thoughts of the female trainers who thanked Sabrina. Sabrina's psychic is really a bit against the sky, a sci-fi level freezing technology? If the wealthy people who sought immortality in Ash's previous life knew about this, I'm afraid they would rather pay a huge price to let Sabrina turn them into dolls. Ding! Trigger the couple mission. Please become a travel partner with Sabrina and establish a couple relationship. Mission reward, 100 W points, top quality psychic Pokémon Egg. While thinking, the system task prompt suddenly sounded in my mind. Oh my, the couple mission with Sabrina is here too? Ash subconsciously looked in the direction of Misty, but found that she was happily watching Sabrina's family reunion. After Sabrina's family recognized each other, Sabrina's father warmly invited Ash and his group who were about to leave to stay as guests, wanting to express his gratitude to Ash. After all, if Ash brought Haunter, Sabrina would not be able to recover so easily. If Sabrina didn't recover, his wife couldn't be saved. Ash's contribution to the reunion of his family today was undoubtedly the greatest. During the dinner, Sabrina changed her usual cold demeanor and toasted Ash frequently to express her gratitude. Facing the enthusiastic Sabrina family, Ash could only treat them with sincerity, but he didn't like drinking and chose to drink juice instead. After dinner, Ash originally planned to return to the Jingjing Center to spend the night, but was warmly kept by Sabrina's father. Please give me flowers. Ash and his group stayed at the Saffron Gym. Late at night, in Ash's room, after the fierce fight, everything returned to calm. Ash reached out and put Misty's exposed white arms back into the quilt, and kissed her delicate face that still had a bit of blush. Sabrina, system task, After lighting a cigarette, Ash was very calm at this moment. Sabrina, the super queen. Her appearance and figure are both at the level of female celebrities, plus the system's intentional matchmaking. I can only say that fortunately I had foresight and had bought the harem harmony ring in advance. 0. Well, the system's products must be fine products. Misty will definitely play nice with Sabrina. At the same time, in which room? Sabrina's oval face was covered with red clouds, and her chest was heaving violently, as her body floated in the air, as if she had just experienced something shameful. A thick book wrapped in dark blue psychic flew in front of Sabrina. Sabrina's gem-like eyes slowly opened. The title page was turned over: How to Quickly Capture a Man's Heart. Paulu's masterpiece? Sabrina, who turned the page, seemed to have opened the door to a new world. Hey, can it be like this? This is quite interesting, but I always feel a little hypocritical. If I just do what the book says, I will soon be able to be with Ash like she just did. Sabrina whispered softly. The exquisite and beautiful face was full of expectations. The next morning, she didn't sleep well all night. Misty, who had a meaningless nightmare, got up early. Looking at the slightly messy bed, her face was a little shy. The eyes turned to Ash, who was sleeping in a solation position with a big letter. You're like a bull, you don't even know how to feel sorry for others. Giving Ash a blank look, Misty swayed slightly as she walked into the bathroom. Breakfast time? In the surprised eyes of her parents, Sabrina took the initiative to apply for a trip to Ash. Ash, to avoid psychic runaway caused by emotional out of control, I want to travel with you. Misty and Xiaogang were stunned when they heard it. Then they all looked at Ash. Ash was also a little surprised. He didn't expect that someone would take the initiative to propose to travel together. I agree, Misty, Xiaogang, what do you think? Ash would naturally not refuse the mission requirements. Besides, Sabrina, whose psychic strength is comparable to that of elite-level Pokémon. Such a powerful fighter, don't waste it. The slightly troublesome thing is her relationship with Team Rocket. If Giovanni learns that she has recovered, he will definitely send someone to find her. 170. I agree. I have no objection. Seeing that Ash had no objection, Misty and Xiaogang nodded immediately. In this way, Sabrina successfully joined the team. At this moment, Ash's task interface has a new task added. Hidden task, make Sabrina completely break off her relationship with Team Rocket. Complete task reward, Mute Evolution Stone Y, perfect level, Sabrina's favor ability increased by 10%. After receiving the task, Ash's face looked a little strange. Persuading Sabrina to get rid of Team Rocket can also increase intimacy. It seems that she doesn't feel a sense of belonging to Team Rocket. After getting the Saffron badge, Ash has collected 4 gym badges so far. There are only 4 left to participate in the Kanto Indigo Plateau Conference, which requires 8 gym badges. The next destination, Ash has set in Rainbow City. Ash and his group of 4 set off for Rainbow City. On the way, taking advantage of the break, Ash drank the psychic potion obtained by completing Sabrina's task. Get the primary psychic? After completing the Saffron Gym task, the system points balance returned to 114W. Ash decisively bought the 5th item in the store. Pokémon Intimacy Spray, increases the intimacy of any Pokémon by 50%. Price, 800,000. Remaining points, 340,000. So far, this batch of products has been sold out by Ash. As for the top product, due to the evolution of the clam, Ash plans to consider it at the end. After all, this thing is of no help to him at the moment. 800,000 points are not a small amount, it is not too late to buy it later. Meanwhile, Team Rocket is out in the field. Giovanni is sitting in the large boss chair. One hand slowly strokes the head of Persian who is crawling obediently beside him. In front of him, a short-haired female secretary in a black professional uniform is holding a booklet in her hand, waiting for his instructions. Tell me, what interesting things have happened outside recently? The female secretary Minora nodded, opened her notebook and said seriously, Boss, there are 2 big things happening in Alliance. First, rookie trainer Ash, who had targeted Mazashi executive, summoned a giant Dragonite in Lanpolkai City to confront a giant Tentacruel. According to the news from the Alliance, the strength of that giant Dragonite has obviously exceeded the champion level, and is on par with some legendary Pokémon. As for the giant Tentacruel, it is worse, at most the strength of the champion level. Now that rookie named Ash has entered the vision of the Alliance's top management, if he performs well at this year's Indigo Plateau Conference, he is likely to be given special attention by the Alliance. Giovanni nodded, his expression calm. That kid, Mazashi has a lot of opinions about him. If there is a chance, I also want to meet him. Boss, although that kid has some talent, he is not a big deal. But the giant Tentacruel that exceeds the champion level is Dragonite, if we can capture it. At this point, the female secretary looked up to see Giovanni's expression. Pokémon that surpass the champion level are very rare. One alone can make their senior executives busy. If they can get that giant Dragonite, it will be a greater help to Team Rocket. Giovanni shook his head. It's just a giant Dragonite, it can't change the current stalemate between the organization and the Alliance. We don't need to spend energy looking for it. In Giovanni's opinion, capturing the giant Dragonite cannot achieve the final result. Unless we know where it is now, there is no need to waste manpower and resources to find it specifically. Nodding, Mana continued. The second thing is that Sabrina executive seems to have been able to control her extremely unstable psychic, and she also restored her mother who she turned into a toy with her own hands. What's more strange is that she didn't contact the organization afterwards, but embarked on a journey with the rookie trainer named Ash. Hearing this, Giovanni frowned slightly. Sabrina was able to recover from that situation. After recovering, she deliberately distanced herself from Team Rocket. The key is that this matter is actually related to Ash. Boss, I checked the trainer named Ash, but he is just an ordinary trainer from Pallet Town. His father went on a trip in his early years and never came back. His mother supported the family. Do you want it? As he said this, Mantori made a gesture of wiping his neck. Giovanni shook his head again after thinking for a moment. No, you send someone to contact Sabrina secretly and observe her changes carefully, especially her stance. The organization has more important things to do now. Giovanni tapped the table with his fingers seemingly nonchalantly, and continued to ask, by the way, how is the experiment going on in New Island? The experiment went smoothly. According to the news from the laboratory over there, your strongest weapon will be launched in the world in half a month at the latest. Okay, tell the researchers over there that success or failure depends on this one move. I will go there in person to celebrate for them. Boss, what name do you plan to give this strongest weapon? Name? Since it is the strongest weapon made with Mew genes as the theme, it must be better than Mew. Let's call it Mutwo from now on. As expected of you, boss, what a good name. Makoto nodded quickly and complimented with a smile. On the way to Rainbow City, passing through the town, Ash changed the Pokémon he was holding. Haunter was also sent to meet his brothers. Currently, Ash is carrying 6 main Pokémon. They are Ghastly at level 61, Pikachu at level 40, Milotic at level 37, Squirtle at level 29, Charmeleon at level 30, Pidgeot at level 41. In order to prepare for the gym battle in Rainbow City, Ash plans to raise the level of Charmeleon recently. There will be more leveling next. With the primary Psychic, Ash's efficiency in finding wild Pokémon groups has increased a lot. Sabrina was quite surprised to see him using Psychic. Remember when he was at the Saffron Gym, there was no Psychic fluctuation on Ash. Although she was surprised, she did not ask Ash. After all, just like she was once the executive of Team Rocket, everyone has their own little secrets. Ash, everyone is exhausted. Why don't we stop and rest for a while? Misty wiped the sweat from her forehead, looked up at the scorching sun, and suggested to Ash. 17 They had been walking for a whole morning since they set out from Saffron City. Because Ash wanted to level up Charmeleon, they did not take any shortcuts, but took the longest route. They walked forward on various rugged mountain roads. Their physiques were not as good as Mega Rookie Ash. Even Psychic Sabrina was only strong in mental strength, and had to rely on Psychic slack off on the way. After walking for so long, everyone was a little tired. Ash looked at the tired people and Charmeleon who was panting after dozens of battles. He couldn't help but feel ashamed. Was he a little too hasty? He only thought about leveling up quickly, but he didn't consider the feelings of his friends. This is really wrong. Since he captured more and more high-quality Pokémon, Ash has become more and more sensitive to the level increase of Pokémon. So many talented Pokémon, but unfortunately they can't fully realize their talents due to level restrictions. Whenever he thought of this, Ash's mentality became impetuous. When leveling up, he always felt that the level of Pokémon increased too slowly, and he wanted to speed it up. He also ignored the original intention of starting the journey. The result is important, but the scenery along the way is beautiful enough. He can fully enjoy the journey while improving himself. Ash silently reflected on his behavior and decided to correct it in the future. Yeah, everyone is tired, let's rest here. Sabrina, Misty, you guys rest first, I'll go help Xiaogang. Ash released all the Pokémon and let them move freely. Then he let Charmeleon, who was already exhausted, rest well and took over Misty's usual work of helping Xiaogang. Yeah, don't make it too rich, just enough for everyone to eat. Misty nodded. There is no need to say much about Xiaogang's cooking skills. Since he joined the team, the problem of food has never bothered them. During the break, I chatted and laughed with Sabrina. Since embarking on the journey, Sabrina's personality has become much more cheerful. She also gets along well with the straightforward Misty. Of course, it may also have something to do with the ring. During this period, after a high-intensity battle, Charmeleon's level has increased from 4.30 to 4.34, which is a big increase. No wonder she looks so tired. Ash also specially prepared some high-quality energy cubes for Charmeleon to quickly restore its physical strength. In addition, he also used the massage technique he learned from Xiaogang to quickly relieve fatigue for Pokémon to give Charmeleon massage therapy. It can be seen that the effect is also quite good. After the massage, Charmeleon fell asleep soon. After lunch, Ash and others did not continue to rush on the road, but set up a tent on the spot and prepared for a lunch break. Wait until the sun is not so scorching before setting off for Rainbow City. In the tent, Misty fell asleep. Ash sat cross-legged outside, emptying his mind, and began to practice the elementary psychic he had just obtained. On the way, he also asked Sabrina several times about psychic-related combat skills. Sabrina also gave a high evaluation of Ash's current psychic strength. Even the best psychic apprentice in her Saffron Gym is far inferior to him who has just practiced psychic. After some attempts, Ash came to a conclusion. The elementary psychic he has is basically equal to the strength of a psychic Pokémon of around 4.30. Skilled control. After learning how to use psychic, the strength can be slightly improved. At this time, he was trying to improve himself using the method of practicing psychic that Sabrina taught him. About half an hour of hard training is over. Ash opened his eyes with some disappointment and smiled bitterly. Sure enough, my psychic still can't practice on its own. It's different from the one that Sabrina was born with. He followed the method of tempering spiritual power that Sabrina gave him to improve the strength of psychic. After half an hour, he made no progress. He could use the psychic in his body as if it were an arm, but he couldn't increase the strength of the original psychic in his body by 563. In the future, to improve the strength of psychic, he still had to rely on the system. Time passed bit by bit, and in a blink of an eye, the sun hanging high above soaring in the sky was moving westward. At noon the next day, when the group was having lunch, an uninvited guest came to the temporary campsite. A Mankey who looked quite power trip and lacked education swaggered towards them. Finally here, my Mankey? Ash's eyes lit up. He reached out to stop the Pokémon around him who were eager to give Mankey a lesson. He stretched his body, and a light blue psychic light surged in his dark eyes. That's right, this time Ash planned to do it himself. Ever since he took the primary psychic potion, he would ask Nana about the use of psychic whenever he had free time. Sabrina taught him a lot and gave him her own suggestions. She told Ash that if he wanted to verify his proficiency in psychic skills, fighting Pokémon was undoubtedly the best way. It would be best if he had to face a wild Pokémon with strong aggressiveness. Ordinary sparring is difficult to stimulate the fighting instinct of a psychic player. At the same time, Sabrina also reminded Ash to pay attention to the control of negative emotions, so as not to be in an extreme situation like her where he could not control his psychic and went berserk. On a stone not far away, Manaphy looked at the delicious rice balls in Ash's hands, and he wanted to grab them immediately. However, the Pokémon around Ash that exuded a strong Hideki aura gave him a strong sense of threat. It dared not act rashly, let alone approach Ash as carelessly as in the original plot. He could only wander around, waiting for Ash and his friends to relax their guard and steal a few rice balls. Although he has a bad temper, it doesn't mean he has no brains. Why is this human staring at me? Did he find out my intention? Manaphy, who was wandering around the travel area and looking for a chance to escape, saw Ash looking at him, and subconsciously felt that something was wrong, and was ready to find an opportunity to slip away. But when he saw that only Ash stood up and walked towards him, he stopped. This human trainer couldn't have a problem with his brain. He didn't need the extremely strong Pikachu next to him to deal with him, but he dared to walk towards him carelessly. Just in time, I could grab the rice ball in his hand, and the hat on his head was also very nice. Thinking of this, Manaphy went forward confidently. Ash, is it really okay like this? Misty was a little worried when she saw Ash was going to deal with Manaphy alone. Although she knew that he had psychic and a perverted physique, he was not like an ordinary weakling trainer. But Pokémon is Pokémon after all, and it naturally has a huge advantage over humans. This is true for both strength and physical strength. At this time, she stared at Ash who was walking towards Manaphy nervously, fearing that she would miss any details. Don't worry, with his psychic, it's okay. Sabrina on the side saw Misty so nervous and said with a smile. The level of this Manaphy is not too high, and Ash can definitely deal with it with his primary psychic level. And when Ash first showed his psychic in front of her, she was skeptical and directly used psychic to give him a full body check. Not only did he know his psychic strength, but he also unexpectedly discovered that he also contained a more pure and powerful power. With Ash's humanoid Pokémon level physique, it was not difficult to win the battle with Manaphy. Facing Ash, Manaphy decisively rushed forward after confirming that the other Pokémon around him did not intend to intervene. He quickly rushed to Ash and pretended to snatch the rice ball in his hand and the hat on his head. Well, he had to hit him in the face before. He punched him and turned around and ran. His speed was much faster than it. As long as the Pokémon around Ash could not react, Manaphy came straight to Ash, bounce splash. One hand stretched out to Ash's head, and the other hand grabbed the rice ball in his right hand, trying to kill two birds with one stone. In his head, he was also imagining that when Ash's things were snatched away, he kicked him in the eye socket when he was stunned. Let this human experience the consequences of despising himself? Unfortunately, the idea was beautiful, but the execution was completely different. Manaphy seemed to be under a spell of immobilization. His entire body was fixed just a few inches away from Ash. No matter how hard he struggled, he could not move for a minute. His body was completely out of his control. A layer of psychic blue light appeared on his body. Manaphy cast a rageful look at Ash, the instigator. But apart from impotent rage, he found that he had no means to threaten Ash. In this way, the immobilized Manaphy could only watch Ash wandering around him. The piercing laughter sounded particularly ironic. It seemed that he had thought of something. Ash first let the rice balls sway in front of Manaphy's eyes, and then ate them in one bite. Then he took off the hat he wanted to steal, put it on Manaphy's head and then put it back on his head. Such a murderous act made Manaphy so angry that his lungs were about to explode. If looks could kill, Ash should have been tortured countless times in Manaphy's eyes. Gone, Misty, and even Sabrina didn't quite understand the meaning of Ash's actions. Just when Misty wanted to ask Ash, the scene in front of them gave the answer. A dazzling white light burst out from Manaphy's body. What is this? It is going to evolve under such circumstances? The Ash Pokémons who were watching the battle were also extremely surprised. It seems that Manaphy was so angry with Ash that he performed an instant evolution on the spot. Didn't Ash just let you grab the hat and rice ball, and he showed off these two things in front of you? I didn't expect that Manaphy would be so angry. No wonder the Pokémon Pokédex said that Manaphy has a very bad temper. Manaphy 4.30 Infernape 4.30. The level itself is high enough, plus a little emotional stimulation. Manaphy can directly evolve Infernape. Ash's mouth curled up. No wonder this Manaphy could be kicked into evolution by James in the original plot. He was mentally prepared and naturally couldn't fail. After seeing Manaphy evolve into Infernape, he immediately removed the psychic used to imprison it and blessed it on himself. Then he taught the newly evolved Infernape a lesson with his agile dodge and modern fighting skills with psychic. Let it understand what real fighting is. Promise. Half a minute later, Infernape found that no matter how hard he tried, Ash could easily dodge its attack, and then a psychic-powered iron fist hit its face. After being hit hard by Ash for several times in a row, Infernape finally chose to give in. After a few rounds, it was really impressed by Ash's powerful fighting ability. Besides, it can see that Ash has no ill will towards it. Otherwise, he would have punched it in the vitals and knocked it down. I really don't know what this human trainer is. His reaction ability and physical strength are even more abnormal than their fighting Pokémon. He even has psychic. Their biggest advantage over humans is gone. Take out a Pokeball and put Infernape in it. The already convinced Infernape did not struggle and entered the Pokeball consciously. Pokémon, Infernape. Attribute, Fighting. Ability, Unyielding. Level, 4.30. Qualification, Purple. Skills, Focus Energy, Fury Swipes, Low Kick, Seismic Toss, Brick Break, Fire Punch, etc. Items, none. After catching Infernape, Ash checked Infernape's panel. Purple qualification was not unexpected. In the original plot, Ash won the P1 fighting competition not long after catching it, and its talent was not bad. Hidden ability Unyielding, Ash was also quite satisfied. Normally, the most perverted one is the Rage Point, which will increase the attack power directly after being hit in the vitals. If that attack failed to knock Infernape down, rival would be waiting for a terrifying counterattack. But considering that Infernape's final evolution, the Forsaken, once it evolves, the Rage Point will be replaced by Mental Power, which is quite hurtful to it. All I can say is that the Rage Acupoints are good enough, but it's not worth it for Infernape to give up its final form. Ash plans to train this Infernape well. As for Anthony, the guy who covets his Infernape, Ash will definitely ignore him this time. Through the Pokemon Pokédex editor, Ash temporarily teleported Squirtle back to 190 Professor Oak's laboratory. Let it meet its 3 younger brothers. The 3 Squirtle brothers are now very famous in Pallet Town. They have put out fires and saved residents' property in time several times, and their performance is outstanding. They are deeply trusted and loved by the residents of Pallet Town. Except Sabrina, Xiaogang and Misty looked at Ash with strange eyes. Misty even touched and pinched Ash's body, up and down, making Ash very itchy. When she ran to touch the area below the chest, Ash severely stopped her. This girl, can she touch that place in front of everyone? At least wait until night. Ash, were you a psychic and fighting Pokemon in your previous life and reincarnated here? Misty couldn't help but complain. She had never seen a Pokemon trainer as outrageous as Ash. When facing a larger scale battle, ordinary trainers would try to keep their distance, fearing that they would be affected by the Pokemon's attack, and the battle was basically dominated by Pokemon. As a result, Ash rolled up his sleeves and went into battle himself, and beat Infernape without any temper. That was Infernape, not only one of the most irritable guys in the fighting Pokemon, but also very powerful fighting skills. I didn't expect that Ash could cure it by himself. From what you said, Sabrina must have been a Pokemon in her previous life, like Gardevoir. Yeah, it's possible. Misty nodded subconsciously and replied. Ash smiled and reached out to scratch her nose. I see, you are envious of our psychic, don't you think so, Sabrina? I won't get involved in your business. Sabrina turned her head decisively, not intending to watch them show their affection. Humph, is yours just a psychic? You. Misty looked at Ash with a smile on his face and hesitated to speak. She complained silently in her heart. Perhaps it was because of his fighting type in his previous life that she suffered a lot every night. This is still the case when Ash is holding back. If he goes all out, this trip will definitely not go on. If she had complained about Sabrina joining the team at first, now she wishes Ash would take Sabrina immediately. This way she can have a teammate when dealing with Ash. The warm moment with Misty ended, and Ash released the newly captured Infernape from the Pokeball and applied medicine to it. Infernape was Ash became very obedient after being taught a lesson. When applying medicine, he looked at Ash eagerly. The intimacy, bite fee, density also increased rapidly. Ash was also quite relieved about this. The higher the intimacy of his Pokemon to the trainer, the less likely it was to leave. This time, he would not give Anthony that guy a chance. After applying medicine to Infernape, the group continued to move towards Rainbow City. On the way, Ash still focused on leveling up Charmeleon and improving it. The Grass-type Rainbow Gym and the Fire-type Cinnabar Gym in the future will be left to it to deal with. Especially the battle against Blaine in Cinnabar Gym. After all, the opponent is the former Fire Elite of Kanto. Under the uncertainty of whether the opponent will go all out, Charmeleon's strength is naturally the stronger the better. In the original plot, the battle between Charmeleon and Charizard was also very exciting in the original version. 2 days later, Ash and his group arrived in Rainbow City smoothly. Relying on Sabrina Psychic's larger perception range, Charmeleon obtained several experience packs of high-level wild Pokemon groups, plus hundreds of Beedrill groups. After paying a large amount of potions and tree fruits, Charmeleon's strength level soared rapidly. Charmeleon from 4.34 to 4.39. Charmeleon directly increased by 5 levels, just a hair's breadth away from crossing the level threshold. What's more strange is that such a high level has not evolved. Does it have to encounter Aerodactyl to evolve? It stands to reason that Ash now lays a solid foundation for Charmeleon and completely eliminates the hidden dangers left by Damien in it. Plus the level is high enough, it is definitely not a hasty evolution. At present, the only reason why Charmeleon has not evolved is the influence of the plot. Entering Rainbow City, the group first came to the Pokemon Center as usual, asking Nurse Joy to restore the Pokemon's physical strength. Then they rested for a day at the Pokemon Center. Travel requires relaxation in moderation, and high-intensity training and challenging gyms are not advisable. Proper leisure and play are a must. At night, Xiaogang showed his affection to Nurse Joy at the Pokemon Center, and asked her for advice on how to treat Pokemon injuries. Ash was dragged by Misty and Sabrina to go shopping. Walking on the street, surrounded by 2 beauties, one big and one small, Ash became a successful person in the eyes of tourists. Misty and Sabrina are beautiful in their own ways, but the key is that they have a harmonious relationship. When they walk together, they talk and laugh, just like real sisters. Passers-by who can figure out the relationship between the three cast Mr. Backlit Eyes on Ash. His behavior, with beauties on both sides, is simply a role model for our generation. The next day, in the morning, Ash and his group left the Pokémon Center and set off for the Rainbow Gym. Ding! Gym mission triggered. Challenge the Rainbow Gym and get a badge. It is detected that you have half of the badges. Next, the Chain Challenge mission will be launched. First round, defeat the gym leader Erica and get the Rainbow Badge. Reward, the level of any main Pokémon held will be instantly increased by 10 levels, without any sequelae, 500,000 points. Note, this mission is a chain mission, and any failure in the challenge will be considered a mission failure. After listening to the system prompt, Ash was obviously stunned. Chain mission? What's the new trick? The previous gym missions were not like this? However, the rewards given by the system are just what he wants. At present, he is worried because he has captured a large group of high-quality Pokémon, but he can't cultivate them. Although the shortcut to improve the intimacy of the gym leader is gone, it is just a little regrettable. You know, his Ghastly is now level 61. If he is randomly selected, wouldn't he be able to enter the third-level God Realm in one fell swoop? This reward is much more perverted than the previous ones. The 4 people and 1 pet came to the Rainbow Gym. As expected, the gym door was closed. Hey, Ash, there seems to be no one in the Rainbow Gym. Why don't we go to the surrounding shops to ask what's going on? Misty looked at the closed door of the Rainbow Gym and suggested to Ash. Usually, the gym owner will not close the gym directly unless there is something serious. At worst, he will ask the apprentice to help guard it. This. As the former Nibby gym owner, Xiaogang felt that things might not be that simple. Ash shook his head. That's not necessary. I know where the Rainbow Gym owner is. After he finished speaking, he looked at Xiaohe and Sabrina. Misty, didn't you say before that the perfume in Rainbow City is very famous? Sabrina, come with me, I'll take you to have a look. Perfume? Let's go and have a look. Great, I've heard that the perfume in Rainbow City is of high quality. I'll choose carefully later. Compared to the calm Sabrina, Misty was very excited. With the enthusiasm that was comparable to Ash's when he was leveling up Pokémon, she led everyone straight to the perfume street in Rainbow City. The perfume shop opened by Erica is undoubtedly one of the most famous shops in Rainbow City. The perfume sold there is deeply loved by most women in the Kanto region, making Rainbow City the favorite city for female travel trainers. In the original plot, Misty, who didn't know that the owner of the perfume shop was Erica, the owner of the Rainbow Gym, brought Ash here. As a result, the stupid thing with the straight man attribute offended Erica with a few words, and was almost rejected from challenging the gym. This time, after watching the demonstration, he naturally wouldn't repeat the same mistake. And he also has his own understanding of perfume. Just kidding, this thing is also good for it. Just pick a few that you like to smell. In the perfume shop, Ash accompanied Misty and Sabrina to try one perfume after another, and he didn't seem impatient. Occasionally, he made reasonable comments on the perfumes on the way, the classic perfume advertising slogans that he remembered when he accompanied girls shopping in his previous life popped out one by one. The sales girls in the store all cast fangirl eyes at him. After a while, he picked out several sets of brand name perfumes for Misty and Sabrina respectively. In addition to the ones for them, Ash also picked out a set of perfumes suitable for stay-at-home mothers for his mother Dilia through the sales girl. And because the perfume shop is famous enough, it often receives orders from other cities, so it also opened a courier service. Ash filled in the address, paid a little more shipping fee, and asked the perfume shop to deliver the perfume to his mother Dilia in Pallet Town. Such convenient service also made Ash praise Erica's perfume shop. Guest, it turns out that you want to challenge the Rainbow Gym. When checking out, Ash asked about the Rainbow Gym. The female clerk invited Erica, who was dressed in a kimono and had short blue hair, out. Many people in Rainbow City knew that this perfume shop was opened by Erica, and her staff were also the original staff of the gym. Therefore, Erica did not feel strange because Ash ran to the perfume shop to find her. Please ask for flowers. But I didn't expect that he would invite me to challenge in this way. Yes, Miss Erica, when we went to the Rainbow Gym just now, we found that the door was closed. Please forgive me for coming here to find you. Haha, it's okay. It's rare to find a boy who can patiently choose perfume for Stephanie. You are very good. And as the gym owner, it is also my duty to accept the challenge. Wait a moment, I will hand over the work, and then I will accompany you back to the gym to complete the battle. Due to Ash's performance since entering the store, Erica has a good impression of him. Especially Ash's somewhat exaggerated but pleasant evaluation of perfume, plus his very good treatment of Stephanie and his mother, gave her a very good first impression. Erica deliberately increased the speed of handing over tasks, and returned to the Rainbow Gym with Ash and others. 2 more shop assistants followed. They are still needed to act as referees in the gym battle. It is worth mentioning that one of the red-haired gentle big sisters seemed to be very interested in Xiaogang's XP. On the way, Xiaogang also chatted with her crazily. If it were any other time, Misty would say a few words. But this time, the red-haired big sister under Erica seemed to have a good impression of Xiaogang, and the two had a good chat. Erica, who was walking in front, also enthusiastically introduced the Rainbow City to Ash and others, and which places were suitable for shopping and playing. Sure enough, as long as you don't show your resistance to perfume and grass-type Pokémon in front of Erica, the other party will be warm and gentle to you. Seeing Erica so easy to talk to, Ash recalled the original story in which he made a straight male speech to Misty in the perfume shop, labeling perfume as useless. As a result, he was boycotted by the Rainbow Gym, and finally relied on the Rocket Trio to sneak in disguise. Ash couldn't help but sigh at the importance of pleasing others. Buying a perfume can improve the favorability of Misty, Sabrina, Mama Hua, and even Erica, save many unnecessary twists and turns in challenging the gym. The money is undoubtedly worth it. The rules of the gym challenge are 3v3. The gym owner sends out Pokémon first, and the challenger attacks first. During the battle, only the challenger can change Pokémon. When all Pokémon of either side lose their combat ability, they are considered defeated. Now, the battle begins. On the referee's stand, the sweet girl wearing a shop assistant uniform waved her hand to announce the official start of the gym battle. Erica took out a Pokeball and threw it elegantly. Get ready for battle, follow the monster. Tangela, blue qualification, level 4.25. Tangela's appearance is like many vines entangled together, that is, the two-dimensional style looks good. At this moment, it is somewhat curious in Ash's eyes. It must be said that Erica, this beautiful woman, seems to have a wild appearance of the grass-type Pokémon she captured. Tangela's level is only 4.25, and the blue qualification is at the same level as most wild Pokémon. Obviously, this is a benefit that Erica, as a gym leader, prepared for him. Usually, only rookie trainers can enjoy it. When facing rookie trainers, qualified gym leaders always start with easy ones and then go to difficult ones. After finding out the level of the challenger, they will increase the difficulty appropriately. After all, the purpose of setting up gyms by alliance is mainly to test trainers, and gym leaders have no pursuit of winning or losing. If the performance of the trainer exceeds expectations, the gym leader will not fight you to death. And even if the level is a little worse, as long as you can perform well in the gym battle, you can also get the recognition of the gym leader. There is a chance to get the badge issued by the gym leader. Get ready for battle, Charmeleon. Ash released Charmeleon. The level 4.39 Charmeleon is much higher than Tangela. This Charmeleon is very strong, it should be not far from evolution. As a grass-type gym leader, Erica undoubtedly encounters the most fire Pokémon when accepting challenges. The first time she saw Charmeleon, she was sure that this Charmeleon must be extraordinary. The aura emanating from his body is more fiery than many Charizards. Thank you for the compliment from the gym leader. It is indeed not far from evolving. But when it evolves depends on its own will. Okay, respect Pokémon. Ash, you are very good. Erica already had a good impression of Ash, and now she has a better impression of him. Many people say they like and love Pokémon, but there are very few trainers who can really accept that their Pokémon will not evolve. After all, evolution is the simplest and crudest way to greatly improve the strength of Pokémon. Some people even use the method of forcing Pokémon to evolve in order to make Pokémon stronger quickly. In comparison, Ash's approach is too gentle. In order to respect the ideas of Pokémon, Captivate, which has strong combat power in the final form, can be abandoned. If Charmeleon alone is not enough, then the Pikachu standing on his shoulder can prove this point even more. Of course, Ash and Erica's thoughts are not the same as Mikey's. Not to mention that his Pokémon have excellent talents. Even if they don't evolve, they still have perfect offensive props given by the system. Charmeleon, Flamethrower. Tangela, Razor Leaf. The battle between Charmeleon and Tangela is about to start. With the huge level gap and attribute restraint, Tangela has been at a disadvantage from the beginning. After 2 rounds, the Blazing Flame attack burned its Vine Whip to a charred black, and a Dragon Claw resolved the battle. Tangela basically did not pose a threat to Charmeleon. Seeing Charmeleon easily defeat Tangela, the Amazing Flame attack may be stronger than some of its evolved counterparts. It is definitely a very difficult challenger. At this moment, Erica also put away the mentality of testing Ash. She put Tangela back into the Pokeball and then released her second Pokémon, Weepinbell. Weepinbell, level 4.35, Artisan, Purple. Its strength is much higher than Tangela. Although it has not yet evolved into Victreebel using Leaf Stone, its strength cannot be underestimated under the command of Erica, a Grass-type specialized trainer. Charmeleon, Flame Vortex, Trap It. Erica confidently sent out Weepinbell, but it was defeated by Ash's Charmeleon in less than a minute. This overwhelming momentum made her have some illusions for a while. Was she challenging the gym, or Ash? As the gym leader, she was easily defeated by him. Although it was restrained by attribute, Ash's Charmeleon was still unscathed after defeating her 2 Pokémon. At this rate, it's normal to defeat 3 at once. No, I can't let him push the team. Subconsciously, Erica wanted to send out her main Pokémon to save the situation a little. At least she had to defeat this Charmeleon. She was in charge of the Rainbow Gym, and her strength was at the quasi-elite level. Some of her Pokémon were already over level 50, entering the elite level. Sending anyone, even with attribute restrained, should be able to defeat Ash's Charmeleon. But in a flash, she gave up the idea. Ash was just a rookie trainer. It was his ability to train Charmeleon so well. Erica never forgot the responsibilities of a gym leader. Just push the team. Gym battles are mainly for assessment. Since it's an assessment, there must be a fair standard. With a wry smile, Erica threw out the third Pokeball. A Vileplume at level 4.38. This Vileplume is the main Pokémon of her second team, and is usually sent out only when facing a challenger with extremely high potential. Normally, it is enough to deal with more than 90% of rookie trainers. However, facing Charmeleon, who has attribute restraint and a higher level, and Ash, who has exquisite tactical command and can perfectly seize the opportunity, and is not like a newly debuted rookie trainer, Erika is rarely confident. Suppress the inexplicable uneasiness in her heart. Vileplume, Sleep Powder. Erika commanded Vileplume to use Sleep Powder. Vileplume is large enough and has accumulated enough pollen. After receiving Erika's order, the overwhelming Sleep Powder immediately covered Charmeleon. Charmeleon, jump up to avoid the flamethrower. Relying on amazing explosive power, Charmeleon leaped high into the air before the powder spread, and a blazing flame came out of his mouth. Protect, Vileplume 2.3. Erika had already experienced the power of Charmeleon's fire skills. Naturally, he didn't dare to let Tangela take the flamethrower head-on. Vileplume raised his hand to support a blue energy barrier to isolate the flames. At the same time, Charmeleon landed smoothly on the field outside the coverage of Sleep Powder. And at the moment of landing, Charmeleon exerted force with his legs and rushed towards Vileplume like a rocket. The body was quickly covered by blazing flames. Oh, is it Flare Blitz? Ash stared at Charmeleon in surprise as he rushed towards Vileplume with flames. He didn't expect Charmeleon to learn a new skill in the battle. It was a physical skill of the fire type. Just like that, the Cyan barrier just disappeared, and Vileplume, who had no time to react, was knocked out of the field by Charmeleon. The whole body was charred, and white smoke came out of his mouth. Boom boom. Amidst the violent explosion, Vileplume lost her ability to fight. It was Flare Blitz. Seeing Charmeleon showing a slightly painful expression after being injured by Flare Blitz, Erika was completely stunned. Can Charmeleon learn Flare Blitz? You know, many elite-level Charizards have not been able to learn this physical fire move. Her beautiful eyes couldn't help but widen, and there was a little more admiration and mystery in her eyes when she looked at Ash. She didn't lose this battle unfairly. In terms of Pokémon training, she is far inferior to Ash. In the same period, she would never have been able to train such a powerful Charmeleon. Vileplume lost her ability to fight, and the dinosaur was defeated. The winner of this gym battle is the challenger Ash. Seeing that their gym leader Erika was defeated by Ash in a 1-on-3 battle, the two beautiful shop assistants were also very surprised. The results of the battle were announced after a long delay. As a grass-type gym leader, Erika usually has to deal with challengers who command fire-type Pokémon the most. Over the years, there has never been a rookie trainer who defeated Erika with such an overwhelming force as Ash. I remember that a challenger from Pallet Town 17 a while ago formed a team of 3 all-fire-type Pokémon, but Erika also defeated 2 Pokémon, and the victory was not as clean and neat as Ash's. Ash, you won this gym battle. Your Charmeleon is very well trained. I wish you a good performance in this year's regional conference. As she said, Erika took out the rainbow badge and handed it to Ash. It was just a fluke. Ash took the badge politely, put the rainbow badge into the badge box, where 5 gym badges were quietly lying now. Song Cheza can qualify for the Kanto Regional Courts Conference with 1 badge. Ash, are you interested in staying in Rainbow City for 2 more days? I just happen to have something to discuss with you about perfume promotion. Adjusting her mood, Erika said with a smile. Seeing that she was thinking about the advertising slogans she had just read in his store, Ash shook his head decisively and refused, saying that he would definitely do it next time. At that time, he had already used up all the advertising slogans stored in his mind. Wouldn't it be better to stay here and wait for Dita? Okay, we should continue our journey. Ash turned around and called his friends in the audience to continue their journey. Ash, I'm not going to leave. Ash and Misty looked at Xiaogang in surprise. Why? Are you not going to continue on the road of a breeder? After all, a breeder is different from a trainer. I can still continue to study in Rainbow City, Xiaogang said to Ash with a smile. Then he took the hand of the red-haired big sister beside him. So soon, the two of them confirmed their relationship. For the rapid development of the two, not only Ash, Xiao, Sabrina and the other two, including Erika, the shop owner, were all stunned. After a brief moment of confusion, Ash would naturally respect Brock's choice. After blessing him, Ash left with Misty and Sabrina. Brock's departure was somewhat unexpected for him. Now the team has to replan their living arrangements. Pokémon and their food issues have to be reconsidered. Ash, are you just going to let Brock stay? They have only known each other for less than half a day. It doesn't seem very reliable. Could that big sister be attracted to Brock's status as a gym trainer? After walking out of the gym, she asked hesitantly. This kind of love at first sight is not very reliable in her opinion. I remember when I first met Ash. I know that Ash only has a slight affection for her, and it's not as fast as the relationship between Gon and the red-haired sister. Since Gon has made up his mind, all we can do is congratulate him. We outsiders can't interfere in matters of love. Ash looked at Misty meaningfully and said, I can only say that Misty is a carefree person. In the original plot, she and he always kept a distance, and the trio in the original version just formed a stable triangle, and now, the two have confirmed their relationship. During the trip, Gon was basically like a light bulb. Ash also noticed that whether in Blue Pulchi or in Rainbow City, Gon deliberately created a space for the two of them to be alone. Now there is Sabrina who also has a crush on Ash. He is more cautious, and the red-haired sister under Erika does meet his mate selection criteria. Under the influence of various factors, it is not surprising that he chose to leave the team. Not so many buts, I believe Gon can handle it. Ash interrupted Misty. He glanced at the two girls and then smiled bitterly. Let's first consider the food problem for our trip after Xiaogang leaves the team. Xiaogang's importance in the team is self-evident. After realizing that she might never be able to eat Xiaogang's delicious dishes again, Sabrina's beautiful eyes flashed blue light, and she subconsciously turned around and wanted to go back to the Rainbow Gym to catch Xiaogang back. Ash saw this and stopped her decisively. Holding one by one, he brought the two girls to the Pokémon Center. Ding! The Gym Mission Challenge Rainbow Gym has been completed. It is detected that you have 5 badges. The second ring mission will be triggered when you arrive at the next 200th gym. Reward: the level of any main Pokémon held will be instantly increased by 10 levels, without any sequelae, 50 W points. The current randomly selected Pokémon is Bulbasaur. Bulbasaur 4.30 upgraded to 4.40. Ash received the mission reward and smiled. Although I didn't get the highest level Ghastly and Earl Dervish's partner Pikachu randomly, but Bulbasaur is also good. After the 10th level upgrade, its speed will become extremely amazing. Bulbasaur's upgrade makes Ash very excited. This is just the first round of the gym series. The rewards for the next mission may be even more exciting. Ash can't help but look forward to the next gym battle. With Xiaogang leaving the team, Ash and his team really have to stay in Rainbow City for a while. Purchasing travel food and Pokémon food must be put on the agenda. The three of them are all average cooks, and it is definitely unrealistic to want to eat delicious food in the future. After going to the department store, Ash and his friends bought the highest specification and price instant food. They are all specially prepared for travel trainers. The main point is convenience, and it is definitely not delicious. For now, we can only make do with it. After getting the rainbow badge, say goodbye to Xiaogang. Ash and his group set out to head towards Fuchsia City. On the way, they needed to replenish some consumables such as Pokémon food and Pokémon training equipment that were sold out in the Rainbow City department store. The three of them entered a city with a strange name, called Yo-Yo-Yo District. The city was full of high-rise buildings, and there were few green plants on both sides of the streets, which looked a little less lively. After replenishing the consumables, Ash and his group went to the Pokémon Center as usual to restore the contest condition of the Pokémon so that the next trip would be smoother. Walking into the lobby of the Pokémon Center, Ash immediately saw many Pokémon with depressed expressions. None of them had obvious external injuries. Then Ash's eyes were attracted by one of the more familiar figures. Isn't this Misty's Psyduck? In the original plot, Misty seemed to have captured a Psyduck here that was afraid of water and couldn't swim, and was very psychic. The duck god who often has a highlight performance in anime. Nurse Joy, what's wrong with these Pokémon? They all look a little listless. Misty also noticed this group of listless Pokémon and immediately asked Nurse Joy. Nurse Joy came here just now and seemed to say that it was caused by some kind of sleep wave. She is planning to find the source through a special radio wave tracking device. Nurse Joy explained to the two. As soon as the voice fell, Miss Jenny Shai walked into the Pokémon Center with a patron taper. Let it use sleep waves to offset the influence of the hypnotic wave of another drowsy, so that the Pokémon in the Pokémon Center will return to normal. Most of the Pokémon have recovered smelling salts, but Psyduck is still stupid and doesn't look very smart. After that, Officer Jenny took Drowsy to the city's Central Park without stopping. There are still many children who are affected by the hypnotic wave and imagine themselves as Pokémon. Just thinking about how to ask Nurse Joy to take Psyduck away. Nurse Joy stared at Psyduck with a slightly distressed expression. Other Pokémon have returned to normal. Why is this Psyduck still stupid? It doesn't look changed at all. Does it mean that Drowsy needs to give it another blow? Ash rolled his eyes when he heard Nurse Joy muttering. Is there a possibility? Duck God Psychic has a superb talent and is not affected by the hypnosis wave at all? As for the current appearance, is it because it is stupid? Hey, the boy with Pikachu, and the two Stephanies, are you interested in taking this Psyduck away? Nurse Joy looked at Ash and the other two who were still in the lobby of the Pokémon Center, and her eyes lit up. This Psyduck has no trainer. She brought it back when she was outside to treat those Pokémon affected by the hypnosis wave a while ago. Now that the other Pokémon have returned to normal, they can be sent away. Pokémon Center has returned to normal life. But Psyduck can't be released directly into the wild in its current state. But if it stays in the Pokémon Center, she can't take care of it. As a medical staff member of the Pokémon Center, she can't always be with it. The best way is to give it to a Pokémon trainer to take care of. We don't want this stupid guy. I think Nurse Joy, you can wait a little longer. Maybe there will be other trainers willing to adopt it. Just like in the original plot, although she loves water Pokémon, she has no interest in the stupid Psyduck and has no intention of catching it. After saying that, Misty wanted to call Ash and Sabrina to leave quickly. However, neither of them had the intention of turning around. Misty immediately cast a puzzled look at them. Misty, I think this Psyduck is pretty good. Nurse Joy, let's take this Psyduck away. Ash decisively took over the responsibility of taking care of Psyduck for Misty. It is worth mentioning that Sabrina also seemed to see the extraordinariness of Psyduck. It is not difficult to understand how, as a psychic, she can't say the strangeness of the Pokémon. Just when Sabrina wanted to adopt Psyduck, the little guy jumped off the table and walked to Misty with his head touched blankly. It looked like he was determined to follow Misty. Okay, thank you so much. I'm happy for Psyduck. Nurse Joy said to Ash with gratitude. Wait, let's discuss it. Misty obviously didn't want to adopt Psyduck. Although it has a water type, she really doesn't like silly Pokemon. But before she finished speaking, Ash took her away. We can't let Misty reject the Pokemon. There are many highlights of Psyduck's psychic in the original plot. Although as a pure water-type Pokemon, Psyduck can't swim and is afraid of water, and its water gun skill is pitifully weak, which sounds outrageous. But this Psyduck's potential in Psychic is simply too abnormal, but it takes a headache to trigger it in the early stage. Besides, now there is a Psychic Sabrina in the team. Seeing that she also wanted to subdue Psyduck just now, maybe she can solve Psyduck's shortcomings in this regard? Ash, you are pulling me away, is it because this Psyduck has something special? Although she is arrogant, Misty is not stupid at all. After a brief dislike for Psyduck, she immediately realized that Ash's attitude was wrong. Li Hao, she thought that her eyesight in selecting Pokemon was far inferior to Ash's, so this silly-looking Psyduck was chosen by him, so it must be because of something special. Ash nodded decisively. That's right, Misty, you should capture it first, Ash will definitely not harm your Mai. Sabrina also said with a smile at this time. As a psychic, she could see the specialness of Psyduck at a glance. What surprised her was that Psyduck's psychic potential has not been developed yet, and it stands to reason that Ash's psychic level should not be able to detect it. Or maybe he just has a unique eye for selecting Pokemon. Okay, Psyduck, will you be my partner? Even though she still had some dislike, out of trust in Ash and Sabrina, Misty still took out a Pokeball from her waist. Psyduck also took the initiative to enter the Pokeball, Kita. On the grass, Psyduck, who was released from the Pokeball by Misty, scratched his head, with a face full of clear stupidity. It looks like a not very smart Psyduck. Ash, are you sure it's really special? Misty circled Psyduck twice and looked it up and down. She couldn't see Psyduck's extraordinary qualities at all. Don't worry, Misty, try to communicate with it first. After saying that, Ash activated Psychic to scan Psyduck. I want to try to check Psyduck's headache. Hearing this, Misty smiled and said to Psyduck, Psyduck, since Ash said you have outstanding features, it must be right. Come show me your ability. After all, it's a water Pokemon. Let's start with the simplest water gun. Misty pointed to a small tree as thick as an arm in the distance, and signaled Psyduck to aim there. Kita. Facing Misty's instructions, Psyduck still responded with her clear and stupid eyes, with a kind of innocent beauty. Psyduck, did you hear me? Aim at the tree over there and use the water gun trick. Misty was a little flail 470, walked up and picked up Psyduck and shook him. Kita. This time Psyduck's long reflex arc finally couldn't hold back. Psyduck broke free from Misty's hands and fell to the ground, opening his mouth and shooting out a weak and thin stream of water. The water column didn't hit the tree before it splashed on the ground. Psyduck looked at Misty again with a clear look. The scene was extremely embarrassing for a while. Misty felt bad all over. This is not a water gun trick. The water from the faucet spit up is much stronger than this. Although Ash was prepared for Psyduck's weakness in water skills, he was still amused by the scene. He suppressed his laughter and walked forward to pat Misty on the shoulder. Calm down, Misty, think positively. Psyduck still has a lot of room for improvement in water skills. It's already amazing that he can learn water gun. Ash. Misty cast a look full of grudge, gnashing her teeth and showing her little tiger teeth. The meaning is obvious, Ash must give an explanation. The reason for trying every means to make her, BHFH, subdue Psyduck? Seeing that Misty was a little bit broken, Ash stopped teasing. Misty, don't look at Psyduck's silly appearance, he can't even use his own water skills well. In fact, its attainments in Psychic are extremely powerful. As soon as these words came out, Sabrina's beautiful eyes lit up slightly. It seems that Ash probably really noticed Psyduck's abnormality through Psychic. Misty looked at Psyduck with a suspicious expression, but Pokemon with good psychic talents all look quite smart, and Psyduck's image doesn't match that. Then I'll have to trouble Sabrina. Ash looked at Sabrina who was watching the show and smiled. According to his guess, the reason why Psyduck usually behaves like a fool is that his reaction is much slower than other Pokemon. It is mainly because it has too high a talent in Psychic, and the speed and strength of the Psychic converted from spiritual power in its head are a bit over the standard. The overly powerful confusion even brought heavy pressure to Psyduck's head. From the performance alone, the extremely slow reaction speed and the whole Pokemon looking stupid are all evidence. As long as the head is attacked and stimulated by pain, the control of confusion will be improved. Therefore, in the original plot, Psyduck's head was attacked several times when facing danger. Under the effect of headache, Psychic was used to save the situation. When the pain disappeared, it immediately returned to its stupid look. Sabrina possessed extremely powerful Psychic, so she naturally did not need to release Psyduck's confusion by hitting his head. Well, I'll try. Sabrina nodded, her eyes lit up with deep blue light. She used her own Psychic to ease the conversion process of Psyduck's spiritual power to Psychic, and relieved the pressure of Psychic on the head. In just a few seconds, Psyduck's slightly stupid eyes became visibly smarter. Misty, you can try to give orders to Psyduck again now. Sabrina looked at Misty and said. Well, Psyduck, use confusion to attack that tree. Misty nodded and gave the order. Bang! With a muffled sound, Psyduck activated Psychic to cut the tree that the water gun had failed to hit in half. Awesome! Misty immediately showed a surprised expression. For this attack, Psyduck only used 1/10 of Psychic. In that case, can you lift the boulder over there, Sadok? After listening to Sabrina's words, Misty gave the order again. Boom boom. With a loud bang, Sadok activated confusion to lift a boulder about 5 meters high and weighing tens of tons, and then let it fall heavily to the ground. The boulder fell to the ground, and the entire ground shook. Misty was already stunned at this moment. Who am I? What just happened? Is this the true hidden strength of Sadok? She couldn't imagine that Sadok, whose water gun was not as powerful as a faucet, could lift a boulder weighing dozens of tons with psychic. The contrast was too amazing. Moreover, the Pokémon Pokédex clearly stated that Sadok was a water-type Pokémon. Although it could use psychic moves, it really didn't have a psychic type. Those who didn't know would think it was a Pokémon with a main psychic type and a little bit of water skills. It was completely the opposite, but it was really great that Sadok had such a strong psychic. I didn't expect that it looked stupid and silly, but it was unexpectedly powerful. No wonder Ash decisively agreed when Nurse Joy asked them if they wanted to adopt Sadok. She didn't even give her a chance to think, and insisted on letting her subdue it. Thinking of this, Misty was both moved and a little guilty. As expected, Ash would always consider her first in everything, and left such a powerful Sadok to me without a second thought. I just doubted his decision. This is really wrong. It seems that I can only work hard in the evening and reward Ash. Misty looked at Sadok again with a surprised expression. With this Sadok's powerful psychic attainments, it will definitely become her absolute main force in the future, one of the town Pokémon. Leaving the Yo-Yo-Yo area, Ash and his group headed towards Fuchsia City, where the Fuchsia Gym is located. After taking down the grass-type Rainbow Gym, he will next attack the poison-type Fuchsia Gym. Currently, Ash's focus on leveling up is still on Charmeleon and Infernape. Because the wild Pokémon encountered on the road are generally low in level, but there are many of them, Charmeleon did not gain much, but Infernape accumulated a lot of combat experience. From 4.30 to 4.33, the intimacy with Ash also increased a lot in the process, and they have a tacit understanding. As for Charmeleon, Ash estimates that it is not far from evolving into Charizard, and what is needed now is mainly a battle with equal strength and a hearty and exciting battle. It will naturally evolve. After seeing Sadok's strong talent in confusion, Misty would release it from the Pokeball from time to time. While cultivating intimacy, she would not forget to ask Sabrina for a way to solve its headache symptoms. After all, as far as the current situation is concerned, Sadok, without Sabrina's help to guide and relieve the mental pressure caused by confusion, is still stupid most of the time. At present, Sabrina has no perfect solution to this problem. She herself has not yet perfectly controlled psychic, which is not affected by emotions, so she naturally cannot help Sadok solve the problem at the root. Each time, she can only help it relieve the pain a little. This also means that if Misty wants to fight with Sadok, it is best for Sabrina to help it relieve the pressure on its head caused by the transformation of mental power and psychic. Otherwise, it can only rely on luck as in the original plot, and try to guide the opponent to attack Sadok's head to make it enter the headache contest condition. If the opponent does not attack Sadok's head, Misty sending it out to fight is basically the same as sending it to the enemy. According to Sabrina, when she can perfectly control her own psychic, she can help Sadok solve this problem completely. Misty finally breathed a sigh of relief after hearing this. As long as there is a way to cure Sadok, it will be enough. During the trip, Ash fought and leveled up while accompanying the two girls to go hiking and water sports, and did some embarrassing things with Misty at night. It was so comfortable. It is worth mentioning that with Xiaogang leaving the team, Misty also mentioned Sabrina to Ash intentionally or unintentionally. It seems that she wanted to test Ash's opinion of Sabrina. Ash, who realized that it might be the ring that started to work, did not hide his affection for Sabrina. With the intentional promotion of the main wife Misty, the relationship between Ash and Sabrina is also heating up rapidly. With the 80% intimacy, Sabrina already had a good impression of Ash. If they were to improve their intimacy, they would probably be able to establish a relationship. 2 days later, Ash and the other two were near the edge of a city again. Walking on the roadside, they met a Hitmonchan who was boxing. Looking at his appearance, he had been practicing for a long time and was sweating a lot. From the color and fineness of his skin, this Hitmonchan must be quite old. The fine scars on his body also proved that he must have undergone strict training from the trainer. No matter how fierce the outdoor battle was, it would not be possible to reach this level. This Hitmonchan had many difficult-to-heal injuries on his body, but his level was not too high, only 4.30, not as good as the Infernape he had just captured. This shows that the talent of this Hitmonchan is normal, and even with strict training, the speed of upgrading cannot be fast. Unlike those legendary Pokémon, which upgrade at a rocket-like speed after birth and become gods when they grow up, it is already very good for Hitmonchan, who has blue qualifications, to reach level 4.30. At the same time, a man in a white vest stood next to Hitmonchan. He was burly, muscular, and had a towel around his neck. At this time, he was doing boxing training with Hitmonchan, Pikachu boy passing by, and two girls. Are you interested in a Pokémon battle with me? I am Anthony from the fighting family. I am training with Hitmonchan with the goal of winning the P1 fighting competition. Seeing Ash and the other two passing by, the man in the white vest named Anthony immediately invited them to a challenge. Please give me 0 flowers. And not only Ash, but also Misty and Sabrina. Anthony, I really met this guy. Another incompetent guy who abandoned his wife and daughter to pursue his dream. This guy is much more exaggerated than Xiaogong's father Flint. He still doesn't think he is wrong and even took his Infernape. When he first saw Hitmonchan, Ash was already alert and got up. It turned out that the burly uncle in front of him was Anthony, who took his Infernape away in the original plot. The other party revealed his identity, so Ash didn't have to look for him again. Ding! Triggered the plot task. Use Infernape to participate in the P1 fighting competition and win the championship, and don't give Anthony a chance. Task reward, Strength Enhancement Potion, increases the strength of Pokémon by 20% after use. Okay, the system still has a bad temper towards me? As expected, the system doesn't like Anthony, this old guy. Strength Boosting Potion, this is a good thing. At this stage, it is completely tailor-made for Infernape. Accept the task decisively. Since we have already met this old guy Anthony, the P1 fighting competition will probably start soon. After getting the reward for this task, Infernape's combat power can be further improved. Facing a guy like Anthony who is irresponsible to his family and took his Infernape away, Ash will definitely not give him a good face. He decisively rejected the challenge invitation he initiated to him. Sorry, I'm not interested. I am traveling with the goal of becoming a Pokémon Master, and my two partners were also gym trainers in Kanto. Uncle, your strength is too weak, and I won't get any benefit from fighting you. Hearing Ash's words, Misty and Sabrina showed surprised expressions at the same time. In their cognition, the passerby trainers that Ash challenged him have always been very kind. Even if the opponent is very weak, he will often accept the opponent's fight and give a certain degree of guidance. At the very least, he will politely decline the challenge invitation from the opponent. He will never mock Anthony like he is doing now. However, Misty and Sabrina knew that Ash must have his own reasons for doing things, and the two girls did not ask too much. Especially in front of Anthony, who had just been confronted by Ash. Even if Ash really did something wrong, they could only side with him at this time and ask about the situation after returning. Not to mention that the situation is still unclear. After hearing Ash's words, Anthony's defense was broken. Because what Ash said was absolutely right. He is indeed a loser. He gambled everything, including the court hearing, just to win a P1 fighting championship. But in fact, the P1 fighting championship is just a small event held by a small circle for fighting Pokémon. Ordinary towns hold it once a year. And 630 is only a small-scale competition. He has been in the competition for about 10 years, but he has not even won a championship. Those fighting Pokémon specialists of the same age as him who are keen on fighting championships have already won the P1 fighting championship and challenged higher-level fighting events. Only he was still struggling in a small town with so few people. His wife and daughter knew that he had no talent for this and repeatedly persuaded him to give up this path. But he not only didn't listen, but also scolded them severely and hid in the mountains to start special training. Just to be able to avenge the previous shame in the P1 fighting competition this year. Humph. The ambition is very ambitious, but young man, I advise you not to be too ambitious, it's better to be practical. Pokémon Master, it's impossible for you to accomplish it. You know that I have made the P1 fighting competition my goal and have been training hard for so many years. Pokémon battles are not children's play. Anthony scolded Ash with the weapons of an experienced person. Really? Why do I feel like you're too incompetent? In my opinion, the P1 fighting contest is just a small competition for fighting Pokémon enthusiasts. It's not difficult to win the championship. Such a goal can make you pursue it all your life, even at the cost of abandoning your wife and daughter. It's hard to imagine how low your level is. In his previous life, what Ash couldn't stand the most was the knowing brother elder who relied on his age and said he was good for you. The key is still the kind of relationship that is not related at all. Listen to a loser talking about life insights here. Ash instinctively retorted. After all, Anthony, this old guy, is not a good person. In the original plot, this guy saw that Ash's Infernape was strong and had high potential, so he shamelessly asked for it, which was enough to disgust him. Even if he didn't accept the task, Ash planned to teach him a lesson in the so-called P1 fighting contest. He said he was helping with the training, but in fact, he saw that Ash had just captured Infernape and had not yet established a deep friendship, so he coveted its talent. Otherwise, why didn't you contact Ash to return Infernape after helping him train? In the end, it was just the innocent Ash in the original story, who had just started traveling and had no social experience. That's why Anthony tricked him into sending Infernape away. The Infernape with the unyielding ability and purple qualifications. Ash dared to say that it was rare in this town. Anthony could not only realize his dream of winning the P1 fighting competition by tricking it away, but also win more honors if he trained it carefully. Not to mention the big cities, at least in this small town he can hold his head high in front of his wife and daughter, and his social status is rising. Unconsciously watching the anime, Ash finally understood the dignity of the trainer after traveling in the real Pokémon world for a while. It is no exaggeration to say that if this town can produce a trainer who is one of the top 16 in the Indigo Plateau Conference, when he returns home, the mayor will probably have to hold a highest-level welcome ceremony to welcome him. Now Ash will definitely not be fooled by Anthony. This Infernape can definitely be cultivated as the main fighting Pokémon. Sent to Anthony, not to mention the qualification advancement. I am afraid that he is even confused about how to evolve Infernape into Forsaken, which is completely a waste of Infernape's talent. Humph, ignorant boy. The P1 fighting competition is not as simple as you think. You can try to participate. I am afraid you will be eliminated in the first round. After Ash's continuous setbacks, Anthony blushed and replied, 014110017 Fula 0845422200. Take Hitmonchan away to continue training? Although he wanted to beat Ash up, he was not stupid. Pokémon battle level is not high, but life experience is still there. Alliance registered trainer who can travel, accompanied by 2 female companions who claim to be gym trainers. He dare not bet whether the other party is lying, if the 2 female companions of the boy in front of him are really gym trainers. Then Hitmonchan in his hand is just a delivery? Don't be beaten by the other party when you don't win? That would be too embarrassing. This muscle, after all, can only be used to show off to his wife and daughter at home, and you can go out when you say you want to go out. You have to think carefully when you are outside. After all, if you are not careful, you may offend a big shot. Ash ignored the harsh words Anthony said before he left in disgrace. In the original story, Ash and Infernape can easily win the P1 fighting tournament, and now there is no need to consider it. After all, the P1 fighting tournament is just the smallest of the fighting tournament series held in a small town. With his command level 2.0 and the strength of Infernape, if he can't win the championship, there is no need to continue traveling. It is better to go back to Pallet Town to raise pigs. After all, there are Misty and Sabrina, 2 gym trainer level beauties, accompanying him, and they don't have to worry about food and clothing, and their life is extremely comfortable. After walking out of the open space where Anthony and Hitmonchan trained, Ash and the other 2 continued to move towards the town not far away. Seeing that everyone around was their own people, Misty finally couldn't help but ask, Ash, what exactly is the abandonment of his wife and daughter that you mentioned when targeting that uncle just now? Yes, you seem to know a lot about him. Sabrina also cast a curious look at Ash. At this time, there are no outsiders, and the 2 of them can also ask questions. Excuse me, everyone. My name is Rebecca. Excuse me, have you seen my father? He is the trainer who follows a Hitmonchan. He likes to wear a white vest and has been away from home with Hitmonchan for many days. My mother and I are very worried about him. Ash was about to explain to the 2 girls. He was interrupted by the red-haired girl who was walking towards him. Ash pointed to the way he came. Go a few kilometers in this direction, there is an open space, they are training there. Thank you so much. The girl named Rebecca bowed to Ash and thanked him, then hurried over there. After Rebecca left, Ash looked at Misty and spread his hands. Here, it literally means abandoning his wife and daughter. Bah, irresponsible man, I should have scolded him with you just now. Seeing that the daughter had come to 17, Misty immediately understood. She regretted not scolding with Ash. As for Sabrina, she looked at Ash with some curiosity. Ash, how do you know about their family affairs? I heard him say it himself. He is a guy who is still chasing his dreams at an old age. We met a similar person at the beginning of the trip. Ash gave a decisive explanation. Misty, who had experienced the Flint incident, immediately helped Ash and Sabrina to tell the story. After listening, Sabrina said it was reasonable. It can only be said that Ash's guess was quite accurate. Wu and Anthony's behavior are essentially similar. For Anthony, Ash's idea is to teach him a lesson. Let him realize the gap between ideal and reality. Honestly, return to ordinary life. After all, I used to be a Pokémon trainer, and it is easy to get a satisfactory job when I return to life. If I continue to pursue my dream, the end may be desertion from my friends and relatives. When I came to the town, I asked a passerby and learned that the P1 fighting competition would be held in 3 days. Ash decisively went to the registration office to register. As for the Pokémon registered for the competition, it was naturally Infernape. Although the P1 fighting competition did not seem to be of any help to Ash's next challenge to Indigo Alliance, the 2 women still supported him very much. The main reason was that Anthony's behavior of abandoning his wife and daughter was too bad. And she, one of them once had a happy family, and the other just had a happy family, naturally couldn't bear to see this. It is a good thing to pursue dreams, but it must be combined with the actual situation. The wife and daughter are innocent, and they are all implicated by his unattainable dream, and their lives are a mess. They hope that Ash will teach Anthony a lesson in the P1 fighting competition. It would be best if he can clearly realize the gap between the ordinary and the untalented. Destroy his dream and let him return to his family? If they didn't have fighting Pokémon, they would have signed up for the P1 fighting tournament. According to the rules of the P1 fighting tournament, although non-fighting Pokémon can be sent, it is forbidden to use skills other than fighting type and fighting technique. If a Pokémon does not meet the above conditions, it can only rely on its own melee ability to compete with other participating Pokémon, such as Charizard, Rock, and other Pokémon. Other Pokémon will still be at a disadvantage if they participate in the competition. Looking at all the Pokémon Misty holds, there is probably only one Wartortle among the water types that is barely qualified, and only a few close combat skills are useful. As for Sabrina, who specializes in Psychic type, let alone Psychic type Pokémon that is also fighting type, and it must be strong enough. In the Kanto region, there are very few Pokémon that can meet the above 2 conditions. All Ash could think of was the Mewtwo's form, not to mention whether it could come true. It was a bit too exaggerated to use a legendary beast to compete in such a small town competition. However, as long as it could teach Anthony a lesson, it didn't matter whether they went or not. The only thing they had to worry about at the moment was that Anthony was eliminated before he met Ash. It was not a complete loss, so they still felt hopeful and continued to pursue their dreams over and over again. However, Misty's worries were quickly rejected by Sabrina, who had Psychic. She said that she would definitely let Ash and Anthony meet in the P1 fighting competition. 3 days before the P1 fighting competition, Ash and the other two stayed in the town. Because the town was a bit remote and there was no Pokémon Center, and the nearest Pokémon Center was dozens of miles away, Ash and the others could not enjoy free food and accommodation as usual. They simply paid to stay in the hostel with the best environment in the town. A farmhouse villa, specially prepared food. The price is also very attractive. Fortunately, Ash is rich now. Hideki is thick. In fact, if it weren't for the convenience of treating Pokémon and seeing the gentle and beautiful Nurse Joy, Ash could have taken the two girls to live in a high-end hotel in a big city. There is no need to get Pokémon Alliance's stuff for free. There are still 320 days before the start of the P1 fighting competition. Ash has not slacked off in these 3 days. He said that he won the championship easily, but it doesn't mean he will relax. As a Pokémon trainer, it is a taboo to underestimate rival. Ash also made a series of special training plans for Infernape and started to implement them. After all, he just captured Infernape not long ago, and there are still many aspects that can be improved. Skill proficiency, reaction speed, and even fighting skills need to be strengthened. With Ash, a Pokémon Master level trainer, coaching personally, Infernape improves these aspects very quickly. Its fighting skills have also officially entered the house. Not only are the skills connected smoothly, but the ability to seize opportunities has also improved a lot. Not only that, Xiao Buletin also incorporated modern fighting techniques into Infernape. For example, using small swings to dodge enemy attacks, and then waiting for an opportunity to counterattack and punch. After the regular training, Ash would also take Infernape out of town to level up. There are not many wild Pokémon around the town, and the levels are generally low, but this does not bother Psychic Ash. After 3 days, he helped Infernape level up from 4.33 to 4.34. This leveling efficiency is something that Anthony's Hitmonchan would not even dare to think about. Ash was training, and Misty was also busy. Seduct did not participate in the training due to special circumstances. Her other Pokémon were all trained step by step according to the training plan specified by Ash. After all, she will inherit the Cerulean Gym in the future and become a Water-type Pokémon Master. It can't just be a lip service. Because of Ash's excellent level of training Pokémon, Misty's strength has improved a lot compared to the original plot. The only one who was relatively free was Sabrina. She was in a good mood and focused on her own Psychic every day, trying to perfectly master the balance point of mental power conversion Psychic. During the day, the three of them were busy with their own things, and they worked hard as trainers. At night, they sat together to communicate their feelings and have interesting interactions. Late at night was the time for Ash and Misty. Every time she felt sore all over the next day and couldn't get out of bed, Misty couldn't help but feel lucky that she didn't have the idea of monopolizing Ash. Maybe she had such an idea at the beginning. She was not happy that he would have another Stephanie in the future. Now it seemed that Ash's love alone was too heavy. To put it bluntly, she was already a little overwhelmed. After 3 days of hard training and upgrading, Ash would occasionally pay attention to the top-quality water Pokémon egg given by the system. But there was still no movement to this day. He was a little curious about what Pokémon was hatched. It couldn't be the same as Neza. This Pokémon egg has greatly exceeded the hatching cycle of ordinary Pokémon eggs. If it weren't for the system reward, he would even doubt whether there was something wrong with the egg. 3 days later, the P1 fighting competition finally officially started. It was just a small competition, and the fighting arena was also very simple. But for this small town, the P1 fighting competition held every 10 years is already a rare large-scale event. The townspeople's enthusiasm for watching the game is still very high. After successfully entering the venue with Misty, Ash got his own competition number plate with the registration certificate. Then he waited for the schedule to be released in the rest area with most of the backstage players. Anthony, who had a conflict with Ash a few days ago, was also there. At this moment, he seemed to be explaining something to Hitmonchan beside him. I think he was preparing for the P1 fighting competition. His eyes turned a little unfriendly when he looked at Ash and the other two. Of course, Ash would not give him a good look. It is worth mentioning that Anthony's daughter Rebecca was standing not far away. She had repeatedly persuaded her father to return to the family to no avail. She was bullied by her father and kept a certain distance from Anthony. She looked at her father Anthony with a look of hesitation. After all, it was a rare event in the town, and there were many contestants. It was mainly young people in their 20s. There were also uncles like Anthony, but they were rare. They basically came here to make themselves familiar. The eyes of the girls in the town were basically focused on the young guys. Old Deng, like Anthony, who devoted all his energy to the P1 fighting competition, but got nothing in more than 10 years, naturally no one paid attention to him. Ash was observing the others, and many people were observing him. Compared to Anthony, who had made no achievements in decades, other players were obviously more wary of Ash, who was accompanied by an extremely imposing Infernape. But looking at his overly young face, it was guessed that he should be the rookie trainer who had just started traveling this year. Even if this Infernape looked very strong, it would be easy for trainer to fall behind if he was not strong enough. They regarded Ash as a rookie who had a good family background and could cultivate several excellent Pokémon, but whose command level was a mess. The P1 fighting competition was indeed just a low-level fighting competition, but not everyone could easily reach the top. The favorites to win this competition were familiar to each other. It was obviously unrealistic for an outsider trainer who knew nothing to win the championship by defeating them. After all, in Pokémon battles, trainers who did more harm than good to Pokémon were often seen. As for Anthony, he kept showing off his muscles to other contestants except Ash, trying to overwhelm rival in terms of momentum before the game started. Soon the P1 fighting competition officially began. Ash, come on. It doesn't matter whether you win or not, you must teach that uncle a lesson. Ash smiled and nodded at the two women, and walked onto the stage. In the first match of the P1 fighting competition, his rival was a tall and thin man with squinty eyes. Also with squinty eyes, Xiaogang looked very decent, but this guy exuded a strong smell of vulgarity. The eyes staring at Ash were also full of hostility. I have been traveling so far, and I am still single. No one cares about him even if it is backward compatible. On the other hand, Ash, who is surrounded by two beautiful women with different styles, is very intimate with him. It is absurd that the tall and thin squinty man kept denouncing the injustice of the world in his heart. Then he sent out his Pokémon with a cold face. Poison type, Nidorina with normal body shape and color. Its evolved form is a frequent visitor in the P1 fighting competition. One of the favorite Pokémon of many fighting players. Ash sent Infernape to fight. Adhering to the mentality of not despising any enemy, he decisively commanded Infernape to launch a fierce attack. Under Infernape's hurricane-like comet punch at the beginning, Nidorina fell down before she could hold on for 10 seconds, and lost her fighting ability directly. This is too weak. Ash looked at the gloomy face and narrowed his eyes, and couldn't help complaining in his heart. If it weren't for the mission reward and teaching Anthony a lesson, there would be no point in participating in such a competition. But think about it and you can understand that after all, this is just a fighting competition in a small town. In the original plot, Ash, who was trained in the early stage and commanded a mess, could win the championship with Infernape, who didn't cooperate well. Rival was obviously not that strong. This also made Ash sigh that Anthony was really a waste. How dare he take Ash's Infernape away? In the original plot, Ash was too kind to give Infernape to him. It was a waste of Infernape's talent. In the fighting competition, one match after another continued. Ash and Infernape easily defeated various rivals and advanced to the finals. The rival in the finals happened to be Anthony, which made Ash very satisfied with Sabrina's arrangement. By manipulating the schedule through Psychic, Anthony encountered the weakest rival on the way to the finals. Even so, when he advanced to the semi-finals, he still almost lost to rival, and Sabrina almost couldn't help using Psychic. It can only be said that there is a reason why Anthony has not won the P1 fighting competition for more than 10 years. At this time, stepping onto the highest final stage of his life, Anthony only felt that his time had finally come. The moment of fulfilling his dream is coming. He felt as if he had divine help in all the way through, and he had completely got the script of the protagonist. Looking at the final rival Ash, he smiled contemptuously. He glanced at his daughter in the audience, and was proud. Let you not be optimistic about me? Today I will win this championship to show you that my talent is unquestionable. At the same time, many young contestants who had already excluded Anthony and Ash from the rival range of 577 became clowns at this moment. Unexpectedly, these two actually stood on the final stage. So, they quickly adjusted their emotions and shifted their attention to the damage comparison. They even began to discuss the winning rate of Anthony against Ash. Most of them concluded that Anthony 6, Ash 4. Anthony has more than 10 years of experience in the competition, although this is his first time to enter the final. At least he has rich experience in the competition. In comparison, Ash is not so reliable. As a rookie who just started his journey, whether he can maintain his mentality on the final stage is a very serious problem. If the emotional fluctuations are too large, it is very likely that there will be mistakes in command, and Anthony, an old man, will seize the opportunity to attack. If Ash had not won the promotion all the way, they would have given Ash a lower winning rate. Based on the current analysis, the only way Ash can win is to beat Teacher to death with random punches, and attack fiercely without giving Anthony a chance to react. Hitmonchan, this is our first time on the finals stage, we must seize the opportunity. Abby. In the field, Anthony and his Hitmonchan had a sensational conversation. Judging from his appearance, I wonder if he was so affectionate when he proposed to his wife. On the other hand, Ash, who looked calm and even played yawn, was completely different from him. Ash, come on. Because rival was the elderly player Anthony, the little girl from the same town cheered for Ash instead. Misty's voice was also mixed in. After a passionate conversation, Hitmonchan didn't have time to get into a fighting posture. He was hit hard by Ash's brick break and fell to the ground, losing his fighting ability directly. Hiss. The audience gasped. What the hell, is this the end? They analyzed it for so long off the field and concluded that Anthony had a higher chance of winning. As a result, his Hitmonchan was killed in an instant. At this moment, the audience supporting Anthony turned into clowns again. Good man, this is not an ordinary rookie training, it's just a little monster. I declare that the champion of this P1 fighting competition is Ash from Pallet Town, and his Infernape. The referee announced the result of the battle. Soon, the staff took a golden belt symbolizing the champion to the ring and put it on Infernape. Although it is not a prop produced by the system and has no attributes. But after Infernape put on this golden belt, it inexplicably felt a bit more powerful aura. As the champion of this P1 fighting competition, Ash undoubtedly became the focus of the audience. The townspeople did not hesitate to praise him. Even Ash was called the strongest P1 fighting champion in history. Just because his Infernape could easily defeat rival with one blow on the final stage, this championship came too easily. There was no such a strong champion in the past. As losers, Anthony and his Hitmonchan were naturally ignored. After all, competitive games have always been winner takes all. It can even be said that after more than a decade of hard work, the runner-up position lost to Ash was Anthony's best result. It's a pity that if he wants to participate in higher-level fighting events, the champion of the P1 fighting competition is just a stepping stone. After all, it's just a competition that can be held once a year in any small town, and his runner-up position is useless. After the game, Ash and Infernape accepted the championship photo together. Infernape was very happy touching the gold belt. It was a sharp contrast with its appearance. During the period, Ash borrowed Infernape's gold belt to observe it. The result was also disappointing. This gold belt is completely a showpiece, and only the appearance looks golden. Even the outer layer was reluctant to be plated with a layer of real gold, but chose to use paint instead, which made Ash sigh that the P1 fighting event organizer was really stingy. Hello Ash, I see your Infernape is extremely talented in fighting. I also remember you said before that your dream seems to be to become a Pokémon Master. This dream requires too much energy. And this Infernape is obviously more suitable for fighting events. I can't bear to see its talent being wasted. If so, I believe Infernape will not be happy. In order for Infernape to continue to shine in fighting events, Ash, why don't you let me train it? I believe I can definitely make it a top fighting Pokémon. Failed again, he still failed to face the reality. He still thought that this failure was just because Hitmonchan's talent was too far behind Infernape, and he had no problem at all. On the other hand, Ash had no experience in fighting events, but he could win the championship with that Infernape. Thinking carefully, his Infernape must be extraordinary. He didn't care about his face because he had evil thoughts. He started chatting with Ash, who had just scolded him not long ago. Ash is a trainer who just started traveling. He is not very experienced and his mind is not very mature. From the Pikachu standing on his shoulder, we can see that he is a trainer who loves Pokemon. It is just right to use the future of Infernape to carry out moral kidnapping. Even if the two of them had conflicts before, they are all minor matters. It is undoubtedly the most reasonable choice for Ash to put aside the past grudges and hand over Infernape to him for training. Anthony stared at Ash intently, with a pure greedy look in his eyes, which he concealed well. He pretended to do this for Ash's good. Ash put his hands in his pockets and watched Anthony's performance coldly. I didn't expect this old guy to be so shameless. Just lost to Ash in the finals, and turned around to try to trick the Pokemon that defeated him and won the championship from Ash. Ash immediately scolded him. If it wasn't him today but a fool, Infernape would really be tricked away by him. Anthony, who was a little embarrassed by Ash's scolding, was about to refute when Misty took over. She had long disliked Anthony, and now this old guy actually wanted to trick Infernape away from her boyfriend. The key is still playing the moral kidnapping trick? What do you mean Infernape's talent will be wasted in Ash's hands? In her opinion, any Pokemon that follows Anthony is unlucky. Compared to Ash, Xylu is direct and unscrupulous in output. The fact that Anthony could abandon his wife and daughter for a small P1 fighting competition was also revealed. This made the townspeople who thought Anthony pursued his dream with the consent of his family despise him immediately. At the scene, Anthony became a street rat for a moment. He was angry and was about to attack Misty. Ash immediately gave Sabrina a look. Sabrina understood what she meant and activated Psychic and Teleport to teleport him to another place. Well, you killed my father. Seeing this, Anthony's daughter Rebecca looked at Sabrina eagerly. She was watching the whole thing, knowing that her father was the one who was wrong, and felt guilty. Don't worry, I'm just teaching him a lesson. Sabrina snorted and replied coldly. She always looked down on scum like Anthony, especially now that he has set his sights on Ash. At the same time, several kilometers away, Anthony appeared in a river sky without any warning. Plop! The psychic attached to his body dissipated, and he fell directly into the river. He became a drowned chicken, in a miserable state. Ding! Complete the plot mission, use Infernape to participate in the P1 fighting competition and win the championship, without giving Anthony a chance. Task reward, Power Enhancing Potion, increases the power of Pokemon by 20% after use. At this time, Ash's mission reminder sounded at the right time. The event ended successfully. Ash refused to send Infernape, and won the championship with it. He also taught Anthony a lesson. Ash just felt happy. The matter was settled, and the group continued to head to Fuchsia City. After 2 days of traveling, the three of them settled in Black Cloud City on the way. This is an industrial city with extremely serious environmental pollution. It was once very prosperous, but due to the serious pollution caused by wastewater and waste residue discharged from the factory, soaring in the sky, rivers, and the sea were seriously polluted. Ash, the air here is too bad. It really is, it smells like Grimmer. Walking into this seriously polluted industrial city, Ash's mentality was still quite good. In the original plot, He had captured a Muk with very good qualifications here. That Muk also performed very well in the competition. Of course, leaving aside Muk's qualifications, Ash mainly wanted to see it and Professor Oak kissing. One of the classic scenes of the original edition cannot be missed. Sabrina, what's wrong with you? Are you feeling uncomfortable? At this time, Ash found that Sabrina beside him frowned and looked a little solemn, and asked immediately. The air quality in Black Cloud City is very poor, and Ash is also afraid Sabrina got sick because she was not feeling well. In the original plot, Pikachu also became listless when he arrived at Kurokumo City, but this time he gave it a panacea in advance. It made it temporarily immune to the negative contest condition. No, it's just that my psychic perception is giving me a warning. There is a very likely Pokémon with amazing strength living in this city, which is a great threat to us. Sabrina replied solemnly. She hasn't had this feeling for a long time. The Pokémon that can make her feel deeply threatened must be the Elite Peak or even the Champion-level Pokémon. But wild Pokémon of this strength are really rare? Oh, even you think it's a great threat? That's not a simple matter. After hearing Sabrina's words, Ash's eyes lit up. As an executive of Team Rocket, Sabrina's strength is definitely at the Elite Four level, and Psychic has a keen sense of smell. I think there must be a powerful Pokémon hidden in Black Cloud City. Considering that it can threaten Sabrina's existence, it may even be as powerful as his Ghastly. Such a powerful wild Pokémon, I wonder. Ding! Trigger limited mission. Please capture Zapdos temporarily staying in Black Cloud City before sunset today. Complete mission reward. Item Thunder Summoning Orb, which condenses the power of the electric law. After the Pokémon carries it, the power of electric type moves increases by 80%. Get points, 200 W. Before he finished speaking, a message suddenly flashed in his mind. It made Ash stunned. Limited mission to capture Zapdos? Good guy? In other words, the threat perceived by Sabrina is Zapdos? Although it is not Zapdos with the priesthood of God of Thunder, it is still a real legendary Pokémon. Good guy, does the system want me to be a legendary Pokémon? Accept this mission, there is no doubt about it. The only power station in Black Cloud City that can attract Zapdos. Based on the time limit of the mission, it will probably leave Black 6 City soon. In the original plot, Ash didn't meet Zapdos in Black Cloud City probably because the travel progress was relatively slow. Zapdos had already left when he arrived in Black Cloud City. Considering that this was a time-limited mission, Ash took Misty and Sabrina and set off towards the power station in Black Cloud City. While on the way, Ash was also calmly thinking about how to deal with wild Zapdos. Among the three mythical birds, it may be the one with the most bad temper. As a legendary mythical bird, its combat power must be far beyond ordinary electric Pokémon, and there are not many Pokémon in his hands that can restrain it. The best way is to use the Master Ball rewarded by the system for completing the mission in Pokémon Academy to capture it. It's not too late to cultivate intimacy later. Considering that the top-grade Master Ball is too precious, Ash can only treat it as the last trump card and never use it unless it is absolutely necessary. Is this Zapdos? The legendary bird. The Black Cloud Power Plant was about a few hundred meters away from the Electrify Tower. Ash and the other two could already see Zapdos temporarily staying on the Electrify Tower. Misty's beautiful eyes widened, her face full of shock. She didn't expect that the threat Sabrina mentioned was actually the legendary Pokémon Zapdos, right in this power plant, and they just happened to see it. Of course, it could also be no coincidence. Misty suddenly recalled Ash's actions just now. When Sabrina first mentioned it, he wasn't that excited. But somehow, after a while, he seemed to have noticed something. Ash excitedly took them to the power plant. It can only be said that even though the two had already been frank with each other, they had basically done all the embarrassing things. Ash was still very mysterious in his eyes, as if he was shrouded in fog and couldn't see clearly. And this sense of mystery also made her fall deeper and deeper. Pikachu looked at Zapdos, who was standing proudly on the top of the Electrify Tower and constantly absorbing electricity. Feeling the strong pressure from Zapdos, its eyes were full of longing, imagining that one day it could become as powerful as it. Pokémon, Zapdos, level 4.67. Ash's attention was all on Zapdos at the moment, but he didn't notice the changes in Misty and Pikachu's expressions. Level 4.67, fortunately it is still at the champion level, relying on Ghastly to barely compete. If it reaches the third level of God, then he can only crush grip the Dragon Crystal given to him by the super ancient Dragonite, and ask for help from others. But there is a hidden danger in doing so. After all, the super ancient Dragonite is not Ash's Pokémon. If he calls it over, it can really beat Zapdos. With Zapdos's arrogant and indifferent temperament, he will not be convinced. It will probably be more extreme than the old spray in the original plot, chasing after him as soon as it is released from the Pokeball. It is quite troublesome without emotional foundation. There is a spray in his system space that can increase the intimacy of Pokémon, but it is a bit wasteful to use it on Lightning. So Ash plans to try to challenge Zapdos first. If it doesn't work, he can only call Dragonite over. After all, the Zapdos on Shamude Island has a divine position, and catching it easily may cause abnormal weather in the Pokémon world. This time, it is not easy to meet this wild Zapdos. If you miss it, it is hard to say whether you will have the chance to meet it again in the future. Although system props are precious, it is obviously more important to be able to convert them into real-time combat power. After all, Zapdos is a divine bird. It is still very high-end in the Pokémon world. After making up his mind, Ash released Ghastly and challenged Zapdos directly. Ghastly, Mean Look, cut off its retreat. Ash decisively ordered Ghastly to use Mean Look to prevent Zapdos from ignoring them and leaving the hospital. Cry. At the top of the Electrify Tower, Zapdos, who was stared at by the dark and ominous vertical pupils in front of Ghastly, let out a sharp scream. It wanted to leave directly, but it was aroused with anger and immediately prepared to teach Ash and the others a lesson. The wings flapped, and lightning and thunder flashed in an instant. The dazzling golden spark descended from the sky and struck Ghastly and Thunder Shock. The less powerful electric move was used by Zapdos at this moment, but it was very powerful. Ordinary Pokémon Thunder probably didn't have such a large scale, although it realized that Ghastly's level was not much different from its own. But as the pride of the divine bird, it didn't take Ash's Ghastly seriously at all and thought of teaching its king a lesson. After knocking it down, leave the power plant. Zapdos' arrogant and underestimating the enemy is exactly what Ash wants. After all, Ghastly is much inferior to Zapdos in terms of level and talent. If you want to defeat it, you have to rely on various favorable conditions. Use Hypnosis after dodge, Ghastly. Since Zapdos underestimated the enemy, then he must catch it off guard. Ash quickly gave it instructions in Ghastly's mind through Psychic's telepathy. Ghastly moved sideways for a long distance to avoid the Thunder Shock attack and directly launched Hypnosis. Hypnosis is its specialty after all. Zapdos fell into its trap with one careless move. Ghastly, use Curse. Watching Zapdos fall to the ground and fall into a coma, Ash decisively ordered. Ghost skills have always been known for their cunning and changeable nature, and Curse's blood-reducing effect is even more of a magical skill that can defeat the strong with the weak. The moment Curse is launched, Ghastly's stamina was instantly deducted by half. As the recipient of the curse, Zapdos would lose 1/4 of its maximum stamina at regular intervals. Then, as long as he could delay long enough, he could defeat Zapdos who was hit by the curse. Ghastly, use Dream Eater next. Seeing that Ghastly was consuming a lot of stamina, Ash commanded it to use Dream Eater to absorb Zapdos' stamina to restore itself. However, the huge amount of stamina deducted by the curse instantly made Zapdos wake up from his sleep and completely fiery wrath. Putting away the mentality of simply teaching Ghastly a lesson, a thunder shot directly at Ghastly. Rumble. At this moment, the entire soaring in the sky seemed to darken. Only the dazzling golden thunder could be seen. Oops. Bulbasaur, use Protect. Seeing that the situation was not good, Ash immediately sent Bulbasaur out. Seed. Bulbasaur, who faced the challenge, rushed to in front of Ghastly. He decisively propped up the Cyan energy barrier to resist the thunder attack. The golden lightning poured down on the protective barrier without reservation. Unlike in the game, Protect's barrier can be broken by special skills such as Feint and Superpower. Of course, this requires extremely high Pokémon to launch the attack, and it must be overwhelming to penetrate the barrier. Crack. Without suspense, facing Zapdos' thunder bombardment. After only about 2 seconds, Bulbasaur's energy barrier was penetrated and his figure was submerged by golden lightning. Bulbasaur. What a powerful thunder trick. Ash's pupils shrank sharply and his expression was a little stiff. This time he miscalculated. Who would have thought that Protect's barrier could be penetrated? This is when Zapdos has not yet fully grown up and entered the 3rd level God realm. It can only be said that legendary Pokémon are so terrifying. The lightning faded. A big pit appeared in front of Ash, and inside the pit was Bulbasaur, who was covered in wounds but still standing. Bulbasaur, it. Sabrina, who was watching Ash command Pokémon to fight Zapdos with Pikachu, had her eyes wide open and could not take her eyes off. A storm was brewing in her heart. Ash was actually fighting against the legendary bird. Bulbasaur took a thunder directly. It was too strong. Sabrina, who had seen a lot, was not surprised, but there was a faint flash of psychic in her beautiful eyes. She made sure that she could save Ash smoothly when he lost the battle with Zapdos. Come back, Bulbasaur. Ash decisively took back Bulbasaur and continued to command Ghastly and Zapdos to fight back and forth. Although he tried his best to dodge, he was still inevitably hit several times. Zapdos' ferocity was far beyond Ash's expectations. At this time, Ghastly's figure became a little blurry. Perhaps if it receives another thunder shock, it will lose its combat capability. And the Zapdos it faces has only experienced the negative effects of 2 curse damages. The strong physical strength of the bird allows it to hold on for a while. 17. The situation is extremely unfavorable for Ash and Ghastly. Ash gritted his teeth and stared at Zapdos in the sky with a slightly gloomy face. Judging from the current situation, Ghastly may not be able to hold on until Zapdos is attacked by the 3rd curse. Level gap, plus talent gap? The gap between ordinary Pokémon and legendary Pokémon is very obvious, and it is much larger than Ash thought. Even if Ash is making plans and making the most of the ghost Pokémon's treacherous and changeable ability, taking advantage of the time and place, it can only be fought to this extent. A trace of contempt flashed across Zapdos' eyes, and flashed around him. Prepare to use another thunder to eliminate Ghastly. Golden thunder descended from the sky, striking Ghastly who had no chance to dodge. Ash, who had been frowning, had a glimmer of light in his eyes. He once again used telepathy to command. Thank you for your hard work, Ghastly. Use the last destiny bond. Seeing that thunder was about to hit Ghastly, and the battle was about to end, Zapdos also relaxed his vigilance again. It was at this moment that Gastly, who had been showing weakness for a long time, used the last and most deadly counterattack, Destiny Bond. There is a saying that you can't relax in the battle with ghost Pokémon until the last moment. Moreover, Ash, who has telepathy, makes Gastly's Destiny Bond more difficult to guard against. In Pokémon battles, when fighting against trainers with higher command levels, they will guard against various strange skills of the ghost system, and the Destiny Bond that needs to be called out is actually difficult to work. In any case, there will be a time for the opponent to react. But when Destiny Bond is combined with telepathy, it is hard to defend against it. Boom! The golden lightning strikes Gastly, and before it completely loses its ability to fight, Gastly shoots a red light that also hits the defenseless Zapdos in soaring in the sky. Destiny Bond is activated, and Zapdos, with a painful expression, falls straight to the ground. Both sides lose their ability to fight at the same time. However, from a strategic point of view, Ash wins completely. Defeat rival with a weak, and it is a legendary Pokémon like Zapdos. Although this Zapdos has not yet entered the 3rd level God level, its talent is also the most ordinary among the legendary beasts. But a legendary beast is still a legendary beast after all. If the result of Ash's battle with Bulbasaur, Gastly and Zapdos, which ended in a loss, was disclosed, it would be enough to shock the entire Pokémon world. Thank you for your hard work, buddy. And Bulbasaur too. Instead of rushing to subdue Zapdos, who fainted on the ground, Ash first took back Gastly, who had also lost his ability to fight, into his Pokeball. Hanging the Pokeball containing Gastly back to his waist, took out an empty Pokeball and threw it at Zapdos. Puff! However, the moment the Pokeball touched Zapdos, it was shattered and exploded by the arc of electricity that passed through its body. Ash stared at Zapdos, who had lost his ability to fight, with a slight flash in his eyes. It can only be said that it is worthy of being a legendary Pokémon. He took off his backpack, took out the prepared top-grade insulating ball, and threw it at Zapdos again. This time, sparks still blasted at the insulating ball, but it was completely unmoved and hit Zapdos. Zapdos's magical body immediately turned into a red light and was sucked into the Pokeball. After a violent shake, the red light went out. Legendary Pokémon Zapdos, successfully captured. Pokémon, Zapdos. Attribute, Electricity, Flying. Qualification, Skills, Thunder Wave, Thunder Shock, Light Screen, Thunder, Agility, etc. Ability, Oppression. Carrying props, none. Ability Oppression, can bring great oppression to the enemy, and there is a chance that the opponent's Pokémon cannot release skills. One of the most common abilities of the legendary beast. It is worth mentioning that in the qualification column should represent a level above gold. Although the system cannot accurately rate the legendary beast, fortunately 550 Ash knows the information about the legendary beast. Among the 3 legendary birds in the Pokémon world, only the 3 with divine duties in Shamude Island can be called legendary beasts. The other legendary birds, despite their title of legendary beasts, are still slightly inferior in strength. Of course, in the original plot, even if they mastered the divine duties, the 3 stupid birds were not very impressive, and they were all caught by a human collector. However, it is completely different to deal with a wild legendary bird and a legendary bird with a trainer. Zapdos has a comprehensive skill set, basically covering all the skills suitable for it in the electric and flying series. The intimacy is normal, but it has also reached the normal intimacy level of Pokémon captured through battles, and it should not turn against it. After a long time of getting along, it should be gradually accumulated. Although Ash defeated it in a 2v1 situation, it was at least defeated head-on, and Bulbasaur did not appear for a long time. It is not that kind of despicable group fighting tactic. This also makes Zapdos very appreciative of Ash's command level, and naturally there will be no situation where the Pokémon will not be disobedient after being captured. It's just that the intimacy is indeed much lower than that of his other Pokémon. After Zapdos joined the team, the number of champion-level Pokémon in Ash's hand has reached 2, which is more or less considered a strong one. Ding. Limited mission, conquer Zapdos who is temporarily staying in Black Cloud City before sunset today, completed. Mission reward, item Thunder Summoning Orb, which condenses the power of the electric law. When Pokémon carries it, the power of electric type moves will be increased by 80%. Points obtained, 200 W. The item reward is stored in the system space and can be taken out at any time. As Zapdos was conquered, the prompt sound of mission completion sounded in Ash's mind at the right time. Points, 284 W. So cool? After conquering Zapdos, I also obtained its amplification item. The balance of points soared to 284 W. Ash was in a particularly good mood. Little Ash, you not only defeated Zapdos but also conquered it. At this time, Misty, who came close to Ash, stretched out her hand and pulled his sleeve, stammering. The words were full of disbelief. At this moment, Misty seemed to have watched a powerful movie performance. Everything that happened today was far beyond her expectations. First, after Sabrina's reminder, they encountered the legendary Pokémon Zapdos, and then Ash was so fierce that he commanded Gastly and Bulbasaur to fight Zapdos. The key point was that not only did they win in the end, but Ash also put Zapdos into the Pokeball. If this cool male protagonist plot was made into a movie, I'm afraid the audience would criticize it for being too exaggerated. This is Zapdos, one of the 3 sacred birds of Kanto. The powerful Pokémon that controls thunder in the legend was actually conquered by Ash like this? Pika. As an electric Pokémon, Pikachu, who knows the power of Zapdos, now admires Ash even more. The legendary Pokémon still lost to Ash. Then if I follow Ash to travel, I may reach the height of legendary Pokémon in the future? The only one who is relatively calm is Sabrina. But before the battle, she didn't think Ash could beat Zapdos. In her opinion, Ash's strongest Ghastly had no chance of winning against Zapdos. The result of both sides losing in the end did prove Ash's value as a Pokémon trainer. Misty, stop looking at me like a monster. It is indeed a real Zapdos, but it is not the legendary bird in Kanto, it is just one of its tribesmen. If it is the legendary god of thunder, at least I dare not challenge it now. Ash looked at Misty, who was surprised and had an exaggerated expression. He stretched out his hand to pinch her cheek and explained with a smile. After listening to his explanation, Ash nodded subconsciously. But the shock in his eyes did not fade. She didn't know if this was considered Ash being too modest. But even if it is not the legendary three-legged bird, it is a real Zapdos. And its strength is so strong that it is probably not inferior to the main Pokémon of the current Elite Four in Kanto. And Ash has only been traveling for a short time, and he has even captured Pokémon of this level. The key is not only Zapdos, but he also has a Ghastly that can compete with Zapdos. This is really outrageous. As the gym leader of Cerulean Gym, she was deeply shocked by Ash. Hey, Misty, it's just a Zapdos, there's no need to be so surprised. When I capture a more powerful Pokémon in the future, it won't be too late for you to be surprised. Misty pouted immediately after hearing this. Tisk, you're just bragging. It's a miracle that you can meet a Ho-Oh and catch a Zapdos in your life. Ordinary trainers can see a Pokémon in their lifetime. Ash, you actually want to capture more Pokémon, you're really too greedy. Misty's face was full of disbelief. How about we make a bet? If I win, you have to agree to some of my requests in the future. Tisk, let's bet. I don't believe you can still encounter a Pokémon. This is not an ordinary Pokémon that is everywhere. As long as you can capture a Pokémon in the future, I can agree to anything you want. Misty was full of confidence, as if she was sure of winning. However, Ash was already smiling from ear to ear. He had even started planning his future happy life. Now he could unlock many new positions. After capturing Zapdos, Ash's carrying slot was full again. After some consideration, Ash temporarily teleported Melodic back. Currently, Ash's Pokémon are Zapdos, Ghastly, Pikachu, Charmeleon, Bulbasaur and Infernape. After all, he had just captured Zapdos, so he needed some time to develop intimacy. At least they had to cooperate well in battle. Charmeleon and Infernape were the main Pokémon to be cultivated in the future. Charmeleon only needed a hearty battle to stimulate it to evolve into Charizard. Infernape needed to upgrade its level as soon as possible, learn the Rage Fist, and then use the Rage Fist 20 times in a row to evolve to the final form of the Forsaken. Its purple qualification was also a big flaw, but fortunately it was close to the monthly refresh time of the system store. I just hope that next month the system store will be able to spawn a potion that can improve the qualifications of Infernape, so that it can be used with the strength potion. Suppressing his thoughts, Ash planned to go to the Pokémon Center first to restore the physical strength of Zapdos, Ghastly, and Bulbasaur. Especially Bulbasaur and Ghastly, who were hit by Zapdos's thunder, and I'm afraid they need a full-body checkup. Although it was dark, the lights in Black Cloud City were still bright, and the power plant was still operating normally. I think it was because of Zapdos's existence that the Muk's actions had not yet begun. Obviously, it is not the time to subdue Muks yet. What? At the same time, Pallet Town? Professor Oak rubbed his hands and was about to serve the fragrant instant noodles in the pot. The computer beeped, and a Pokeball was teleported. Hey, why did it happen at this time? Ash's Pokémon? I'm curious about what Pokémon he has captured. Putting down the instant noodles, Professor Oak took out the Pokeball from the teleporter and opened it. Bang! With a muffled sound, the huge Flash Melodic appeared in the laboratory. Flash. Flash Melodic. Ash actually captured such a rare Pokémon. Professor Oak stared at the beautiful figure in front of him in amazement, and his expression quickly became extremely excited. All the Pokémon that Gary has captured so far in his travels may not be as valuable for research as Ash's Flash Melodic. Little Ash, your Pokémon has recovered. At the Pokémon Center in Black Cloud City, Nurse Joy handed Pikachu and other Pokeballs to Ash and said. Her voice was as sweet as ever, but now it was mixed with some uncontrollable trembling. God knows how shocked she was when she opened the insulating ball and saw the Pokémon inside. It turned out to be Zapdos, the legendary Pokémon. It was actually captured by the boy in front of him who looked like a trainer who had just set off on a journey this year. At this moment, Nurse Joy, who handed all the Pokémon to Ash, felt that a megastar was shining brightly. This Indigo Plateau conference might become his performance stage? Thank you Nurse Joy, please help us check in. Ash thanked Nurse Joy, picked up Pikachu and put it on his shoulder. He hung all the other Pokeballs back on his waist, and then he had to check in. No problem, 3 people, 3 rooms, right? I'll check you in right away. 2 rooms, one of which should be bigger. Ash interrupted Nurse Joy and said, hey, 1 room. Nurse Joy seemed a little surprised, and her eyes quickly swept over the 2 women next to Ash. 647 Sabrina, who was calm and composed, and Misty, whose face was slightly red, formed a sharp contrast. Nurse Joy, who reacted quickly, completed the formalities and indicated that the 3 people could check in directly. This is still a rookie trainer. Tisk tisk, young people nowadays are really precocious. After the 3 left, Nurse Joy couldn't help but shake her head and sigh, and then continued to work. At the Pokémon Center in Black Cloud City, Ash and the others took a beautiful scald bath after checking into the room. After a tiring journey, they finally got a little relaxation. The idle Ash began to coach Misty's action performance talent. Misty's talent in yoga was obviously very poor, and even after practicing countless times, her level was still very poor. However, this kind of restraint of a young girl was also a different taste in Ash's eyes. This made Ash, a teacher, very pleased, and he planned to win the game with the second beast when he captured it. Misty's bet, get more permissions. Then, wait until Misty is tired and falls asleep. Ash quietly gets up and goes to the battlefield in the courtyard of the Pokémon Center. BHFC, it was late at night, and there was no one around. Ash directly released Zapdos and Infernape. Both guys have bad tempers. Ash quickly made a silent gesture, indicating that they should not make too much noise. After some explanation, Ash took out the Thunder Ball and the Strength Enhancement Potion from the system space. Give Infernape drugs first. Infernape is very excited to know that taking drugs can make it stronger. Ordinary people can only see the fierce light in his eyes, but there is a look of covet and expectation. Waving his fist, indicating that he is ready. Looking at Infernape's appearance, Ash smiled slightly. Pulling the cork off the bottle, put the blue potion in front of it. Infernape took a sip of the Strength Enhancement Potion. Swallow, then the muscles began to expand rapidly, and the momentum continued to rise. It finally calmed down after reaching a critical point. Whoosh! Feeling the increase in strength, Infernape happily waved his fist at Ash, feeling the gusts of wind blowing in his face. Ash shook his head and put Infernape back into the Pokeball with a wry smile. Sure enough, fighting-type Pokémon are all muscular and reckless. Let it go back to the Pokeball to calm down. After solving the problem of Infernape's increase, Ash looked at Zapdos, who had just captured today. Cry. Zapdos, noticing Ash's gaze, chirped softly. Its attitude towards him is not close, but not distant. Zapdos does not reject Ash as its trainer, but as a proud member of the mythical beast race, it is difficult for it to put down its airs and show closeness to Ash. Even if Ash only relied on Ghastly and Bulbasaur, 2 ordinary Pokémon, to capture it. It's like a lady from an ancient family fell in love with a poor scholar with a lot of knowledge. She recognizes your talent in her heart, but still has to put on her airs. Ash doesn't care so much. Since he has captured it, he has to listen to him 100%. There are so many rare and powerful Pokémon in the Pokémon world. Although Zapdos is a legendary Pokémon, it is also a relatively weak one among legendary Pokémon. Its species strength is even lower than that of quasi-god Pokémon. If there is no Zapdos who has obtained the divine post in the tribe to save face, and the 3 legendary birds have always been elusive, they have been praised as supernatural by word of mouth. Putting aside all kinds of halos, the quasi-god Pokémon with excellent training at the same level may not be weaker than the 3 legendary birds. Zapdos is more arrogant, similar to Misty. Ash naturally has a way to control it. He waved the thunder summoning orb in front of Zapdos. Zapdos's originally arrogant and disdainful expression immediately changed. He stared at the lightning ball in Ash's hand with a fiery gaze, his eyes full of covet and expectation. His intuition told him that the ball in Ash's hand contained powerful electric-type energy, and his strength would be greatly improved after he got it. Not only him, but also any electric Pokémon would be attracted by such a magical item as the lightning ball. Pikachu. Pikachu's eyes were also a little blurred on Ash's shoulder. Although it already had an exclusive item Light Ball, Pokémon spirits can only carry one item. As long as they are not the same items, the effects can be superimposed. Pikachu, what do you think of this lightning ball? Pikachu. Pikachu, who noticed the hint in Ash's eyes, immediately sang a duet with Ash. It looked like it wanted to get the thunder summoning orb very much. This also made Zapdos realize that it was not the only one who could use this thunder summoning orb. Cry. Without much hesitation, Zapdos came close to Ash and called him twice affectionately. In front of Ash's sugar-coated bullets, it finally lowered its proud head as a divine beast. Ash smiled and stroked the prickly bird head with his hand. It felt bad, but he was very happy in his heart. After all, Zapdos's rare attribute was here. It can only be said that the sense of accomplishment of touching the head of the divine bird and Pidgeot is obviously incomparable. Ding! Zapdos carries the lightning ball, and the intimacy is increased to 200. As Ash gave the lightning ball to Zapdos, it immediately felt that its body was full of electricity, and dazzling golden sparks flashed all over its body, illuminating the surrounding area. Zapdos quickly suppressed the idea of trying out moves on the spot. After it carried the lightning ball, the intimacy also soared to 200. According to the posture, after a period of getting along, it is not a problem to increase it to the full value of 255. It can only be said that Ash's combination of punches on Zapdos is very effective. First, he defeated it head-on and subdued it. Then he took out the top-quality item lightning ball that was enough to captivate it. Even if Zapdos is so arrogant, he can only put down his divine beast-style frame and return to his heart. He took back the Zapdos Pokeball, which was as dazzling as a high-frequency lighting device and flashing with lightning. Ash couldn't help but sigh at the terrifying power increase of the lightning ball on the electric Pokémon, and even the divine bird could not resist the captivation. I hope I can get another thunder summoning orb like this in the future, and equip it to Pikachu in the future. As a Pokémon with the aura of the protagonist, if 2 top quality items can be stacked, Pikachu's future prospects will only be greater than Zapdos. Since it is his Earl Dervish Pokémon, it is not too much to carry 2 top quality electrical items. Putting away his thoughts, Ash looks forward to triggering a task with a thunder summoning orb as a reward item in the future. Of course, it is also acceptable if it can be bought from the system store. After finishing the work, Ash carefully returned to the Pokémon Center, returned to the room, took off his clothes and got into bed. Misty, who was originally sleeping soundly with a round pillow, was confused and felt the warm breath around her. She immediately turned over and entangled Ash like an octopus. Ash suppressed the rising blood, closed his eyes and forced himself to calm down. Waited for 2 days at the Pokémon Center in Black Cloud City. Because of the serious pollution, Sabrina and Misty basically stayed in the Pokémon Center and rarely went out. Ash took the opportunity to quietly accompany the Pokémon for special training, and finally waited for the blackout in Black Cloud City on the 3rd day. In the original plot, it was the Grimmer group that blocked the seawater intake of the Black Cloud City power plant, causing the power plant to be unable to generate electricity normally. This also means that he can capture the Muk. Ding! Triggered the plot task, capture Muk and help the power plant restore power. Task reward, Premium Grimmer block. After carrying it, the stench emitted by Muk will become twice the original, and its poison skills will increase by 60%. Hearing the system prompt that came to his mind, Ash was stunned. The reward turned out to be Muk's exclusive prop, Premium Grimmer block. This prop seems to be only available to Grimmer or Muk. Moreover, at the cost of double the stink, its bonus to poison-type skills is 10% higher than that of ordinary top-grade items. Ash interrupted his thoughts and showed a strange smile on his face. Double the stink, how bad must it be? He couldn't wait to see Professor Oak's reaction after seeing Muk. Misty, do you want to go to the power plant? Ash looked at Misty who was sitting on the sofa playing with a few Pokémon. Why go to the power plant again? And Zapdos? How is it possible? The culprit who caused the power outage in the whole city may be hiding there. I plan to find it out. Is that so? Ash, go ahead. I'll wait for you here. You were so barbaric yesterday that you almost broke me apart. I'm so sore all over now and don't want to go anywhere. Okay, then you can rest. Ash patted Misty's shoulder, then put on his coat, called Pikachu, and left the room. In the corridor, he ran into Sabrina who just opened the door. Why, do you need to go out for something? Well, to deal with the power outage. Does Nurse Joy or Officer Jenny need your help? No, the citywide power outage was caused by a Grimmer tribe led by a Muk, and I plan to subdue that Muk. Then I'll go with you. After leaving the Pokémon Center, Ash summoned Pidgeot directly. He flew himself and Sabrina to the power plant quickly. They arrived at the power plant in less than 5 minutes. After landing in the power plant, Ash took back the Pidgeot and ignored the Magnemite floating around in the power plant. Please give me flowers. Ash turned on the psychic scan, completely covering the entire power plant, and quickly screened it. Successfully found the Grimmer tribe that blocked the seawater intake. As they approached the Grimmer tribe, a foul smell came straight to their noses. Sabrina frowned slightly and quickly deployed Psychic to form a stance to block all the foul smells outside. Finally, Infernape was released again, so that Pikachu would be alert at all times. The level of the Grimmer blocking this place was not too high, but the key was that there were enough speeds, which was just right for Infernape to level up. In this way, under Ash's command, Infernape began his own leveling journey. Pokémon, Infernape 4.34 upgraded to 4.36. 0. After defeating another group of Grimmer blocking the road, Infernape's level was upgraded by 2 levels in a row, and he learned the Fist of Rage. After putting away the Infernape that was overexhausted, Ash commanded Pikachu to knock out the remaining Grimmer with the Thunder Shock of mediocre power. The huge commotion caused by Ash soon attracted Muk, the leader of the Grimmer tribe. Muk wanted to get back the place for his subordinates. Ash was waiting for it, and immediately commanded Pikachu to launch a fierce attack on it. Muk soon lost his ability to fight and was directly subdued by the Pokeball thrown by Ash. After taming Muk, Ash chose to teleport Infernape back first. Since it has learned the Fist of Rage, Infernape has the conditions to evolve into Forsaken. It is time to go to Professor Oak's courtyard and settle down. It is not too late to call it back when it is needed. Pokémon, Muk. Level, 4.38. Attribute, Poison. Qualification, Red. Skills, Poison Gas, Mud Slap, Sludge, Mud Shot, Toxic, Body Slam, etc. Ability, Stink. Items, none. Red qualification, plus a high level of 4.38, this Muk really did not disappoint Ash. It is just a little bit short of catching up with Pikachu, but the ability of Stink makes him want to laugh. Stink plus the double stinky of the exclusive item? It can only be said that Professor Oak is blessed this time. Ding! Complete the story mission, conquer Muk, help the power plant restore power. Mission reward, Premium Grimmer block. After carrying it, the stench emitted by Muk will become twice as much as before, and its poison skills will be increased by 60%. The props have been stored in the system space and can be taken out at any time. Ash drove away the Grimmer group, conquered Muk, the seawater intake returned to normal, and the power plant started to operate again. Black Cloud City also restored power supply. A prompt of mission completion sounded in Ash's mind at the right time, and the reward Grimmer block was also obtained. He took out the premium Grimmer block from the system space. The size of an evolution stone, deep black. There is no unpleasant odor. Then Ash released the newly conquered Muk from the Pokeball. 633 Grimmer. Muk has a very high personality, and the intimacy after being conquered is much higher than that of ordinary Pokemon. Naturally accepted his transformation from a wild Pokemon to a trainer owner. It immediately moved towards Ash, wanting to get close to him. But its closeness is something that ordinary people can bear. Its foul body odor and poisonous body are the main reasons why it has always been unpopular and not many trainers are willing to subdue it. Even trainers who specialize in poison types are actually very few willing to subdue them. Even though Muk's species strength is as high as 500, it ranks among the top among many poison-type Pokemon. It can be said that those who are willing to train them and can tolerate the stench are all mega-powerful trainers. Ash is just such a person. After a thin layer of psychic is attached to the surface of his body, he can no longer smell the smell of Muk. As for the toxin, it is fine as long as it does not come into contact with nature. For Ash, who is a psychic, Muk's two major drawbacks have been solved, the only thing is that it is still too ugly. Fortunately, Ash is a practical person and not a looker. Walking in front of Muk, he tried to reach out and touch it. With a little force, it sank directly into the quicksand. After a while, Ash pulled his hand out. He put his hand to the tip of his nose and smelled it. Because of the psychic barrier, there was indeed no smell at all, and it felt no different from ordinary plasticine. Ash nodded with satisfaction. He gave the exclusive prop Grimmer block to Muk to carry. A stronger stench and an ominous dark purple light lingered around Muk. Double stench, this talent is quite powerful. After all, the trainer who will fight with him in the future, as long as he is not a psychic, will be nauseated and dizzy by this stench. In Pokémon battles, it is quite rare for a Pokémon to attack the opponent's Pokémon trainer after appearing. After putting Muk back into the Pokeball, Ash, who had been busy at the power plant for a long time, took Sabrina back to the Pokémon Center. On the way, Sabrina was rarely talkative. Perhaps she was only interested in talking when she was alone with Ash. Back in the room, Misty curiously asked about the culprit who caused the power outage at the power plant. Ash told her about his and Sabrina's encounter with the Grimmer tribe. The whole process of taming was relatively simple. What puzzled Misty was why Ash didn't have any odor after encountering Muk. Of course, she just thought about it in her mind and didn't ask. The next morning, the incident in Black Cloud City ended. Master Ash continued to move towards Fuchsia City. On the way, he encountered the incident of Diglett in the reservoir. After the incident with Lan Pulkai, Ash also became a little famous in the Alliance. By calling Officer Jenny, the Alliance intervened and ordered the construction party to build the reservoir in another place. The problem of the Diglett tribe's home being destroyed due to the construction of the reservoir was solved. On the third day of solving the Diglett incident, Ash and his party finally arrived in front of a slightly quaint mansion in the eastern suburbs of Fuchsia City. Very ninja-style decoration. This is the Fuchsia Gym. Ash, is this the Fuchsia Gym? It looks very old. Standing at the entrance of the gym, Misty couldn't help but complain. Before that, she only knew that the Fuchsia Gym was not in Fuchsia City, but in the mountains and forests in the suburbs, and the location was relatively remote. But she didn't know that this gym was so old, and it didn't look like the decoration of Hideki's official gym at all. It looked more like a folk group like AJ, the Beast Master, who specialized in tricking passers-by trainers into being their sparring partners. That's right, Misty. This is the Fuchsia Gym. It's remote and old mainly because the gym owner here is a ninja who advocates training one's will through a difficult environment. His real strength is very strong. He probably only sees the identity of the gym owner as a kind of training. Ash explained to Misty. To be praised by Ash like this, it seems that the gym owner of this gym is really strong. Misty was a little surprised. She didn't know much about the Fuchsia Gym. Well, I also know the gym owner of this gym. I'm afraid he is currently striving for the Elite Four seat in the Chengdu region. But Ash can rest assured that he will never send out his main Pokemon against the gym challenger. Sabrina on the side also explained aloud. Ash's eyes flickered slightly when he heard this. As the former Rocket Team executive, Sabrina told him the real strength of Koga. Attack the Elite Four of Chengdu region? 1.5 I can only say that Team Rocket is a thriving evil organization in Kanto, which is recognized as having the strongest Elite Four in each region. Any executive is as strong as the leaders of villain organizations in some regions. Ash is relatively calm. Misty was shocked when she heard that the Fuchsia Gym leader actually had the strength to hit the Elite Four level. When her parents were in charge of the Cerulean Gym, it was still one of the top gyms in the Kanto region, but her parents were still far from the Elite Four. The entire Cerulean Gym has only produced one water-type elite in its history. That was hundreds of years ago. At this moment, she couldn't help but feel a little fortunate that the gym leader would not send out the main force when facing the challenger. Otherwise, even Ash would probably have a hard time passing this level. The three of them walked into the Fuchsia Gym. Ash used his psychic to explore everything around him. In the original plot, the Fuchsia Gym was full of traps, and Aya, the sister of the gym owner Koga, was probably watching from behind. Although the starting point of this test was good, it could test the Pokémon trainer's sense of crisis, on-the-spot reaction, and observation. But when this kind of trap that looks like a prank falls on you, it always makes you feel a little uncomfortable. After all, at best, they are here to challenge a gym, so why would they use Ninja's questioning face to target us? There are all kinds of real traps, and there are also naughty guys who will self-destruct directly if they don't agree. You can't guarantee that every challenger will not have an accident. Ding! The second ring of the Gym Challenge mission. Trigger the Gym Challenge mission, avoid all traps, teach Aya a lesson, and defeat the gym owner Koga. Rewards for completing the task: Pokémon carrying slot +2, any Pokémon held will be upgraded by 10 levels, and points 50W17 at this time. The task prompt sounded in Ash's mind. After a brief look at the task description, Ash decisively accepted the task. Pokémon carrying slot, and any Pokémon level upgrade? These are the problems that he urgently needs to solve. As more and more high-quality Pokémon are captured, it is extremely difficult to upgrade the level and cultivate them evenly, and the system tasks have to help. Similarly, as the number of captured Pokémon increases, the carrying slots for 6 Pokémon are obviously not enough. Walking into the gym with the two girls seemingly defenseless, in fact, Ash has already deployed Psychic to cover the entire gym. Hey, another challenger is here to challenge. Which trap will they fall into this time? Tisk, if you can't pass the trap and my test, you are definitely not qualified to challenge my brother. On the other side of the Fuchsia Gym, Aya was immediately excited when she heard Ash and his friends push the door openly and hear the dense footsteps. Really? This trainer with Pikachu is too bad. He must be a rookie who started this year. He should be the most vigilant challenger I have seen recently. Seeing Ash and the two girls wandering around the gym without any defense, he was about to step on a trap. I couldn't help but complain in my heart, and at the same time, I was a little contemptuous. When did such a casual trainer go on a trip? If he encounters danger in the wild, he will definitely have no ability to deal with it. And it will also implicate the companions who are traveling together. I must wait for him to suffer more later. As long as his life is not endangered, I will not come out to save them. Aya thought silently in her heart. Prepare to teach Ash a profound lesson. She stared at Ash intently, just when his right foot was about to step on the trap. An invisible and powerful force suddenly spread out. Bang, bang, bang. With Ash as the center point, a series of traps were forcibly destroyed in the gym. And Ash and the other two were still strolling leisurely. Their expressions seemed extremely relaxed, as if they had expected it. This is impossible. Aya widened her eyes, her face full of disbelief. It turned out that this Pikachu boy was not without vigilance, but detected all the traps in the gym through Psychic. The woman next to him looked so familiar, it seemed that she was Sabrina, the owner of the Saffron City gym who was famous for her powerful Psychic. Now, Aya finally reacted. It seems that the Psychic of this Pikachu boy was probably taught by Sabrina. Stop, look at what you are doing. Unwilling to let the trap she carefully arranged be destroyed, Aya subconsciously wanted to jump out to stop Ash. After all, there are many other places with extremely difficult traps. It would be a pity to let Ash rely on Psychic to crack them. Wouldn't it be better to keep them for testing other challengers? However, when she jumped out, Ash's eyes lit up with brilliant Psychic blue light. This was also the first time he used his Psychic to the fullest. The blue Psychic wave spread quickly and Aya and a large group of naughty kids she kept in the gym were fixed in place. Aya, who was unable to move, immediately struggled frantically, but found that she could not resist the powerful force exerted on her. Then she felt a flash in front of her eyes, and with a bang, she felt a burning pain in her buttocks. Looking closely, she found that she and the naughty kids were thrown into the open space outside the gym. Damn it. You treat the gym owner's sister like this. Aya got up and rubbed her sore buttocks, her eyes full of dissatisfaction. In the past, she always teased the challengers who came to her door, but today, she was really the opposite. Ash relied on Psychic to make her look bad. Okay, although my traps can't do anything to you, my brother will definitely retaliate for me. You can't even think about getting the soul badge today. Knowing that Ash has Psychic, and she can rival, Aya could only secretly swear in her heart. Okay, this should be considered a lesson for Aya. All the traps in the gym were removed, and the naughty egg was thrown out of the gym with Aya. In this way, the first half of the gym mission should be considered completed. Sorry, my little sister has caused you trouble. As the gym leader, the fourth machine apologizes to you on her behalf. At this time, a tall and thin middle-aged man in a blue ninja suit appeared in front of Ash and the other two. It was Koga, the current gym leader of Fuchsia Gym, who used to work as a special executive of the Rocket Team and will become one of the Elite Four of Chengdu region in the future. It's okay, we didn't get hurt, but my sister suffered a little. I hope that Master Koga won't mind my offensive behavior. Seeing that the other party wanted to ease up, Ash didn't continue to pester. Although Aya was the first to cause trouble, she was also defeated after all. There was no need to hold on. Isn't this Sabrina? Koga turned his eyes to Sabrina next to Ash. Since you have left the Saffron Gym, does it mean that you can control it freely? Before he finished speaking, he was interrupted by Sabrina's cold eyes. I don't want to talk about the past again. As a friend, I hope you don't ask. After listening to Sabrina's words, Koga closed his mouth decisively. He knew Sabrina, and didn't want to offend a Psychic whose strength was comparable to that of elite Pokémon. But because of this, he had a higher opinion of Ash. Being able to be a travel partner with Sabrina and being a rookie trainer that Masashi often talked about must be not simple. Since you are here to challenge the gym, then please follow me without further ado. Koga casually revealed the matter. He is now in the critical stage of impacting the Chengdu Elite Four and does not want to waste time on irrelevant matters. Sabrina and Team Rocket's affairs are complicated, and with Ash, who is often on Masashi's mind, it is easy to drag him into the vortex of the fight. Since the traps in the gym were destroyed and the terrain was changed, the battle site was no longer usable. Koga simply took Ash and the other two to an open space behind the house. The battle is in the form of 2v2, and the gym owner will send out Pokémon to fight first. During the battle, the challenger can replace Pokémon, but the gym owner cannot. When all Pokémon of either side lose their combat ability, the game is considered over. Returning to the open space, Aya glared at Ash with resentment and acted as a referee. If you can't beat Ash, you can only vent your anger with your eyes. At the same time, she was hoping that her brother would teach him a lesson. It would be best if he didn't get the soul badge. Let this guy go for nothing to vent her hatred. Then the first Pokémon I will send out is this one. Get ready for battle, Momo. Pokémon, Venomoth, level 4.31, qualification, purple. In the original plot, when Ash challenged Koga, the first Pokémon he sent out was still Venomoth's degenerate form Venonat. It just had a higher experience value, and it evolved directly after fighting Ash's Pidgeotto. This time, the one sent out was the evolved Venomoth. Ash's eyes flashed slightly, and he took the Pokeball belonging to Pidgeot from his waist. Pokémon, Pidgeot, level 4.41. Koga would not go all out, and Ash also chose to respect history. It was just the same evolved form of Pidgeotto, Pidgeot. This Pidgeot. Aya, who was watching from the sidelines, was shocked to see Pidgeot appear. The size of Ash's Pidgeot was much larger than all the Pidgeots she had seen before. Interesting, a Pidgeot with great potential. Compared to Aya, Koga's vision was much more ruthless. Apart from the size, this Pidgeot was really high in level. It could already be ranked among the main players in his second lineup. You know, even though it was in the second lineup, it took him several years of hard work to train it. As a rookie trainer, Ash was able to raise its level so high in less than half a year of travel, which was really not easy. The level of Pidgeot was much higher than Venomoth. Venomoth could fly, and Pidgeot's speed was several times faster than it. Venomoth was bug plus poison type. Pidgeot was normal plus flying type. Its bug type was severely restrained by flying type, and poison type skills had no additional bonus against Pidgeot. The gap between the two is self-evident. The battle situation is basically the same as Ash expected. Ash does not need to rely on Psychic's telepathy, and he can control the whole situation with just a little thought in command. After all, the difference in Pokémon's hard power is here. Even though the opponent is a gym trainer in the guise of an elite, he is not as good as Ash in understanding Pokémon battles. After all, he has been a hardcore Pokémon fan for more than 10 years, and has played all kinds of Pokémon battle games. Ash commanded Pidgeot to suppress Venomoth throughout the whole process. Aya, who was standing by, was upset. Ash could suppress his brother throughout the whole process, so wouldn't her wish to retaliate be far away? Now she has become a clown? This Pidgeot is obviously stronger than the Pokémon her brother Koga used to fight in the gym. Any Pokémon sent out at random is as powerful as the main Pokémon of an ordinary gym leader. Is Ash really a rookie trainer? Come back, Venomoth, you've done a good job. After taking back the incapacitated Venomoth, Koga threw out another prepared Pokeball. A Golbat appeared in front of him. Pokémon, Golbat, level 4.38, qualification, red. This Golbat is already a trump card Pokémon that Koga can send out during gym battles. Facing a challenger, he certainly can't use his main force and the main force of the second team to fight. In fact, as a trump card Pokémon for gym battles, the qualification and strength of this Golbat are already very good. It's a pity that he encountered Ash, a Pokémon trainer who is completely out of common sense. Facing a Pidgeot with a level of 4.41 and a strength that even far exceeds its own level, Golbat is still at an absolute disadvantage. Although Golbat can also fly, Pidgeot is definitely a master in the airfield. The huge body does not affect its flexible evasion and amazing flying speed. This is still in the gym battle, when the open space is too small to limit the performance of air combat. If the opponent is really a fledgling rookie trainer, Koga can still rely on his rich combat experience and excellent command to win the chance of victory. But his rival is Ash, who is even better than him in commanding the battle. Especially Ash is also a psychic. He can communicate telepathically and can greatly narrow the gap between the command levels of Emo and Azu through silent command. After all, many of the on-the-spot judgments of the trainer are predicted through the instructions of the other trainer. After a fierce battle, Koga's Golbat was defeated by Pidgeot. He was hit by an air cutter and lost his combat ability. Golbat lost his ability to fight. Pidgeot won. The winner of this battle is Ash from Pallet Town. Outside the field, seeing her brother, promised Zhao, Koga lose, Aya announced the result of the battle reluctantly. Feeling hopeless about revenge, she felt her butt hurt even more. Unless her brother bullies the weak and releases the Pokémon that is ready to attack the Elite Four to deal with Ash. But this is obviously impossible. My brother is at the critical moment of attacking the Elite Four in Chengdu, and he definitely has no time to waste time with Ash. If her brother doesn't help, her Venonat is not enough to fight Pidgeot. In this case, if it were another player, she could try Ninja's specialty, Stealth Attack. But Ash is still a powerful psychic. She is sure that if she does it herself, the result will be even worse than before, and it will probably be more than just the butt that will be hurt. This is the only way to fully display the ninja spirit. What is ninja? What is ninja way? The essence lies in the word ninja. Ash, this is the proof of defeating me soul badge. I am looking forward to your performance at this year's Indigo Plateau Conference. Koga put the defeated Pokemon back into the Pokeball, and then took out the badge symbolizing the Fuchsia Gym and handed it to Ash. Thank you for your good wishes, I will. Ash took the badge and nodded with a smile. When embarking on the journey, the biggest goal of the Kanto region is to win the Indigo Plateau Conference. He has been working hard to achieve this goal. After getting the Fuchsia badge, Ash said goodbye to Koga. He turned around and left with Misty and Sabrina. Koga's eyes fell on Sabrina's back. Since you chose to betray Team Rocket because of him, then are you ready to deal with Team Rocket's revenge? As the executive of Team Rocket, Giovanni will definitely not tolerate Sabrina's recklessness. The main reason is that she still has a lot of information about Team Rocket. Oh, forget it, it's none of my business. Koga shook his head and sighed softly. How could he not regret joining Team Rocket? This identity was like a time bomb to him. It might explode at any time. Once it explodes, his retreat from Alliance will be completely cut off and he will have to turn to Team Rocket. How will his sister Aya and daughter Janine cope with it? Especially Janine, who has always dreamed of becoming a gym trainer. What is brother sighing about? Aya looked at her brother with a confused face. On the other side, Ash, who left Fuchsia Gym, heard a reminder of mission completion in his mind. Ding! You have completed the second round of Gym Challenge mission. Successfully avoided all traps, taught Aya a lesson, and defeated gym leader Koga. Reward, Pokemon carrying position +2, Pikachu level increased by 10 levels, 500,000 points. Pikachu standing on Ash's shoulder has been upgraded by 10 levels. Feeling the sudden surge of power in his body, Pikachu subconsciously looked at Ash. Ash immediately gave it a look, signaling it not to make a fuss. But he was also a little happy in his heart. According to his psychological expectations, if he could randomly get Zapdos and Ghastly, he could directly push them to the 3rd level God Realm and make them real legendary Pokemon. The team's top combat power will be greatly improved. But getting Pikachu randomly is also very good. This wave directly raised Pikachu's level from the original 4.40 to 4.50, entering the Quasi-Elite level. Looking at the entire Kanto, it is considered a very strong Pokemon. Besides, Pikachu is his Earl Dervish Pokemon partner, and it also has the Blessing of Sentiment. At present, he is more curious about which Pokemon will be rewarded when he takes down the Cinnabar Gym. After all, after the upper limit of the Pokemon slots is increased, there are more Pokemon to choose from. Of course, we have to wait until the battle with Blaine to know these. Putting his thoughts aside, Ash took the 2 female Pikachus on the road. On the way, the focus of training and leveling was on Charmeleon. In his opinion, the level of 4.39 was still a little low, and Xylee also wanted to see if he could make it evolve as soon as possible. Considering that Blaine of the Cinnabar Gym was the former Fire Elite, the higher the level of Charmeleon, the better. During the journey, the group passed by the Pokemon Sanctuary. There they watched the annual Pokemon Contest of the Laramie tribe. It was a cross-country race on Pokemon, and whoever reached the finish line first would win the championship. Ash and the other 2 had no interest in such a competition. Song was just joining in the fun. The competition was quite exciting. In the end, the Ponyta ridden by a beautiful woman named Lara evolved into Rapidash at the last critical moment of crossing the finish line, surpassing rival and winning the championship. After watching the excitement, Ash and the others left. After all, this is a conservation area where Pokemon cannot be captured. Ash and his friends went to the wild area, which allowed Pokemon trainers to capture Pokemon freely. In the original story, Ash captured groups of Tauros there. Misty, N.A. Have you decided which Pokemon you want to capture later? Ash asked the 2 girls. The wild area is also a wild Pokemon protection area, but it is not allowed to capture Pokemon through Pokemon battles. Trainers who enter the wild area can get 30 Safari Balls from the Ranger Tommy and use the Safari Balls to capture Pokemon in the protection area. The wild area is also quite famous in the Kanto region. But despite its fame, few Pokemon trainers are willing to come here to get Safari Balls to capture Pokemon. The main reason is that if you don't use Pokemon to fight, even if the Safari Ball has a higher capture rate, it is still difficult for trainers to capture high-level, rare wild Pokemon. As for Pokemon like Magikarp and Tauros, they are also easy to capture in the wild. Not only that, in the public's impression, the quality of Pokemon in the wild wilderness is mediocre. The Pokemon that can be seen are basically the more common Pokemon in the Kanto region. It is still possible to capture them in other places, and it is even more convenient. In the final analysis, the rule that you can't capture them in battle is still too torturous. The difficulty of capturing those that you like is extremely high, and the ones you capture are likely to be unsatisfactory. A pure useless mechanism. The 2 girls just thought that Ash came to relax and relieve the pressure of the recent high-intensity travel battles. Sabrina was okay, but Xyla was quite interested in this new capture mechanism. She replied with a smile. I looked at the map, there are not many water Pokemon in the wilderness area. Let's go fishing in the lake and see if we can catch the Pokemon we like. As long as it is a good water Pokémon, I will capture it. Seeing Ash looking at her again, Sabrina thought for a moment and replied, I only want to capture psychic Pokémon with excellent qualifications. Everything depends on fate. Well, I am also ready to capture Pokémon like Tauros that I have never captured, but according to my intuition, there may be unexpected surprises this time. Ash raised his eyebrows and smiled. When he came to the wild wilderness area, his eyes naturally fell on the Earl Dervish form of Dragonite in the Kanto region. Wild wilderness area. Ash and the other two came to a wooden house, which should be the residence of Tommy, the forest ranger. This should be the place to get the safari ball. What are you waiting for? Let's go in. Misty pulled Ash into the wooden house, and Sabrina followed closely. The few people found Tommy and directly stated their purpose, and then showed the Pokémon Pokédex that could prove their identity. Misty and Sabrina are both registered gym trainers, and their identity information can be found on the Alliance official website. The three successfully received a total of 60 safari balls from Tommy. As for the fishing rod, Misty and Ash have them, so they don't need Tommy's inferior fishing rod. I reiterate that it is absolutely forbidden to capture Pokémon through battle in my responsible wilderness area. If I find any violation, don't blame me, Brother Thunder, for being ruthless. As he said that, Tommy took out a revolver and pointed the muzzle at Ash's head. Since meeting Dragonite, every trainer who enters the wild wilderness area will be threatened by him like this, and it has become a habit. However, Ash doesn't tolerate him at all. This old man pointed a broken revolver at his head and threatened him. Let's see how powerful he is. His eyes lit up with bright psychic blue light, and the amazing power instantly bent Tommy's revolver barrel. This is... Tommy's pupils suddenly contracted. His eyes happened to meet Ash's eyes flashing with blue light. It turned out to be a psychic? This really hit the wall? Old man, I don't like being threatened by others. How do you think this matter should be resolved? Tommy was about to explain, but found that he couldn't move his body, and the powerful psychic was pressing towards him. Young man, don't be impulsive. I'm just trying to scare you. I won't really do that. After all, I'm just a ranger guarding the wild wilderness area. Only Officer Jenny has the power to enforce the law. This gun is mainly used to deter poachers. Tommy hurriedly explained, fearing that Ash would activate psychic and paralyze him. Puff? Seeing Tommy's change of face from arrogant to respectful, Misty next to him couldn't help laughing out loud. Just now, this old guy took out a gun and pointed it at Ash, which really scared her. It turns out that you have to use thunder and lightning to deal with evil people? Since this old man took the initiative to provoke them, there will be no problem for Ash to fight back with psychic. Misty thought silently in the center. Next time, before threatening others, remember to investigate the other party's background first. The blue light in his eyes dissipated, and Ash walked out of the wooden house with the two women. No longer paying attention to Tommy who was sweating all over. Ash spread psychic to cover the entire wild wilderness area. Because Misty said she wanted to go fishing, Ash planned to capture Tauros first, and then go fishing with the two girls in the lake where Dragonair and his son lived. Of course, Ash would not use all 30 safari balls to capture Tauros like in the original plot. He only needed the one that he would often use in the later competitions. Instead of keeping the rest in the backyard of Professor Oak's laboratory, it would be better to let them live in the familiar wild wilderness environment. However, there are so many Tauros in the entire wild wilderness area, and it is not easy for Ash, who has Psychic, to accurately capture the leader level 1. After all, Psychic covers a wider range, mainly for combat and secondary for assistance. Unlike the high functionality of wave power, it's a pity that Ash has not yet found a way to develop the huge wave power in his body. Otherwise, he could use the wave power to quickly locate the talented Tauros around him. In the original plot, Tauros, who was given a lot of shots, must have something extraordinary. Ash is still quite confident in his protagonist aura. Since Ash's Psychic is still at the elementary level, its strength and range are very limited. After wandering around the wild wilderness with the two girls for half a day, he finally found the Tauros that was different from other Tauros. Here, I found it. Without any hesitation, Ash took the two girls to the location where he used Psychic to locate the Tauros. Seeking Flowers 00. Arrived at the destination, on the grass. A Tauros that is much stronger than ordinary Tauros, and whose horns are thicker, longer and more powerful. At this time, it is wrestling with other Tauros. Suddenly exerting force, it directly knocked rival to the ground. No mistake, it is it. Remember that in the original plot, Ash's Tauros participated in Tauros also won the bullfighting championship in the competition. Ash's eyes lit up and he threw a safari ball at it decisively. In the wild wilderness area, Tauros is a Pokemon that is easy to catch. After being hit by the safari ball, Tauros basically did not resist and was successfully captured by Ash. Congratulations, Ash, you have captured the Tauros you like, Misty said with a smile. Ash has been looking for so long, and he has encountered countless Tauros during this period but has not captured them. Just for this one, he is definitely not normal. Pokemon, Tauros. Level, 4.40. Attribute, normal. Qualification, red. Skills, tackle, payback, assurance, horn attack, zen headbutt, raging bull, rest, self-sacrifice charge, etc. Ability, rage point. Carrying props, none. The first time Ash captured Tauros, he checked its information panel. The level is very high. No wonder it is so fierce even though it has not been trained much in the original plot. Ability Rage Acupoints. When hit in the vitals, it will be furious and its attack power will be the maximum, plus the red talent. It has excellent attack ability and is a very powerful Pokémon. It can stand alone with just a little training. The intimacy of the newly captured one is also very high, and it is only 50 points away from the maximum value. Ash weighed the safari ball containing Tauros in his hand with satisfaction and put it in the basket. Let's go fishing in the lake next. Great, we can finally start fishing. Misty immediately danced with joy when she heard it. After catching the cow for a long time, I can finally go fishing. Arriving at the lake in the wilderness area, Ash and the other two set up the parasol. After all the preparations were completed, they took out the fishing rod from their backpacks. Misty used the one she often used when traveling, and Ash used the one he bought on the St. Anno. When he was on the St. Anno, he used this fishing rod and almost no Pokemon took the bait. This was also related to the negative buff he had at the time. Now he is equipped with a title related to Pokemon living in ocean currents and lakes. This time, he will definitely catch a truly rare Pokemon. Ash touched the fishing rod in his hand, hoping that Dragonite would not embarrass him too much this time. Try to erase the impression of himself as a low-handed fisherman in Misty's mind. As for Sabrina, she has no interest in water-type Pokemon. Just sit under the parasol and watch the two fishing. 903 Ash knew that the most precious thing in this entire lake was the Dragon-type Dragonair mother and child. So he chose a special Dragon-type Pokemon bait. After Ash put down his fishing rod, there was no movement. But he was not impatient at all. Patience is an important quality for fishermen. If you want to catch a big fish, you have to be patient. No matter how many ordinary water Pokemon there are, they are not as good as a Dragonite. Meanwhile, Misty kept connecting the rods, and because the bait was of high quality, the favorite food of water-type Pokemon, the taste was very tempting. So basically the ones that were caught were water-type Pokemon with good qualifications. As for Magikarp, after all, it is only the bottom of water-type Pokemon. When many underwater Pokemon come to compete for the bait, it can't take advantage. Magikarp, who usually rushes to bite the hook, was only caught 2 or 3 times this time. It's a pity that none of the many water-type Pokemon caught could satisfy Misty. Now, although her vision is not as high as Ash's, the Pokemon she captures must at least be able to be cultivated as the main Pokemon of the gym. Otherwise, she will capture them and keep them as vases in the gym. Wouldn't she be the same as her 3 useless sisters? Influenced by Ash, Misty began to take the elite route. The number of Pokemon she captures does not need to be too many, unlike Gary's stamp collecting style of capturing Pokemon Pokédex. After a while, Misty's fishing rod moved again. Misty stood up and pulled it up with all her strength, and caught a Feebas. Misty was stunned when she saw the rare cocky figure, and then she was delighted. This is actually a Feebas. Is there a Feebas in the wild wilderness area? After seeing the graceful figure of Ash Melodic, she dreamed of capturing a Feebas and cultivating it. There is no need for the existence of Flash's unique color. Ordinary Melodic is already extremely beautiful. It's a pity that Feebas is a relatively rare water-type Pokemon in the entire Kanto, and the probability of encountering it is extremely low. Unexpectedly, she actually caught it in the wild wilderness area this time. Why are you so happy? Hurry up and capture it. If Feebas runs away, you will have no place to cry. Ash reached out and knocked on Misty's little head. As he said before, it is very difficult for Pokemon such as Magikarp and Feebas to compete with other Pokemon in this lake for Misty's delicious bait. In this case, the fact that this Tian fish can still bite the hook also proves that it is indeed extraordinary. Observing carefully, the size and color of this Feebas are better than ordinary Feebas. It seems that Misty's luck is still pretty good this time. Coming back to her senses, Misty smiled awkwardly, and quickly captured Feebas with Safari Ball. After catching Feebas, Misty lost interest in fishing. In a place like the wild area, he was already satisfied to catch a rare Feebas. Then she sat next to Ash and asked him about the training experience of Feebas and the tricks to make it evolve. Currently in the Pokemon world, there are not many trainers who know how to make Feebas evolve into Melodic. Ash next to her happens to be a Melodic trainer. Although Ash's Feebas evolved into Melodic and was related to the superb prism scale, he still understood the relevant theoretical knowledge. Immediately told Misty all the conditions for the evolution of Feebas into Melodic. When she heard that prism scale was needed, Misty fell into deep thought. As a water-type prop, this thing is quite expensive, and the key is that there are not many stores on the market that can buy prism scale. She might have to ask her sisters at home to help her keep an eye on the Pokémon Mall in Cerulean City. After Misty calmed down. After a while, Ash finally made some noise. After pulling the fishing rod twice in a row, he was a little confused. Then he started psychic detection. Under the water, a small blue figure was carefully avoiding the hook and eating the bait hanging on it. Oh my god, this little guy is really smart. No, this is simply a humiliation for the fisherman. Ash decisively began to try to use psychic to isolate the lake water around Dragonite who was eating the bait, forming a huge water ball and rushing out of the water. Dragonite, who was trapped in the water ball, wanted to get out anxiously, but was bounced off by the psychic screen attached to the outside of the water ball. Trainers are not allowed to fight with Pokemon in the wild wilderness area. Then I, the trainer, will personally go on the field to capture Pokemon. Is that okay? You took my bait, so I can't let you run away like this. Is this Dragonite? I thought it was just a rumor that there were Dragonite in the wild area, but I didn't expect the rumor to be true. Looking at the living Dragonite in the water ball, Misty's face was full of surprise and she said excitedly, "This is a quasi-god Pokémon, and its final evolution is Dragonite, which is also the trump card Pokémon of the Kanto Region Dragon Elite. Dragonite." Sabrina, who was sitting under the parasol, also stood up. The number of quasi-god level Pokémon is rare, and I didn't expect that there would be no Dragonite hidden in the small wild area. In her opinion, the value of this entire wild area is at most about the same as this Dragonite. Ash's luck is really against this guy. In such a big lake, he really caught a rare Pokémon. After trapping the Dragonite with a huge water ball formed by Psychic, Ash took out the safari ball from his waist and tried to capture it. "No, you can't capture this Dragonite." At this time, Tommy jumped out from nowhere and grabbed Ash's arm. Looking at his appearance, it was as if his wife was robbed. No, maybe even the person whose wife was robbed would not react so much. Ash frowned slightly and used Psychic to bounce him away. "Old man, stop it. Did I violate the regulations of the wild wilderness area?" No. Then is there any problem with me taming this Dragonite living in the wild wilderness area?" "Well, it seems not. In that case, I advise you to stand aside." "No." Tommy's tone was firm, without any intention of retreating. "It's my best friend. No one can take it away from here." These words made Ash almost think that he had become a villain who did all kinds of evil, and he immediately looked at Tommy with the care of Idiot 17. At this moment, the lake surface suddenly rippled. Ash seemed to have noticed something and raised his lips. "Are you sure this Dragonite is your friend? I don't recognize you no matter how I look at it." In the water ball, seeing no hope of escape, Dragonite looked back at Ash on the shore with a pitiful look. As for Tommy, he didn't even bother to look at him. "Why, how could it be? Hehe, I think you're looking for it." As soon as Ash finished speaking, water splashed, and a blue snake-shaped Pokémon much larger than Dragonite flew out of the water. Pokémon, Dragonair. Level, 4.48. Seeing his son imprisoned, Dragonair's mouth quickly gathered violent blue energy. At the same time, Sabrina beside Ash raised her hand to create a larger water ball to trap Dragonair. Hack. Boom. Dragon Pulse exploded in the water ball, and Dragonair screamed in pain. The Dragon-type moves hit him, and the effect was remarkable. This is Dragonair. Looking at Dragonair who was also trapped in the water ball, Tommy's face was full. Dragonair seemed to remember Tommy, but at this moment he was more worried about his own child. "Okay, Dragonair, I just want to take your child on a trip, what do you think?" The prisoner Dragonair thought for a while, and nodded decisively to agree to Ash. For Pokémon, being captured by human trainers is a good thing. Dragonair has strong talents in the tribe, and the requirements for trainers will be higher. Ash is obviously a good choice. Although Dragon-type Pokémon like them are powerful, they need to grow for a very long time. In the wild, they may not evolve into Dragonite even after 50 or 60 years. For example, it was Dragonite decades ago, and it has evolved into Dragonair for nearly 10 years. There is a child, but it is still unknown how long it will take to evolve into Dragonite. The secret to accelerating growth is to follow a reliable Pokémon trainer from an early age. And Ash and his group are not ordinary trainers, but powerful psychics. He is absolutely capable of training his child Dragonite as quickly as possible. "Dragonair, are you sure you want him to take Dragonite away? Won't you feel bad?" At this time, Tommy next to him spoke again. "What does it have to do with you, old man? It's as if Dragonite is your child." Without waiting for Ash to speak, Misty spoke immediately. In the water ball, Dragonair nodded to Ash. It knew that even if it disagreed, Ash could still subdue Dragonite and even take it away with it, and it would be good for Dragonite to follow Ash away. "Well, that's right." Ash threw the safari ball at Dragonite. Seeing that his mother and Ash had reached an agreement, Dragonite stopped struggling and obediently allowed Ash to capture him. After that, Ash turned his attention to Dragonair. "Dragonair, why don't you leave with me so that you can witness Dragonite's growth?" Although this Dragonair is older, it is still a dragon-type quasi-god, and its level is not too low. It is still very impressive to be released outside. However, Ash did not want to capture it as a main Pokémon to cultivate. With its personality that has been secluded here for decades, it may not be able to adapt to the fierce and high-intensity Pokémon battles, but considering that the mother and son have lived together for decades, Ash did not want to let them separate. Simply package them together and capture them, and put Dragonair in the backyard of Professor Oak Laboratory. In this way, when Dragonite is teleported back, he can reunite with Dragonair as soon as possible. As for Tommy, if he wants Dragonair, he can go to Pallet Town. The distance from here to Pallet Town is not too far. That's what Ash thinks? Dragonair, no. Hearing Ash's words, Tommy immediately became anxious. It would be fine if he took Dragonite away, but if he took Dragonair away too, what's the point of him staying here? 907 He immediately spoke to keep Dragonair. In the water ball, Dragonair looked a little embarrassed, and then quickly became firm. Compared to friends of decades, the baby he had worked so hard to give birth to is definitely more important. If possible, it would certainly be more like witnessing Dragonite's growth. So in Tommy's bitter and vengeful eyes, Dragonair nodded decisively to Ash. Without Ash's words, Sabrina decisively removed the psychic on the water ball. Dragonair took the initiative to get into the Pokeball thrown by Ash. When Tommy saw this scene, he immediately became dejected and sighed softly. There was no way, this was Dragonair's own choice, and he could only respect it. At this moment, he could only resign himself to nagging Ash about Dragonair's eating habits, personality, preferences, etc. He was afraid that Dragonair would be wronged by following Ash. However, Ash and the other two would not have any sympathy for him at all. Dragonair and his mother have always been wild Pokémon. Besides, they left voluntarily. Seeing his bitter and vengeful look, those who didn't know would think that Ash, stole his Pokémon? I remember when we first arrived at the wild wilderness area, this guy pointed a gun at Ash and the other two, and his attitude was very tough. Pokémon, Dragonair. Level, 4.48. Ability, Magical Scale. Attribute, Dragon. Qualification, Purple. Skills, Thunder Wave, Twister, Dragon Tail, Slam, Agility, etc. Carrying items, none. Pokémon, Dratini. Level, 4.20. Ability, Magical Scale. Attribute, Dragon. Qualification, Red. Skills, Wrap, Leer, Thunder Wave, Twister, Dragon Tail, Agility, etc. Carrying items, none. After capturing the mother and child Dragonair, Ash immediately checked the attribute panels of the two Pokémon. Dragonair itself does not like fighting, and it is also a Otaku dragon who does not like the hustle and bustle. Ash captured it purely because he wanted to keep it as a companion for Dratini, just like the pink Butterfree. So he just glanced at it and skipped it, focusing on Dratini. Ability Magical Scale. After evolving into Dragonite, it will be replaced by Multi-Scale. When the stamina is full, the damage received by the attack will be halved. This ability is more useful in timed situations. Very suitable for sending out to deal with the enemy's high-burst Pokémon. It is best to use the ultimate right at the beginning. What surprised him most about Dratini was that its talent was actually higher than that of its mother Dragonair. This may also be related to its unknown father. The intimacy is not high, but it can be cultivated slowly in the future. Because the number of Pokémon carried has exceeded the limit, Ash chose to transfer Tauros back to Professor Oak's laboratory and keep Dragonair and his son. After all, it has just been captured not long ago, and Ash still does not intend to separate the mother and son so soon. The goal of the wild wilderness area was successfully completed, and Ash and the other two returned all the extra safari balls to the forest ranger Tommy. Then they continued their journey. Tommy carried a basket full of safari balls, wanting to cry but not tears. If other trainers had so many empty Pokeballs left, he would definitely be very happy. But now he was not happy at all, because the most precious Dragonair mother and child in the entire wild area had been captured. After leaving the wild area, Misty happily began to train her Feebas. At the same time, she called her sisters in Cerulean City and told them to help keep an eye on the prism scale in the market. She hoped that Feebas could evolve into Melodic long ago. In this way, she had another general in her hands, and also gathered the two water-type Pokémon that were said to have the biggest difference before and after evolution. Melodic and Gyarados. During the trip, the Pokémon encountered were all of low level. Ash sent Dratini out for actual combat training. After several days of travel, the three came to Neon Town, which was famous for its never-sleeping city. Because of staying up late for a long time, the residents here are very irritable. Walking on the streets of Neon Town for less than 10 minutes, Ash and the other two had encountered several waves of guys who seemed to be manic and looking for trouble. Simply, Ash and Sabrina used Psychic to deal with them. Ash, the people here are too irritable? Walking on the street, Misty grabbed Ash's arm, always feeling insecure if she was a little away from Ash, who was extremely powerful. I think it's because the people here stay up late every day and are mentally weak. It's also possible that they all have dark circles under their eyes, and the music played here is so loud at night. If this goes on, even normal people may not be able to stand it. Misty nodded in agreement. It would be great if they could have a good sleep. Misty suddenly had an idea. Rest? Remember that in the original plot, didn't I meet Jigglypuff when I was near Neon Town? Speaking of which, as a pink demon in the plot, that Jigglypuff should be regarded as an extremely powerful existence. As long as you hear it sing, basically no one will not be hypnotized, with a 100% probability of hypnosis. The key to Jigglypuff, which has such extraordinary abilities, is that it is ownerless. Pokémon, it is basically everywhere in the original plot. Many times, it plays an extremely important role. I think, just capture it. Although it doesn't like fighting, it only loves sing. But in certain occasions, it can play an extremely important role. For example, now, it can come down this Neon Town that is always upset. Ding! Trigger the capture task. Find Jigglypuff and capture it. Task reward, Pokémon Speed Potion. Pokémon speed increases by 20% after use. Ash was thinking about catching Jigglypuff, and the system released the related tasks of Jigglypuff. This wave of cooperation is tacit. Misty, you are right. If people don't sleep well, their mental contest condition will only get worse. But how can we make them rest? We can't knock out all the residents in the town. Misty thought hard, calm mind, and also did not find a suitable calendar. Those grumpy people just now did not seem to be able to communicate normally. It's not that there is no way, you listen to me. In order to find Jigglypuff, Ash took Misty and Sabrina to temporarily leave Neon Town and search in the forest around the town. If I remember correctly, Jigglypuff first appeared outside Neon Town. Later, it got in touch with Ash and his group, and then followed the protagonists all the way. Then it jumped out from time to time to sing a song, which made everyone fall asleep and then doodle. With speculation, Ash expanded the range of psychic perception. After walking for a while, he finally found Jigglypuff under a tree about a kilometer away. Come on, let's go check it out. If we find it, we can help the people of Neon City sleep well. Ash took the two girls and ran to Jigglypuff. Hey, what a cute Jigglypuff. Good, Ash, is it Jigglypuff? If it is it, there is hope that the residents of Neon Town can sleep well. After all, Jigglypuff's singing is truly hypnosis. Arriving at the place where Ash Psychic detected, there was indeed a pink and round Jigglypuff sitting under the tree. The petite and round body looked very cute. Misty immediately came to Jigglypuff. Hello Jigglypuff, my name is Misty, I wonder if you can let us listen to your heavenly voice. Bully. Hearing sing, Jigglypuff's round face showed a look of joy. Then it seemed to think of something, and suddenly became very disappointed like a deflated air balloon. Jigglypuff pointed to its mouth and tried hard to sing, but it could only utter a few words without any sense of music. Its throat had problems, and it was very difficult to speak, just like sing. Ash, this Jigglypuff seems to have a problem with its throat. Why don't we take it to the Pokémon Center? Misty suggested to Ash. But Ash shook his head. A ray of blue light flashed across his eyes, and he picked a green fruit from a distant tree. No need to bother, this fruit will help your throat recover. Come on, Jigglypuff, try it. Ash said, waving his hand gently. The green fruit wrapped in psychic floated in front of Jigglypuff. Jigglypuff immediately cast a grateful look at Ash, and took the fruit without hesitation and ate it. Polly. After eating the fruit, Jigglypuff only felt a coolness in his throat. It subconsciously tried to open its mouth, and its voice really returned to normal. It jumped happily and danced. Jigglypuff, are you interested in becoming my partner and traveling together? If you ask me, the world outside is much more exciting than here, and you can let more people hear your beautiful singing. Ash began to fool Jigglypuff through telepathy. Polly. Jigglypuff thought for a moment and gave his answer. According to it, if Ash can listen to its song completely, it will be willing to be his 103 Pokémon. No problem, Jigglypuff, you can start singing. Ash, who has Psychic, nodded without hesitation. Just kidding, he is fearless under the cover of Psychic. Jigglypuff's sing will definitely hypnotize. Then why don't I just not listen to you singing? Use this method to decide the winner. It's just like the protagonist with magic immunity entering the Magic Academy and Joshua, the result is obvious. It would be fine if Jigglypuff launched a sneak attack when he was unprepared and he didn't have time to deploy Psychic Barrier. Now that he knows, there is nothing to be afraid of. Confident Ash told Jigglypuff to come at him. At the same time, he completely covered his body with Psychic, and also covered Misty and Sabrina. Although Sabrina noticed the Psychic Ash had put on him, she did not say anything. She was sure that Ash must have a reason for doing this. Jigglypuff held the microphone and sang with deep affection. One song? Jigglypuff opened his eyes and found that Ash was not only awake, but also staring at him with a smile. Not only Ash, but also Misty, Sabrina and Pikachu listened to the whole song. High mountains and flowing water, it is hard to find a soulmate. Seeing this, Jigglypuff was so moved that he almost cried. When Ash held the Pokeball in front of him, Jigglypuff happily entered Ash's Pokeball. Just like that, the number of Pokemon Ash could carry reached the upper limit again, and Ash chose to teleport Infernape back to Professor Oak's laboratory first. Pokemon, Jigglypuff. Level, 4.35. Ability, Competitive. Hidden ability, Confident Singer. When using the skill Sing, any unit with a level not exceeding 20 levels of itself can be put to sleep contest condition, can penetrate Pokemon with soundproof ability. When the opponent falls asleep, Jigglypuff's physical attack will be increased to the maximum. Attribute, Normal, Fairy. Qualification, Gold. Skills, Disarming Voice, Imitate, Sweet Kiss, Charm, Sing, Disable, Double Slap, etc. Carrying props, None. Oh my god, this is confirmed. In the original plot, Jigglypuff's tried and true Sing is indeed because it has a hidden ability. This is an ability that only shiny Pokemon of different colors have. Confident Singer really fits the description of Jigglypuff. It can directly put Pokemon with a level not exceeding 20 levels of itself into a sleep contest condition, and can even hypnotize Pokemon with soundproof ability. This is particularly abnormal. If used well, it can definitely be called a magical skill, but this does not mean that its Sing is unsolvable. If the opponent Pokemon has abilities such as Energize and Sleepless, it should not be afraid of Sing. After Sing is successful, Jigglypuff's physical attack is greatly increased. This is very consistent with the original Jigglypuff's angry reaction. This hidden ability is very good and powerful. As long as the level of Jigglypuff is raised to a high enough level in the future, it can even surprise the opponent at various critical moments. Even the legendary beasts are difficult to guard against Sing. It is simply invincible. And the potential of this Jigglypuff is also excellent, and the difficulty of raising the level is relatively low. Ash was very happy to have captured such a top-level auxiliary. Jigglypuff, your singing voice is really good. I will let you sing for many people in the future. Bully. Jigglypuff, who came out of the Pokeball, nodded happily. Singing has been its hobby since it was a child, but in all these years, no one or Pokemon has ever been able to listen to it sing a complete song without falling asleep. Now I actually met 4 of them at once. Happiness came too suddenly. It seems that I can hold concerts often in the future. Ding! Congratulations on completing the task of capturing Jigglypuff. Reward, Pokémon Speed Enhancing Potion. The reward props have been automatically placed in the system space. After capturing Jigglypuff, Ash did not forget the group of grumpy residents in Neon Town. He took Jigglypuff directly to the local police station and used his friendship with Officer Jenny. The group came to the Neon Town radio TV station and used the equipment here to let Jigglypuff hold a large-scale concert. They recorded Jigglypuff singing and told the TV station to play it every night. Let these irritable residents who stay up late all year round recover their normal spirit and regular work and rest. After all this last night, Ash declined Officer Jenny's thank you gift and left Neon Town with the two women. Ash's selfless attitude also won the favor of Officer Jenny in Neon Town. Ding! Neon Town Officer Jenny's favorability towards you has increased, and the reward is Officer Jenny's intimacy increased by 10%. Listening to the system improvement in his mind, Ash smiled slightly. The intimacy of the Jenny family has increased to 20%. For this kind of intimacy, he will not refuse anyone. After all, looking at the entire Pokémon world, which region and which town can't see Joy and Officer Jenny? Their intimacy is still very high. Of course, the only regret is not Jigglypuff. After a big concert, just when it was about to see the audience's reaction, Ash took it back into the Pokeball on the pretext of leaving for a trip. Here, Ash was not worried about the residents of Neon Town being graffitied, but was just concerned about how much time it would take for Jigglypuff to paint faces on all the residents of the town. That's why he took it back into the Pokeball in time. Ash and his group continued their journey. Not long after walking, they heard a passerby, Trainer, mention that ancient Pokémon fossils seem to have been unearthed in Dasha Valley. Nowadays, more and more archaeological excavation enthusiasts are heading there. Ding! Plot mission, go to Dasha Valley and witness Aerodactyl. Plot reward, Charmeleon evolves perfectly. Hidden challenge mission, command the evolved Charizard to defeat Totem Aerodactyl in Soaring in the Sky. Mission reward, Charizard's level is increased by 10 levels. Ash was planning to go to Dasha Valley to look for the sleeping fossil Pokémon in the original plot. Unexpectedly, the system immediately sent him a series of tasks. Ash was wondering before that Charmeleon had a high enough level and enough combat experience, but there was no sign of evolution. Now it seems that the system is still paying attention to it. Even the stage of evolution has been selected for it. Ash, are we going to Dasha Valley next? Great, it is said that there are fossils of Pokémon that lived in ancient times unearthed. I will also buy a set of equipment to dig when the time comes. It would be great if we can harvest fossils of ancient Pokémon. The next morning, Misty, who was eating a sandwich, was very excited to learn that Ash had set his goal on Dasha Valley. I don't know if we can dig fossil Pokémon, but I can take you to see living fossil Pokémon. Ash took a sip of milk and said with a smile. The group of fossil Pokémon living in Dasha Valley do have rock and water type Omenet and Kabuto, which look cute. Misty should like them. Alive? Ash, are you serious? Then let's set off quickly. Because Ash's impression on her during the journey was particularly reliable, Misty had long believed in his words. Even though the academic community generally recognizes that fossil Pokémon such as Omenet and Kabuto have long been extinct. But as long as Ash says they are still alive, they must be alive. This is what Misty believes in her heart. What a joke, Ash has even met Ho-Oh and captured Zapdos. Those Pokémon professors may have a deeper understanding of ordinary Pokémon than Ash, but when it comes to the topic of Pokémon with limited research conditions, they are definitely not as good as Ash. Since she followed Ash, she has seen many big scenes. She has even seen the size of the super ancient Dragonite that exceeds human cognition. The resurrection of Pokémon from ancient times is understandable. After Misty knew that Omenet and Kabuto were both water and rock type Pokémon, she couldn't stay calm. Of course, her reaction is understandable. After all, the water-type Pokémon that was extinct in ancient times actually appeared again. Any Pokémon trainer who specializes in water would definitely be excited. Ash, let's go. After finishing breakfast in a few seconds, they began to urge Ash to go. Sabrina, who was standing by, also sped up her eating speed silently. Pidgeot, I'll leave it to you next. In order to avoid accidents, the ancient Pokémon living in Dasha Valley would be discovered in advance. After all, so many people were digging in it, and it was possible that someone with bad luck would bump into them. Before the fossil resurrection machine was developed in Sinnoh region, these were all living ancient Pokémon, so Ash decisively chose to ride Pidgeot. Pidgeot. After coming out of the Pokeball, Pidgeot let out a loud cry, then it spread its wings and leaned down slightly, making it easier for Ash and the other two to get on. The Pidgeot, which is much larger than its ordinary peers and has a gentle personality, is definitely the best choice for Flying's mount. The three jumped on Pidgeot's back, and Ash looked at Sabrina. Then Sabrina waved her hand gently and propped up the psychic barrier to cover the three people. Okay, Pidgeot, we're all ready. Ash gestured with his hand. He looked like a fighter commander. Pidgeot responded with a loud cry, flap your wings and fly. It soared up like a scallion in a dry land. The target was Dasha Valley. Pidgeot was extremely fast, and it took Ash and the other two to Dasha Valley in less than 10 minutes. It can only be said that the effect of the gene breakthrough potion was too abnormal. It's hard to imagine that a Pidgeot of this size can fly so fast. Misty and Sabrina, who were sitting on it, were stunned. landing on the ground. At this time, many fossil enthusiasts in Dasha Valley had heard the news and started digging fossils. Misty, we should start too. Misty looked at everyone digging enthusiastically, and immediately suggested impatiently. Don't worry, wait and see. Ash pulled Misty, and then dispersed Psychic, penetrated as far underground as possible. 0. Sure enough, a hollow layer was found several dozen meters underground. It was a place similar to a cave. Inside, there were dozens of strong breaths. One of them was particularly strong and far away from the other breaths. It should be Aerodactyl, which was known as soaring in the sky totem in ancient times. As for the other breaths, they were ancient Pokémon such as Omenet, Kabuto, and Kabutops. After finding the location, Ash immediately took Misty to determine the coordinates. Release all Pokémon to help dig. Seeing this, the two girls also released their own Pokémon to help. Including the three of them were not idle. Ash and Sabrina used Psychic to help dig, while Misty was busy preparing food and water and providing logistical support. With the concerted efforts of everyone, they dug nearly 10 meters down and finally found the hollow cave. At this time, they only needed to break through the thin rock wall in front of them to enter the underground cave. Ash released all the Pokémon except Pikachu. All the Pokémon were put into the Pokeball. The three of them, along with Pikachu, sat on Pidgeot's back. Then Pidgeot flapped its wings and flew up, finding a good angle in midair and swooping down. Boom boom. With a loud noise, the thin rock layer was smashed directly by Pidgeot's huge force. Then it rushed into the cave with a roar, entered the underground cave, and landed in it. Ash, you are so amazing. I didn't expect there is a cave under the Dasha Valley. Ash and his party got off Charizard's back, and Misty looked around in surprise. She carefully looked at the cave that had been sealed for many years. The cave was very large, at least enough to accommodate a flying Pokémon of Pidgeot's size to fly freely in it. Apart from that, it felt gloomy and dark, and the air was slightly humid. Misty quickly took out a flashlight from her backpack, so that she could barely see the situation in the cave. Especially when they walked deeper, the light from the outside world had completely disappeared. As for the weak light of the flashlight, it could only illuminate the area around 10 meters. A little further away, it was dark. Misty couldn't help but get closer to the position of Xiao 060G, and took out a more powerful flashlight from her backpack to illuminate the road ahead. As her vision became a little brighter, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. Beside Misty, Ash and Sabrina were calm. The presence or absence of a flashlight didn't really affect them. Since entering the cave, they began to use Psychic to detect and perceive the surrounding situation, which was much better than visual perception. Just as they were about to reach the end of the cave, several red lights suddenly lit up in the darkness in the distance. Misty couldn't help but exert a little force on the hand holding Ash's arm, and shone a high-power flashlight with her other hand. Omenet, Kabuto, it's really the ancient Pokémon that Ash mentioned? These two Pokémon have been declared extinct in the academic world, but now they appear alive in front of them? Although there are not many, only about 6 or 7. But they are indeed alive. At this moment, they became extremely irritable after being disturbed by Ash and his friends, and immediately wanted to attack them. These ancient Pokémon have been sleeping underground for endless years, and Ash knew that they must be starving after just waking up. He decisively took out the delicious food suitable for water and rock-type Pokémon that he had prepared in advance. The mouth-watering food was right in front of them, and the vigilance of these fossil Pokémon was corroded in an instant. They have been sleeping underground for who knows how many years, and have long forgotten the taste of food. This time, they didn't care about the outsiders in front of punishment who had just disturbed their sleep. Everyone rushed to Ash and his friends, holding the Pokémon food handed by the two women and Ash, and ate it happily, showing an expression of enjoyment from time to time. Apparently, these modern-tasting delicacies satisfied them. Misty, Sabrina, capture the ones you like. I plan to capture all the rest and send them back to Professor Oak's laboratory, so that Professor Oak can build a suitable living environment for them in the backyard of the laboratory. This way, we can fully study these mysterious fossil Pokémon, help them reproduce in this era, and try to help them revive their species. Hearing this, the two women nodded in succession. Ash, don't you want to cultivate one? This is an extinct ancient Pokémon. Misty looked at Ash and asked, her tone unable to hide her excitement. After all, they are fossil Pokémon that have lived for so many years, and their talents and qualifications are very good. From her perspective, although the number of fossil Pokémon here is not large, the quality is still extremely high. Two of them have even reached the capture standard for her gym's main Pokémon lineup. Although Ash may not like it, if he can cultivate one, he can constantly appreciate the other party's surprised expression when fighting with others. Forget about these. If they can reproduce in the future and have the qualifications that meet my vision, it won't be too late for me to capture and train them. Ash shook his head. Although Omenet and Kabuto are rare, they are still far from his standards for capture. He is a Pokémon trainer and not a Pokémon researcher. After all, he only needs to consider the talent and combat power of the Pokémon to be captured. It's better to pack them up and give them to Professor Oak to keep in his laboratory. If he can cultivate offspring with excellent qualifications in the future, it won't be too late to cultivate them. As for letting these fossil Pokémon continue to sleep in the Great Sha Valley as in the original plot, Ash is not so naive. The original anime still beautifies the Pokémon world a lot. In the Pokémon world he lives in now, the news of the Great Sha Valley has spread. If they continue to stay here, the secrets of the underground caves will be discovered sooner or later. I don't know how many monsters will be attracted by then. For example, those crazy wealthy Pokémon collectors, they dare to capture even the 3 mythical birds. Although Ash also wants to take all the fossil Pokémon away, at least he will provide them with a comfortable and stable environment. He won't even try to help them form a race. Although he will definitely have his own selfishness, for these ancient Pokémon, it is already a pretty good destination. Ash, then I will capture it first. Sabrina's sister, if you like it, just tell me. Seeing that Ash and Sabrina had no intention of capturing it, Misty immediately stopped being reserved. She began to pick around the fossil Pokémon that were showing off their fans. Finally, she picked out a Kabuto and an Omenet. They are red and purple qualifications respectively, and their talents are very good. Although the species strength of their evolved forms Kabutops and Omastar is not too high, the numerical distribution is very reasonable. Kabutops is both offensive and defensive, while Omastar has full special attack and defense capabilities. Compared with those Pokémon whose species strength was not high and were assigned to various unreasonable places, they are much better. After careful training, they are 2 main Pokémon. After tasting the delicacies given by humans, the 2 did not resist being captured by Misty at all. Following Misty, they will have a long-term meal ticket in the future. After Misty captured all the fossil Pokémon here, Ash packed them up and captured all the fossil Pokémon here. Directly teleported to Professor Oak's laboratory. The few people continued to move forward for a while. Kabutops and Omenet were also encountered by the 3 people. Most of them have purple qualifications, and Ash still relies on the old method of food captivate to capture them all. It can only be said that these guys have not eaten good food for too many years. At this moment, being captured by Ash is somewhat like being dominated by food. Okay, Ash, it's time for us to leave. Misty, who had captured 2 potential Pokémon, was visibly happy. Since the matter had been successfully concluded and she had returned with a full load, Misty wanted to leave. For some reason, she always felt that this underground cave was very scary and eerie. Don't worry, there's a big guy here. Omenet, Kabuto, and other ancient Pokémon were just appetizers. The guy Ash really wanted to capture was still deep in the cave. Misty looked sideways, her face full of confusion. Sabrina subconsciously extended Psychic into the cave. Then, before she could answer, a domineering roar that seemed to come from the depths of the cave resounded throughout the place. Misty shivered in fear, and her beautiful eyes looked into the depths of the cave with doubt. The other hand quietly grabbed Ash's arm, intending to drag him away if things got bad. Pokémon, Aerodactyl, Earl Dervish form, extremely hungry contest condition, level 417.50. Accompanied by that domineering roar, a fierce-looking Pokémon that looks like a pterosaur flew out of the cave. It was Aerodactyl that was sleeping here. It is now in an extremely weak contest condition, and its level is still as high as V.52. No wonder Charizard was still teased by it for a while even after evolving in the original plot. Thanks to Jigglypuff's timely rescue, otherwise Ash might have become its food at that time. Aerodactyl's strength exceeded his imagination. Ding! Go to Dasha Valley and witness that the Aerodactyl mission has been completed. Reward, Charizard evolves perfectly. You can make Charmeleon evolve directly with just a thought. Ash's mouth corners slightly raised. The system blessing and his preparations during this period of time. Even though Charizard's level is lower than Aerodactyl, it still has the strength to fight. Little, Ash, this is the big guy you mentioned. The moment Misty saw Aerodactyl, her face was full of shock. As the recognized soaring in the sky totem in ancient times, the academic community has praised Aerodactyl a lot, but it has also come to a conclusion. That is, Aerodactyl has been extinct for endless years. Misty, who received elite education since childhood, naturally knew it. She originally thought that it was surprising enough that this underground cave had living ancient Pokémon such as Omenet and Kabuto. Unexpectedly, there was such a big surprise hidden. This is Aerodactyl. If the news leaked out, the shock it brought to the outside world would probably not be less than the news that Ash had conquered Zapdos. After all, although Zapdos is one of the 3 legendary birds, there have been eyewitness reports. On the other hand, the heroic figure of Aerodactyl soaring in the sky can only be seen in murals and drawings. This Aerodactyl seems a little weak. But despite this, it is still very powerful. Sabrina looked at the Aerodactyl staring at them with some surprise. Through Psychic, she could sense the aura of Aerodactyl, which was weak but still fierce. Ash, this is Aerodactyl, let it run away. Quickly subdue it. Misty shouted excitedly. It's not surprising that she would react like this. For a modern person like me, it's not too shocking to suddenly see the prehistoric animal totem Tyrannosaurus Rex appear in front of me. Charmeleon, it's up to you next. Ash decisively threw Charmeleon's Pokeball. At the same time, he silently chanted in the center to let Charmeleon evolve directly. The dazzling white light illuminated the dark cave. Aerodactyl, who was about to attack Charmeleon, showed an uncomfortable expression and quickly retreated a distance. Slightly different from the original plot, this time Charmeleon did not get angry with Aerodactyl and evolved directly. Roar. Charizard, who appeared in a new look, roared. At the same time, his level also successfully advanced from 4.39 to 4.40. Seeing this, Aerodactyl's expression became sharp. Today's battle is no longer just a simple battle to conquer. It is a fateful duel between Charizard and Aerodactyl. Charizard slapped his chest with his claws, and 2 streams of hot air spit up from his nose. The fighting spirit in his eyes burned hotly, and the flames on his tail soared several feet higher. The air where the flames burned was violently distorted. The moment he saw Aerodactyl, Charizard felt very uncomfortable and wanted to vent his anger. He beat Aerodactyl up. Now that Ash has given his approval, he is eager to try. Looking at the high-spirited Charizard, Aerodactyl changed his contempt in the original plot and looked serious. The Charizard in front of him has a strong aura and is definitely not a weakling. The wings vibrate. Aerodactyl decides to attack first. In any case, it is not to teach Misty and the group of outsiders who disturbed its sleep a lesson. Then the ancient soaring in the sky totem Aerodactyl and Ash's Charizard started an extremely fierce air battle. Aerodactyl is still the Aerodactyl in the original plot, but Charizard is much stronger than the Charizard in the original plot. All the negative effects that Damien had on it in the past have been erased by Ash, and with the perfect evolution, although its level is 483 lower than Aerodactyl, its strength is not much weaker. Not to mention that Aerodactyl, who has been sleeping for nearly 10,000 years, has already significantly reduced various indicators of physical functions, and with the Sky Belly battle, Aerodactyl's endurance can be said to be a mess. So in the first fight, Charizard, who was the lower level, started with a set of combo punches, and the fierce attack almost completely stunned the fossil dragon. A dragon tail came over, and even Aerodactyl, who had good defense ability, was hit hard. What was waiting for it was Charizard Hurricane's continuous and fierce attack. However, as soaring in the sky totem, although it was hungry, it could still seize the opportunity to counterattack in the gap between Charizard's fierce attacks. Because of its outstanding speed, Charizard found it difficult to avoid. However, the skills did not cause much damage to Charizard. I think it was because it was too hungry, and it was a bit overwhelmed to have to fight a high-intensity battle just after waking up. In the end, under Ash's excellent command, Charizard won the battle for Aerodactyl at the cost of his injury. Aerodactyl, who was so majestic when he first appeared, has now fallen from midair to the ground, looking quite embarrassed. It was hard to imagine that just 10 minutes ago, it was roaring at Ash domineeringly and showing off its might. Roar. After defeating Aerodactyl, Charizard landed in front of it and raised his neck proudly. Ash saw this scene and smiled and shook his head. Complete the hidden challenge mission. Command the evolved Charizard to defeat Totem Aerodactyl in soaring in the sky. Reward, Charizard's level is increased by 10 levels. Bang! As the system's voice fell, Charizard's aura began to rise steadily, and finally stabilized at the peak of the Quasi-Elite level, level 4.50. Charizard is too strong now. Pika. Misty Pikachu and the other mouse nodded continuously, praising Eruption for defeating the fossil dragon. The Charmander that was coaxed and abandoned by the trainer and stupidly stood on the boulder waiting for the other party to come and take it back. Now it has grown into such a powerful Charizard. It even beat up the ancient totem Aerodactyl in soaring in the sky. Although not much time has passed, the feeling is completely different. This is also due to Ash's careful training. After taking back Charizard, Ash reached for his waist with excitement and took out an empty Pokeball. He gently landed on Aerodactyl, who had lost his ability to fight, and successfully captured it. Nodding, Ash checked Aerodactyl's attribute panel through the system. Pokemon, Aerodactyl. Level, 4.50. Ability, Hard Head. Attribute, Rock, Flying. Qualification, Gold. Skills, Ancient Power, Supersonic, Wing Attack, Rock Slide, Iron Head, Stone Edge, etc. Carrying props, none. Aerodactyl with Gold qualification is the best. Ability Hard Head is also quite good, and it will not be hurt by the reaction force of its own skills. This also means that skills such as Takedown and Billion Shock Wave, which are extremely powerful when used, but will cause damage to the self or cause severe stiffness contest condition. Now they can also be used as ordinary skills. Compared with other oppressive and tense abilities, the Hard Inner Bag is indeed a more suitable ability for Fossil Lilong. The intimacy is unexpectedly lower than the standard for ordinary wild Pokemon when they are captured. This may also be related to the fact that Ash and his team disturbed its sleep and then commanded Charizard to beat it up. It will be quite easy to cultivate it in the future. After looking at Aerodactyl's attribute, Ash took out the Pokeball and released it. After a short recovery in the Pokeball, Aerodactyl finally woke up from the initial coma contest condition, but was still weak. Ash approached and applied potion to it. The standard action of a trainer to express goodwill to the captured Pokemon. The most effective way to improve the intimacy of Pokemon in actual testing. Aerodactyl intimacy increased from 160 to 185. The effect is quite good. I didn't expect that Aerodactyl is rough on the outside but delicate on the inside. Aerodactyl, who has recovered some physical strength at this time, also has a more intimate look in his eyes when he looks at Ash. The main reason is that Ash's strength has been recognized by Aerodactyl through the battle just now. Just be a little nice to it, and the intimacy will naturally increase. After tens of thousands of years, there is suddenly an extra master. Subconsciously a little uncomfortable, Aerodactyl looked at the Pokeball in Ash's hand. This is a high-tech product it has never seen before. Although it had trainers in its time, it did not have such a convenient Pokeball for Pokemon to live in. Aerodactyl, this is a Pokeball. Pokemon can rest here after being captured. In addition, it also has a certain degree of healing effect. The reason why you can recover so quickly is because of the healing effect. Ash saw Aerodactyl was so curious, so he explained with a smile. Aerodactyl nodded as if he understood. Although he didn't quite understand, it has always been beneficial to Pokémon. Ash, congratulations on capturing Aerodactyl. Congratulations, Aerodactyl's excellence is unquestionable. At this time, Misty and Sabrina came forward to congratulate, and then turned their eyes to Aerodactyl. Except for portraits and video documentaries, this is not the first time they have come into close contact with the soaring in the sky totem, which was famous in ancient times. The appearance is indeed quite majestic, and the face is even more ferocious. Compared to modern Pokémon, the ancient temperament is undoubtedly revealed. Aerodactyl, this is my partner Misty. Sabrina, this is my Earl Dervish Pokémon Pikachu, your teammate. Unlike the fierceness when he first appeared, Aerodactyl's temper and attitude towards Ash and the people around him became much better after being captured. He nodded to Misty and Sabrina. Then he cast a friendly look at Pikachu. It could feel that the little guy standing on Ash's shoulder was probably as strong as himself. It seems that although his master looks very young, his level of training Pokémon is unexpectedly high. Following such a human, I think I will not suffer any loss. Moreover, compared with its long vitality, the life of a human is extremely short for it, so there is no need to worry about its freedom being restricted. By the way, Aerodactyl, let's talk about other things later. You must be starving after sleeping for so long. I know you were a top predator in ancient times, and your prey were all kinds of weak Pokémon. But you have to change this with me, please. If you want to eat meat, I will find you a substitute, more delicious meat. But normal Pokémon food and energy cubes are actually enough to meet your needs, and they are definitely more nutritionally balanced than when you only ate meat before. Ash immediately made 3 rules with Aerodactyl. After all, he was once a top predator. Don't think that he is obedient in front of him now. I'm afraid that when he returns to Professor Oak's laboratory, he will directly target the Pokémon stored by other trainers in the backyard of the laboratory. Ash doesn't want to be found by other trainers. If he can eat Pokémon, he can definitely eat people. After all, unlike in ancient times, Aerodactyl will not be malnourished or even starve to death because of not hunting. Energy cubes and special Pokémon food can definitely meet Aerodactyl's needs. Special Pokémon food, energy cubes are definitely enough to satisfy it. Under this premise, if Aerodactyl still can't change its habit of hunting creatures, it means that it is wild and unruly. Ash can only consider restricting its actions. After all, he doesn't want to cause trouble for himself. After learning the rules set by Ash, Aerodactyl seemed a little embarrassed, but still nodded reluctantly. Soon, its slight embarrassment disappeared without a trace. He buried his head and began to show off the Pokémon food Ash prepared for it. Although it was not a special food for rock and flying type, it tasted very good. Not to mention the energy cubes rich in energy nutrition. Aerodactyl ate with tears in his eyes. He had never had such a good meal before. Those obscure and smelly raw meat tasted like chewing wax. It was a pity that it still spent so much effort to hunt. With such delicious food, who would waste time hunting after being full? From now on, it only eats Pokémon food and energy cubes. Refuse to hunt, start with it. Taking advantage of Aerodactyl's transformation, Ash simply released all the Pokémon he brought with him. Among them, Ghastly, which was at the champion level, made him feel a little nervous, and his sense of crisis increased. 940. It seems that Ash has a lot of Pokémon with the same strength as it, and his own status may be affected. In the future, he must show himself more in battle, otherwise he will be too upset if he has no food to eat one day. Then the appearance of Zapdos completely defeated Aerodactyl's pride as the ancient soaring in the sky totem. As a flying Pokémon, the history of the 3 sacred birds is longer than it. Especially after a long period of sleep, it has already degenerated and its strength has been greatly reduced compared to the ancient times. Facing Zapdos, who was not a rival in ancient times, of course he felt inferior. Not to mention, the level gap between the two sides is so big now. Sure enough, the best way now is to listen to Ash. Ding! Pokémon, Aerodactyl, Intimacy, 185 to 225. Ash looked at Aerodactyl with a little surprise. He didn't know what this guy was thinking about. How did the intimacy suddenly increase so much? Strictly speaking, the intimacy of 225 should be considered as extremely tacit. At this stage, Pokémon can already cooperate with trainer tacitly and regard trainer's life as extremely important. As for the full value of 255 points, it is absolute obedience. At this point, the last trace of worry in Ash's heart disappeared. He nodded with satisfaction while secretly observing Aerodactyl. On the other side, Professor Oak's laboratory? Professor Oak looked at the large group of Omenit, Omastar, Dankui, and Kabutops that were teleported back by Ash and were recognized by the academic community as extinct. His eyes suddenly became confused and dull. Where am I? Is this real? Is I dreaming? Are these all Pokémon that Ash teleported back? What did Ash encounter when he was traveling? The ancient Pokémon that had already become extinct suddenly appeared alive in front of him. He had already teased him last time, but he didn't expect that this kid really maxed out his luck when traveling. Now he has even caught and captured Pokémon from the ancient times, so what Pokémon can he not touch? No, if you have the ability, capture a legendary Pokémon and bring it back. Although Ash couldn't capture the legendary Pokémon, he did see some during his travels, such as Ho-Oh when he set out. Unfortunately, the legendary Pokémon are still legendary Pokémon after all. It's not that easy to catch them. Professor Oak came to his senses. Then he stared at the ancient Pokémon that had long been declared extinct in front of him with shining eyes. Hey, little darlings, new research subjects. I will build a suitable residence for you as soon as possible, a place that simulates the ancient temperature environment. It seems that I have to ask the Alliance for help. Excitedly, he collected simple data on the ancient Pokémon that Ash sent back. Then he temporarily placed them in the backyard of the laboratory. Omenit, Kabuto, and others have completely settled here. Of course, Pokémon food and energy cubes with their flavors are naturally indispensable. After doing all this, Professor Oak sat in front of the computer with satisfaction, and suddenly thought of Ash again. No, I have to ask Ash how he managed to capture so many ancient Pokémon? How many secrets does he have that I don't know? It's impossible that he captured a legendary Pokémon? Impossible? He must not be that strong. If he can become friends with a legendary Pokémon, it's understandable. Thinking this way, Professor Oak sent a message to Ash through the computer. As long as Ash arrives at the next town and logs into the computer using the Pokémon Pokédex, he will receive his message and call him back. At this moment, Cerulean Gym, the three Sakura sisters, who had just finished a performance, looked at Seeking and Stormy, which Misty had teleported back, and looked at each other in bewilderment. Misty's two Pokémon have been trained to level 4.40, and are both at the level of trainer of the main gym. Although the three Sakura sisters have poor fighting talents, they still have some vision. These two Pokémon are definitely enough to support the Cerulean Gym. They don't even need their strong command ability to easily defeat those mediocre rookie trainers. Misty was willing to send back these two powerful Pokémon. Ahem, please give your thoughts. The eldest sister Sakura coughed, breaking the weird atmosphere of the three sisters staring at each other. I didn't expect that the ugly duckling fourth sister is really talented in fighting. Such powerful Seeking and Stormy are willing to be sent back. They must have cultivated more powerful Pokémon. The second sister Violet scratched her head and chuckled. Violet, why don't you change your words quickly? If the fourth sister hears you calling her like this next time, she might give you a good beating. These Pokémon are not a joke. Lily rolled her eyes at Violet. The last time Misty left, she was almost angry with her. Okay, Misty's achievements in battle are good news for our Cerulean Gym. Keep an eye on the prism scale she mentioned before, and buy it for me as soon as you have any news. I'll leave her a message first, and she'll call me back after seeing it. It's a good opportunity to ask her about her recent gains. The eldest sister Sakura made the decision and suppressed the two sisters who were still fighting. At the same time, she was also wondering whether Ash had brought about such a big change in Misty after she left for the trip. I wonder if she has been working towards that direction recently, trying to tie this outstanding boy to the Cerulean Gym. But considering that this girl is usually careless and has no experience in love, maybe she hasn't been able to get Ash until now. Thinking of this, Sakura was a little anxious. This won't work. There are many captivates during the trip. It would be bad if they were snatched away by other Stephanies. It seems that we have to find an opportunity for Misty to bring Ash back to the Cerulean Gym as a guest. At that time, my sister-in-law will personally go out and demonstrate to Misty. As the saying goes, good things should be kept within the family. I am also doing this for the happiness of my sisters. Ash, your Pokémon egg seems to be about to hatch. I wonder what kind of Pokémon will hatch from it. I wonder what type of Pokémon is in my Pokémon egg. While leveling up in actual combat, Ash and his three companions were rarely in a hurry to travel, but instead camped in an open space for a whole day while heading to Cinnabar Island. Just because Ash's top-quality water-type Pokémon egg that the system rewarded finally showed signs of hatching. Since this Pokémon egg has not hatched for a long time, Ash bought a high-level incubator from Nursejoy. Putting the Pokémon egg here and carrying it with you can adjust the temperature to the standard that is most suitable for the hatching environment. This is much better than the hatching conditions in the original plot. The effect is also immediate. You will know after it hatches. When the incubator is empty, it will be just right for the Pokémon egg you brought out from Dasha Valley, Ash said with a smile. He only knew that this was a top-grade water Pokémon egg, and what it could hatch depended on how powerful the system was. Hearing this, Misty took out the Pokémon egg that she accidentally got in Dasha Valley from her backpack. The pattern of this egg is really weird. It doesn't look like any Pokémon I've seen before. Gently stroking the surface of the eggshell, the feeling of opening a blind box made Misty a little excited. Okay, it seems to be hatching. You can watch it hatch together. The first thing it sees when it is born will be its closest partner, Ash said to the two girls. Pika. At this time, Pikachu also lay on Ash's shoulder, staring at the Pokémon egg that was about to hatch successfully in the advanced hatching egg. Click. Under the gaze of three pairs of eyes, cracks appeared on the surface of the Pokémon egg. Then, two blue tentacles broke through the eggshell, and the light blue little head drilled out from it. As for the lower half of the body, it was still hidden in the eggshell. It's actually a water-type Pokémon. Looking at Manaphy, the Prince of the Sea. Pokémon, Manaphy, level 4.1. No wonder this Pokémon egg takes so long to hatch. It actually lives in a legendary Pokémon. Oh my god, the system is really generous. The newly born Manaphy should be the lowest level Pokémon Ash has encountered since he became a Pokémon trainer. Before it grows into a real Pokémon, it can only be regarded as a mascot. The petite Manaphy slowly opened his eyes and gave Misty a soft cry. Wow, what a cute Pokémon. Although I've never seen it, it should be a water-type Pokémon from the appearance. Staring at Manaphy, Misty's powerful water-type Pokémon search radar was activated, and its attribute was quickly determined. This little guy is so cute. Misty seems to have been completely captured by Manaphy. A pair of eyes turned into stars. Not only Misty, Ash was also stunned. Sabrina may not know Misty, who was born in Kanto, but he knew that she was the one at the head of Manaphy's bed. Since it was a Pokémon egg given by the system, it must not be the one in the original plot world. As for the fact that the little guy saw Misty the first time he opened his eyes, I can only say that she was very lucky. Anyway, she is my girlfriend, so it doesn't matter who I raise her to. Faye. Most Pokémon will regard the creatures they see when they are just born as their mothers. Manaphy also called Misty affectionately at this moment. At the same time, he was also very nice to Ash and Sabrina. Pika. Pikapi. After Pikachu's popular science, the newly born Manaphy had a basic understanding of this world. The one with a ponytail is his mother, the one wearing a baseball cap is his father, and the second mother with dark green hair. After confirming the identity, Manaphy showed his affection to Misty, Ash and Sabrina one by one. Manaphy, you are so cute. Ash, are you sure you want to let me raise it? Misty picked up Manaphy and looked at Ash in surprise. Ash nodded and smiled. Well, its name is Manaphy, and it is a legendary Pokémon like Zapdos. Misty, you must take good care of it. Manaphy, a legendary Pokémon. Looking at the delicate Manaphy in her arms, Misty was shocked. She would not doubt the truth of Ash's words. Since it has never been heard of in the Kanto region, it is very likely that it is a legendary Pokémon from other regions. Ash, this Pokémon egg is yours after all, and you hatched it. It is more appropriate for you not to capture it. After playing around, the newly born little Manaphy was seen lying on her legs a little tiredly. At this time, Misty looked at Ash and said, although she was a little reluctant, Manaphy was a legendary Pokémon after all. Such a rare Pokémon still needs to be trained with Ash. Ash shook his head. Manaphy was the first one to see Misty and she was the most intimate with him. Naturally, it had to be captured by Misty. And as the gym leader of Cerulean City, Misty really needed a powerful Pokémon that could hold her own. Although Manaphy's combat level was not as good as other mythical beasts, it was a legendary Pokémon after all. Its potential was much stronger than that of ordinary Pokémon. Moreover, with the relationship between Misty and herself, plus Manaphy also regarded him and Sabrina as the closest people besides Misty, there was not much difference between letting Misty capture it and Ash capturing it himself. If you need to use Manaphy's ability, you can do it at any time. Xiao, Xiao, you are so good to me. When Ash insisted on letting her capture Manaphy, Misty's eyes were slightly red, and her voice became a little choked. It was because the legendary Pokémon was too precious. If it were an ordinary person, even close relatives would probably fight and break their relationship and get bloody. And Ash actually left such a precious opportunity to himself without thinking. At this moment, Misty felt that meeting Ash was the biggest gain of her journey from leaving the Cerulean Gym.
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.